One day, mysterious gates suddenly appeared across the earth. Ever since that moment, the entire world collapsed into chaos. Countless helpless people fell to the invading monsters, leaving only a lucky few who managed to awaken supernatural powers. Humanity hailed these powerful survivors as our ultimate saviors, more commonly known as the players. Among them was our main character, the Steel Emperor Hyun-guk Lee, a lowly F-rank player who somehow became humanity's very last hope. But in the final moments of his life, he realized the nightmare slaughtering humanity was not just monsters, but human traitors too. In this brutal world, these traitors sold their souls to demons, turning back to slaughter their own kind. And in that final, tragic battle, Hyun-guk, the last hero of humanity, was defeated by God Pressy, the supreme leader of the traitors. Though he was once human, after betraying his kind, he claimed he and his followers were sacred beings divine sent to punish humanity. Right then, Hyun-guk only wished he had figured out how to level up sooner, so he could wipe out these bastards. But it was too late. History is written by victors, and the boss ordered his lackey to impale our hero. Armed with main character plot armor, he survived, regressing all the way back to his military enlistment year. Back then, Hyun-guk was just a lowly F-rank private at the shooting range. But this time, a system notification appeared. It congratulated him for discovering his true growth method, and that method? Eating actual metal. The more metal he devoured, the stronger he became, allowing him to manipulate heavier metal. Too bad he regressed right back to his grueling military service. This was a time when our guy was still just a pathetic F-rank soldier at the absolute bottom. But in this second life, he is not about to waste time like before. Now, any trace of metal he sees gets devoured immediately, even the target practice bullets. But because those practice bullets went missing, his entire platoon got punished with exhausting outdoor training drills. After a whole day of punishment, Hyun-guk's platoon finally got to eat. But the military cafeteria discriminates based on rank. Since his entire platoon consisted of F-ranks, they were barely served any decent food. Today's lunch menu was stir-fried sausage and chicken stew. But the cooking was so terrible even a stray cat would reject it. Before they could even take a single bite, a D-rank guy came over to harass them. This was Sang-guk. Oh, a total military jerk. Even though he is only one rank higher, he loves acting like a boss and bullying subordinates. Today, his target is Hyun-guk. Before eating anything, our hero gets ordered to run errands. Any protest would lead to Sang-guk humiliating him in front of everyone. In his past life, he would have instantly complied. Remembering his pathetic, submissive past self only made Hyun-guk boil with anger. Although he knows how to level up now, he is not quite strong enough to crush this trash yet. Seeing the rookie just standing there blankly, Sang-guk completely lost his temper. Just as the bully prepared to teach him a lesson, Hyun-guk flashed a bright smile. He agreed to run the errands, but only if the bully let his starving platoon eat lunch first. When the D-rank bully tried to push further, our guy smartly threatened his precious reputation. Feigning concern, Hyun-guk warned that getting caught abusing power would ruin his future career. Sang-guk realized he had a point and grudgingly let the F-rank platoon eat. After securing his comrade's lunch, Hyun-guk told the deputy leader to take charge, while he slipped away to a quiet spot to eat spoons. Yes, you heard that right. Our guy swiped the entire platoon's metal spoons to devour them for a level up. Currently, he can manipulate exactly 309 grams of metal. With every single spoon he devours, Hyun-guk gains the ability to manipulate another 1.25 grams of metal. Still not enough. If he cannot find a much richer source of metal to devour, it will take him way too long to reach his past peak strength. And if that happens, the world's tragic end will remain exactly the same. Recalling his memories of the past, Hyun-guk realizes he has only 3 days left to prepare. He absolutely must defeat the dangerous level 1 boss monster. Just thinking about this epic battle gets his blood pumping. There is no way a legendary regressor like him cannot handle a simple level 1 beast. 3 days later, at guard post 5 of the 1st Battalion, Hyun-guk stands guard while tracking the monster's arrival. Noticing his leader's tense expression, Deputy Junmo Park feels like his boss has been acting super weird lately. But before he can say anything, Hyun-guk sternly calls his name, leaving him startled as his boss orders him to guard the post alone. We cut to our hero reaching the dimensional rift to face the beasts. They might look terrifying, but they are actually weaklings. While normal people would run away screaming, our guy's eyes light up with joy. Look at all this free experience just waiting to be farmed. Suddenly, the beast that just took Hyun-guk's blade rises up from its pool of blood. Since he is still only level 1, a single slash was not enough to kill it. Enraged, the beast lunges right at him with a deadly swipe, but our boy easily claims its head. As it dies, a chunk of red steel drops from its body. This is mana steel. With this item, you and I are about to see how Hyun-wook can level up faster than ever. He picks up the mana steel and eats it, leaving the monsters completely stunned. This mana steel does not just boost his metal manipulation skills, it also supercharges his entire mana pool upon absorption. That means if Hyun-wook absorbs every single item he finds from now on, climbing the ranks in this new life will be a breeze. With that in mind, he turns to the remaining monsters with a rather devilish grin. Just a bit earlier, at Brigade 3, Battalion 1, Post 5 near Nam San Station, Hyun-wook pulled Jun-mo aside. Acting incredibly serious, he warns his subordinate that he can hear metal moving nearby. Hearing this, a terrified Jun-mo immediately wants to report to their superiors. With a little psychological manipulation, Hyun-wook easily gets him to stay at the post, using a routine patrol as an excuse to go farm items. He cannot let the military discover this stash. If they find out, every single weapon here will fall right into their hands. Witnessing Hyun-wook casually eat the mana steel dropped by their ally, the rest of the horde gets furious and charges at him together. Thanks to his combat experience from his past life, he easily handles the crowd, decapitating any monster that dares to step forward. The monsters cannot even touch him. No matter what tricks they try to pull, Hyun-wook swiftly sends every single one of them to their graves. Spotting some trying to sneak up on him, he slices down a few more to assert his dominance. Overwhelmed by his intense bloodlust, the surviving monsters hesitate to attack. But Hyun-wook remains on high alert, knowing these are just the small fry. The one he is truly keeping an eye out for is the boss. It is a highly cunning monster known as the Goblin Shaman, and he knows it is lurking somewhere nearby. Since searching for it is too difficult, Hyun-wook decides to use a piece of mana steel dropped earlier as bait to lure it out. This bait successfully triggers the boss. Raising its magical staff, the Goblin Shaman launches a direct attack right at his position. Sharp stone spikes burst out from the ground, but this is nothing to Hyun-wook. He easily dodges the attack and pinpoints the monster's location. The shaman's heavy attack causes mild tremors across the area, enough for the guards back at the outpost to actually feel it. Yet, the platoon leader simply ignores it and goes back to sleep. Meanwhile, the boss's massive stone spikes accidentally impale its own minions. Perhaps the beast preferred collateral damage, but in the end, it missed its actual target and only killed its own minions. Not only is Hyun-wook completely unharmed, but he also locks onto its location and instantly fires his special ability right at the boss. Despite the sudden attack, the shaman manages to dodge. It prepares to mock him, only to see a sneering smile on Hyun-wook's face instead. The knife he threw earlier suddenly curves back around. He thought that would end it, but reality is never quite that simple. The shaman actually catches the telekinetic knife with its bare hands. The reason it could do this is because Hyun-wook's current metal manipulation is only at F rank. You and I can clearly see his past self was a total failure. But whether he wins or not, he is going to talk some trash first. Hyun-wook raises his gun, smugly provoking the beast to step up. But he temporarily forgets the horde of small goblins right behind him, all eager for a piece of him. Just then, the system warns him that his mana has depleted rapidly in a short span of time. He is down to only 40% of his total mana. With no other choice left, it is time to take a desperate gamble. As Hyun-wook prepares for a final showdown, the boss looks past his shoulder and flashes a highly disturbing, wicked grin. Not far away, Park Jun-mo is currently walking right into this area to find him. Before Hyun-wook can react, the Goblin Shaman orders a minion to charge straight at Jun-mo. With things happening too quickly, he can only scream at his subordinate to get down. He immediately unloads a barrage of bullets at the attacking monster and throws another blade directly at it. But the goblin manages to swat the blade away. As it lunges forward to strike, Hyun-wook brutally rams the gun straight into its mouth. While he was busy dealing with the minion, the boss slipped away. By the time he notices, the target is already gone. Losing the boss is bad enough, but those gunshots also alerted headquarters, forcing all nearby outposts to immediately report in on the situation. With no other choice left, Hyun-wook reluctantly reports the current situation. Hearing the report, headquarters orders him and his fellow soldiers to fall back and secure Post 5, but he knows that retreating now means losing everything. The military is going to deploy an AMT Knight, Lieutenant Seo Yoon-ha. If she arrives, history is just going to repeat itself. That woman will effortlessly wipe out the goblins and seal the gate. Once she is done, the military will move in and seize all the dropped loot. Among those items is a highly coveted, legendary material known as adamantium. In his previous life, this legendary metal was what earned him the fearsome title of the Steel Emperor. Missing this chance means waiting another 4 years. If that happens, he will remain trapped in the same failed cycle as before. With that in mind, he is determined to claim the adamantium before Yunha can get her hands on it. While Hyunwook tracks down where the goblins fled, Junmo finally wakes up terrified, just as an urgent report comes over the radio. Realizing his chance has come, we are about to find out if Hyunwook can pull off this insane gamble by heading to post 6. Ignoring his boss's complaints, the guy muted his mic to head over, but Junmo held him back. He was terrified his buddy would get arrested and thrown into military prison. Sure, he used to fear military law, but with legendary gear on the line, there was absolutely no way he was backing down now. Hyungook argued that outpost number 6 only had mages and archers, warning that everyone there would die without some support. Junmo desperately clung to his friend's leg, terrified they would both get wiped out trying to carry the team. Hyungook just smiled back with absolute confidence. "Why are you worrying? I'm not going over there alone anyway, because you are coming with me." Right then, Outpost 6 blasted a distress signal. A corporal inside had already been killed by the goblins. Now, only 2 soldiers remained inside, desperately holding the line while higher-ups ordered them to defend the post with their lives because a response team was on the way. So they could only grit their teeth and pray. But with these goblins going completely wild, they would probably get their heads bashed in before help ever arrived. Suddenly, the monsters outside stopped their assault, leaving behind an eerie, bone-chilling silence. Turns out the goblin shaman boss decided to step in, summoning a massive hailstorm that rained death straight onto the outpost. Their defenses took a massive hit. Just one more heavy wave of ice, and the entire outpost would come crashing down. Terrified of being captured and tortured by goblins, one soldier actually prepared to end his own life just as the boss conjured another strike. In the nick of time, Hyungook contacted the archer, Park. He ordered him to aim his crossbow directly at the brightest light, shoot, and stay put. He quickly reminded him once more to activate his fire skill and aim straight for that flashing light before pulling the trigger. Even though he had his doubts, given their desperate situation, Park raised his crossbow to give it a shot. That was when he spotted a bright flash piercing the darkness, coming straight from a lamp on Hyungook's shoulder. Right then, the young man was pinning a goblin down, shouting for his archer ally to lock on and fire. Once everything lined up, he used his special ability to pull the gun's trigger, timed the incoming flaming arrow perfectly, and leaped off the monster. Caught completely off guard, the goblin took the flaming arrow head-on and exploded into pieces. This clever strategy saved Hyungook plenty of mana while quickly clearing the field. Annoyed by the slaughter, the shaman boss hurled massive stones, but he easily dodged them. Too bad for the boss, its attacks completely missed Hyungook and ended up crushing its own unfortunate minions instead. Hyungook quickly called out to the archer, urging him to repeat that awesome combo. With one aiming and the other firing, just the 2 of them easily thinned out the goblin horde until they were barely visible. While those 2 fought like a well-oiled machine, poor Park Junmo was still shivering up in a tree, wondering why on earth his boss ordered him to find the shaman boss. He was terrified that the second he spotted the boss, he would get slapped into oblivion. Looking down, Junmo realized his boss had already decimated half the horde, but as he stood there dazed, a stray goblin suddenly lunged straight for his branch. He figured he was meeting his ancestors, but fate had other plans. A dagger flew in, followed by Hyungook landing with his bright LED lamp flashing. The archer aimed, he pulled the trigger, and the monster instantly turned to dust. Watching this high-tier play, Junmo genuinely wondered if someone was impersonating his boss, since the guy used to be a complete noob. Seeing his minions drop like flies, the shaman was absolutely furious but still refused to show himself, leaving Hyungook questioning reality as he searched the battlefield. Right then, the system screen flashed a warning that he was down to 12% mana. He realized the boss was likely stalling, waiting for them to completely run out of mana before making its move. But before he could think of a solution, Junmo screamed desperately for help. It turned out that the goblin shaman had captured his teammate, holding him hostage to threaten Hyungook. Seeing the boss's smug grin, Hyungook decided to turn the tables, putting on a dramatic act of surrender as he threw his weapon to the ground. While the smug goblin shaman barked orders at his minions, he used his ability to trigger the gun in Junmo's hand, shooting the boss before instantly teleporting right next to the shaman to throw another dagger. However, the clever monster managed to spin away just before the blade could strike. Its thick leather armor easily blocked the strike, saving it from fatal damage. Now down to only 9% mana, Hyungook quickly realized the shaman was trying to escape through a dimensional portal. As the boss reached the portal, he noticed the necklace around its neck contained steel. Using his remaining mana, he took control of the metal collar and dragged the monster backward. Down to his very last 1% of mana, Hyungook put everything into his dagger and drove it straight into the shaman's face. Out of mana but victorious, he successfully took down his first boss in this lifetime, though he immediately realized just how terribly weak his younger body's stamina actually was. Barely even a fight, and he was already gasping for air. But before he could even catch his breath, a brilliant beam of holy light suddenly shot straight into the sky, signaling that Lieutenant Yunha had finally arrived on the scene. So, Hyunwook quickly digs into the monster's carcass with his bare hands, desperately searching for loot. Just as he pulls it out, Yunha and her squad arrive. He quickly swallows the glowing stone before turning around to report to his superiors. Fortunately, it seems none of them realized he just swiped some legendary loot. Reporting himself injured, our main character is carried away on a stretcher. Meanwhile, Eunha carefully surveys the entire area. She notices that every single monster suffered identical wounds. That could only mean one thing: one of the 4 survivors absolutely carried the entire team alone. While resting on the stretcher, the system alerts Hyunwook that he is currently absorbing the legendary item, adamantium. It is going to take nearly 10 hours to finish. Since this is a reinforcement type item, swallowing the stone will grant the young man incredible magic skills that are perfectly matched with physical enhancement abilities. Soon after that, the system notifies him that he has gained an additional rare skill. Now, he can detect every trace of metal within his skill range. Hearing this, Hyunwook can't wipe the massive grin off his face. Seeing him covered in bloody wounds yet smiling like a maniac, Yunha finds it incredibly bizarre. But with rumors spreading that goblins are still raiding post number 6, she has to brush her suspicions aside and rush straight to the scene. Honestly, how could Hyunwook not be thrilled? This new skill allows him to sense the magnetic resonance of any metal surrounding him. With this power, the Steel Emperor has officially returned. A few days after the goblin raid, over at the 1st Battalion of the 3rd Brigade, everyone in the camp is whispering about a mysterious F-rank soldier. Apparently, he wielded a massive blade like a god, completely slaughtered the goblins, and saved his comrades. However, plenty of people refuse to believe it, dismissing the entire thing as a ridiculous rumor. After all, in their eyes, F-ranks are just pathetic weaklings. And among those who are absolutely furious about the rumors is Oh Sang-guk. He is the D-rank jerk who publicly humiliated Hyunwook in front of everyone the other day. Standing right beside him is another guy, known as a total madman. That would be Private Lee Won-sok, an expert melee specialist who is a high D rank, almost hitting C rank. Extremely salty, they decide to bully the poor archer, Park, from post number 6. These 2 D-rank jerks simply cannot stand the thought of an F-rank loser like Hyunwook leaving them in the dust. It looks like they are plotting something sinister against our main character. Meanwhile, Hyunwook is summoned to the battalion commander's office to discuss the recent goblin incident. At first, our guy assumed that since everything worked out, his superiors would just let it slide. But reality is harsh. Now, he is forced to face a panel of high-ranking officers, starting with this incredibly stunning woman. Meet Lieutenant Siona, a B-rank warrior known as the Black Knight. Beside her, the orange-haired guy is Lieutenant Lee Min-hee. He is a C-rank offensive mage. But the most intimidating man in the room is this scarred veteran. He is the battalion commander himself. Major Kim Kang-sok is a cleric class hunter, widely nicknamed the Namsan Mountain Tiger. He is a B-rank player, ranked 166th in Korea. With a dead serious expression, the commander sternly demands to know why Hyunwook disobeyed direct orders, stalled, and single-handedly held back the gate's first wave. Under that suffocating gaze, even our protagonist feels a bit nervous. One wrong word and his career is over, so he needs to play this smart. To at least secure a guard duty position, Hyunwook decides to confess first. Surprised by how calm the young man looks, Kang-sok asks why he dared to risk his life. Under any normal circumstances, a weak F-rank soldier would have been torn to shreds instantly. Facing this overwhelming pressure, Hyunwook forces himself to stay completely composed. If he panics right now, his entire military career will be completely finished. So, instead of cowering and begging for mercy, the young man boldly claims the battalion commander lied to him. The orange-haired officer nearly jumps out of his seat at the kid's sheer audacity, but Kang-sok raises a hand to stop him. He genuinely wants to hear why this low-ranking subordinate believes he was deceived. Taking a deep breath, Hyunwook confidently recites the exact words the commander always stresses during basic training sessions. He once preached that no matter how low your rank is, if you correctly apply the Legion's anti-monster tactics, even D-rank or E-rank soldiers can successfully stand their ground against them. Using that exact logic, Hyunwook cleverly shifts back to the recent goblin raid. He confidently argues that while he technically disobeyed, everyone at Post 6 would be dead if he had not intervened. With the logical argument successfully delivered, now, To completely win over the commander's mind, Hyun-wook plays his ultimate emotional card by referencing the veteran's past training speeches and subtly praising him as the epitome of what a true soldier should be. He claims he has always deeply respected leaders like him. Our main character straight up lies, claiming he was simply utilizing his standard training alongside his comrades to save innocent lives from certain death. To seal the deal, he shamelessly claims the sole reason an F-rank soldier like him could muster the courage to move forward was because of the commander's deeply inspiring words. Only a sly guy like Hyun-wook could pull off a stunt like this. A normal person would never dare play such an underhanded card. The only reason he is confident enough to talk back like this is because he knows Kim Kang-sok's entire biography by heart. Right as the veteran was commissioned as a second lieutenant, the chaotic gates first began to open. Even though he nearly lost his life in a brutal, life-or-death battle back then, he returned to active military duty without any hesitation, ultimately becoming a core founding member of the early AMT. Simply put, the man is a true, honorable soldier to the bone. Hyun-gook acts like he treats the commander's words as absolute gospel, even risking his own life to protect his teammates. What true soldier could ever suspend an ideal subordinate like this? Just as Hyun-gook predicted, Kim Kang-sok pats his shoulder and proudly announces his promotion to a non-commissioned officer. Right then, a system notification pops up. He has successfully absorbed adamantium and unlocked a brand new skill. Hyun-gook's status window appears. He is officially rank D now, and this new skill lets him use mana to temporarily harden parts of his body. The total mass of metal he can manipulate has now increased to 2,558 grams. This double dose of good news leaves Hyun-gook frozen solid for 5 seconds, while everyone else is completely speechless at the battalion commander's overly dramatic reaction. The main character's speech did not just convince Kim Kang-sok, it actually moved the man to tears. Over at the 3rd Brigade, 1st Battalion's gym, Hyun-gook works out while reflecting on that incredibly awkward promotion ceremony in the commander's office. Luckily, platoon leader Lee Min-tae stepped in just in time to halt the decision, pointing out that AMT had never promoted an F-rank soldier to an officer before. Thanks to that, Hyun-gook bought enough time to say he would consider it. While a promotion sounds pretty sweet, he really wants to keep a low profile and avoid drawing too much attention right now. But it is already too late. Some D-rank jerks have had their eyes on him, including this absolute maniac, Lee Won-sok. The guy mocks the amount of weight Hyun-gook is lifting, and he is backed up by Oh Sang-guk's annoying little clique. Promotion or not, these guys are desperate to humiliate him. He barely gained any attention, and they are already trying to openly bully him. Hyun-gook immediately changes his mind. If these punks want to bully him, he is going to make sure they regret it tonight. So, the young man straight up challenges Lee Won-seok to a duel. Everyone in the gym is completely stunned by this unexpected move. That night, a massive crowd gathers to watch the showdown. Facing an opponent ranked lower than him, Won-seok is confident he will absolutely demolish our main character. Meanwhile, the AMT staff is busy welcoming a very distinguished guest, none other than Warrant Officer Cheon Myung-ho. He serves as the tactical training officer for the legendary Black Tiger unit. The Black Tigers are the ultimate elite force within the AMT. Aside from their name, everything else about them is a highly classified national secret. He came here to personally check out Choi Han, the man expected to become the next Sword Saint and the undisputed ace of the AMT. But unfortunately, the genius is currently on leave. To avoid disappointing the warrant officer, the host quickly introduces Lee Won-seok, who is widely considered to be the next generation's true ace. As luck would have it, he is in the middle of a duel. Back to the fight, Hyun-gook effortlessly slips past the madman's relentless barrage of wild attacks. Even when cornered against the wall, he easily dodges a fatal strike, slips right behind him, and throws a massive taunt right back. Just then, the officer leads Warrant Officer Cheon Myung-ho in to watch. But while the crowd is roaring with excitement, the veteran is not impressed by Won-seok's sloppy swings. Sure, his strikes are powerful, but they mean absolutely nothing if they do not land. However, the host standing next to him sees things quite differently. He assumes the maniac is simply holding back to be nice. Honestly, most of the spectators watching the match think the exact same thing. The crowd cheers and begs Won-seok to get serious, but only the maniac himself knows he is trying his absolute hardest and sweating bullets. For some reason, his body feels heavy as lead. Moving is a chore, let alone trying to fight. Naturally, this is all Hyun-gook's doing. Using his metal manipulation, he exerts control over Won-seok's boots, making the guy feel like he is wading through thick mud. Unable to take it anymore, the maniac literally signals for help. He claims his legs are giving out and tries to call off the match. But once you mess with Hyun-gook, there is no easy escape. Hyunguk continues to egg him on. Being mocked by a lowly F rank is something a proud D rank warrior simply cannot tolerate. He snaps, immediately activating his body reinforcement skill. Down below, Warrant Officer Cheon Myung-ho is genuinely surprised by how this fight is playing out. Activating skill buffs in a pure physical duel feels like cheating, but what really impresses him is that the opponent does not even blink. These two look exactly like a raging bull charging at a clever leopard, one that is carefully hiding its fangs to wait for the perfect moment. It has been a long time since he last saw a fight this entertaining. Seeing the warrant officer smile, the host assumes he is impressed with Won-sok and starts hyping up the guy even harder. Back to the duel. With his body fully reinforced, the madman's speed surges. In the blink of an eye, he throws a devastating, heavy punch directly at Hyunguk. The entire crowd goes wild at the sheer force of that punch, convinced that this single blow will end the fight instantly. In reality, the moment his fist connects, Won-sok's hand feels like it is shattering. It feels like he just punched solid steel, not a human. That is because Hyunguk activated his newly acquired body hardening skill just in time, transforming his own forearms into solid steel. Wearing a highly mischievous, smug smile, he continues to taunt the utterly frustrated madman. Outraged, Lee Won-sok loses all reason and blindly leaps forward to attack again. But our main character easily dodges the strike and preps his counterattack. Hyun-wook turns his leg into solid steel, kicking straight at his opponent's pivot leg. Sure, using this move on a D-rank punk is a bit wasteful. But for guys who get arrogant just because they have a little power, he has to teach them a lesson or they will never learn. With the berserker down, Hyun-wook rains punches on him, landing every single blow. A massive berserker is getting absolutely thrashed by an F-rank player. While everyone else stands there completely shocked, Warrant Officer Cheon Myung-ho is actually loving every second of this fight. His gut feeling was spot on. This seemingly weak F-rank is the real beast here. Now, he wants to see how this predator tears into his target's throat to finish the match. But out of nowhere, the opponent launches a sudden counterattack on Hyun-wook. With a battered face, Won-sok grabs Hyun-wook by the collar, furiously lifting him up, preparing to slam him hard into the ground. In that split second, Hyun-wook quickly twists his body and locks the berserker's arm tightly with both of his legs. If Won-sok slams him down now, his own arm will snap completely. Warrant Officer Cheon Myung-ho highly appreciates Hyun-wook's brilliant quick thinking here. He never expected an F-rank soldier to possess such lightning-fast reflexes. But the problem is, against a berserker with a fully hardened body, that kind of lock usually fails to work. Dropping to one knee, Won-sok tries to punch with his free hand, but Hyun-wook quickly grabs and violently snaps one of his fingers. Screaming in pain, the berserker is forced to let go. He still swings with his other arm, but losing his balance makes him miss entirely. Seizing the opening, Hyun-wook transitions from the arm lock, wrapping both arms around Won-sok's neck in a tight rear naked choke. Watching close by, Warrant Officer Cheon Myung-ho is highly satisfied. That earlier leg choke might have easily failed, but with this grip, putting pressure on the carotid artery is lethal, since berserkers only focus on hardening their muscles. With a tight lock on Won-sok's neck, Hyun-wook grins happily and starts trash-talking right in his face. Did he really think a D rank would be tougher? The more the berserker struggles to break free, the tighter our boy's grip becomes. At this point, even 10 berserker buffs might not save him, because Hyun-wook has already turned his own arms into steel. Down below, as the fight gets increasingly intense, the crowd of onlookers starts causing a major scene. They urge Oh Sang-guk to step in and stop them, but being the total coward he is, he just stands there watching helplessly. Right then, Hyun-wook locks eyes with him, sending a chilling glare. A little warning is exactly what this instigator needs to learn his place. Back to the fight, Won-sok realizes he is about to lose, and his pride simply cannot take it. How could the self-proclaimed ace of the next generation lose to a pathetic F-rank? His reputation would be ruined. Driven mad, the berserker channels all his remaining power for a second body hardening. Below the ring, Warrant Officer Cheon Myung-ho is actually a bit surprised by this. A D-rank player doing a double hardening is quite impressive, but if he cannot break that brutal choke, even 10 more power-ups won't save him. He eagerly awaits the end of this duel. Who will be the hunter, and who will be the prey? As Won-sok goes completely feral, Hyun-wook boosts his own hardening, keeping a death grip on his throat. Ultimately, the berserker cannot hold out and collapses onto the cold floor. The undisputed victor is Hyun-wook, proudly standing right on top of the unconscious Won-sok. Nobody can believe their eyes, and they quickly rush over to check if the berserker is still breathing. Turns out he just passed out. Not dead. After the showdown, only his buddy Junmo runs over with a towel to congratulate Hyun-wook. But right then, Hyun-wook's attention shifts to Oh Sang-guk, who looks incredibly guilty. He was acting like a massive bully earlier, but now he is too terrified to even look him in the eye. Suddenly, Warrant Officer Cheon Myung-ho approaches and asks for his name. After a quick introduction, the officer hands over his business card, inviting him to join the Black Tiger Special Operations Unit. But Hyun-wook bluntly reminds him he is just an F-rank player. Yet the officer could not care less about those silly ranks. He values real, raw combat skill above everything else. Even though this is a sweet offer, Hyun-wook is not ready to accept it just yet. He knows that once the villain army attacks, he will get pulled into the special forces anyway, so he wants to keep his distance for now. Deciding on a plan, he takes the officer's card and tells him he will think about it later. Nearby, D-rank Oh Sang-guk is absolutely green with envy over his success. Afterward, the officer heads over to meet Battalion Commander Kim Kang-sok. He complains to his old friend about how short-staffed the Black Tiger unit is, and the commander deeply sympathizes. These days, external guilds snatch up any C-rank player they find. The academy trains talents only for the outside world to steal them away. They share the same fate. But sympathy aside, the commander knows exactly why the officer is visiting. He is eyeing the ace. That would be Sergeant Choi Young-jun. The officer does not deny it, but reveals he just scouted another highly intriguing soldier. And that soldier is none other than Lee Hyun-wook, the rising F-rank player, and our main character. After returning from his solo match, Hyun-guk heads out for a run to build stamina. Right behind him is his shadow, Byun-moo. This persistent guy keeps chasing after him, practically begging for the secret to getting stronger. Hyun-guk is completely speechless. He cannot even enjoy a peaceful run anymore, so their workout quickly turns into a wild game of tag. Little do they know, Battalion Commander Kim Kang-seuk is watching from a distance. He has already ordered a deep investigation into Hyun-guk's background before enlistment. "Sorry, kid. I did not want to pry into your business," the commander thinks, "but you are just too strong. It triggers greed, so I have no choice." Meanwhile, near Itaewon, a child out shopping with his mother spots a monkey running past. Driven by pure curiosity, the little boy follows the creature right into a dark alley. But that is no ordinary monkey. It is a terrifying monster from a newly opened gate hidden nearby. Back at AMT, Yoonha is currently guiding Hyun-guk to the armory to choose some gear. After the goblin incident, Kim Kang-sok officially acknowledged his achievement, granting him a weapon reward and some well-deserved leave. Still, the commander cannot fully believe that one rookie cleared the gate's first wave alone. Hearing this from Eunha, Hyun-guk is not surprised at all. Some things never change, and the commander is stubborn as ever. Seeing his nonchalance, Eunha thinks he is acting pretty arrogant. She directly confronts him about the strange clues she found on the battlefield. Every single goblin was slain with the exact same clean slash, proving one lone guard held off the entire first wave. Eunha tries to probe further to see if he is indeed that mysterious guard, but he barely pays attention. Instead, he pulls out a worn, battered sword and claims it. Looking at its terrible state, she assumes he is just picking whatever, but she is completely wrong. Hyun-guk has a highly strategic reason for choosing this specific blade. Known as the Cloud Sword, its only function is to absorb water and generate a thick mist to blind enemies. It sounds useless, but in his past life, Sergeant Choi Ji-hoon used this exact weapon to become the Sword Saint. Its true name is the Cloudmaster's Dark Hand. Myth says 3 weather gods descended with Hwanung, the Wind, Rain, and Cloudmasters. Among them, the Cloudmaster accomplished legendary feats using this very blade, which was famously referred to as his Dark Hand. It literally translates to the blade hidden in the clouds, or in other words, the Thunder Lord. If you know how to unlock its full potential, you can unleash lightning strong enough to solo raid a medium-tier monster dungeon. Combined with Hyun-guk's unique metal abilities, the fusion of steel and lightning is absolutely unmatched. In his past life, this belonged to Choi Ji-hoon, but now he is stealing it. Eunha still cannot understand his choice. With such an impressive achievement, why would he settle for this flimsy, worn-out sword? He has no desire to explain. Suddenly, an emergency siren blares regarding the Itaewon gate. Looking at his calm face, Eunha feels deeply unsettled. Normally, anyone hearing that alarm would freeze in panic, but he is totally unbothered, acting as if he knew it would happen. Never underestimate a woman's sharp intuition. Over in Itaewon, a group clad in gleaming white armor and carrying state-of-the-art weaponry stands guard near the active gate. These guys belong to the elite Chonghwa Guild. Their armor is so outrageously expensive that selling one set could buy a building in Gangnam. With unmatched prestige and wealth, the Chonghwa Guild is the absolute dream destination for any ambitious player. Even many D-class soldiers are already planning to join their ranks right after their discharge. Meanwhile, Hyun-guk is taking roll call for his battalion. Once everyone is accounted for, he briefs them on their upcoming mission. This time, they are dealing with a kobold gate. In this place, even minor monsters can cause massive casualties, mainly because they rely on lethal poison needles and toxic gas. Spotting his buddy Junmo casually rolling up his sleeves, Hyun-guk immediately warns him. One scratch from those needles means instant death. He then orders the entire squad to prepare gas masks in case of a sudden emergency. Right then, a few arrogant D-class hunters show up to mock them, throwing insults and disrespecting Hyun-guk's squad. He offers a final warning to wear gas masks, but they completely ignore his advice. Sighing at their sheer stupidity, he shifts focus back to rallying his team to begin deployment. He instructs them to place motion sensors in every drainage pipe and narrow pathway, giving them exactly 20 minutes to finish. Right before they head out, Hyun-guk pulls Junmo aside. Seeing his friend's clueless face, old memories suddenly flash back. In his past life, he had not gathered the squad this early. Ignorant of the threat, they arrived far too late, and the moment they grouped up, he caught a poison needle directly to his neck, followed by a barrage of toxic gas. Before his squad could even react, poison gas completely weakened them. Then, a horde of kobold monsters dropped down and slaughtered everyone. Hit by a poison needle, Hyun-guk lay paralyzed on the ground. Before he could even figure out a plan, the boss appeared right in front of him. This monster loved collecting its victims' eyeballs to make a sick necklace. At the absolute last second, Junmo rushed in to save his life. Junmo tried to pass Hyun-guk a gas mask, but that was when Hyun-guk spotted the boss charging forward with a massive blade. Just like that, the young man was forced to watch his best friend die, completely powerless to stop it. In this lifetime, Hyun-guk was determined to protect his crew. So, he handed Junmo a top-secret mission. The moment the signal dropped, Junmo had to lead their entire battalion straight out of the active combat zone. Hearing this, his buddy froze in absolute terror. After all, pulling this off was basically launching an armed desertion. And if they got caught deserting, every single one of them would face a military court and end up behind bars for at least 5 years. But Hyun-guk remained dead serious, insisting this was a calculated tactical move, not desertion. Meanwhile, multiple sectors inside the compound had already fallen, with Gamma Squad completely wiped out in the initial phase of Operation Red. Soon after, Beta Team discovered a massive kobold nest in Sector 2, Zone B9. A single nest packed with over 200 of those vicious beasts. Relying on their battlefield experience, Beta Squad pushed right into the center of the nest, quickly setting up a tight defensive formation. They activated magical circles just outside their heavy shields. As soon as those monsters lunged close, deadly bursts of fire erupted from the runes. Elsewhere, Hyun-guk was busy directing his men on how to set up the sensors when platoon leader Min-hee walked up to check on them. Seeing that the young man was using expensive aluminum tape to reinforce the markers, the leader immediately scoffed, calling it a total waste of money. Min-hee completely missed the actual point, assuming Hyun-guk was just trying to show off and compete with the elite units. Even as a subordinate, our main lead refused to back down, raising his voice to firmly explain his reasoning. Naturally, the platoon leader hated the attitude. He snapped right back, raising his own voice to put Hyun-guk in his place. Right as things got heated, a beautiful pink-haired girl ran up to defuse the situation. She was Seonha Choi, a C-rank sergeant and a skilled mage specializing in healing magic. She also happened to command the support squad, and was none other than the girl Min-hee was totally crushing on. Instantly, the guy threw his arm around Hyun-guk, putting on a fake smile to flirt with his crush. But Seonha cut the act short, announcing that the battalion commander wanted Hyun-guk immediately. Just a short distance away, Yoonha and her elite sniper squad kept watch from a rooftop, and she was keeping a very close eye on our main character. Even after talking with Seonha for a bit, Hyun-guk still could not figure out what the commander wanted from him. It made no sense to summon him in the middle of a crisis, but as a low-ranking soldier, he could not disobey direct military orders. So, he headed over to the temporary command post to meet with Kang Seok Kim. Waiting there was not just the commander, but also Warrant Officer Ma Young-ho, the man who had scouted him for the Black Tigers after that insane duel the other day. After they exchanged salutes, Kang Seok Kim got straight to the point, announcing a test for Hyun-guk since Jaeyoon Choi, the undisputed ace of their unit, was currently away on leave. He wanted Hyun-guk to temporarily lead Platoon 1 and take charge of the crucial support assault mission right at the gate. Across 2 lifetimes, Hyun-guk finally understood what it felt like to be completely overwhelmed by unexpected favor. Out of nowhere, his strict boss was handing him a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a major promotion. Honestly though, the guy did not care about titles at all. His only focus was saving his comrades. With that in mind, He flatly rejected Kang So Kim's offer, refusing to put the lives of Platoon 1 soldiers in unnecessary danger. He even raised his voice, reminding the commander that this was not a basic training drill, but a live, brutal combat zone. But the battalion commander shut him down with 2 cold words. "This is an order." Amidst the tension, an urgent alert came in from Delta Squad. The Kobold boss had left its nest, forcing the evacuation zone to immediately escalate from Phase 2 to Phase 3. Hearing the news, Hyunguk realized the beasts would target the support unit next. If he did not act immediately, their rear defensive line would be totally obliterated. He hated resorting to this option, but with the crisis escalating, he knew he had to play his final card with the commander. The perspective shifts to Yoonha on the rooftop. Looking down, she suddenly spotted Hyunguk sprinting like a madman toward the support unit. He screamed a desperate warning about the toxic gas, but it was already too late. Canisters rained from the sky, instantly blinding the entire area with thick smog. Right then, Hyunguk realized this toxic fog was rolling in much faster than it had in his previous life. Flashback to the command tent moments earlier. It turns out Hyunguk had decided to ruthlessly rip open the commander's oldest, deepest wound. He openly brought up the tragic incident where Kang-sok Kim lost every single member of his squad on his very first mission. Then Hyun-wook calls him out to his face for disrespecting the troops, sending a lowly F-rank hunter to lead a whole platoon just to test his skills. Kim Kang-sok stays totally calm. Instead, he orders Hyun-wook to join Platoon 1 directly under his own personal command. To anyone else, getting an offer like this would be a dream come true. But having lived 2 lifetimes, Hyun-wook does not care about rank, and he obviously cannot just tell them he knows the future. Ultimately, the young man refuses to gamble with his teammates' lives, straight up defying the battalion commander's direct orders. At that, Kim Kang-sok's face goes dark, and Warrant Officer Myung-ho quickly steps in to warn Hyun-wook. Disobeying orders in the middle of active combat carries a swift death penalty. Our hero knows the risks, but if he does not act right now, everyone in the rear guard will end up dead. Following a tense silence, the commander lets Hyun-wook stick with his original support unit. But before our boy can celebrate, the leader drops a warning. Punishment for this insubordination will be dealt with later, and he will have to face the consequences alone. Back in the present, Hyun-wook desperately holds his breath while searching for a gas mask. Once his mask is on, he pulls his sword from inventory and drenches it with water. He wants to rush over to save the others immediately, but he is stuck. With visibility this pitch black literally darker than your chances with your crush, Hyun-wook needs some serious night vision to see anything. Right now, he just hopes Junmo gets a brainwave and leads the group to safety. Nearby, a squad member named An Tae-min gets grabbed by a monstrous monkey. Seeing his teammate getting thrashed, Junmo rushes in to help. He unloads his gun on the monkey beast, ordering his squad to pull the wounded man back. Even though they have Sergeant Seon Ha on healer duty, she is completely panicking and unable to cast a single spell. Junmo cannot bring himself to blame the pretty girl. She is only 20, and it is her first time in a war zone, but honestly, he is feeling just as desperate and helpless. The squad is trapped in a brutal situation. Their ammo is completely dry, and those creepy monkey monsters just keep swarming in. At this rate, it is only a matter of time before they all get wiped out. In this absolute crisis, Junmo racks his brain, trying to figure out what his captain would do here. That is when he remembers that these kobold monsters are highly attracted to bright, glowing objects. So Junmo decides to pull a crazy stunt. He plans to turn himself into a walking flashlight to lure the pack away. While he acts as bait, the rest of the squad can grab the wounded and escape. Basically, it is a complete suicide mission. The squad is utterly shocked, but since he uses his authority as deputy leader, they have no choice but to follow Junmo's final orders. Right before making his move, the deputy leader thinks back to his otherwise useless ability. Despite wielding electromagnetic powers, his skill is so weak he cannot even take down a common, low-level mob. But realizing he can finally use this power to save his friends, Junmo charges his hammer with electricity to make it glow and takes off. Sure enough, the beasts are drawn to the light and chase him. Just as the kobolds are about to tear him apart, a flashing blade cuts through the mob. Hyun-wook has finally arrived. By now, his sword has fully absorbed all the necessary water. Its passive skill triggers, unleashing a cleansing mist that completely neutralizes the toxic gas in the immediate area. Seeing that his best friend is still breathing makes Hyun-wook incredibly relieved, but he is even more excited about the massive pack of monsters. Talk about free experience points ripe for the taking. With one hand purifying the toxic air and the other controlling daggers to slaughter the beasts, Hyun-wook watches valuable mana steel rain down, making him even more hyped up. Honestly, if Junmo was not standing right there, he would be grabbing those drops instantly. Despite slaying monsters for a while, the boss is nowhere in sight. But as he looks around, the remaining monkey beasts suddenly turn and bolt in one direction. He quickly realizes the pack received a direct signal from their boss to fall back and ambush the support unit. Hyunwook drags Junmo back toward the squad. Meanwhile, Yoonha's sniper team is still providing cover fire from a nearby rooftop. But with the thick fog blocking their vision, they cannot hit a single thing. She orders them to hold their ground and coordinate with the heavy weapons team, sniping any kobolds attempting to escape the toxic zone to reach civilians. Meanwhile, Yoonha puts on her gas mask and leaps down to check on Hyunwook herself. The guy acts like he knows exactly what is coming, and she definitely needs some real answers. Elsewhere, the squad begs Seon-ha to heal on Taemin, but she is too terrified to snap out of it. To make matters worse, the boss uses magic to yank away their defensive barrier. They are struggling to hold the line just as the entire swarm returns. With the squad completely helpless, two figures suddenly appear, chasing right behind the charging monsters. There they are, Hwang-guk and Junmo. Before even getting close, Hwang-guk hurls a knife straight at the boss, but the beast easily dodges. Seeing this, Guk immediately uses his powers to steer the flying knife back toward the boss. But this monster is incredibly agile, dodging every single one of his strikes. It is not until his very last shot that he finally hits the jar on the boss's back. Poison gas leaks from the broken jar. Suddenly, the boss and its minions leap out from all directions, shooting venomous needles at Hwang-guk through the toxic fog. He quickly runs toward Junmo, using his metal manipulation skill to redirect the incoming barrage of poison needles. Right then, a system warning pops up, alerting him that his metal manipulation speed is far exceeding his current capabilities. Because of this, Hwang-guk completely loses control of his M7 sword that was tracking the boss. By now, the young man realizes this boss monster is commanding the monkey pack to attack them. If he launches a direct strike at the boss to scare it off, he can buy some critical time for the rest of his team. But Junmo is still right beside him. Dragging his friend into a direct confrontation with the boss is just way too dangerous. So, Hwang-guk tells him they need to fall back behind the barrier first before making another move. Seeing them try to escape, the monkey monsters shoot another round of poison needles. Spotting this, the young man quickly turns back to manipulate the incoming needles. Meanwhile, Junmo manages to leap over the wooden crate barrier. Once Hwang-guk finishes redirecting the needles, he quickly joins his friend on the other side. Safely behind cover, the poison needles can no longer reach them. The boss is absolutely furious, but there is absolutely nothing it can do right now. Once they escape, Hwang-guk finally has a moment to check on the team behind him. Some are wounded, others are completely unconscious, and everyone looks absolutely exhausted. Guk quickly asks for the medic, the only healer in their squad, but Seon-ha is frozen in pure terror, sobbing uncontrollably and unable to do a single thing. Seeing her like this, Hwang-guk's blood begins to boil. He knows she is completely panic-stricken, but if their only healer breaks down like this, the entire squad is as good as dead. With a grim expression, he shouts Seon-ha's name. Startled mid-sob, she snaps her head around to look at him in surprise. Hwang-guk bluntly demands that she pull herself together, warning her that her panic is going to get everyone in the squad killed. Being called out so harshly serves as a harsh wake-up call for Seon-ha. She forces herself to calm down and activates her healing skill on Private Taemin. Even though it feels a bit late, driven by her heavy guilt, Seon-ha pours all her energy into treating her injured teammate. Seeing her work, Hwang-guk finally breathes a sigh of relief. He then borrows knives from everyone in the team, ready to pay the boss back. Controlling the floating knives swirling around him, he steps out from behind the barrier. Sensing his movement, the monsters hiding behind the crates wait for the perfect moment to strike. Little do they know, Hwang-guk has already set up a trap, just waiting for these monkeys to jump right in. Earlier, he had marked and placed sensors right at the center of the area. Now, the young man moves directly toward that pre-marked central position. Now, Hwang-guk just needs to pinpoint the location of the alpha, the one directing the monkey pack from the shadows. Once he takes that boss down, this whole nightmare will finally be over. With that in mind, he activates his metal detection skill to sweep the entire sensor zone. By spotting any anomalous metal signatures in the area, he can easily pinpoint the exact location of every single monkey beast. With their coordinates locked in, Hwang-guk commands his blades to impale the hidden monsters. They are completely wiped out, except for the boss, who uses magic to deflect the blades. Having located his target, he launches several more knives straight at it. But this boss is no pushover either. It manages to catch and block all of Hwang-guk's knives. Having locked down his weapons, the boss orders its minions to spit poison needles at him. Since Guk's focus is entirely on controlling his blades, he cannot redirect the needles this time. Left with no choice, Hwang-guk has to let the poison needles pierce straight into his arms. Seizing the opportunity, the boss orders an all-out attack. If this were his past self, he would have been dead and buried by now. Fortunately, he is different now. Utilizing body hardening, he turns his arms into solid steel, rendering the poisonous needles completely useless against him. Immediately after, Hwang-guk commands his blades to slice through the monsters one by one. Under his control, the knives form a deadly metal hurricane, shredding the remaining monkey beasts to pieces. In the end, only the Dark Mage boss is left standing. And now, the fierce one-on-one battle between our main character and the boss Koban begins. Furious that teaming up did not stop Hwang-guk, the Dark Mage plays dirty, launching a massive cloud of toxic gas straight at him. He quickly uses metal detection to analyze the monster's next move. If he carelessly swings his sword like last time, the boss will easily exploit it, so he must proceed with caution. Strangely though, the Dark Mage remains completely frozen in place, not making a single move. By the time Hwang-guk realizes something is off, it is already too late. The boss had cast a magic circle on the ground, summoning vines to snare his legs. It hurls him into the air, slamming him violently back down to the ground. A normal person taking a hit like that would have had their entire body shattered. Believing Hwang-guk met the same fate, the Dark Mage grins triumphantly. But before the boss can celebrate for even a single minute, the young man stands tall on the ground, glaring right back at it. Turns out right before hitting the ground, our guy hardened his legs into solid steel to save his own skin. Seeing that, the boss uses his insane speed to slip behind his back for a sneak attack. But too bad, because Hyun-guk absolutely hates cheap shots. Seriously, whenever someone tries to backstab him, he gets a massive power boost. Talk about a ridiculous broken cheat code. He lands an absolute haymaker right on the monster. Then, he hardens his legs and drives a brutal kick straight into its face. The boss spits blood as it goes flying. Being the nice guy he is, Hyun-guk tells it about his reincarnation before slicing it up with throwing knives. These knives belong to his comrades who died in his past life. But despite getting absolutely shredded, the boss is somehow still breathing. Before delivering the final blow, Hyun-guk remembers Junmo, the loyal friend who was brutally slaughtered by this monster just to save him. Channeled by pure rage, he drives his cloud sword deep into its chest. Suddenly, the system alerts him that his blade is absorbing its life force. Ripping his sword back out, Hyun-guk slices the monster's face right down the middle. This beast gave him a lifelong facial scar in his past life. Now, the boss is officially dead, while his cloud sword continues draining the rest of its life. Finally, he has successfully rewritten his dark, tragic future. Suddenly, a strange badge drops from the dead Dark Mage. After picking it up, his system alerts him that he has obtained the Inferno Demon Badge. It holds the dark power of Hellfire, deeply sealed within the demon race. It also happens to be a top-tier item among the Divine Badge collection. Staring at the badge, Hyun-guk remembers a legendary figure from his past life who originally owned this item. The Necromancer. He was known as one of the most terrifying villains in human history. People feared the Necromancer because he controlled a massive army of undead, turning the world into a living hell for anyone left alive. While details are scarce, Hyun-guk is absolutely certain this villain possesses the exact same non-growth trait as him. In this world, the non-growth trait allows someone to level up in unique ways rather than standard training and combat. With so many unknowns surrounding the Necromancer, Hyun-guk has to lay low for now. If he could truly go all out, his power would skyrocket even faster. Thinking back to his past life, after successfully punching that villain in the face in his past life, he only scored a cheap knockoff version. Yet somehow, Hyun-guk just stumbled upon the real, authentic deal right here. He has no idea why it is here, but free loot is free loot. Just as he prepares to claim it, a voice calls out. It is Yunha. There is no telling how much of the battle she actually witnessed, but she immediately draws her sword, demanding to know who he really is. Just as things are getting incredibly awkward, another person suddenly enters the scene. It is a stunning, drop-dead, gorgeous woman with a giant spider perched casually on her shoulder. The moment she arrives, she and Yunha share a very tense, sarcastic greeting. Yunha tries to block her from entering the secure military zone, but the mysterious woman completely ignores her and walks straight over to Hyun-guk. Turns out, she watched his entire fight with the Dark Mage, and now she wants to recruit him into her guild. She introduces herself as Catherine Yu, the chief strategist of the powerful Soon Guild. Her real name is Yu Hina, daughter of the Chunghwa Guildmaster and an A-rank player. Seeing Hyun-guk stare blankly, she assumes he has no idea who she is. To be fair, she is a massive celebrity among top-tier players. But our guy is frozen because he remembers Yu Hina, as one of the ruthless villains who helped wipe out humanity in his past life. Back then, Eunha was brutally slaughtered by this very woman while trying to protect him. Back in reality, Hina is still trying to scout Hyunguk. Feeling completely ignored, Eunha steps in and loudly repeats her demand for the intruder to leave the military zone immediately. Annoyed that her scouting is being interrupted, Hina turns around to mock the stubborn knight. No weapons are drawn, but the absolute death stares between these two women are more than enough to give Hyunguk serious goosebumps. Just as the tension peaks, headlights cut through the dark as Captain Kim Kang-so pulls up in his military vehicle. Scanning the pile of dead monsters, the captain instantly knows who is responsible. Under his boss's intense, highly judgmental stare, Hyunguk wishes he could just vanish on the spot. Sizing up the situation, the captain steps forward to greet Hina. He exchanges polite words before tactfully telling her to leave. Facing Kang-so's serious military authority, Hina has no choice but to back off. She blows a kiss onto her business card and slips it right into Hyunguk's shirt pocket. Giving him a highly seductive look, she tells him to call her before finally walking away. While our guy stands there completely dazed and confused, the captain suddenly snaps him back to reality. He officially appoints him as the acting tactical squad leader over at the Gone Gate. His mission is to protect the surviving citizens and recruit new members. Talk about a sudden, heavy promotion out of nowhere. What on earth? Hyun-wook still had absolutely no idea what his company commander was trying to pull. Right then, Kang-sok ordered him to handle all the cleanup duty once the final report was wrapped up. At this point, the poor guy had absolutely no choice but to follow orders. Out of nowhere, Eunha turned around and threw him a razor-sharp glare, making Hyun-wook instantly break a sweat. Fortunately, she did not say another word and just left with the commander, letting our main character off the hook for now. 1 week later, at the 3rd Brigade's 1st Company, the system notified Hyun-wook that he had successfully finished absorbing the Inferno Demon Metal. His metal control limit had now increased to 3,458 grams. On top of that, the system announced a brand new subspace was forming inside his stomach. But thanks to this painful system update, Hyun-wook ended up clutching his stomach on the toilet, too miserable to face anyone. Even though he had been through this process before, his current body was still too weak, making the pain way more agonizing. Seeing his best friend spending an unusually long time in the bathroom, Junmo naturally assumes he is secretly enjoying some spicy adult videos without sharing. While Hyun-wook struggles with a massive stomachache, his friend keeps demanding to share. Furious, Hyun-wook roars, lights up the room, and kicks him out. Ever since the monkey monster incident, nobody dares to underestimate the gates anymore. Before, simply ignoring and underestimating the danger of these gates had led to massive casualties over in Itaewon. Fortunately, thanks to Corporal Choi Seonha's desperate efforts, Private First Class An Tae-min was safely rushed to the military hospital in critical condition. After this incident, Hyun-wook finally abandoned his foolish idea of carrying the entire team alone. From then on, members of the support squad began training relentlessly every single day to get stronger and at least protect themselves. However, 2 new problems arise in Hyun-wook's squad. First, the pretty, pink-haired Seon-ha calls him every chance she gets. This keeps their platoon leader constantly burning with jealousy, creating far too many unexpected variables for Hyun-wook to execute his plans smoothly. The second issue is that the company commander suddenly offers him a commissioned officer position instead of a non-commissioned one. Without a doubt, Company Commander Kim Kang-sok has taken a very special interest in Hyun-wook during this chaotic Itaewon operation. After witnessing the young soldier's incredible abilities, the commander aims to build an ideal military culture that looks past rank. That sounds nice and all, but he can do it alone because Hyun-wook wants absolutely nothing to do with it. Naturally, he does not dare reject the boss directly, so he politely promises to think it over during his upcoming vacation. 3 weeks later, on a bright, sunny day with clear blue skies, Hyun-wook officially begins his long-awaited vacation. And how does our guy start his vacation? Locked inside the bathroom. After struggling so much with that metal, he finally satisfies the secret condition and unlocks a brand new skill. This skill is D-rank Blaze, and for now, it comes with 2 primary effects. First, this internal furnace boosts metal absorption speed by 50 to 250%, although a more active furnace inflicts agonizing pain on his body. The second effect is Metal Breath. It allows him to store a portion of metal in his inventory and unleash it for massive damage, with a current limit of 3 kilograms per shot. On top of that, satisfying certain hidden conditions will upgrade the level of this Blaze skill. So from now on, Hyun-wook can digest everything much faster, meaning no more spending half his day hugging the toilet like this. Dressing up in a cool outfit, the young man admired his handsome reflection in the mirror, reminding himself to be much more cautious during his next encounters with the monsters. In his past life, a disaster so severe occurred at Seoul Station that even the military completely lost control of the situation. Ultimately, the commander had to make the hard decision to abandon all the citizens trapped inside Seoul Station, facing heavy criticism from everyone. This time, Hyun-wook was fully determined not to let that tragedy happen again. To do that, he had to prepare everything during this vacation leave. This was his chance to change the future. Brimming with determination, he stepped out the door and immediately ran into a familiar pink-haired figure, Seon-ha. Stepping away from her usual cute style, she wore a pretty edgy outfit today. The moment they met, Seon-ha asked him for a lighter. Their eyes met, and after a moment of silence, they boarded the train together. Seeing the guy next to her quiet as a statue, Seon-ha decided to break the silence. She remarked that since it had been a long time since his last leave, his parents must be thrilled. But before she could say anything else, Hyun-wook calmly replied that his parents had passed away when he was very young. Hearing this, Seon-ha froze completely. To comfort her, the young man explained that he was no longer lonely, having found people who felt just like real family. Those people were his trusted comrades in arms. Actually, this applied more to his past life self since he had not met them yet, but in his mind, they were already his family. Afterward, Hyun-wook got off first. With his leave lasting 4 days and 3 nights, he was determined to prepare everything for the future during this brief time. And the first thing to prepare was, of course, money. At that moment, he spots a banner for the Blue Corporation hanging on the wall. The mastermind behind Blue Chip, currently sitting on a $1,000,000,000 fortune, is none other than Gordon Pressey, the very same man who brutally murdered Hyung-guk in his past life. Even now, his dirty money is flowing beneath the surface, buying off high-ranking officials and players to dominate the black market for items. Step by step, this shadow economy is giving him total control over everything. People sell their souls to the devil for many reasons, but cash is always king. And Gordon Pressey is the perfect example of that greed. Hyung-guk knows he can't match the trader's massive wealth right now, but he's determined not to get swept away by his corrupt money games. Fortunately, he has future knowledge of major events and the exact locations where fortunes are waiting to be made. This means that by investing before everyone else, he can rake in serious cash, even with a tiny starting budget. To pull this off, he needs an incredibly trustworthy partner who would never betray him. Luckily, Hyung-guk knows just the person and heads straight to his office to make a deal. But before he can even step inside, Hyung-guk spots 2 men having a heated argument right outside the entrance. To be exact, a small-statured young man is getting bullied by a silver-haired guy who seems furious about his new assignment and is demanding a better job. Both of them are actually familiar faces to Hyung-guk. The moment the silver-haired thug spots him, he sneers and calls him a brainless meathead. That punchable face instantly drags up bad high school memories. This silver-haired jerk is named Lee Won-chun. Hyung-guk coldly brushes past him, acting like they're complete strangers. Getting totally ignored makes the thug furious, and he threatens to teach our main character a brutal lesson. But Hyung-guk is all too familiar with Won-chun's pathetic games. Back in their school days, when he first awakened with the rare ability to manipulate metal, he grabbed everyone's attention. But since his power was stuck at F rank, he could only control basic everyday objects. The constant trash-talking behind his back was bad enough. But Won-chun took it further, beating Hyung-guk's face to a pulp just because he thought an F-rank awakened brought shame to all players. This jerk is a C-rank brawler who currently belongs to the Hope Guild. Even after all these years, Won-chun's trashy personality hasn't changed one single bit. Seething with rage, he tries to throw another punch. While the small guy desperately tries to hold him back, our main character throws him a smug, fearless look, basically daring him to go for it. This drives Won-chun absolutely insane. But just as he lunges to punch Hyung-guk in the face, he freezes. One more step, and he will be turned into a human pincushion. Without anyone noticing, our hero had deployed a deadly web of hovering knives all around him. While this might not kill Won-chun, Hyung-guk could easily cripple him for life. Just as the tension reaches a breaking point, Won-chun's lackey rushes over, urging him to get to work. Seeing the newcomer, our main character instantly drops the daggers and wraps his arm around the bully. To outsiders, they look like old buddies, but Hyung-guk is actually mocking the guy for getting kicked out of the White Tiger Guild. With his C-rank status, Won-chun should have landed a sweet gig with White Tiger. But on his very first raid, the coward literally wet his pants and abandoned his teammates to save his own skin. With this humiliating secret, Hyung-guk forces him to back off, and Won-chun storms away in pure anger. Once the loudmouth is gone, our hero gets right down to business with the small young man. Meanwhile, the silver-haired punk ends up working security at a Blue Corporation building. but he is still so bitter about earlier that he keeps scowling like a low-life thug. The client gets annoyed by his attitude and calls him out. Snapping completely, Wan Chun floors the employer and brutally beats him. After a bloody beating, he walks off the job. Still consumed by pure rage, he orders his lackeys to hire someone to shadow Hyunguk. The mere thought of getting threatened by a weak F-rank makes him boil. Meanwhile, the man Hyunguk seeks out is Park Cho-soo. He is the leader of the Hope Guild and a brilliant analyst. He is celebrated as the top player behind the F-rank rediscovery project. Our hero sees Cho-soo as a true savior, since he was the one who helped him unlock his true potential. Now, Hyunguk shares highly confidential data with him. This secret intelligence is their golden ticket to massive wealth and a brand new life. But Cho-soo is still skeptical about these wild claims. Our main character totally understands his hesitation though. After all, if some guy suddenly showed up promising to change your life, if you just followed him, who would actually believe it? To earn Cho-soo's trust, Hyunguk stakes his entire identity and credentials on this bet. After all, this invaluable information cost him a whole previous lifetime to acquire. With no other collateral to offer, betting his own identity is his only real choice. He even pulls up private chats between him and his superiors to prove he is the real deal. Every single detail he brought is absolute gold. With that said, Hyunguk hands his entire life savings to Cho-soo and asks him to manage the investment. The card holds 20 million won. It might not be a massive fortune, but it is the precious inheritance left by his late parents. The young analyst is completely blown away by this level of trust. After listening to Hyunguk's pitch, he finally agrees to help. That warm, familiar look on Cho-soo's face instantly reminds our hero of his past life. Back during his darkest days, when he had lost his best friend, his appearance, and all respect from those around him. She was the only one who stood by Hyunguk during his darkest times. That's why you and I see him sharing his profits with Chu, returning the warmth she showed him in his past life. Hyunguk isn't just looking out for himself here, he's doing this to repay Chu's kindness. After leaving the Hope Guild, he recalls major events from his past life. In the future, humanity will discover another world and actually start communicating with the beings living there. Armed with advanced technology from those otherworldly exchanges, the brutal Dungeon Gate War will hit a massive turning point. The advanced techniques brought by these otherworldly beings are absolutely crucial to stopping gate outbreaks and the massive monster waves destined to appear in the near future. To make that happen, humanity has to connect with these visitors and learn their incredible technical skills directly from them. Before this major event goes down, Hyunguk needs to gather materials and recruit top-tier experts to his side. With that in mind, the young man heads to a local blacksmith alley to buy magic stones. For this second round of preparing for the future, he must work with 7 dwarf experts to forge the absolute ultimate gear. At this critical stage, finding master-level blacksmiths is his absolute top priority. He absolutely must find these masters before the dangerous villains notice them. The first target on his radar is this incredibly muscular, silver-haired master blacksmith named Kang Dong-gu. Due to his explosive temper, he got kicked out of his guild and fell into severe financial trouble. The man is undeniably bad-tempered, but his incredible forging skills are second to none. Watching Dong-gu work, Hyunguk instantly recognizes that he is crafting a spear made of orichalcum. It looks rough and unfinished right now, but later on, this spear will pierce the heart of the terrifying dragon Terax, a monster from the future, earning this weapon the legendary name of the Dragon Slayer Spear. To think that the origin of such legendary tier gear is actually this rundown, shabby blacksmith shop. While Hyunguk is staring around in awe, a young girl approaches. With a heavy, hilarious local accent, she fires back at the old blacksmith without missing a single beat. Seeing this familiar face, Hyunguk cannot help but feel a warm wave of happiness. This girl is the blacksmith Kang Bae, one of his trusted comrades from his previous life. 4 years from now, after Kang Dong-gu passes away, she will inherit all of her grandfather's skills, eventually rising to become an incredibly outstanding master blacksmith. While he is lost in his memories, Bae is busy sizing up the young man standing before her. With eyes as sharp as radar, she instantly notices his incredibly expensive clothes. Before he even buys anything, she immediately treats Hyunguk like a total VIP customer with ultimate enthusiasm. Sometimes his old friend's money-loving eyes leave him completely speechless. But hey, you and I can see he successfully captured Bae's attention. After looking around the shop, Hyunguk sweeps all the magic metal into his cart, along with a few other random items. The total bill comes to 18 million won. Bae's eyes light up with pure joy. But the old blacksmith Dong-gu remains highly suspicious of the young man's motives. At a single glance, he knows the kid is no mage. Yet this young man is buying highly toxic magic metals that are impossible to process, and mithril alloy stones. Donggu suspects money laundering, but Bae quickly cuts her grandfather off and packs the goods for Hyunguk. To her, making 18 million won is the only thing that matters right now, everything else is irrelevant. Hyunguk just smiles sheepishly, saying he desperately needs them, and even promises to drop lots of cash here in the future. Hearing this, Donggu just sighs and lets it go. Hearing that her VIP customer will return, Bae smiles ear to ear. Looking at his dear friend, Hyunguk can only apologize to her in his heart. Although she suffered a tragic death on the battlefield in his past life, his class forcing him to drag her into this chaos once again. But this time, he vows to use every method possible to protect his beloved friend. After a long, exhausting day, Hyunguk returns to his hotel, completely unaware that he is being watched. Sitting comfortably on his bed, the young man begins experimenting with the toxic metal stones he went around gathering all day. Before his official leave comes to an end, he needs to increase his metal weight control, which will allow him to boost his body's poison resistance by absorbing these dangerous items. Normally, it takes Hyunguk 20 minutes to absorb just one toxic metal piece. But the payoff is worth it, as his poison resistance spikes afterward. But now, with the breath of the forge burning inside him, his metal absorption efficiency skyrockets to an insane 250%. The only massive catch is that after each attempt, Hyunguk must endure absolute, mind-shattering pain. As if the pain isn't enough, the system keeps pinging constantly, warning him about the danger. But he has no choice, time is running out before the Jisun Gate event begins. And so, Hyunguk spends 2 entire days enduring this agonizing process. 2 days later, Woo Chun finally manages to track him down. As it turns out, the stalker was actually one of his men. That scout saw him stay cooped up in the hotel for 2 straight days and tipped off the silver-haired boss. Right now, Hyunguk is deeply poisoned, entering stage 2 of his resistance training. After fully absorbing all those toxic metals, he can now easily manipulate 17,499 grams of metal weight. His metal detection skill also leveled up, and you and I will soon see him tracking 500 grams within 135 meters. At this point, Hyunguk could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The second stage of poison resistance was surprisingly painless. Thanks to his progress, he could now telekinetically control around 60 daggers at once. With the stage complete, the system announced a successful first potential breakthrough, granting him a brand new special skill. This new skill was D-rank Shatter Metal, which focused his mana to instantly destroy a specific amount of target metal. The mana consumption depended on how much metal he targeted, making this the ultimate skill for stripping away his enemy's gear. This single ability was enough to completely wreck any defense. But as he relaxed, he sensed something dangerous lurking right behind his door. Right on cue, the door was smashed to pieces as Woo Chun burst in. He expected an easy ambush, but to his disappointment, Hyunguk did not flinch. Not wanting to deal with this immature punk, Hyunguk warned him that as a soldier, he had strict rules against fighting. But of course, Woo Chun did not care at all. Consumed by rage, he lunged forward with a heavy punch. The punch carried massive force, but our main character easily blocked it by turning his hand into solid steel. He still tried to talk Woo Chun down. Since they were inside a hotel, any loud noise would disturb the other guests. But this crazy bastard did not care about that at all. Woo Chun unleashed a rapid wind-splitting kick, but Hyunguk slipped past it, spun around, and delivered a heavy counterpunch straight to his gut. Even for a seasoned fighter, taking a direct hit from a steel fist was absolutely devastating. Doubled over in pain, Woo Chun collapsed to the floor, clutching his stomach, but he still refused to yield. He quickly channeled mana into his legs to prep another deadly kick. Seeing this, Hyunguk warned him that unleashing such power would seriously injure innocent people in the hotel. But Woo Chun was way past caring. All he wanted was to beat the living daylights out of the guy he hated. Realizing words were useless against a complete madman, Hyunguk had no other option. He smashed right through the glass and leaped out of the building. Thinking his opponent was trying to escape, Woo Chun jumped right after him, leaving a massive, gaping hole in the side of the hotel building. Free-falling through the air, Hyunguk quickly activated his skill to reinforce his legs into solid steel. By combining his skills, he gained complete control of his movements mid-air, allowing him to dodge Woo Chun's follow-up strikes and execute a perfect, safe landing. Back in his past life, he could never move with this level of absolute freedom. But now, by linking his abilities, he had perfect control. Before he could even catch his breath, though, Woo Chun came diving down from above for a brutal stomp. Hyunguk easily sidestepped. Furious that none of his attacks were landing, Woo Chun started screaming insults and threw a wild barrage of rapid punches. But with god-tier dodging skills, our main character effortlessly slipped past every single one of those desperate strikes. Naturally, their loud duel alarmed the entire neighborhood, and panicking onlookers immediately started calling the police and the Hunter Association. Hyun-guk realized dozens of eyes were watching them now. Since he was an active-duty military officer, striking back publicly was completely out of the question. If he threw even one reckless punch, the media would blow this entire situation way out of proportion. A public scandal like that would completely ruin his upcoming plans to join the massive dungeon raid in Gun. Realizing his opponent was holding back because of all the onlookers, Woo Chun decided to play dirty, preparing to unleash a skill that would collapse the entire building. Recognizing the danger, Hyun-guk warned him one final time, but the madman refused to listen. With no choice left, he triggered his shatter metal skill, exploding Woo Chun's leg armor. The silver-haired punk collapsed, screaming in agony as blood pooled around him. Only now did sheer terror finally set in. Looking down at the guy's pathetic state, Hyun-guk calmly asked him why on earth he had to push things this far. Unbelievably, this absolute psycho did it all just because he did not like his face. Hearing that petty response, he told him flat out that he did not deserve to be a player. Bullies who only cared about feeding their own massive egos were always the first to betray humanity and turn into vile traitors. When Woo Chun tried to spit out one last insult, Hyun-guk pressed a sharp metal shard against his throat, threatening to permanently take his legs if he ever showed his face again. In reality, he could have easily beaten this guy to a pulp, but with much bigger goals on his mind, he chose not to waste his energy. The confrontation finally ended with Woo Chun severely injured and the timely arrival of the local security forces. The following morning, Hyun-guk was summoned to the police station for questioning, where he claimed he was merely trying to stop the rampage. Since the victim had a notorious criminal record for violent bullying, the police easily believed his story. Furthermore, because of his registered F-rank status, the police had zero suspicion. The official report concluded that Woo Chun's horrific injury was simply a freak accident from exploding gear. Just as he stepped out of the precinct, an investigator arrived with a detailed analysis of the shattered leg guard. The report clearly indicated that the shin guards had no manufacturing defects, durability issues, or random mana leaks. While a sudden explosion made absolutely no sense, claiming that a weak F-rank shattered the defense of a strong C-rank was even more impossible. Ultimately, Hyun-guk walked away completely innocent. As he walked down the street, he began reflecting on his long journey from the past. Back then, as he lay recovering in the hospital, the news on television was grim. The death toll of citizens trapped at Soon Station had reached 745. Aside from the first 3 monster waves, this was a disaster unlike anything the world had ever seen. Unlike the previous 2 gates, Hyun-guk did not actually witness this one opening with his own eyes, meaning with so little information, anything could go wrong. He had to move fast, teaming up with Gun to respond. He desperately wanted to evacuate the civilians, but he could not risk it. A traitor was hiding in the crowd, and any sudden move would spook him and make him run. If that happened, he would lose his only chance to change the future. He had just 2 minutes left. As Hyun-guk tried to focus his mind, a voice suddenly called out to him. It was Seon-ha. She was searching for him after hearing he had been dragged to the police station. The whole unit was in chaos. In his past life, she was never here. Her presence here was a major wildcard. And in less than 1 minute, the worst gate on Earth would open. Right now, Seon-ha was still demanding an explanation about why he had been arrested in the first place. But there was absolutely no time for useless talk. He simply ignored her questions and focused on setting his plan in motion. Dropping a bag full of metal ball bearings onto the ground, he ordered Seon-ha to grab a gas mask the moment he gave the signal. Before she could understand, a violent gust of wind suddenly whipped past. A massive gate ripped open right on the ceiling of Soon Station, unleashing waves of monsters. Hyun-guk immediately gave the signal. Nearby, a mother turned to her daughter. "Go ahead, honey, I will catch up," the mother said. But the girl whined, refusing to leave. "I want to watch you go first." But right during their sweet moment, a black void opened out of nowhere, swallowing her mother whole. The girl collapsed in absolute panic, screaming out, "Mom!" Just then, the system blared an alert. A special emergency quest had begun. Survive for 6 hours, or defeat the boss monster. Looking up at the massive, swirling vortex, Hyun-guk turned to the deputy platoon leader. "The second I give the signal, go find a gas mask." Suddenly, a massive spider dropped from the ceiling, prompting him to scream. The giant beast opened its terrifying bottomless maw, sending the panicked crowd screaming and running in every direction. Hyun-guk yelled at his deputy to focus entirely on evacuating the civilians. Gritting her teeth, she shouted back, "I am a soldier too. I am not leaving you behind." Just tell me what to do and I will cover you with everything I have. Hyunguk roared back, reminding her that combat was not her specialty. She needed to stay in the rear, manage the evacuation, and treat the wounded. Reluctantly, the deputy platoon leader backed down and agreed. I have no idea what you are planning, but you better survive this. Honestly, if she did not get moving soon, neither of them would. Back at headquarters, the Major General leaned forward. Kim Kang-sok, are you seriously proposing to make an F-rank soldier an officer? Kang-sok stood at attention, replying that a true leader should not be held back by the government's rigid and outdated hierarchy. As you already know, sir, a player's official rank does not reflect their true level. Those ratings are just basic statistics. They only project combat performance based on theoretical compatibility and generic traits during standard dungeon raids. Even though these levels adjust over time, many capable soldiers are still heavily underestimated on the real battlefield. Over at the training center, every single awakened South Korean citizen is processed here before being drafted into the military. They undergo 2 months of intense training and are classified based on a standard entry exam. The Major General scowled in frustration. If we abandon our structural hierarchy, every veteran player will simply jump ship to the private guilds, while absolute rookies get promoted to officers, who would even respect our military authority after that. Are you trying to tell me our entire military system is corrupt? Is that it? People are already screaming to shut down the Monster Defense Division entirely. Furious, he slammed the desk and lunged forward. Talk about an overreaction. Seeing Kang-sok remain silent, the general finally sat back down with a heavy sigh. You might think you found a loophole, but nothing is going to change. Just then, his phone rang. The voice on the other end reported an emergency gate opening in the 1st Battalion's sector. Specifically, the gate had opened right inside Soon Station. It was an anomaly. Both men froze in absolute shock. In this world, an anomaly meant a sudden spatial disaster striking a targeted area. It placed massive debuffs on active players, while rewriting the rules to make survival nearly impossible. Back inside the station, a soldier conjured a massive magic circle, unleashing a torrent of fire. Captain, what the hell are these spiders? They are not in any of our standard guides. The monster lunged forward with razor-sharp claws, but the squad quickly coordinated, unleashing high-tier ice magic to freeze the beast solid on the spot. Guess frozen spider legs are on the menu tonight. Dropping to one knee, a soldier gritted his teeth. Knowing the ice would not hold a monster of that size for long, they have to seize the moment and strike with everything they have got. He immediately leaps up and charges at the spider, determined to keep it from moving. Dozens of eyes pop open on the spider as the ice begins to thaw. It swings its massive claws, shattering the frozen shell. The man quickly conjures a protective shield, blocking the swarm of tiny round pellets launched by the giant spider. This monster is known as the poison-armored spider. With its incredibly thick hide, standard attacks won't even scratch it. Does he really have enough power to defeat this thing right now? Hyunguk wonders as he cautiously closes in on the beast. Was a mere 2 days of preparation actually enough? There is no time to hesitate now, it is time to put it to the test. No one knows what Hyunguk just did, but the spider suddenly collapses, leaving his teammate utterly dumbfounded. Hyunguk simply stares at the tiny, floating bubbles. But don't celebrate just yet, that was only the first one. A horde of other spiders emerges, and Hyunguk lets out a smug, cheeky smirk. Stupid spiders! How dare they try to look down on human beings like that? Elsewhere, an army stands in perfect formation, with row after row of military trucks lined up behind them. Squad 1 is ready. Squad 3 is ready. We are deploying the red zone defense to stage 6. Is everyone clear? An officer asks his commander. That thing is absolutely massive, so why aren't we mobilizing more mages? We should be using magic to shatter the barrier. The commander replies, no, that isn't magic. It is a system rule. You cannot break a system rule unless the entire system itself crashes. All we can do is wait for the timer to run out. Lieutenant Colonel Kim Kang-sok walks over to ask Strategy Chief Hana, how many players under level 15 does the Cheonghua Guild currently have over there? She looks up at Kang-suk. First of all, does Cheonghua even have players like that? And are you seriously sending a rescue team in? They will die in there. Kang-sok takes off his glasses, reminding her that over 800 lives are trapped inside. If we prioritize our military safety above all else, none of this makes sense. Besides, there is a highly reliable person inside. Han Seolho's image flashes in Kang-seok's mind. Meanwhile, Hyunguk unleashes magical streams to blast the spider, which violently swings its razor-sharp claws right at him. Hyunguk leaps backward, buffing his iron control skill before shouting, "Do what we did before, freeze it solid!" His teammates immediately unleash their freezing skills. locking down the spider that was charging at Hyun-guk. Another spider crawls out of nowhere, lunging at the group. Infuriated, Hyun-guk barks, "You disgusting freak! You picked the wrong opponent. I am your opponent!" He hurls an attack directly at it, sending it crashing down. Meanwhile, the frozen spider shatters its icy prison and roars. Hyun-guk smirks with absolute confidence. "Are you awake yet? Why don't you take your little friend back home and go back to sleep?" The system warns that his mana is draining rapidly, down to 63%. Hyun-guk unleashes Iron Grind, twisting the spider's face as its multiple eyes bulge in agony. Another warning flashes mana is dropping fast, down to 39%. In the end, the giant spider collapses flat onto the ground, dead. An onlooker standing right outside the door witnesses the entire fight, staring at Hyun-guk in deep thought. There is no way a heavyweight like him just coincidentally took the subway today. Why on earth is someone like this at Soon Station? Damn it. Everything is ruined. He cannot believe he failed his very first mission. The system interface flashes. Attack quest. Target missed. The poison-armored spiders at Gate 1 were nesting inside Soon Station. Hyun-guk calls out, announcing that the first wave seems to be over. All soldiers, gather up now. As they assemble, one of them speaks up to thank him. "We were simply too weak to stop the first wave ourselves. I am guessing you must be a high-ranking player." Hyun-guk stays silent, scanning the entire group with an intense gaze. Why is he staring at us so closely? A soldier wonders in confusion. Is there a problem? Hyun-guk remains quiet, silently thinking that it is strange he cannot find them, since they are supposed to be a security member. The deputy platoon leader rushes over in a hurry, and Hyun-guk immediately asks her if she has successfully evacuated the citizens yet. The soldier's eyes widen in sheer shock. What? No one should be able to order an S-class player around. Has the militia already arrived? The deputy platoon leader stands with hands on her hips. Because those spiders were massive, they split the citizens into smaller groups. They evacuated everyone into a room down a narrow hallway. Fortunately, no one has sustained any serious injuries. But did they seriously manage to stop the first wave? We need to report everything to Squad 6 immediately. Someone asks Hyun-guk about his player level. He merely glares back with utter contempt, thinking he has no time to waste on this. He says that doesn't matter right now. Instead, he believes they are actually facing a double gate. Hearing this, both the deputy platoon leader and the soldier are shaken to their core. Hyun-guk scowls in deep frustration. If they go searching for all 800 citizens, that culprit will definitely hide. The second monster wave might even give him the perfect chance to escape. Back at the command, Kang-sok announces that he is appointing Lieutenant Lee Min-hee as the frontline commander for the Son Station rescue mission. The lives of those innocent citizens are in your hands. Everyone salutes in unison, shouting, "Yes, Commander." Inside the double dungeon, a mysterious guy stares at a system alert. Apparently, local monsters will not attack him. As he stands there totally clueless, Hyun-wook suddenly looms over him. He calls out the villain's plan to disguise himself as a soldier, sneak in, and slaughter everyone. But Joseph is stubborn, refusing to back down until it is too late. Belittling the attack, he claims those steel balls cannot hurt him. But Hyun-wook just smirks, his mouth erupting with raging flames. He already knows the villain's skills inside out. Meanwhile, nearby soldiers are being wrapped up and crushed by massive tree roots. Extending his wooden tree-like arms, Joseph screams out, demanding to know how much longer the Steel Emperor plans to hide. He taunts him, asking if he will just watch the man-eating plants devour everyone. Joseph is an A-rank player wielding dangerous carnivorous plant magic. Covered in blood, Hyun-wook falls to his knees, glaring up at him. Joseph mocks his opponent's earlier confidence. Rewinding the clock just a bit, Hyun-wook was actually moving like the wind. This speed shocks Joseph. How is a long-range fighter moving like a high-speed assassin right now? Hyun-wook lunges forward, launching a barrage of steel bearings. Joseph quickly summons thick branches to block them while Hyun-wook flips mid-air. Joseph glares, confident these basic attacks can never reach him. He wonders if his opponent has lost his mind rushing forward like this. Hyun-wook targets the exposed blind spots, but the villain is too quick, instantly sprouting new wooden shields to block the incoming projectiles. He laughs, calling the attack useless as a massive wall of branches completely wraps around his body like armor. Suddenly, Hyun-wook leaps forward and grabs the branches, treating them like cheap firewood. Joseph just smirks, mockingly asking what he hopes to achieve up close. He claims his opponent is clueless about his monstrous power. This man-eating plant is about to shred those arms to pieces. Hyun-wook shoves his arm straight inside. Joseph is completely shocked when the plant fails to bite it off. Suddenly, roaring fire blasts right from his mouth. Joseph freaks out, completely baffled by how this metallic tank of a guy could suddenly unleash such intense fire magic. Terrified, the villain begs for mercy, promising to make it worth his while if spared. He offers to hand over every single reward as compensation. Patting himself on the back, he feels absolutely certain no one could ever refuse such a massive bribe. Hyunwook shuts him down instantly, calling out his trash excuses that match his past life. As Joseph stands there completely confused, Hyunwook wastes no more words and turns him into a human torch. Meanwhile, Kang So's squad approaches the gateway. A red system alert flashes, warning them of extreme danger ahead. Once inside, there is no escape until specific clear conditions are met. Suddenly, a soldier spots a terrifyingly massive spider and screams in absolute panic. A voice calls out from the dark, prompting a soldier to quickly explain they are the military rescue team sent to help. They came to evacuate survivors, but looking around, they find nobody. The baffled rescuers ask what on earth happened here. A soldier reveals that a single military member already evacuated every single civilian safely. They are still following his orders right now. One asks if this hero happens to have spiky hair and a somewhat devious grin. Seriously, what a hilarious way to describe the main character. The soldier immediately confirms that is indeed him. Junmo guesses it must be Corporal Lee Hyunwook. Instantly jealous, the platoon leader scoffs loudly, pointing out that the guy is just a lowly F rank. He claims authority since he is a C rank, far outranking him. The soldier can only grimace at this arrogant display. He admits he was skeptical of the rank at first, but the corporal's flawless leadership totally won him over. He points out the irony of a rescue team showing up this late. Suddenly, the deputy platoon leader rushes over in a panic. A massive crisis has unfolded as the trapped citizens realize this is a double gate, sparking intense outrage outside. They demand to know why the double gate was kept a secret, accusing the military of using them as human shields to buy time. By now, Hyunwook has completely beaten Joseph down. Nursing a heavily burned face, the villain growls that he had planned this mission perfectly. Losing all patience, Hyunwook delivers a finishing blow, telling him to just hurry up and die. A brilliant, divine light shines from above as two gorgeous winged entities descend. Instantly, Hyunwook feels his mana rapidly recharging to full power. A system prompt offers him the chance to become humanity's protector, asking if he will accept the quest. Without wasting a single second, Hyunwook flatly refuses. The two entities hover around him, waiting for his final decision. But his resolve remains completely unshaken, leaving the cosmic beings absolutely stunned by his total rejection of greatness. Becoming a savior and protecting humanity is something that simply does not interest him in the slightest. Asked one final time, he refuses again. He knows protecting humanity is a noble cause, but at the end of the day, these so-called guardians are just pawns for the system. Even though acting as a savior might grant better loot, it would severely limit his freedom. Besides, a job is still a job, and dealing with humanity is never that simple. If a mission fails, any guardian can turn traitor at any moment. Trust me, we are talking about another Godfrey-level disaster. After all, that traitor started out as a guardian too. Thinking about it, our hero grits his teeth and flatly rejects the mission. Hearing his refusal, the blonde fairy looks completely devastated. Meanwhile, the red-haired fairy just glares at him, absolutely boiling with rage. After an intense staring contest, the two fairies finally head back to the heavens together. With a wave of his hand, a blue light reveals a key. The system congratulates him on pulling his first reward from this lucky event. He just unlocked the key to Akashic Armory number 2. This is the exact prize that traitor Kang Yoshik would murder innocent people to get. Staring at the key, he realizes something. If this is a main quest reward, then the traitors are definitely going to target him for it. Naturally, he has to keep it safe, so he happily slips it right into his coat pocket. In this lifetime, he is going to mess with those traitors big time. Elsewhere, security guards try their best to calm the crowd, but the citizens are only getting more and more panicked and aggressive. Since the previous security team hid the truth about the double gate, everyone fears they are just being used as human shields. Watching from nearby, Hyungook is amazed. He never expected that even in death, the traitor Kang Yoshik could still cause this much chaos. The platoon leader steps up, shouting for everyone to stay calm. Speaking as the head of the AMT rescue team, he begs the crowd to follow his lead, but the crowd immediately fires back. A rescue team of only 6 people? How are they supposed to protect anyone with those numbers? Suddenly, a loud shout cuts through the noise. Hyungook steps forward and warns them that if the monsters strike again, none of them will make it out alive. Hearing this grim reality, the crowd instantly freezes in absolute terror. Someone in the crowd complains that they simply cannot put their faith in these rescue workers. Hyungook snaps back with pure frustration. asking if they honestly think they have any other choice. Those guards down on the tracks are currently fighting for their lives. Is that still not enough to earn their trust? He challenges them, asking if any of them have the guts to fight like those rescuers. A soldier suddenly points right in his face, accusing Hyun-guk of acting completely disrespectful toward the terrified citizens. He demands to know where Hyun-guk has been hiding. But when Hyun-guk reveals he was busy sealing the double gate, the entire crowd falls dead silent. The soldier calls him a liar, claiming it is impossible for one guy to seal a gate alone. Hyun-guk just glares back. He warns them that the next wave is coming, telling the citizens to hide while ordering the remaining guards to follow his lead. The moment he speaks, everyone obeys. Let us watch what happens next. Lee Min-hee grits his teeth in disbelief. Who does this guy think he is, giving orders like that without leaving room to argue? He honestly wonders if this is the same Hyun-guk he used to know. Right then, Juno steps up and hands him his sword. Soon, the group gathers near the station entrance. Hyun-guk explains that the monsters from the first wave were just the beginning. These creatures are not listed in any guidebook, but thanks to his armor and the security force, they managed to hold the line. Still, against a Calamity-class boss, this is not nearly enough. One of the guards chimes in, admitting things felt a bit off earlier, but he simply assumed it was just because of the initial chaos. But for this next wave, they definitely cannot afford to let their guard down. He expects the upcoming monsters will attack using deadly, toxic spider venom. Watching this play out, Lee Min-hee is totally baffled. Why are the vice platoon leader and all these seasoned guards obeying this kid's commands without question? To counter the poison, Hyun-guk advises everyone to get their gas masks ready immediately. To keep the civilians safe, they need to lure the beasts outside. With that established, he begins laying out his tactical strike plan. Once the monsters breach, he will take the risk of acting as live bait. The rescue team and guards will split into squads, waiting in ambush to strike the monsters from behind secure cover. Just like before, the goal is to trap them and buy time. Do not get close under any circumstances. Once they secure a good position and he manages to strip off the monster's heavy armor, everyone must unleash absolute maximum firepower. To guarantee this plan actually works, the platoon leader and his deputy need to direct the entire battle from high ground. If the platoon leader can assist him with a timely short-range teleportation skill, then he can dump all his mana and stamina into destroying the spider's armor, while the deputy replenishes his energy. With this strategy, he calculates he can keep blinking around until the fight is won. He turns his gaze to Lee Min-hee, their expert at spotting risks and handling raid tactics. Getting called out like that makes him a bit self-conscious. He chuckles, praising the tactic. You and I can finally breathe easy, knowing they might actually survive this nightmare. Hyun-guk smiled to himself, confident that Min-hee's teleportation skill would make this mission an absolute breeze. Once they finalized the plan, everyone pulled on their gas masks while the dimensional portal began to spin wildly. Knowing the battle was about to begin, he quickly yelled out a warning to the team. A massive spider crashed down, and he flashed a wild, crazed grin. Bring It On the plan was finally coming together, but luck was not on their side as things took a sudden turn. A notification popped up, demanding they survive for 6 hours or defeat the boss to escape. The massive 50-meter-tall spider reared up on its hind legs. A red alert flashed the boss monster had arrived. Hyun-guk's excitement instantly dissolved into sheer panic. Realizing the future had changed, he screamed for everyone to run. The timeline was completely broken. This terrifying boss was supposed to appear in Stage 3. Yet here it was, wreaking havoc in Stage 2. Their original strategy was completely shattered by this change. Consumed by panic, Hyun-guk screamed at everyone to evacuate the area immediately. The sudden retreat order left the entire squad completely confused, but the captain ordered them to hold their ground and stick to the original plan. Meanwhile, the towering boss slowly scanned the area, sizing up the battlefield. Spotting the corpses of its fallen kin, the beast ground its massive fangs, making a horrific, screeching noise. The next second, it let out Bambudan Budav Butanide, Butanhai. Bursting with dark energy, its razor-sharp legs lashed out in a frenzied strike toward him. He leaped high into the air just in time. The spot where he stood moments ago was completely obliterated into a massive crater. It finally clicked. His regression had shattered the original timeline. He had to act immediately, or everyone would die. Channeling every ounce of his energy, Hyun-guk unleashed his signature demolition fist, triggering a massive, echoing explosion. But to his absolute horror, putting that much power into the attack only left a few tiny scratches on its thick armor plate. A warning flashed across his screen. His Iron Fist skill had failed, as the monster's metallic shell easily overpowered his steel strike. Before he could even process the failure of his ultimate move, the boss lunged forward, swinging its razor-sharp claws. chain-casting his metal element skills to dodge. Hyun-guk watched in shock as the heavy steel pillar right behind him was sliced in half like butter by the boss's attack. In the midst of this desperate struggle, a risky counterattack suddenly crossed his mind. The success rate was painfully low, but it was his only option left. Nearby, as the captain watched Hyun-guk continuously scramble to dodge the monster's terrifying strikes, he grew furious, unable to comprehend why the young fighter wasn't sticking to the plan to lure it outside. The captain thought Hyun-guk had completely lost his mind, but Hyun-guk knew Lieutenant Min-hee would eventually see what he was trying to do. After all, in his past life, it was Min-hee's clutch teleportation skill that saved everyone. With his mana rapidly plummeting down to just 32%, he bet everything on Min-hee catching on to the plan. All the while, Min-hee stood back, carefully analyzing the chaotic battlefield. He wondered why Hyun-guk wasn't just dodging, but deliberately baiting the boss into smashing the support pillars. Suddenly, a realization clicked in his mind. Min-hee quickly spun around, urgently ordering his vice-captain to transfer as much of his remaining mana as possible, because for his next move, he needed to execute the largest teleportation field he could possibly manage. Meanwhile, Hyun-guk finally reached the station's very last pillar, his body pushed to its absolute breaking point. Sensing that something was off, the giant beast ignored the final pillar, shifting its deadly focus entirely onto crushing him instead. It slammed both massive claws down, shattering the concrete floor. Unable to react in time, Hyun-guk froze on the spot. The beast raised its claws to finish him. In a desperate bid for survival, he channeled his remaining mana into body transmutation, turning his skin into solid metal. With a loud crash, the final support pillar was snapped in two. Hyun-guk was sent flying like a ragdoll. The moment the pillar broke, the entire station shook violently as massive cracks spiderwebbed across the ceiling. The whole place was seconds from collapsing. Struggling to stand, Hyun-guk prepared to trick the boss one last time. Just then, Min-hee screamed for him to run, warning that his massive teleportation spell would drag Hyun-guk in as well. Straining to speak, Hyun-guk grunted back, telling him to do it now, or they would all die. Gritting his teeth, Min-hee activated the skill. A massive golden magic circle, identical to the mark on his hand, flared up beneath the boss, dragging the beast inside. Watching this unfold, Hyun-guk managed a faint, satisfied smile. Knowing he had placed his trust in the right person, exhaustion finally took over, and he blacked out just as the station collapsed. The two of them were consumed by worry, knowing he was still trapped inside. Inside his fading consciousness, Hyun-guk remembered his past life. Even though they had slain the beast, so many of his allies had died back then. Filled with sudden self-doubt, he questioned whether he actually had what it takes to be a leader. Hearing this, the red-haired girl beside him looked deeply annoyed. She snapped at him to cut the talk and start believing in himself. Back in reality, as the massive teleportation magic activated, it dragged both the giant boss and Hyun-guk into the abyss. Completely out of mana, his chances of survival were zero. In a daze, he saw the red-haired girl once again. She looked at him with eyes full of encouragement. Do not carry everything on your own. When anxious, look into the eyes of those around you who believe in you. As he opened his eyes once more, a blinding light flashed. At that moment, he heard someone calling his name. Lee Min-hee was draining her energy, desperately using Blink just to drag him back to safety. The countdown clock was still ticking down, making every passing second pure torture for the rescue team outside. Lieutenant Colonel Kim Kang-sok was incredibly anxious when someone suddenly rushed in to report that all the media outlets were demanding answers from them. They demanded to know their stance on the emergency measures being taken regarding the sudden boss monster appearance at the station. Beside him, Chief of Strategy Ha Sung was also receiving an urgent update from his subordinates. If they went ahead with that plan, people would say the Chief of Strategy was just an average nobody who handled crises carelessly. Kim Kang-sok glanced toward Hina, who sighed and said, I will call for reinforcements. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the deputy commander was desperately treating Hyun-guk's wounds, asking in a worried voice, Are you trying to get yourself killed? But he was completely overwhelmed with confusion. He had been so sure he would die here, but the future had somehow shifted. Now, he could not even be certain if his future knowledge would be of any use at all, or if it had become completely worthless. Lee Min-hee marched over, grabbed him by the collar, and scolded him. He was furious that Hyun-guk had made decisions on his own and acted solo. The foundation of any tactic is having absolute trust in your teammates, believing that every single party member will follow the established plan and play their part. Hearing this, he recalled the advice from his dream. Smiling, he replied, Thank you, leader. Because of your words, I finally know exactly what I need to do now. Hearing that left the leader utterly dumbfounded. Did this injured guy hit his head, or had he completely lost his mind? The vice commander's shouting cut them off. The boss monster was about to break out and massacre everyone outside. However, Hyung-guk firmly declared that he had already figured out a plan to deal with it, but his strategy required absolute teamwork. He then shouted out to the crowd below, "From now on, our key to conquering this boss is simple. In times of danger, we must act together in perfect unison." A massive explosion shook the ruins as the boss leaped out from below, roaring savagely without stop. At the sight of it, the team quickly coordinated, executing the exact strategy they had just discussed. A massive torrent of water doused the boss, followed by magic spells to completely block its path. Right then, Hyung-guk ordered Park Junmo to unleash the lightning. Since the boss was completely drenched in water, the electrical discharge fried the monster instantly, landing a perfect, devastating hit. Out of nowhere, someone screamed at everyone to watch out. A split second later, everyone collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, just minutes earlier outside, as Kim Kang-sok was being swarmed by reporters, who demanded to know if they were sacrificing low-level hunters just to weaken the boss, he made a grand announcement. The secondary rescue force was led by an S-rank player. That man was none other than Han Tae-san. At that moment, Han Tae-san walked straight up to the boss. He told the survivors they had done enough, and to leave the rest to him. Seeing his grand entrance, Hyung-guk let out a smirk, thinking, "You finally decided to show up, you lazy tiger." Han Tae-san prepared to fight, determined to take on the boss all by himself to claim the sweet event rewards. Before leaping into action, he confidently promised that now that he was here, not a single person would get hurt. With those words, a massive aura of power burst forth from Han Tae-san. This battle was bound to end in a flash. Now that Han Tae-san had arrived, that monster was as good as dead. To Hyung-guk, it felt like everything he knew was fading away, since the timeline had shifted, making it impossible to rely entirely on his memories of the future. In that tense moment, he had resolved to forfeit the rewards and wait 5 hours. But boom, his faded smile suddenly returned. And there was no other reason for that than the arrival of the handsome Han Tae-san. Seriously, not a second too early, not a second too late, showing up exactly at the climax. Only this guy could pull off such an entrance. In his past life, Han Tae-san was an S-rank powerhouse who suffered absolutely no level restrictions. They cleared the dungeon only because Han showed up at the last second to salvage the disaster. The rewards from that brutal event had transformed him into an invincible warrior, especially after securing the hidden item, the secret cloak of Manhwa Lear. But this time was totally different. This run was no longer just about winning or losing. It was a direct matter of survival for everyone. But no worries. The big boss has this. He looked straight at the beast and insulted it to its face. "I am telling you now, I hate getting hands-on, but if you dare raise a finger against me, you are dead." Combined with his incredibly deep voice, the guy looked insanely cool. Talk about the absolute peak of confidence, Han Tae-san. Hyun-wook lets out an amused laugh. He is actually thankful Han Tae-san showed up, because now he does not have to give up his precious reward. But he still has a warning for Han Tae-san, as his favorite weapon is about to be sent straight to the afterlife. Hyun-wook smirks even more deviously. He is sorry to break it to Han Tae-san, but even if he wins, he is still just a guest here. Hyun-wook is the real host of this game. Meanwhile, the monster turns completely wild, thrashing around furiously to show off its overwhelming power. Meanwhile, Han Tae-san stays totally relaxed, calmly raising both arms as high-intensity electric sparks begin to crackle around his powerful engines. After emerging from the first clash completely unscathed, Han Tae-san just cannot help himself and starts trash-talking the giant beast. "Think you are the only one who can fight? I can do it too." With that, his arms surge with even more intense energy. Then, with a gentle push from our stylish hero, the monster is sent flying 1,000,000 miles away. It sails through the air like the legendary Monkey King riding a cloud, drifting endlessly without a destination. After what feels like 5 whole minutes, boom! There is absolutely no doubt about it. The beast has finally landed. But no worries. Still breathing, still fighting. The monster quickly recovers and struggles to its feet. Before it can even react, our troublemaker is already there to teach it a lesson. Han Tae-san looks genuinely surprised, asking, "Oh, are you completely unhurt?" Seriously. Our handsome hero's face looks so hilarious right now. Stepping into a serious brawl with a goofy expression like that is just going to make everyone die laughing. Han Tae-san continues, "Looks like you are tougher than I thought. You have officially triggered my competitive side." With that, he rockets toward the monster like a missile. First, he slashes right past its body. Deciding he has not had enough fun yet, he circles back for a few more rounds, throwing heavy punches all over the beast. To make it worse, he keeps ranting that the monster brought all this trouble on itself. Hold on a minute, buddy. The beast was originally busy fighting Hyun-wook and his crew. Nobody asked him to jump in and lecture everyone. We might dislike the boss, but in this situation, our handsome hero is clearly in the wrong. After getting spun around, the monster finally crashes down. Rocks and debris fly everywhere, kicking up a massive dust cloud that looks like a volcano erupting. Out of the thick smoke, a pink-haired girl suddenly appears and clings tightly to Hyun-wook's arm. Shrinking under his cold gaze, the pink-haired girl clearly shows her fear. She quickly explains she was just trying to recharge his energy after his non-stop fighting, before worriedly asking if he is alright. Hyun-wook responds with the most incredibly fake smile imaginable, paired with a seemingly polite and friendly expression of gratitude. But then he adds that he definitely does not need her touching his body at all. Showing zero mercy to the lady, he coldly brushes her hand off. With an attitude like that, it is really no wonder the guy is still single. He immediately turns around and flies right back into the battlefield, completely ignoring everyone's desperate pleas to stop. Meanwhile, Han Tae-san is having the time of his life in this brawl. Just as he is one hit away from finishing off the giant spider monster, someone steals his kill. Seeing this, our handsome hero freezes in utter shock for 5 seconds. Talk about a major buzzkill after doing all the heavy lifting. Seriously, who even plays like that, man? According to the skill stats, that move was the D-rank Steel Fist. It consumes mana to crush metal, with the consumption level depending entirely on the amount of targeted metal. With the spider monster on the brink of death, a furious Han Tae-san turns to Hyun-wook, yelling, "Who are you? Do you want to die? I told you not to butt in." Honestly, the award for the absolute funniest expressions has to go to our handsome hero. Everything he does just ends up looking incredibly comical. When even your anger looks this adorable, there is no hope. Meanwhile, a calm Hyun-wook coolly responds to Han Tae-san, "Even if you are an S-rank ranker, do you not realize how incredibly shameless those words sound?" And there it is. Congratulations to Hyun-wook for officially triggering boss Tae-san's rage. Our handsome guy glares back, snarling, "What did you just say? What did I do?" Wow, just look at that angry face of his. Sure, he looks a tiny bit intimidating, but honestly, it is nothing to lose sleep over. Hyun-wook fires back, pointing out that Han Tae-san is actually the uninvited guest who crashed their subway station raid in the first place. Unable to hold back, Han Tae-san goes full savage. He snaps that without him, they would never have defeated that spider demon, and would all be dead by now. Right in the middle of his speech, a hidden weapon whizzes past his face. Naturally, our handsome hero takes this chance to double down on his rant. Oh, come on. What kind of random losers are trying to pull a cheap stunt like this? How dare they play so dirty? What a bunch of total hypocrites. Swinging his weapon, he deflects the incoming projectile. That is the exact moment our main character decides to make his move. Hyun-wook points out that he was the one who arrived first, risking his own life to hold the line until now. Now you swoop in at the very last second, acting like some grand savior? There is no way I am letting you steal my prize. It becomes an intense, high-speed race between throwing stars and whatever weapon Hyun-wook just launched. Han Tae-san pours all his energy into being the first to reach it. On the other side, Hyun-wook is pushing his absolute limits to secure the victory. After a tense struggle, the two forces violently collide. Everything descends into total chaos. The instant they touch, a massive explosion erupts, engulfing the entire area in a blinding wave of fire, smoke, and flying debris. According to the system, our handsome Han Tae-san takes the win. Sure enough, the notification screen pops up to announce that the dungeon boss has been defeated. The barrier in this area has finally been lifted, and everyone is absolutely shocked to see the Fist King, Han Tae-san, make his appearance. The boss monster was taken down in under 5 minutes. The final quest is officially complete. The event dome shatters with a massive explosion, leaving Seoul Station looking more absolutely devastated than ever before. Things are just too chaotic right now for them to guarantee the safety of the citizens nearby. Down on the streets, survivors are slowly emerging. But just as they realize they made it, a loud scream echoes through the crowd. A young girl bursts from the crowd, running toward her mother while shouting. She reaches her and desperately checks to see if she is hurt. "Are you okay, Mom? Are you hurt anywhere?" Her exhausted mother tightly hugs her, trying to comfort her. "You must have been so terrified." "I am okay. I am so sorry for making you worry." Tears stream down her mother's face, a heartbreaking sight. By evening, the emotional reunion of the mother and daughter is all over the hot news, labeled as a true miracle. Every single citizen at Seoul Station survived. The news anchor solemnly repeats that a literal miracle has just occurred. But back to the battlefield, Taeson is not celebrating. His face darkens the moment he looks at the system notification board. Landing in second place is a huge blow to his pride, and the top rank goes to none other than the handsome Hyunwook. The grand prize is the secret necklace of Mananmac Lear. Hyunwook looks absolutely thrilled with a smug grin. He protected his team and got exactly what he wanted. But before he can even celebrate, Han Taeson silently approaches and startles him. "Hey, you bastard. Explain this. What about my reward?" Honestly, how is anyone even supposed to answer a question like that? Hyunwook's expression says it all. Like, seriously? We were the ones who actually stopped the second boss wave. You should be grateful for even getting second place since you only jumped in at the very end of the fight. Cry about it all you want, but the facts are not going to change. Do I need to explain how the system works again? Tension rises as these two hotheads get ready to throw hands right then and there. This is getting totally out of hand. Both of them believe they deserve that necklace, making the atmosphere incredibly intense. Well, this is a total disaster. It is definitely not just trash talk anymore. A clash is imminent as their battle lust spikes. With a dark expression, Han Taeson demands one last time, "How are you going to compensate me for this?" Hyunwook sneers, telling Taeson that he has absolutely no right to talk about wasted time or compensation in front of him. Did you seriously re-enlist just to do this kind of garbage manual labor? Han Taeson unleashes a murderous aura so intense it completely blanks out everything around them. He roars, accusing Hyunwook of wasting his precious time. It looks like he is about to say more, but bystanders quickly step in to hold Han Taeson back, telling him to stay put. Go ahead and whine about your independent training or contributions all you want, because if they were actually paid fairly for the massive amount of time they spent fighting, no reward would ever be enough. At this point, the anger completely goes straight to Taeson's head. Acting before thinking, he lunges straight at Hyunwook. Fortunately, our handsome guy is quick enough to dodge the sudden strike. Seeing Taeson attack Hyunwook, the bystanders scream in shock. What on earth do you think you are doing? Both of them freeze and snap their heads toward the gate. Captain Kim urgently shouts out that the exit door is completely closed. What are you two doing? Meanwhile, Hyunwook flashes a highly dangerous smile. Suddenly, he grabs Han Taeson's hand with a friendly smile, saying he did an amazing job and it was an honor. Wait, what is going on? Weren't they literally just fighting? Even Taeson is completely dumbfounded, standing there utterly confused by this sudden shift. With that, Hyunwook walks away, leaving everyone utterly stunned. Captain Kim bows slightly and asks Corporal Hyunwook if he is okay. Lee Hyunwook stands at attention and salutes Captain Kim, replying that he is perfectly fine. Only then does Han Taeson realize he got played, chasing after Hyunwook and yelling to stop. But hey, our handsome guy is definitely not stupid. Hena watches this entire mess unfold, probably needing a massive headache cure to even process what is happening here. Hena steps in to stop Taeson, reminding him that they are currently live on broadcast. The entire country is watching this. Causing a scene here will make cleanup nearly impossible, even for a major power like the Blue Flower Guild. Han Taeson looks furious but is completely powerless to do anything. Just then, an announcement warns that the Major General is arriving as the portal opens. The Major General steps through the teleportation gate. He glares at Taeson and demands to know why he is still standing around here. Still incredibly annoyed with Hyunwook, Taeson completely ignores the Major General, leaving the high-ranking officer totally embarrassed. He then turns his attention to Hena, the daughter of the Blue Flower Guild leader, asking if there is some kind of issue. She responds with a touch of sarcasm, saying nothing is wrong since the gate is already closed. The officer arrogantly responds that such a thing is only natural. Seriously, if you already knew, why did you even ask? Hena can't help but look at his smug face with pure disgust. Talk about a sly old man. Captain Kim Kyung-chun saluted him respectfully before heading over to their side. Hena demanded to know from Taeson why the station was in such a ruined state. She reminded him of her condition to clear the gate and stop the second wave with absolutely zero damage. Hearing this, Hyungook's face immediately twisted into a sour grimace. But with such a massive crowd around them, there was really nothing they could do. Taeson turned away, muttering that he didn't wreck the station, and wasn't even the top ranker in this raid. Hena was completely stunned by his sudden confession. Taeson pointed out that he had still met all of her conditions, coolly reminding her to keep her end of the bargain. With that, he leaped high into the air, leaving a stunned Hena behind. She simply couldn't believe the legendary Taeson had failed to claim the top spot. She stared over at Hyungook, utterly speechless that this random guy was the one who actually ranked first. Nearby, the two captains questioned Hyungook, noting that his official military record stated he could only telekinetically lift a mere 300 grams. but his real power far exceeded that. They refused to believe he was just an F rank. Overhearing this, Hana was so utterly flabbergasted, her vision blurred and she nearly fainted. But the talkative general wasn't finished speaking just yet. The major general casually invited Hyunguk to walk and talk. Though completely annoyed, Hyunguk had no choice but to bite his tongue and tag along. Still, Hyunguk knew he couldn't let his guard down. This general was definitely not someone to be messed with. The man's overwhelming power had literally earned him the nickname of a strategic nuclear weapon. He was also incredibly sharp, which was why the necromancer feared him above all others, constantly launching countless covert assassination attempts to eliminate him. The general then casually asked Hyunguk to report exactly what had just happened inside. This was just as Hyunguk expected. The old man was probing for information. Thinking quickly on his feet, Hyunguk delivered a sharp, calculating response to match the major general's pressure. He spun a lie about how he simply got lucky and unlocked a new skill, and the general surprisingly bought it. But the old man didn't stop there, suddenly asking about Hyunguk's true rank. That was one move he hadn't prepared for. Before Hyunguk could even answer, the general laughed and offered a reward, instantly making our greedy main character's eyes light up. Hyunguk boldly demanded a legendary item, completely catching the general off guard. The old man froze for 5 seconds before scoffing and telling him to keep dreaming, promoting Corporal Hyunguk straight to the elite special forces rank on the spot instead. With that, the general walked off, leaving Hyunguk thoroughly annoyed. He didn't get his prize, but at least that troublesome old man was finally gone. A few days later, while Hyunguk was resting in bed and lost in thought, Park Junmo suddenly barged in. Choi Min followed right behind, and both immediately began begging Hyunguk to train them. Annoyed, he pulled up his shirt, pointed to his bandaged stomach, and told them to let him heal. Before he could even kick those two out, 3 purple-haired recruits rushed in, also begging for his training. Talk about an absolute headache of a crew. The chaotic scene seemed completely unstoppable, until An Min-tae suddenly stepped through the door. The moment Hyunguk saw Min-tae, he literally forgot his pain, leaped out of bed to hug him, and instantly dragged everyone out to train. The terrifying phenomenon where multiple dungeons tear open in a single area is known as an outbreak wave. In the near future, a massive wave will ravage Seoul, turning it into a living hell, and he is the only one who knows what lies ahead. Could he stop this wave all on his own? Would anyone survive? No, this time a realization finally hit him. Interrupting Hyunguk's deep thoughts, Private An Min-tae saluted, reporting his official return to the support squad from the military hospital. Lost in thought, Hyunguk knew he could never do this alone. He absolutely needed everyone's help to survive. He suddenly hugged Min-tae tightly, thanking him. The sudden embrace left Min-tae utterly bewildered, wondering if the guy had a crush on him. Senior Lee Hyunguk, what are you thanking me for? Releasing him, Hyunguk stared deep into his eyes with a knowing look. You showed up just in time for training. Min-tae frowned back, asking if he was suddenly playing deaf. Pretending not to hear any of his frantic protests, Hyunguk simply grinned and insisted he heard him. Deep down, he knew his comrades by his side had to grow much stronger. Hyunguk threw his arm around Min-tae's neck, dragging him off with a cheerful grin as he shouted that it was training time. Behind them, his fellow soldiers followed closely, their spirits burning with newly found determination. Hyunguk's eyes burned with fierce resolve, knowing this was the only way he could save them. Suddenly, Junmo rushed over, looking absolutely panicked. Corporal Lee Hyunguk, anyone ranked C grade or below is strictly banned from the training center. We aren't allowed to practice here. Hyunguk wrapped his arm around Junmo's neck in a tight chokehold, playfully asking if he wanted a taste of real training. Wondering why things had to start so rough, Junmo groaned as Hyunguk pushed him down, scolding them for losing heart after surviving so much. After all, everyone except Junmo had successfully ranked up. He could only sit on the ground, looking incredibly depressed. We only did support duty back then, but now we're on our own. Hyunguk smirked, promising that he would easily cover their backs. Yunmo's eyes lit up like he struck gold. Really? Suddenly the door slammed open with a massive bang, leaving the guys shaking in their boots before they even knew what hit them. Hyunguk shouted, "What are you waiting for? Charge in right now, move it." He flashed a chilling smile, completely devoid of humanity, before slamming the door shut and locking them inside. Instant, blood-curdling screams began to echo from behind the heavy wood. "Wait, Corporal Lee Hyunguk, are you serious? What is going on? Save us, Lee Hyunguk." Meanwhile, Hyunguk simply grinned, sporting a look of pure, smug malice. The stat training officially begins. Nearby, 2 girls having lunch spot Hyunguk and immediately start whispering to each other. Wait, is that the F-rank guy who dragged down the team during that unlucky lockdown operation? Really? Oh boy. I thought he would look big and burly, but he is totally ordinary. Hyun-guk heard every single word clearly, but he kept his face totally blank and played it cool. Those brats must be behind these annoying rumors. How irritating. Just then, a red-headed woman spots Lee Hyun-guk and asks, "Is it already time for your personal training session?" Hyun-guk snaps to attention, throwing up a sharp salute to give his report. "I went to the military store to buy energy supplies for my training subordinates, ma'am." He then spots Sang-guk scowling at him like an angry dog, which instantly annoys him. Is this bastard trying to start trouble again? Glancing to the right, he notices a girl with shoulder-length black hair staring intently at him as well. Hyun-guk wonders who she is. "Oh, her?" the red-haired woman asks. "I heard you made quite a scene in the dungeon?" Hyun-guk quickly replies, "Yes, that is correct, ma'am." The girl steps closer to him, bringing up his unusual achievements. "Sounds convincing, but I think you are hiding something." Hearing this, Hyun-guk lets out an incredibly smug, punchable smirk. "What could I possibly hide?" The red-headed woman maintains a deadpan face, but her dark, gloomy vibe says otherwise. "You behave so weirdly sometimes, almost like you foresee everything. It is as if you have intel we do not." Hyun-guk replies calmly, "I have no idea what you mean," but internally, he feels a sweat drop. Did she actually figure something out? Suddenly, another voice cuts in. "No, I was not talking to you." Sang-guk quickly raises his hands, claiming he did not say a word to Sergeant Kim Shi. See, he clarifies that she was talking to Sergeant Oh Geo. Just then, the PA system blares. "Corporal Lee Hyun-guk. Repeat, Corporal Lee Hyun-guk. Report to the battalion commander immediately. Looks like the battalion commander wants you." The red-headed platoon leader places her hands on her hips in sheer annoyance. "Gosh, what perfect timing. Remember this. I do not care what your goal is, but I will be watching you closely." Dismissed. Hyun-guk steps outside and lets out a massive sigh of relief. Whew, safe for now. He definitely needs to avoid that stubborn Seyun. Hyun-guk looks toward the office, completely baffled about what is coming next. But seriously, what could it be? There are still a few days left before his official promotion ceremony. As he approaches, he suddenly hears Loud shouting, "What do you mean, try? If you send them in there, your men are going to end up dead." Hyun-guk knocks on the door and gets permission to enter. He walks in and salutes, reporting his arrival. But he freezes mid-sentence upon locking eyes with Major General Choi Jung-chul. The Major General turns to him. "Ah, there you are. A few days ago, a red gate opened up in the Silim area." The brutal battle plays out vividly in his mind. A mage looks at the slaughter happening right before his eyes and screams, "Snap out of it! We are on the same side!" They have completely lost their minds. They are insane. He tries to flee in a panic, but pale hands drag him down, sending him straight to the afterlife. The Major General continues. The total annihilation of the Blue Flower Guild's 3rd raid team has been officially confirmed. Today, it became a Tier 3 Chaos Gate. Hyun-guk stands there frozen, his eyes wide in absolute disbelief. Tier 3 Chaos? With 3 failed attempts, one group clearly lacks the power to handle this, meaning the 2 factions must now combine forces to strike back. He does not recall this ever happening in his memory. Before he can reply, the Major General adds, "Entry is restricted to level 18 and above, with a 30-person cap. It's a zombie dungeon, and escape requires a full clear." Hyun-guk stands jaw-dropped, utterly shocked. No way. Is it a necromancer, the commander of the Undead Legion? That arrogant Blue Flower Guild threw so many promising rookies into the meat grinder and still failed. Since guild business handles dungeon raids, our military has no real obligation to get involved in this mess. But I think you are the perfect fit, Kang Sok, standing beside him, finally speaks up. The Major General, not wanting to force things upon him, asks, "Can you do it?" Hyun-guk confidently replies, "Yes, I will give it a shot. I do not believe my current weapons are enough to handle a red gate, sir. That specific firearm I requested last time. If I can get my hands on it, I guarantee a successful clear." The Major General lets out a highly punchable smirk. "All right, let us make a deal then. Should you fail, you must take full personal responsibility." Hyun-guk grins confidently. Of course, high risk yields high rewards after all. Hyun-guk thinks to himself, sending high-ranking commanders on raids is standard procedure. Even so, he specifically chose him. Appointing an ordinary soldier as raid leader is probably because he and the master of the Blue Flower Guild are bitter rivals. If he succeeds, this will be a crushing victory over the elite vanguard of the arrogant Blue Flower Guild. Even if they lose, it will not count as a military defeat, since they are merely stepping in to assist the Blue Flower Guild. Besides, this victory would prove the monster defense force was far from useless, while securing a massive win in their ongoing battle of wits against the Blue Flower Guild. Either way, the Major General stood to profit. Smirking deviously, he agreed, promising to hand over the potion right away. Knowing how tough the mission would be, he promised a promotion to sergeant as soon as the raid was over. Lee Hyun-guk stared, silently calling him an old fox while refusing to be used. Out loud, he demanded the extra reward the Major General had promised him. If he pulled this off, he wanted another reward. And the general quickly assured him that success would get him whatever he desired. Lee Hyun-guk thanked him loudly, putting on a show of absolute gratitude for the promise. Guaranteeing the raid would succeed at all costs, he returned to his squad, who had just managed to take down a massive, terrifying beast. Their faces were splattered with blood as they looked up, jokingly complaining that he was getting back a bit too late. Boasting that rank C arenas were easy and they could clear anything, they were cut short when he suddenly ordered everyone to grab their weapons. Their support squad was about to execute their very first solo raid. The squad froze in complete shock. Solo? That was never the plan. 2 days later, they were all geared up in protective armor and helmets. Lee Hyun-guk held up an item, giving his final instructions. Facing a zombie dungeon, he warned them to handle the holy infused rounds carefully due to intense recoil, reminding them that their training days were over and to stay sharp. They saluted in unison. One soldier nervously asked if the corporal had brought it, to which he gave a reassuring nod. A mysterious blue arrowhead peeked from his sleeve. After a long, grueling journey, the squad finally arrived at their destination. Stepping off the vehicle at the Silum-dong Red Gate, a captain from the Blue Flower Guild ordered Lee Hyun-guk to follow him for a briefing before entry. Acknowledging the order, he turned to Junmo and left him in charge of the squad. Whispering to Min, a soldier pointed out the hostile glares they were receiving from the guild members. Across from them stood a group of heavily armored, arrogant hunters. One of them muttered a complaint to his captain. Mocking the defense squad as mere regular soldiers of the lowest rank, he grumbled about having to carry dead weight through the dungeon. To make matters worse, they were relegated to simple battlefield recovery. The captain snapped at him to shut up, forcing the gossiping hunter to cover his mouth in regret after getting chewed out. Lee Hyun-guk's sharp hearing caught the words, "Battlefield recovery?" Before he could ponder the meaning, the other captain spoke up. The guild plan was to immediately abandon the defense squad and proceed on their own once inside. When a hunter voiced concern for the squad's survival, the captain coldly dismissed it, stating that dungeons required risking lives. They had to fend for themselves with no other choice, his scarred face twisting into an even more menacing scowl. Entering the designated room, Lee Hyun-guk was surprised to find Haena instead of a briefing, questioning where the meeting was. Approaching him, Haena mentioned having a hunch he'd show, bringing up how he had cleverly concealed his rank F status to take her card. Her tone made it clear that the memory still rubbed her the wrong way. Brushing it off with an annoyed sigh, she made it clear they only expected his squad to act as backup. She commanded him to keep his squad out of the guild's way and sit tight, confirming this was her sole reason for summoning him as he quietly calculated his next move. So that was why they agreed to let regular soldiers assist. But he had absolutely no intention of playing along. Refusing to bow down, he asked if his squad held the exact same rights as the prestigious Blue Flower Guild. She shrugged indifferently, mockingly asking if he actually planned on taking down the dungeon boss himself. While she admitted he had more guts and skill than typical rank E soldiers, he cut her off, teasingly asking if she was actually worried they might win. Haena burst into hysterical laughter, asking if he expected another lucky break. He could only wonder if she had completely lost her mind. Frowning deeply, he stepped closer to her, insisting that their past success was never a matter of simple luck. Her playful mood vanished instantly, her eyes icy as she warned him not to test her by entering before them. She added that 3 of the top 100 rising teams were joining, ordering them to stay away, leaving him momentarily stunned. Her refusal to bite at his provocation, paired with that suspicious battlefield recovery duty, made him realize there was a hidden motive. As she turned to leave, he called out her title, only for her to sharply correct him to use Catherine instead. Speechless at her pettiness, he reluctantly agreed, locking his serious gaze onto her with an intense expression. He proposed a high-stakes bet, demanding whatever he wanted if his squad claimed the boss monster before the guild did. Furrowing her brows in utter disgust, she sneered, asking if he even understood the sheer gravity of betting against her. Demanding his life if he failed, he agreed without a single second of hesitation. He silently thought to himself that he had no idea what she was hiding, but whatever lay behind this gate, he would handle it. Outside, a massive, glowing red gate materialized. The Blue Flower Guild was heading in first, so it was time to move. Their captain warned them to clear the entrance before the soldiers caught up, urging everyone to get ready to run. As the Blue Flower Guild marched inside, the anti-monster raid team prepared to follow just 3 minutes later. "Get ready." A soldier turned to ask Minty if he was nervous. Minty confidently replied that he was completely fine. A commanding voice boomed out, telling everyone to stay focused and just stick to what they practiced during training. Holding their breath, they stepped inside, only to confront a horrifying scene. A brutal massacre was unfolding, with blood spraying everywhere like fireworks. The Blue Flower captain coughed up blood, bodies piled on top of each other, with a sword driven clean through his stomach. A towering boss monster with a skull for a face turned around, sending a wave of pure terror through the entire squad. The massive boss reached out its giant hand to crush Minty's group. After a desperate cry, he bravely aimed his weapon right at the monster as the AMT raid team opened fire. A system alert flashed, announcing the arrival of the Zombie King. Anxiety and fear gripped the squad the moment they saw it. The creature looked utterly terrifying, sporting a bear skull for a head, topped with a dark, twisted crown. To make matters worse, its collar was made of sharp, wicked spikes instead of soft fur. It began stretching out its bony, skeletal arms to attack. The captain instantly ordered them to fire, and the entire squad raised their weapons to shoot. Gunfire erupted in loud, constant bursts, yet the monster remained completely unfazed by the onslaught. Observing closely, Hyungkook realized the beast was using a magical barrier to block their attacks. He quickly ordered Choi Tae-young to take a sniper shot. Lying flat on the ground, the sniper aimed his rifle. The captain recalled their training session with Hyungkook, where he had raised a serious question. If everyone already knew that firearms were useless against monsters, what was the point of practicing with guns anyway? Hyungkook had admitted that bullets barely did any real damage to monsters. For these creatures, even holy bullets felt like nothing more than harmless rubber rounds. But the actual reason they needed to fire their weapons at them was the noise. Simply put, zombies had terrible senses, but their hearing was incredibly sharp. So, using guns would disorient the monsters and keep them from detecting the squad, even if the damage was low. Hearing this, everyone let out a collective gasp of understanding. But Choi Tae-young still had one major doubt. What if the dungeon zombies possessed other highly developed senses instead? Hyungkook replied that if that happened, they would surely fail, the entire squad would turn, and this place would become a living hell. Ending his flashback, Choi Tae-young aimed carefully at the creature's ear and fired. The monster remained distracted by the loud gunfire. From another angle, Minty held up his shield while lobbing a cluster of hand grenades forward. The moment the grenades exploded, everyone quickly dove behind his heavy shield to avoid the blast. The multiple grenades detonated at once in a massive fireball, dealing a significant blow to the giant monster. Growling furiously as chilling black smoke billowed from its body, the beast summoned a massive army of zombies to tear them apart. Though shaken by the terrifying sight, the squad's resolve to fight stayed strong. They chambered their rounds together, ready to fight back. But Hyungkook used his magic to snatch every single gun from their hands. He wielded 4 weapons at once to unleash hell on the approaching horde. Against this overwhelming barrage, no matter how many zombies rushed forward, they stood no chance of dodging the relentless hail of bullets. The zombies dropped one after another, completely unable to fight back. As the team's rogue, Kim Hyungjin suddenly spotted a unique zombie dashing past like the wind. What caught his eye was a rare sword strapped to its back. With his keen eye, he knew that sword was a rare item. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted right in front of the advancing zombies. As the smoke cleared, the boss roared in absolute fury, but the zombie horde had already vanished without a single trace. Hyungkook's soldiers collapsed onto the cold ground, gasping for air as sheer exhaustion overtook every single one of them. They felt like walking corpses, their completely drained bodies refusing to obey even the simplest commands. Standing nearby, Hyungkook barely registered their complaints, as his mind was completely focused on some highly troubling questions of his own. They had executed the infiltration plan perfectly, yet a lingering feeling told him that something was off. For starters, the zombie count was far smaller than anticipated. On top of that, the name of the Zombie King was inexplicably glitched and distorted on his system notification window. Shaking off the thoughts, he called the squad to group up, reminding them that this gate was far from cleared. Once the squad gathered, they quickly retreated from the area. From a hidden vantage point, a mysterious man with a snake draped over his shoulders quietly monitored the squad's every single move. A sinister smile crept onto his face as his companion, a snake with cold, soulless eyes, stared ahead. Looking at Hyungkook's team, he whispered to the serpent that they had found some highly interesting targets. The battlefield was left completely devastated, leaving behind nothing but ruin. As they move forward, they keep a sharp lookout for any lurking dangers. Hyungkook quickly realizes there is absolutely nothing near this dungeon. No structures, no zombies, just dead silence. He has raided countless dungeons in his life, but this is the very first time he has ever encountered a place this bizarre. Suddenly, his instincts flare up as he senses something behind him, a strange metallic creature suddenly moving about 20 meters away. He immediately uses magic to fling a dagger straight at the target. A young man's voice desperately screams out, begging for mercy because he is human, but the squad instantly aims all their guns at him anyway. Stepping out from behind a tree, he raises his hands high while desperately trying to explain himself. He was hiding because he thought Hyunguk's group were flesh-eating zombies, claiming he is actually the only survivor left from the third raid team. Looking incredibly gaunt and exhausted, he clearly hasn't eaten in days. He introduces himself as Kim T-sop from the Blue Flower Guild. He is a sniper with a specialization in stealth, but Hyunguk eyes him with deep suspicion, wondering how only one person survived. Collapsing onto his knees, he weakly begs them, asking if they can spare even a little bit of food for him. Meanwhile, over at the Blue Flower Guild's temporary command center in Silum, Hana receives an urgent report from her assistant about Gwang-hoon sending secret letters to all the major guilds. Frowning while nervously biting her nails, she is absolutely dying to know what secrets those letters hold. It is highly suspicious since everyone deployed for this raid is a seasoned, elite soldier she already knows well. Then, a shocking piece of news drops: the player who recovers his grandson's body will also secure a legendary, hero-grade item. The fabled Spear of Asen from Raid Team 2 carries a massive 80 billion won bounty and huge guild backing. Back with Hyunguk, a starving T-sop quickly wolfs down food while explaining that retrieving this spear is their ultimate goal. Hearing this, Hyunguk quietly chuckles to himself as he finally pieces together exactly why Juhina was being so incredibly cautious. It turns out, the legendary Spear of Asen is hidden right here. Chewing his food, T-sop continues, explaining that Chairman Gwang-hoon's second grandson miserably failed during the very first raid attempt, taking down the Spear of Asen with him, the ultimate symbol of their entire corporation. That is precisely why everyone openly despises them, even though this is supposed to be a joint alliance raid. Watching them from high above, a mysterious figure finds their harmless chatter to be incredibly boring and tedious. To entertain himself, he instantly unleashes his dark powers to summon a massive horde of monsters to wipe them out. Hyunguk suddenly senses massive traces of incoming metal, not just a dozen, but a staggering 120 monsters. The number keeps multiplying by the second, signaling an extremely dangerous threat heading right their way. Sensing the massive swarm of metal beasts closing in fast, he urgently rallies his team to initiate Plan C. The sudden order shocks everyone, but they quickly regain their composure and begin prepping their gear for battle. An-min and Choi Minji waste no time dropping their heavy backpacks. Inside, there are several large marbles, but these are no ordinary toys. Each one is heavily infused with raw divine power. Next, every team member cracks open a powerful enhancement potion. This special brew will continuously restore their mana for the next 5 minutes, while boosting their physical strength for up to 6 minutes. The moment they finish drinking, the potions kick in instantly, unleashing a massive, visible wave of raw power radiating directly from Hyunguk. Hyunguk quickly walks over to Junmo, quietly entrusting him with a vital task. Seeing everyone in such a state of panic, Kim T-sop cannot help but feel incredibly anxious. He has barely survived the nightmare of this dungeon, and has absolutely no desire to go through it again. Desperate, he asks what their plan is and begs to join in. Hyunguk simply pats his shoulder and tells him they are preparing to run, warning him to follow closely if he wants to avoid becoming zombie food. Though Kim T-sop does not fully understand the plan, the terrifying screeches of the approaching metal beasts quickly tell him everything he needs to know. The metallic monsters are already swarming in from behind, massive in numbers and absolutely burning with a deadly bloodlust. Suddenly, the divine marbles they prepared are hurled forward, hovering mid-air, as Hyunguk casts a powerful suspension spell. Before launching his strike, Hyunguk commands the entire raid squad to immediately pull back and evacuate the area. Watching their clumsy escape from the shadows, the mysterious figure lets out a deeply mocking sneer. Is your grand plan really just using a teammate as bait? If I slaughter him fast enough, this pathetic strategy of yours will be completely useless. With that, he orders the metal beasts to swarm Hyunguk directly. While sprinting for their lives, Kim T-sop frantically asks the soldier next to him if Plan C is really just leaving Hyunguk behind, calling it an insanely reckless gamble. The soldier reassures him, stating that this plan was designed by Hyunguk himself, and that their leader is definitely not the type of person to throw his life away. Now, he stands completely alone on the battlefield. Using his telekinetic magic, he maneuvers the hovering divine marbles, dropping them directly into the charging horde. The moment the marbles make contact, he unleashes a massive steel punch, detonating the holy energy inside each sphere. A deafening, high-pitched screech echoes through the air, As the blasted monsters twitched violently as if being electrocuted, they couldn't react in time, getting violently dragged straight to the ground. Hyun-wook wasn't standing idle either. He kept spamming this move on the incoming beasts, successfully taking down almost every single one of them. Watching this unfold, the mysterious figure finally realized Hyun-wook didn't just stay behind to act as bait for nothing. Plus, all the noise he was making was driving the zombies absolutely wild. And of course, that racket immediately drew the attention of the zombie boss. It let out a massive roar toward the noise, sending the entire zombie horde marching straight for his position. Right then, amidst the endless sea of undead, Hyun-wook sensed a unique trace of high-grade metal. Strangely, it felt like it belonged to a human. Squinting into the distance, he spotted a mysterious figure flanked by two iron beasts, with a giant snake coiled around his body, staring down. He wondered if it was actually a human. Who could it be? A survivor or a villain? A familiar face crossed his mind, but he quickly shook the thought off. Suddenly, the two iron beasts vanished. Right then, he realized exactly who was pulling the strings. He never expected it to be that guy. Suddenly, the two iron beasts lunged at him in tandem, but he reacted instantly and dodged the strike. Talk about a close shave. If he hadn't dodged that blow in time, his skull would have been split wide open like a cracked helmet. He immediately activated his skill set to restrain the beasts. But there weren't just two of them anymore. A massive swarm quickly closed in, cornering him completely. The villain smirked with utter disdain, asking, "Did I expect too much from you?" With all those iron pellets he painstakingly prepared and the energy he spent, was the guy finally running on empty? But a split second later, Hyun-wook completely blew his mind. Using his unique magic, he made all the scattered iron fragments levitate into the air, launching them directly at the beasts closing in on him. He called this devastating move, Iron Rain. The moment those metal shards rained down, it looked just like a heavy storm, mercilessly impaling every single beast in the area. The monsters screamed in agonizing pain. Meanwhile, just as the zombie swarm rushed toward Hyun-wook, another massive explosion suddenly caught their attention. That blast was caused by grenades tossed by the members of Hyun-wook's team. Earlier, Kim Tae-seop assumed their only plan was to sacrifice a teammate so the rest could escape. So he had absolutely no clue why they were triggering this massive explosion now. Choi Tae-yong quickly snapped at him. "We would never use a plan that sacrifices our own comrade." This was actually a diversion to lure the horde away from Corporal Lee Hyun-wook. Fortunately, their plan worked, successfully drawing the zombies far away from his position. The mysterious stranger covered his face while whispering to his pet. Turns out, Hyun-wook was never meant to be bait. They were actually planning a full-scale ambush here. He let out a creepy, twisted laugh. "Well, I'm starting to find these guys quite interesting." The snake hissed back as if it actually understood its master, while Hyun-wook stared at the laughing villain. He wondered what was wrong with this psychopath. What was his goal in entering this dungeon? And more importantly, how on earth was he able to blend in with the zombies? Suddenly, a system warning popped up, showing his power duration had less than 2 minutes left. While Hyun-wook was still trying to figure out the villain's identity, the giant snake opened its jaws wide and spat out a massive spear right into its master's hand. Watching this unfold, one can't help but think of Orochimaru from Naruto. Just like that anime villain, this guy used his pet snake to store weapons. Gripping the wet spear with pure excitement, he shouted, "Now, I want to taste your blood. I'll make sure this spear is completely drenched in it." Hyun-wook yelled out, asking if he was a necromancer. The question caught the villain completely off guard for a few seconds. He quickly flew into a rage, his voice dropping into a chilling threat. "If you want to die in one piece, tell me how you know about the necromancer class. Who the hell are you?" The bloodthirsty snake man licked his lips, declaring that he would soon drench his newly summoned weapon in Hyun-wook's fresh blood. The spear was still covered in disgusting, slimy snake saliva, which looked absolutely gross, but Hyun-wook just shouted back, asking if his mom and girlfriend fell into the water, who would he save first? Wait, scratch that. He actually asked if he was a necromancer. The snake man froze in his tracks as if his pressure points had been struck, stammering, "How do you know about necromancers? What even are you?" The fallen zombies weren't resurrecting. Judging by his completely shocked reaction, it was time for an identity guessing game. Could it be that this snake man wasn't actually a necromancer himself? If so, what was his connection to the necromancer? Bombarded with rapid-fire questions, the snake man completely lost his patience. "You lunatic, do you still not get the situation?" Calling him a total bastard, he screamed and lunged straight toward him. "I asked you, how do you know him?" Swinging his massive 120-centimeter spear, the snake man aimed a deadly, crushing blow at our cool and handsome main character, hoping to end the series right then and there. But it's not that easy, baby. Hyun-wook blocked the spear with his bare hands, making the villain hiss in frustration. Not only did the strike fail, but it actually helped him unlock a brand new skill, the C-grade diamond body, which is compatible with hero-grade weapons by absorbing energy from the mana barrier's secret armor. This also triggered new abilities like Mana Shield, Secret Rune, and one more slot that remained locked. The skill level would steadily improve by absorbing highly concentrated amounts of magical metal. If Manhwa-L's secret armor hadn't fused with his diamond body, Hyun-guk would have definitely lost an arm right there. Hyun-guk got thrown backward by the impact, but he still managed to hurl a dagger at the Snake Man before flying away. The beast dodged angrily, asking if he really thought that cheap trick would work. But as usual, villains never seem to learn the golden rule: never underestimate the main character. Hyun-guk yanked the chain in his hand, sending a swarm of razor-sharp iron fragments flying straight at the Snake Man. The massive serpent behind him quickly coiled up, forming a defensive shield. Safe inside, the Snake Man glared out with a savage, enraged expression. Was this really an attack from a mere level 18 player? Hyun-guk quickly measured his opponent's strength. Blocking that easily meant the monster had definitely surpassed the Red Gate realm. He asked again, "How did the beast get inside the gate?" "Show him the way." The Snake Man responded with a smug, mocking grin. Actually, it looked more like a painful, constipated grimace. Talk about cocky. That's when Hyun-guk noticed the shards embedded in the creature's hand. The fragments of the holy bead were burning his skin. Only a player killer would take damage from pure holy energy. A vampire. The very demon race that slaughtered innocent citizens and his own comrades during the soul attack. So this creature wasn't a snake man at all, but a vampire. With a twisted face, the vampire mockingly praised Hyun-guk. "You really have a knack for annoying people. I take it you don't plan on answering my question?" It looked like he would have to tear off Hyun-guk's limbs to get him talking. Suddenly, Hyun-guk sensed a massive surge of hero-grade energy. Was that the Spear of Achilles that the Gwang group was searching for? Even his fused armor wouldn't stand a chance against it. If that weapon unleashed its true power, a single hit would instantly end Hyun-guk's life. A system alert popped up, warning him that his potion's duration was below 60%. His mana and strength star buffs were fading fast, with barely 2 minutes remaining. He had to secure a victory before time ran out. The vampire snarled that he would force him to speak, even if he had to rip his jaw apart. With that, he thrust his spear directly at Hyun-guk's face. If Hyun-guk hadn't dodged in the nick of time, his head would have been pierced through. But our main character wasn't about to back down, retaliating with a brutal mace strike aimed right at his head. But the serpent blocked the blow once again. The vampire smugly reminded him that those desperate struggles were completely useless. Hyun-guk was incredibly frustrated. That annoying serpent blocked every single ranged attack, making it impossible to strike with the holy fragments. Worse, the Spear of Achilles made close combat suicide. Fine, it was time to change tactics. The vampire pressed his advantage, unleashing a flurry of attacks while mocking Hyun-guk for mentioning someone he didn't even know. Hyun-guk had to play his trump card early. He asked if the vampire was curious about his background. Had the demon ever served in the military before? The sudden self-introduction actually made the vampire laugh, wondering if Hyun-guk was trying to flirt with him. But that brief distraction was enough to plant a claymore mine directly onto the serpent. Definitely not a military man. Meanwhile, the other soldiers stopped a comrade who was about to throw a mine, yelling at him to hold back. With the boss gone, this was their chance. There were too many zombies for even a raid team to survive. Fearing Hyun-guk had already fallen, they wanted to run. But Junmo refused, arguing that Corporal Hyun-guk wouldn't go down that easily. Tae-soo immediately snapped back, asking how he could be so sure. Junmo firmly responded that they hadn't received the signal yet. Before heading out, Hyun-guk had instructed him to strap a claymore to his back. An explosion meant he was down to his absolute last resort. At that cue, he had to lead the squad to safety. Back at the fight, Hyun-guk detonated the charge right on target. Barbecued serpent? Anyone? The vampire went absolutely ballistic when he saw his beloved snake charred to a crisp. How dare you? That person chose it for me. He never expected his pet to be blown up like that. With the vampire's shield gone, Hyun-guk delivered a deadly arrow straight into his chest. Blown backward by the impact, the monster gasped in shock, wondering what had just hit him. How could any attack be too fast for the naked eye to track? Hyun-guk smirked at his naivety. The claymore was just a distraction to eliminate the snake. The arrow was the real trump card. Any attempt to pull it out would be completely useless since it carries his direct power. Hyun-guk held off on finishing him, deciding it was his turn for questions. Meanwhile, starving hordes of zombies swarmed toward the waiting soldiers. As Tae-soo and Junmo bickered, a deafening blast suddenly shook the area, absolutely terrifying everyone. Kyungjin asked Junmo with a trembling voice if that massive explosion was actually their claymore. Junmo stood frozen, completely pale. He couldn't believe the mine had gone off. No way, this was Corporal Lee Hyun-guk they were talking about. Finally, Tae-soo realized the dark meaning behind Junmo's earlier words. You mean that signal from earlier, right? He smugly brags about being totally right. See? He knew it. He casually points out that wandering off alone is a one-way ticket to a pointless death, coldly telling Runmo to keep a level head if he ever wants to survive a real battlefield. His advice? Just hide in a safe spot and wait for the raid team to back you up. He might have a handsome face, but his mouth spews absolute garbage. Runmo scowls, warning him in a low, furious growl. Hey, we just got word that one of our comrades might be dead. How can you stand there laughing about it? Hearing Tisp's preachiness, the surrounding soldiers freeze, staring at him with pure, unfiltered disgust, as if he is a pile of trash. Feeling the absolute hostility in the air, Tisp stammers, desperately trying to talk his way out of the hole he dug. Hey, I was worried too. But come on, the rest of us still have to keep moving forward, right? Tisp actually tries to start a sing-along to get their adrenaline pumping. What are you waiting for? Move it, let's go hide. But right at that dramatic moment, rocks rain down right next to him, scaring him half to death. What now? The entire castle begins to shake violently. A system notification pops up. The legendary fortress of the Skeleton Lord Dako is being summoned. The Skeleton Lord obliterates anyone who dares step foot on his domain. Panic spreads through the ranks like wildfire. What is going on? An entire fortress materializes out of nowhere. Something completely absent from their training. And look, an army of zombies is rising right alongside it. Tisp stares at the massive horde of 500 summoned zombies, completely paralyzed by fear with a look of pure despair. As chaos erupts, Runmo raises his hand high, signaling for everyone to quiet down immediately. But a stupid ally is always more dangerous than a strong enemy. While everyone else stands completely frozen, Tisp shoves his comrades aside and takes off running like a coward. The loud racket he makes immediately alerts the zombie horde. They go completely feral, swarming the soldiers with terrifying speed. Runmo quickly barks out an order. Raid team, open fire. But they soon realize bullets won't stop this wave. There are just too many. They need to find cover, and fast. Meanwhile, let's head back to our incredibly cool main character and his extremely unlucky vampire prisoner. The vampire desperately clutches the arrow in his chest, trying everything to yank it out. But Hyung-guk casually warns him it is pointless, since the arrow is infused with his own heavy magic. He even reassures the vampire, telling him not to worry since he won't kill him just yet. First, he wants some intel on the necromancer. The vampire just laughs, asking if he really thinks a measly little arrow can end him. Sure, without holy power, Hyung-guk cannot finish him off instantly. But with the massive blood loss he is suffering right now, even a powerful vampire is bound to experience a pain far worse than death. Realizing his secrets are out, the vampire completely loses his cool. You brat. Just how much do you know? Hyung-guk simply channels magic into the arrow, making the monster scream in pure agony. He coldly reminds him who is running this show, and that he is the one asking the questions here. Time for the first question. What is your connection to the second young master of the Guang Corporation? Is that wealthy brat the one backing you? The arrogant vampire snarls. How dare you? That pathetic insect is nothing but a low-class piece of prey. Ding dong, wrong answer. Hyung-guk delivers another shock to the vampire. He already warned him right from the start that good boys do not get hurt, while bad ones get punished. Unable to bear the agony, the vampire begs him to stop, which brings a satisfied smirk to Hyung-guk's face. Well now, at least you are finally ready to cooperate. Keep playing nice and answer this. Tell me, do you actually know who the necromancer is? If you do, spit out their location right now. But the vampire is incredibly stubborn, still finding the strength to mock him. You fool, you actually have no idea. If I knew, why on earth would I even ask you? He could be anyone, like a trusted comrade fighting by your side, or maybe even someone in your own family. Unfortunately, that is the wrong answer. And the vampire just crossed a major line. Hyung-guk presses a cold dagger directly against his neck, warning him to shut his mouth and keep his family out of it. This monster clearly prides himself on his status, yet here he is, stalling. So, Hyung-guk decides to drop a massive truth bomb. You have never actually met the necromancer, have you? Seeing the vampire's instant panic, Hyung-guk knows he has hooked his fish, and he begins to mock him relentlessly. Wow, how pathetic. You really are all talk. To a hyper-cautious mastermind like the necromancer, no matter how loyal of a dog you are, he would never grant you an audience or share any of his grand plans with you. So what does that make you? Just a pathetic, brainwashed stalker? This brutal truth completely strikes a nerve, throwing the vampire into a wild rage. Who gave you permission to act like you know him so well? You bastard! But Hyungkook indifferently shrugs. I actually know far more than him anyway. Suddenly, the giant snake behind them wakes up and lunges forward, opening its massive jaws to take a bite out of him. But this beast is way out of its depth. With a simple flick of his wrist, Hyungkook slices it into instant fried snake. We have been hunting each other for a long time. The vampire sneers, claiming it is a lie, since his master has not even awakened yet. Hyunwook was completely done with this interrogation. The enemy's final excuse was just way too obvious to believe. Thanks for the item, I will use it well, he muttered as a notification confirmed he acquired the Spear of Achilles. If the necromancer had already awakened his powers and started acting, shouldn't he have sensed it a long time ago? But wait, if he has not even awakened yet, why is this vampire so incredibly loyal? Come to think of it, this entire situation was highly suspicious. Even if Hyunwook did not want to, he had to keep questioning. Stalker, how did you get in here? The Blue Flower Guild is guarding the gate outside, so how did you manage to sneak in alone? Glancing at the glowing ring on his hand, the vampire raised his voice to question Hyunwook back. Then how were you able to step through the raid gate he created? No player over level 18 was supposed to enter here. Hyunwook was deeply shocked by his words. What did he just say? Opening a gate by himself? Does that mean a gate can actually be controlled by an individual? At that exact moment, the ground began to shake. If this continued, he would lose both him and the target. A notification screen popped up. The gate level limit has increased from 18 to 30. The vampire smugly sneered in his face. After this stage, his monster raid gate will be complete. Enjoy the true horror of the world I have created. The soldiers could only stay quiet and find a place to hide, as the zombies were running wild, hunting for prey with an absolute bloodthirsty frenzy. Junmo noticed how incredibly strange the skeleton leader was acting, absorbing the surrounding energy to reanimate his two hollow eyes. The moment the skeleton leader restored his eyes, the surrounding zombies roared, celebrating their leader regaining his sight. And because the skeleton leader could now see, the other zombies could too. Staring at their glowing, hollow eye sockets, Junmo felt his hair stand on end. Did the zombies actually gain eyesight? With absolutely no time to think, Junmo raised his long, solid, 20-centimeter firearm, unleashing a barrage of bullets at the horde. The noise instantly drew the rest of the zombies over. Junmo quickly shouted to warn the raid team that the zombies could see them, promising to cover them. Everyone else, get out of here now. This skeleton leader doesn't just have eyes, he actually understands human speech. Hearing Junmo's warning, the leader whipped around and lashed out with a deadly bone whip attack. Just when everyone thought Junmo was finished, a nearby grenade exploded, completely blowing away the skeleton leader's deadly bone whip. Minte screamed Private Park Junmo's name to snap him out of it. Hearing the shout, Junmo was completely stunned. Minte, Choi Min, what are you doing? I told you to run, Minte yelled back. You can't hold them off by yourself. Minji, firing her gun beside them, chimed in. Junmo, we won't have the courage to shoot you if you actually turn into a zombie. As they spoke, they backed up their words with action, firing wildly and tossing grenades. True to their word, they declared they would die together, urging Junmo to hurry up and support them already. Deeply moved by their loyalty, Junmo was left completely speechless. If they were this determined, he had to accept. Junmo ran straight toward his comrades, shouting a loud command. All strike team members, retreat! Throw every remaining grenade! And just like that, an indoor fireworks show erupted, blowing the castle to pieces amid thick smoke. Then, a mysterious voice echoed. I will use your remaining comrades as sacrifices. Turns out, that was the final threat left behind by that doomed vampire guy. Before escaping, the bastard still threatened Hyungkook. He warned that zombies would soon swarm the gates and slaughter the outside world. Try and stop them if you can. A flashing red warning system suddenly pops up. The skeletal leader Baron Samedi has launched his attack. Hyungkook has no time to waste. He bolts like the wind, sprinting straight toward the ominous castle right ahead. Suddenly, he hears a loud blast. Is that a grenade from that building? Hyungkook remembers telling Junmo that if the Claymore mines detonate, the team must run at all costs. And if he never made it back, who would lead the squad? But instead of sharing his rising panic, Junmo just gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. He promised to wait for him. The squad would wait for Corporal Lee Hyungkook to return, so survive and make it back. Back to reality, the zombies are already leaking out of the castle. They are lined up at the gate, ready to welcome Hyungkook. How incredibly sweet of them. But Hyungkook's arrows show absolutely zero mercy. instantly wiping out the brainless monsters blocking his path. Hyung-guk curses under his breath, grips the Asino spear, and roars to activate its power as he charges straight at them. Even with a system warning flashing about extreme mana consumption, Hyung-guk couldn't care less, screaming at the screen to shut up. He knows he made a promise that he would absolutely make it back. Inside the castle, the skeleton leader suddenly freezes dead in his tracks, his face still looking completely constipated. The system alert blares once more. The massive onslaught of the skeleton leader, Baron Samedi, has been interrupted. It looked like the skeleton leader saw the warning screen too, but the moment he turned his head, it vanished into thin air. While distracted, someone swiped his precious cat ear jar from the windowsill. Once he realized, he completely lost it, letting out a world-shaking roar. Minty, Minji, and Junmo bolted like crazy, trying to outrun 500 zombies. Talk about looking like a debtor running from a loan shark. Actually, they looked more like workers running from a terrifying deadline. Minji could only watch helplessly as Junmo clutched that cat ear jar. Why on earth did you bring that along? Even Master Thief Junmo had no clue. He just figured it looked important to the skeleton boss. Oh, and quick heads up. Junmo is actually a thief class, specifically one of the direct underlings of Kido Kit. Just as the zombies were about to rip Junmo's head off, the strike team intercepted and sent them straight back to the grave. Kyungjin yelled out that the C4 was fully set up, which is a pretty standard military-grade plastic explosive. Junmo screamed for Minty to block the front. Minty slammed her shield down, triggering the explosives and blowing the zombies to pieces. That is military grade for you. Looks like crispy fried zombie is definitely on the menu tonight. Sadly, the blast hit our soldiers pretty hard too. It really was an all-or-nothing move. No risk, no reward. You either go big or go home. Junmo was the first to stand up, quickly checking to see if everyone was still alive and if anyone lost an arm or a leg. Once he confirmed everyone was alive and still breathing, he finally let out a sigh of relief and figured out their next move. They successfully blocked the zombies for now, but nobody knew what to do next. Why? Because they were officially trapped in here too. Staying here meant they would eventually run out of oxygen. With the immediate threat cleared, finding an escape route was the absolute priority. Right at that exact second, a massive crack split the wall directly in front of them. The skeleton leader whipped his bone chain straight through the wall, bursting in. Junmo locked eyes with the boss and froze completely for 5 seconds. The skeleton leader flashed a creepy, mockingly affectionate smile that sent shivers straight down the soldiers' spines. His eyes were locked dead on the cat ear jar sitting right at Junmo's feet. And right in the nick of time, our main character finally made his grand entrance. Looking incredibly cool, he immediately roared at the skeleton boss to freeze. Hearing his voice, Junmo felt like he just grabbed a lifeline. Trembling all over, he muttered that Corporal Lee Hyun-guk took way too long. Lee Hyun-guk was exhausted out of his mind but still had to rescue his team. Talk about protagonist energy. He yelled out heroically, "Who is it? Who dares touch my squad?" Right when things got incredibly chaotic, our hero Hyun-guk showed up to save his terrified teammates. Hyun-guk then dropped a line straight out of a cheesy romance movie. "Listen up, Glow Eyes. I am the only one allowed to mess with these guys." Hearing that, his teammates went from being deeply touched to utterly speechless. Talk about awkward. Suddenly, a system warning popped up for our cool main character. A massive amount of mana was being consumed. System alert. Warning. Your remaining mana has dropped to only 32%. He was mostly talking big to buy time and scare the boss, because the truth was, Hyun-guk was out of mana and had no strategy to win. But while Hyun-guk was busy plotting his next move, the skeleton leader launched a sudden attack. Was it a long-range attack? But the boss suddenly lagged out, standing completely still. Wait, what was going on? Why did he stop? Seeing the boss frozen like a statue, Junmo wasted no time rallying the squad. Let's make a run for it. Kim Ki-hoon, Choi Tae-woong, Private Choi Tae-woong, move it. Open up that toolbox. It is time for the next part of our show. Inside their backpacks, they had everything from combat rations to endless bags of iron marbles. Then, Hyun-guk noticed the cat ear jar right above him. Don't tell me it is because of that jar. Meanwhile, the skeleton boss got some crazy power buff and grew absolutely massive, like a literal giant. With that giant body, the boss started stomping around, crushing his own zombies to pieces, and now, he was aiming his massive foot right at our protagonist. But luckily, Hyun-guk is our main character, so dying this early is not happening. He pulled off a clean roll, narrowly dodging the boss's massive, filthy skeleton foot. Out of the frying pan, into the fire. The boss whipped out his bone chains, determined to smash him if stomping failed. It looked like this giant skeleton boss was a real sadist. loving these heart-stopping, close-call games. One single mistake, and his head was rolling. Before the soldiers could even set up their counterattack, they panicked seeing Hyun-guk in danger. But with the moment arriving, they threw everything in their bags at the enemy. The boss whipped his chains to cut them off, but with Hyun-guk's insane speed, those attacks were nothing but a minor distraction. He roared, unlocking the true, devastating power of the Spear of Asilius. That move cost 21% of his mana, leaving him with only 11%. But there was absolutely no stopping him now. Hyun-guk screamed for Minty to raise her shield immediately as he lunged forward, thrusting his spear straight ahead. The bonevine shield used by the skeleton leader was barely holding up anyway, and by now, it was riddled with so many holes it looked just like a piece of shredded paper. Hyun-wook used his telekinetic power to pull a can of soda over, while Junwoo rushed to ask if Minte was doing okay. Still dazed, Private On Minte mumbled that he was doing all right, sir. Meanwhile, Hyun-wook looked like he was busy shooting a commercial for Pepsi or Coke. He chugged down the entire can. Instantly, a notification popped up. The mana star would continuously restore his mana for the next 5 minutes. Now that the tables had turned, Hyun-wook confidently yelled out to provoke the skeleton leader. "Hey, glowing eyes, I'm your opponent now." Hyun-wook then unleashed his signature move, controlling a barrage of iron beads. Countless iron beads shot straight toward the massive skeleton leader towering in the back. Hyun-wook quietly muttered a command. The iron beads instantly shattered into sharp, tiny shards. These fragments then kept flying straight toward the skeleton leader. But this trick did absolutely nothing to him. The skeleton leader simply glared at the oncoming shards and blocked them all without even lifting a finger. Even worse, the dagger Hyun-wook had sneakily thrown amidst the shards was effortlessly caught by the boss, who casually grabbed it with 2 fingers. It was just as Hyun-wook suspected. The boss's magical barrier was going to be the real problem here. If things dragged on like this, he was going to lose. Right on cue, the skeleton leader counterattacked with those familiar, whipping bone vines. Except this time, the brutal force of those bone vines made it clear they were all in deep trouble. There was no way Hyun-wook could keep fighting endlessly just to search for a weak point. He had his team to protect behind him. Instead of attacking, Hyun-wook chose to defend, anxiously waiting for a breakthrough. Since the boss hadn't fully evolved yet, he definitely had a weak spot. But where could it possibly be? Meanwhile, Kyung-jin suddenly smashed open a nearby cat-eared jar, revealing a grotesque, human-like organ that sent absolute chills down everyone's spines. "Kim Kyung-jin, what on earth are you doing? Where did you get that sword? Don't go touching random dungeon items like that. We have no idea what it actually does. Are you listening?" But Kyung-jin was completely locked in, like a bull seeing red. Despite his teammates pleading with him to stop, he refused to listen. With a deadpan face, Kyung-jin calmly muttered, "We're all going to die anyway. Corporal Lee is putting his life on the line to protect us. I have to do something to help him." Deeply moved by this unexpected speech about brotherhood, Youngmin gritted his teeth and yelled at him to just go ahead and stab it already. Sure enough, the grotesque organ they were about to stab seemed to pose a major threat to the skeleton leader. The boss immediately whipped his deadly bone vines around to attack them. But right before they could strike, Kyung-jin plunged his sword straight into the organ inside that cat-eared jar. The moment the blade sank in, the skeleton leader began to weaken rapidly. Stumbling down to his knees, his bone vines lost control and whipped wildly in all directions, allowing the soldiers to easily dodge the chaotic attacks. Hyun-wook anxiously shouted out, asking if the strike squad was still alive. "If you're alive, say something." Junwoo quickly called back, assuring him they were fine. Hyun-wook was still totally baffled by what was going on. The weakened skeleton leader desperately darted his eyes toward a second cat-eared jar nearby. The jar shattered to reveal a massive, double XL-sized heart beating inside. Hyun-wook stared in utter shock, but then a realization hit him as he looked back at the organ his squad had just stabbed. Oh boy. The skeleton leader was completely pushed over the edge, throwing his head back to let out an earth-shaking roar. Dark energy erupted wildly from his body, his eyes shining like blinding floodlights straight into the sky. Trying to hit those high notes without any vocal training is pure torture for everyone's ears. The soldiers couldn't handle the sheer volume, painfully covering their ears to block out the deafening, high-pitched screeching. A system notification popped up. Forced reboot of the skeleton leader Baron Samedi's inheritance. Current progress is 66.6%. Warning. The magical energy of the remaining souls is now being absorbed by the skeleton leader. The gate's player level limit instantly jumped from 30 to 35. Right then, everything clicked for Hyun-wook. That was his weakness. Those jars actually served a real purpose. According to ancient Egyptian legend, Mummies had their vital organs preserved inside canopic jars. Since this boss was essentially a mummy, his heart likely held his soul. That heart was his ultimate weakness. The boss got careless by relying too much on his skeleton minions for defense. This was his chance. But then, Hyunwook froze, staring at his depleted mana bar. I'm doomed, he thought. Meanwhile, the skeleton leader still looked incredibly energized, thrashing his deadly bone vines around in a total frenzy. Just as Hyunwook was desperately dodging left and right, Min-tae suddenly rushed in and blocked a massive blow with his shield. Panicking, Hyunwook screamed out in sheer worry. On, Min-tae, what the hell are you doing? Min-tae quickly used his power to form another protective barrier over his shattered shield, looking back to ask if Hyunwook was doing okay. Well, he was slightly better now. Hyunwook stared in utter shock at his teammate's newly awakened skill. What is that skill exactly? Let us break it down while it is fresh. Ever since entering this dungeon, his level had been rising at a dizzying pace. Just by blocking that single attack from the skeleton leader, he managed to level up. With that, he reached level 20 and unlocked a new skill called Magic Shield, which uses mana to conjure a barrier that greatly boosts the user's defense. He finally had a defensive shield skill. It was still at a low level, but it would definitely help the team a lot. Hyungook was acting like a worried parent, raising reckless kids, nearly losing his mind over Hyunjin's sheer recklessness. Hey, you idiot. How could you trust a skill you have never even tested before? You almost got yourself killed out there. Kyungjin, who had just been puffing his chest out like a proud peacock waiting for a compliment, shrank back from the scolding, deflating instantly like a punctured balloon. He only wanted to protect his leader and the team. Hyungook sighed and patted his head, saying he knew, but his job was to keep everyone safe, so do not overdo it. Kyungjin blushed with embarrassment, thanking him, but suggested they save that discussion for later. Hyungook told him to save the thanks until after they escaped. Besides, there was no more time left for any heartfelt conversations. The skeleton leader was losing its temper, and another warning system alert rang out. Having sustained continuous damage, the skeleton leader's inherited power was completely cancelled. Incomplete necromancy energy was spreading rapidly, meaning its body would soon crumble and return to dust. In other words, it looked like this skeleton leader was running out of screen time. Before going down, the monster let out one final grand roar. Its skeletal bone chains began thrashing around wildly in every direction like a bunch of crazed octopus tentacles. Hyungook frowned deeply as he watched the skeleton boss lose total control. This monster could no longer control its own body, yet it was still launching a desperate final struggle. Was it trying to drag everyone down to hell with it? The raid team took their positions with rifles ready. The commander ordered Choi Tae-woong to shoot and block its line of sight. Tae-woong immediately obeyed, firing directly at the skeleton leader's two glowing eyes. Junmo, the chief commander, issued the next set of orders. While Corporal Lee Hyungook recovered his mana, the raid team deployed their tactical distraction plan. The entire squad acknowledged the command in unison. Meanwhile, the skeleton leader was completely losing its mind, unable to control its power. Its bone vines trashed around aimlessly. Seeing the extreme danger, Hyungook quickly called out to Junmo, telling him not to take any more reckless risks. But Junmo was incredibly loyal. He adamantly insisted that his team would buy enough time for him to recover. They would leave the final blow to Hyungook. Feeling such deep camaraderie for the first time, he was too moved to speak. A system notification showed his mana was steadily recovering. His mana was currently sitting at only 9%, while the crazed skeleton leader roared and thrashed its bone vines frantically, smashing the ground, the walls, and the ceiling. Under this gentle destruction, the castle was about to crumble into ruins. Hyungook could only watch anxiously as his mana bar ticked up bit by agonizing bit. He stood up with resolve, threw his gun at the skeleton leader, and shouted, "Hey, you bastard, I am right here. I am your opponent." It was time for Hyungook to steal back the spotlight and take center stage for this final act. Hyungook dashed forward at lightning speed, using the thrashing bone vines as stepping stones straight toward the monster's heart. To defeat the skeleton leader, one had to destroy its organs, sealed inside jars. There were 3 jars containing the liver, the heart, and the eyes. Hyungook leaped high into the air, drawing the bow of Lord Chiston, and aimed straight at the skeleton leader's glowing eyes. He was literally landing right on the monster's face now. Before delivering the final blow, he decided to give the skeleton leader some parting advice. If you are supposed to be a king, then act like a real king. Stop these shameful antics and get out of here, you bastard. Hyungook aimed his blue cloud sword straight at the remaining eye, unleashing a powerful and decisive finishing strike. The skeleton leader was officially wiped out, crashing heavily to the ground and leaving the entire raid team absolutely stunned. A system message popped up. congratulating him on his victory for successfully defeating the skeleton leader, Baron Samedi. The squad stared blankly at the giant, lifeless body of the skeleton leader sprawled out before them. Did they really manage to take it down? It certainly seemed so, and everyone immediately started celebrating their hard-won victory. Hyunguk approached the boss and plucked a golden crown from its skull, jokingly wondering if gold prices were up so he could sell it. A system notification congratulated him on acquiring the Crown of Light and Darkness. Its primary passive greatly enhanced the user's resistance against undead damage, though the item's special effect still remained locked for now. Hyunguk examined the crown curiously. What kind of item was this? He had never seen it in his past life. On top of that, it even had a special effect. But just as everyone let out a sigh of relief, the castle began to collapse around them. A system warning flashed, announcing the collapse of the fortress, prompting Junmo to frantically shout out Hyunguk's name. Hyunguk suddenly realized they had not gathered the rest of the loot yet. But with the place crumbling, they had to escape immediately. Just as the castle collapsed into dust, the raid team managed to escape through the gate in the nick of time, marking a successful raid. But with the portal closing, this sudden system alert is stressing everyone out. Barely catching their breath, they're forced to sprint like crazy toward the rapidly closing exit. On the other side, Hina is arguing with a suited man about requiring only level 53 players or higher. How could a raid succeed with those ridiculous level limits? Plus, they won't even have independent control over this operation. The Blue Orchid Guild has enough post-raid issues as it is, but Hina snaps right back at him with a sharp, "So what? Will you take responsibility if the Guang Corporation pulls their funding? Do you honestly think we can finish the mission if we set out right now?" In the middle of their heated argument, our 5 elite raid members suddenly leap out of the closing portal, one by one. Hyunguk just got back and is already putting on a show, loudly praising them from the podium. The Red Gate raid is officially over. Hina stands there utterly stunned, staring at them. Is this a joke? A bunch of low-tier military trash cleared the Red Gate? Hina's face is darker than a burnt pot. Looking extremely bitter, she can only grit her teeth as Hyunguk directs the squad. The raid team quickly lines up in 2 perfect rows. Hyunguk calmly steps right up to Hina. Arrogant as always, she crosses her arms and sneers. "What about your other team?" Hyunguk acts pitying as he replies, "They went in way too late." Hina snaps back. "Are you saying this squad completed the raid all on their own?" Hyunguk doesn't feel like wasting words. Isn't it obvious? Does she need someone to pay for her eye exam? Exactly. But Hina refuses to believe it. How is this possible? Hyunguk indifferently tells her she can verify it once the portal's analysis is done. Refusing to accept this, she demands to know his true identity. Is he really just an F rank? Hyunguk looks down coldly at the fuming, helpless Hina. Does she finally believe that his success wasn't just a stroke of luck? Shut down completely by his sharp words, Hina stammers, claiming she will only make a decision after reviewing the data. But tell me, did you happen to see a specific spear in there? It might be held by a zombie from the Blue Orchid Guild, or stashed inside the dungeon's treasure room. Hyunguk just shoots her a look that is 90% pure contempt and 10% absolute disbelief. Honestly, even a doctor couldn't cure her delusion. During the escape, Hyunguk already swiped the diamond body scroll and hid it on his person. Why would he admit to seeing anything? Hyunguk plays dumb, claiming he never saw any spear at all. Hina is left speechless and utterly panicked. It's impossible, it must be there. But Hyunguk cuts her off mid-sentence. You keep changing the subject. Are you trying to dodge our bet? Is the chief strategist of the Blue Orchid Guild really going back on her word? Confronted like this, Hina begins to tremble violently. Disgusted by her pathetic display, Hyunguk turns his back on her and walks away. It seems she needs some time to calm down, so he'll just come back to collect his winnings later. But Hina isn't letting him off that easily, screaming at him to halt. She demands that he join the Blue Orchid Guild immediately. She promises him the absolute best treatment and benefits, far superior to any other guild. But Hyunguk saw right through her. She just wants to be his boss and control him. Suddenly, as they argue, a soldier shouts an announcement. The Major General of the Monster Countermeasures 3rd Division has arrived. Dongchan eagerly welcomes Hyunguk back, but notices Hina clutching the man's coat. Don't tell me she is trying to recruit an active duty, key soldier right from under their noses. Caught red-handed, Hina flusters and waves her hands. Of course not, she was just making a friendly introduction. Dongchan asks her casually, "By the way, didn't the Blue Orchid Guild disobey direct orders to prep their own secret raid team?" Hina freezes like a statue, completely speechless. Dongchan shoots her a knowing look, noting that they already have massive issues with the Guang group, yet her guild still overstepped at the Red Gate. He intends to file an official complaint regarding this matter directly to the leader of the Blue Orchid Guild. Furthermore, he believes a copy of this official document should be sent to and discussed with the other guilds. Unable to argue, Haena can only clench her fists so hard they bleed. As Dongchan and Hyunguk walk into a private room, the old man happily listens to Hyunguk's detailed battle report. Unbelievable. A total, 100% clear. This is absolutely outstanding. He never expected him to bring back such a flawless victory. Dongchan looks 10 years younger as he praises Hyunguk endlessly, dying to see the look on the Blue Orchid Guildmaster's face. Hyunguk watches the old man grinning like he just hit the jackpot. He's clearly thrilled to have completely ruined their plans. Dongchan declares that at over 70 years old, he has never met anyone quite like him. Hyunguk just humbly downplays it. But about the promise he made, Dongchan cuts him off, completely ignoring the topic to shower him with even more praise. He'll promote the entire raid squad by 1 rank, and grant him an official rank reevaluation. Hyunguk maintains a calm exterior, though internally, he's already slicing Dongchan into 100 tiny pieces. Here we go again. This crafty old man still has to open his mouth and deliver a textbook thank you speech. With team promotions, rank upgrades, and the promised rewards, he actually felt deeply moved and grateful for the old man's generosity. Jungchan clears his throat with a sour face, admitting this guy is not easily fooled, and asks what he really wants. He asks for weapons imbued with holy power for his entire team, leaving Jungchan even more confused by the bizarre request. The skeleton gate is cleared, so why still demand holy weapons? Cut to the next morning, where hot news is buzzing everywhere. The support team had single-handedly cleared Stage 53 during the gate closure raid. Gossiping soldiers stand aside with their jaws dropped, hearing that Hyunguk even received a scout offer from the famous Blue Flower Guild. Doesn't that put his record above Sergeant Choi Hyun? Once Sergeant Choi Hyun returns from deployment, they will definitely need a showdown to see who is truly on top. Meanwhile, Minji and Min-tae are sitting together, sharing a cozy heart-to-heart. Minji sighs deeply, complaining that while everyone used to ignore them, they are now the center of attention, and he just cannot get used to it. But Min-tae wonders why that does not seem to affect Junmo at all, who is currently busy bragging to others. He is showing off to 2 pretty girls, recounting their epic battle as if he just narrowly escaped death, which is actually pretty close to the truth. A short-haired girl asks out of curiosity why the other team members are so incredibly powerful, even excluding their captain. Junmo leans in and whispers mysteriously that it is all thanks to Hyunguk's brutal special training methods. Meanwhile, the man himself is busy sitting alone in his room, literally biting the crown he swiped from the skeleton boss. He honestly looks a bit ridiculous, but mid-bite, Seok bursts through the door to report some urgent news about their support team. Seok drops to his knees in tears, sobbing loudly as he begs Hyunguk to forgive his previous rude and arrogant behavior. Met with total indifference, Hyunguk just keeps gnawing on the crown until a system notification reveals he has successfully digested the crown of light and darkness. It does not taste good at all, but now is not the time to be picky, because the massive soul monster wave is about to begin. They cannot possibly save every single soldier, but securing an extra powerful ally in battle will definitely help save more lives. Hyunguk decides to accept his new disciple, offering a gentle smile as he warns Suk he should probably prepare for death. Meanwhile, the leader of the Daesan Guild is talking to an associate about how their candidate failed at the Soul Gate. It seems his faction is preparing to execute a sinister new plan. Once he gathers all the details, he plans to send men to the black market to scout for intel and prepare for any unexpected complications. He tells the contact on the phone that he will do absolutely anything to lay his hands on that key. Staring at the monitor, he guesses the thief used fire as a weapon, instantly pointing suspicion toward the monster defense team as he plots his next move during the soul attack. This time, he will open 4 gates simultaneously to scatter their forces, allowing his men to completely wipe out the 1st battalion of the monster defense team. Before hanging up, he confidently reassures the person on the other end of the line. He will personally handle everything here in Korea, promising to call back and update them immediately if any issues arise. He instantly crushes the phone in his hand right after hanging up. While agonizing, blood-curdling screams begin to echo from behind the heavy door he is standing near. As he steps inside, he is greeted by a horrific sight of countless bloody corpses covering the floor, surrounded by his savage henchmen, who are completely drenched in blood. He coldly raises his voice to give them their orders. Thrilled at the mention of new prey to hunt, the killers instantly grow excited, and a blonde girl who just finished draining her latest victim stands up to say, "Yes, master, please command us." He commands them that once the attack begins, they must infiltrate the 1st battalion of the monster defense team stationed over at Namsan, kill anyone who is still breathing, and feel free to slaughter them however you like. He wants that battalion completely wiped out of Seoul, before eventually erasing Seoul itself off the map of South Korea. The following morning, over at the 1st Battalion of the 3rd Monster Defense Brigade, Corporal Lee Hyung-guk and 6 of his comrades report to the battalion commander after officially receiving their new promotion orders. The commander congratulates them and praises their efforts, but Hyung-guk can only sigh in sheer boredom as his superior launches into another one of his incredibly dry and tedious speeches. He is basically lecturing them about serving their country and fulfilling their sacred duty. But right in the middle of his passionate speech, he receives an urgent call mentioning someone named Kaido. He quickly instructs the 2nd platoon leader to wrap up the promotion ceremony in his place, and he immediately rushes out the door. Hearing that name instantly reminds Hyung-guk of Okita Kaido, the notorious assassin who murdered the legendary holy sword, Guk Sepio. He remembers that in his past life, after learning that the assassin had slipped into the country through Busan port, their battalion commander, Kim Kang-sok, completely abandoned his post to hunt him down. Back then, even though only 2 vampires appeared, they managed to wipe out the entire 1st Battalion of the Monster Defense Force. He knew right then that the tragic nightmare from his past was officially starting again. Back in reality, the team wraps up their promotion ceremony and finally receives their well-deserved weapons as a reward. Hyun-guk can't help but feel anxious, wondering if the horrors he remembers from his past life will unfold the exact same way. While the rest of the squad is busy celebrating their big promotion, Junmo stands to the side looking incredibly anxious. When everyone notices his mood, he claims he already saw this coming, so he isn't surprised. Moments later, they eagerly open the reward chests to check out their new high-grade weapons. But their initial hype quickly turns into massive disappointment when they realize the chest contains nothing but basic wooden stakes instead of epic weapons. Hyun-guk, however, doesn't see them as useless junk. He immediately channels his magic to telekinetically control the stakes. As he tests them, he reminds himself that he has prepared as much as possible, and worrying now won't change a thing. At this point, he has absolutely no choice but to head-on confront whatever nightmare is heading their way. No matter what happens, he is going to see this through. Following their promotion, his squad is assigned to heavy guard duty around Namsan. His squad mate on guard duty is completely bored out of his mind, openly wondering if their team got baited into doing grunt work again. Meanwhile, Hyun-guk remains lost in thought, figuring they either got lucky that the disaster didn't strike early, or there are no unpredictable variables. That means his actions so far weren't enough to alter the timeline of the upcoming onslaught. He suddenly snaps out of it and looks at his teammate. Startled, his squad mate frantically explains that he isn't complaining about the endless guard duty, but is just genuinely excited about getting some time off soon to visit his grandmother. Hyun-guk steps right up to him and asks point-blank if he trusts him. Intimidated by the intense aura, the guy nervously stammers that he trusts him completely. Suddenly, a cat screech from the bushes cuts them off, followed by a sickening silence, as the poor creature is permanently silenced. Over at the main gate, the vice platoon leader checks in on An Min-tae and Park Sung-mo to see if they are staying alert. Thanks to constant sleep deprivation, both of them look like walking corpses with dark panda circles under their eyes. They sleepily insist they are fine, remembering how Hyun-guk told them that this grueling guard duty counts as valuable mental training. Receiving a rare compliment from her makes both of them blush with sheepish embarrassment. Suddenly, they spot a mysterious shadow approaching the gate. One of them raises his rifle to shout a warning before aiming. Realizing it is definitely not human, he fires a round straight into the beast's heart, while the others quickly activate their traps and barrier shields. But to their absolute horror, a massive swarm of those exact same monsters begins pouring in from outside the gate. They fire their weapons non-stop, but the sheer numbers are overwhelming. Forced onto the defensive, they deploy a magic shield to temporarily hold the horde back. Meanwhile, Hyun-guk is moving at top speed to reach the gate. He knows the nightmare is about to unfold, the devastating attack that will turn Seoul into a living hell. Inside the operations headquarters, Sung-ha is busy working when a sudden, terrifying chill runs down her spine, forcing her to grab a flashlight and investigate outside. She gasps in horror as she finds the resting soldiers completely wrapped in a swarm of deadly snakes. Before she can react, an attacker lunges at her. Fortunately, she manages to dodge the blow and strikes back, but it quickly becomes clear she is completely outmatched. To her absolute shock, the wound she just inflicted instantly heals up as if nothing ever happened. Witnessing this terrifying regeneration, she demands to know who this monster with such immense healing power is. He smugly sneers that she doesn't need to know, since she is going to end up dead by his hands anyway. He even mocks her, saying it's such a tragic waste to kill a girl as beautiful as her. That's when Seung-ha notices an active portal nearby, with endless waves of vicious monsters being ushered straight into the base. Infuriated that she is ignoring him, the villain lashes out with his whip to teach her a lesson. Being completely disarmed and defenseless, she is easily captured by the brutal weapon. The whip tightens around her neck, dragging her across the floor. But just as he raises his weapon to finish her, a hail of gunfire forces him back. While he scrambles to dodge the bullets, Seung-ha manages to free herself from the tight bind. Furious that his fun was ruined, the villain glares at the newcomer, who is none other than Hyun-guk. He instantly recognizes Hyun-guk as the exact soldier who stood in his way during their last battle. Boiling with rage, he snarls, "You military bastards are always getting in my way." Hyun-guk takes off his cap with a smirk, mocking him by asking if he plans to run away again. That perfect insult drives the monster absolutely insane with anger. Back at the gate, the monster onslaught continues relentlessly, while the squad desperately holds the line, praying for the rapid response unit to arrive. The vice platoon leader casts powerful support spells to stabilize their mana barriers. Just as the gate is about to burst open, the rapid response unit finally arrives, letting the exhausted defenders breathe a sigh of relief. But a horrific twist occurs when a mysterious woman appears out of nowhere. Wielding dual daggers, she obliterates the entire rapid response unit in a blink, leaving them absolutely no time to even scream. As the purple-haired assassin prepares to execute the survivors, a drunk soldier stumbling right through the zombie crowd suddenly catches her attention. He casually chugs his alcohol while stumbling forward, muttering nonsense under his breath. The horde of zombies actually parts ways to let him walk right through. They must be wondering why on earth this guy isn't terrified, or if he's just completely out of his mind. One bold zombie steps up and smashes the bottle right out of his hand. Seeing his precious drink shattered, he lets out a heartbreaking scream of pure grief. To vent his absolute rage, he moves like the wind, slicing through the entire horde instantly. After clearing out the undead, he points the jagged, broken bottle right at the purple-haired girl watching him. "Are you the one leading these freaks?" he demands. "How are you going to pay me back for this?" Amused, she replies with a cold sneer, "You seem pretty confident in your speed. How about we play a little game then?" But before she can even finish her sentence, he vanishes, reappearing right behind her. He immediately strikes, using the jagged edge of his broken bottle. She reacts in a split second, but still gets slashed. Down below, his squadmates look up in absolute awe. Their savior has finally arrived, Sergeant Choi Yoon. Flushed red from the alcohol, he points the shattered bottle at her and barks, "Before I slice up anything else and settle this score, you better bring me some booze." 36? Shocked to hear his name, she stares at him in disbelief and asks, "Wait, weren't you reassigned to another outpost?" He just scratches his head lazily, muttering that he was sent to handle a few chores, and now that they're done, he's back. He goes right back to demanding booze. Driven absolutely mad, she unleashes a flurry of slash attacks. But no matter how many times she swings, she can't land a single hit. Choi Yoon leaps down from the roof with a heavy sigh, realizing this annoying woman is about to completely ruin his fun. With that, he asks his squadmate to lend him a bayonet. It's not that his buddy is reluctant, but he's seriously worried that a standard, basic bayonet won't stand a chance against a monster like her. Plus, she's actually a vampire. Half drunk and dazed, he just blinks and asks, "Wait, she isn't a zombie?" His buddy sighs in pure frustration. Since when do mindless zombies talk, man? Knowing Choi Yoon is a prime candidate to become the next Sword Saint, she waits for a moment of distraction to unleash her absolute maximum power against him. Moving at blinding speed, she's incredibly confident that she can end his life right here. The deputy platoon leader tries to scream a warning, but before she can even finish shouting, "Watch out!" the vampire is already sent flying back by a single, brutal counterstrike. Only a sturdy wall stops her from launching into orbit. Coughing up blood from the heavy impact, she struggles back onto her feet, desperately trying to figure out her next move. Choi Yoon just sighs, claiming he tried his best to hold back and regulate his body's metabolism, because the moment his metabolism spikes, he immediately sobers up. Glancing at her coldly through his glasses, he mutters, "Well, the fun is officially over now." Choi Yoon raises his bayonet, asking calmly, "So, how exactly do you plan to take responsibility for this mess?" Realizing she stands absolutely no chance in a fight, she decides to employ the single most effective strategy from Sun Tzu's Art of War. Running away is the best option. She uses every ounce of her remaining speed to flee, but Choi Yoon catches up instantly. He ruthlessly severs her tendons, leaving her completely immobilized and pinned flat on the cold ground. Choi Yoon frowns deeply, demanding to know how a human like her is able to command the undead. When she refuses to speak, he gives her an angry kick. Standing over her, he mutters, "Just lie here and take a nap." Once I sweep the rest of these pests, I'll be back to question you. Before heading out to slaughter the remaining horde, he orders his squad to tie her up securely. He tells the nearby deputy platoon leader that he'll officially report in after finishing his cleanup. Seeing Choi Yun head into battle, armed with just a cheap bayonet, a fellow soldier pulls out his newly rewarded sword and offers it, but Choi Yun flatly refuses to take it. Choi Yun looks at the approaching horde with a wicked, sadistic grin. He is about to make their deaths incredibly painful. He leaps into the air and unleashes his strikes. A true master really does make it look easy, slicing down zombies like dry grass wherever he steps. Behind the gate, Min Tai-an and Jungmo Park are talking. They agree that if Hyungkook ever changed his attitude, he'd act a lot like Choi Yun, mainly because whenever either of those two smile, it sends a wave of pure terror down everyone's spine. Back to Hyungkook. The moment he finishes offering a casual greeting, his opponent furiously lashes a whip directly at him. Easily blocking the lethal whip with some spare blades, Hyungkook quickly hands over a few extra weapons to the platoon leader and commands. The skeleton soldiers are charging toward the cafeteria. You must go rescue the soldiers trapped there immediately. She protests in worry, warning him that the enemy is a vampire, and without any holy power, he won't stand a chance. He uses some incredibly harsh words just to push her away. Trying to fight while babysitting you is way too much trouble. Reluctantly, she orders him not to die before quickly retreating. Watching her run, the enemy sneers that they should have fought together. Hyungkook just smirks, replying, "Honestly, I'm just glad you're still breathing." The vampire is completely baffled by this, his face practically screaming. And why does that matter? Hyungkook explains, "Because if you're alive, it means your leader knows nothing about me. You only kept your head because you hid your last pathetic failure, right? If you had actually reported it, you wouldn't even be standing here today." He handed his weapon to the platoon leader, warning him that the skeleton soldiers escaping from the gate were heading straight for the cafeteria. He urged her to go and rescue the soldiers trapped over there, but she worriedly argued that without any holy power, he stood no chance against a literal vampire. So, he used harsh words to push her away, saying, "Fighting while protecting you is just too much of a drag." She ordered him to stay alive and retreated, prompting the vampire to sneer, "You two should have fought together." Hyungkook just smirked, replying, "Honestly, I am absolutely thrilled that you are still breathing." The vampire stared back in utter confusion, his face practically screaming. "So what if I am?" Hyungkook explained. "If you are alive, your leader knows nothing about me. You hid your previous failure just to save your own skin, right? If you had reported it, you would be dust by now." The vampire gnashed his teeth in fury, confirming Hyungkook had hit the nail on the head. He continued taunting him, "Letting you slip away last time really annoyed me. This time, you are not getting away." Having his pride stepped on by a mere human made the vampire's blood boil. He boasted about his newly upgraded, overpowered gear, mocking Hyungkook's tiny speck of holy power as completely useless against him. But Hyungkook just stared at him like he had hit the jackpot, wondering how many billion-1 items he could loot off his corpse. The monster roared that Hyungkook wouldn't even lay a finger on him today, vowing to personally rip him into 100 bloody pieces. Clearly, this arrogant fanged idiot didn't know that the loudest trash talkers always die first. Hyungkook quickly activated his holy aura, imbuing a specific piece of his gear with divine energy. The monster gasped, shocked to see a basic item transformed into a holy weapon. As Hyungkook smirked, "Who said I only use holy beads? I'm going to shred you into pieces," the vampire shrieked, baring his terrifyingly sharp fangs in absolute fury. "You are dreaming," he snarled. "Did you really think that pathetic spark of holy energy could even scratch me?" Hyungkook just chuckled, saying, "Let's find out. What's wrong getting scared?" This sent the beast into a screaming rage. "I will rip that smug mouth right off your face," the vampire shrieked, whipping out massive steel rods that stretched dozens of meters across the room. Not backing down for a second, Hyungkook thrust his brilliant, glowing blade straight at his foe. But his blade was easily deflected by the massive steel rods, forcing Hyungkook to spin back to dodge a counterattack. The monster relentlessly lashed his steel whip-like weapons, trying to shred Hyungkook alive. A steel whip, huh? The long-range strikes and unpredictable whip trajectories were insanely hard to defend against, forcing Hyungkook to pivot and dash in the opposite direction. He knew that if even one of those brutal lashes connected, he was history. Suddenly, a mysterious grin spread across his face as he realized exactly why this fanged fanatic was acting so cocky. He executed a series of crazy acrobatic flips, dashing back and forth to completely throw off the vampire's aim. He realized that if he closed the gap, the whip's long-range advantage would vanish, so he vaulted high and dove straight down. But the vampire just smirked, thinking he had won. as the monstrous eye on his weapon glowed a furious crimson. Suddenly, countless razor-sharp metal rods erupted, forming a massive, defensive shield of steel spikes all around him. The metal spikes easily suppressed Hyun-guk's glowing sword before shooting forward to impale him where he stood. Even his legendary blades were useless now, with both of them completely pinned down by the monster's steel spikes. Leaning back, Hyun-guk fired a quick skill combo to break free and dash away, while the vampire gave chase, sneering. "All that big talk just to run? Where do you think you are going?" the fiend roared. Meanwhile, Hyun-guk realized those armored tentacles were a major wildcard. They completely blocked the close-range approach he had planned to use to exploit the whip's lack of mobility at short distances. If this kept up, his sacred bow, which he planned to use as the grand finale of his ranged combo, would definitely get blocked. He had no choice. It would burn through a ton of mana, but he had to summon the Spear of Anal. The monster unleashed attack after attack, his mouth agape as he cackled. "That's right, run until I tear you apart." He hurled razor-sharp spikes at Hyun-guk. Unlocking the weapon, the hunter struggled to weave through the deadly, swirling metal. As item details flashed on his system screen, Hyun-guk realized the vampire had figured out he was drawing mana from his armor's reserve. The beast was deliberately stalling, trying to completely drain his mana. It seemed the bastard had done his homework, carefully analyzing his target's weaknesses mid-battle. Blown backward, Hyun-guk barely held his ground, bracing himself. He realized that if all vampires were this tough, even his entire mana pool wouldn't be enough to beat them. The vampire sneered triumphantly. "What's the matter? Have you finally realized just how utterly doomed you are? All right, you and I are about to see a clash as the enemy stands before him, mockingly daring him to win again." Right on cue, he suddenly barks a name into his radio. "Choi Tae-woong." The vampire freezes in absolute shock as a blinding, devastating beam of light instantly impales him. The forest falls deathly quiet. Those two soldiers hidden in the trees were the ones who had him in their crosshairs. Private Choi Tae-woong confirms a direct hit, but Sergeant Lee Hyun-guk warns him that the loud gunshot likely exposed their exact location to the enemy. They need to relocate immediately. This tactical coordinator is Corporal Choi Min, a D-rank tracker who keeps eyes on the battlefield, and his partner is Private Choi Tae-woong, a D-rank sniper with deadly precision. The wounded monster shrieks in agonizing pain. His eyes burn crimson with pure fury as he roars. "You absolute bastard, I will tear you apart." But right as the beast prepares to strike, a sudden spear impales him. Hyun-guk charges in with his weapon, yelling, "Just lay down and die, you stupid vampire." He drives the weapon even deeper into the beast. Upon impact, the spear erupts with a blinding, purifying flash of light. The monster collapses in agony right before him, whimpering, "I was chosen by our leader. How could a nobody like you defeat me? Who are you anyway? An A-rank hunter? No, an S-rank? How on earth did you manage to beat me?" Hyun-guk casually pries a glowing red gem from the dying creature's hand, mocking him. "On your deathbed and you still want answers? Fine, since you are a fancy noble, I will let you in on a secret. I am just an F-rank hunter." The vampire writhes in agony, refusing to believe his ears. "No, that is impossible. There is no way a noble like me lost to a pathetic, bottom-tier F-rank. This cannot be real." Before he can finish his denial, holy flames consume his body completely. He crumbles into ash, leaving behind only a few scattered red gems. A sudden system notification alerts him that his maximum mana capacity has successfully increased. Checking the absorption progress, he decides to use only half his current capacity, saving the rest for a true emergency. Suddenly, an urgent transmission interrupts him. "Sergeant Lee Hyun-guk, the Skotan monsters are breaching the second camp." Grimacing, he barks back into his radio, asking for an immediate battlefield update. There are too many of them to count. At this rate, I do not think anyone is getting out of here alive. Let's watch as he rushes to their location. Meanwhile, ravenous monsters tear the camp apart as an armored vehicle plows right through them. The furious driver slams on the gas, yelling, "You low-rank scum, I will run all of you down." But the monsters block the path with creepy grins, thrusting their sharp spears straight through the reinforced windshield. In a split second, the vehicle is completely immobilized, and the crew inside is brutally slaughtered. The vicious beasts even lift the driver's severed head by the hair. A horrified female soldier yells out, "They killed our commander," as she and her partner prepare to fight back together. Sergeant Kim Si-hee, do not be naive. We do not have nearly enough mana to take them all down. Those monsters are pouring in as we speak. You need to pull yourself together. Stop wasting magic blindly. Concentrate all collective firepower on the densest horde to slow them down. By the way, what about the armory? Did we get the reserve weapons? Soldiers panic as someone screams, Oh no, the commander had the keys on him. Then blow it open or melt the lock. I do not care how, just open that door. Our survival depends entirely on those weapons, so do not dare give up now. Sergeant Kim See-hee. The monsters are scaling the walls. She screams in terror. Watch out, get away from the windows. Observing the sheer madness, Hyun-guk wonders how so many beasts gathered here. You and I know he will do absolutely whatever it takes to save his comrades. Please stay alive. Just as a beast sneaks up behind See-hee to execute her, a teammate screams out in pure panic. Sergeant Kim See-hee. Meanwhile, in the enemy shadows, a voice asks, "Do we really need to open the gates in order, Karen? If we all charge in together, I bet we can wrap this up in no time." She calmly replies, "The desire to survive." But Kang Mok scoffs. "What kind of nonsense are you babbling about?" Karen flashes her sharp fangs, sneering. "Humans are so adorable, clinging to hope even as we crush their pathetic lives." Kang Mok mutters that her twisted nature has not changed one bit. Suddenly, a panicked scout rushes forward to report. "Lady Karen, it seems our entire infiltration team has been wiped out." He gasps in disbelief. Both of them? They completely disabled all active communication links and monitoring cameras during the mana release phase, then moved directly to the designated point to await final breach orders. The messenger delivers the grim update. But absolutely no one showed up. He demands, "Did you not clearly state that both the main hunter team and the Sword Saint candidate were absent?" The scout stammers, "Yes, that was exactly what we confirmed beforehand." So, could that girl actually be Seola, daughter of the Holy Knight's leader? At this point, we have no choice but to admit that Seola is far stronger than we anticipated. Karen commands, "Kang Mok, go down there and slaughter every soldier at that camp yourself." Glaring at her in absolute fury, he violently slams his cup down and lets out a frustrated roar. "Damn it. Because of those useless fools, I have to clean up this entire mess myself." System warnings flash red as a massive vortex suddenly rips open the sky. He looks at Karen, asking if they should turn that holy knight into one of their own now that things have gone this far. She snaps that he was ordered to follow military command, not just focus on See-hee. He glares back, asking if he looks like those absolute fools. He boasts about taking them down in one shot, or rather, letting those monsters handle Seung-ha. Suddenly, the stone pillar he just built crashes down. Inside that vortex, red-eyed beasts slowly begin to emerge. And it is not just one, but two massive monsters appearing. Both monsters are colossally powerful. Karen watches in pure satisfaction, wondering what kind of face they will make when they finally plunge into absolute despair. The building is now completely surrounded on all sides by ravenous skeletons. Hyung-guk appears, watching the entire scene from high above. He recalls that in his past life, there were only 2 vampires in this area. But considering the lunatic he ran into earlier, he can no longer guarantee that another one won't show up to crash the party, because that guy was never a part of his memories concerning this battle. Even if the second camp ends up getting attacked by bloodthirsty vampires, he is determined not to lose a single life. In that exact moment, his sharp weapons slide down, ready for action. Hyung-guk steels himself to clash with the skeleton horde, leaping forward into the fray. The skeletons suddenly sense his presence, but before they can even react, his deadly weapons pierce straight through their chests, shattering their ribs into countless pieces. His weapons fly forward like deadly rockets, sending the monsters crashing down. It is a relentless storm of Hyung-guk's sharp blades, obliterating every single skeleton. As the blades hit, the monsters burst into flames and crumble. Hyung-guk fights like an absolute god with absolutely zero fear, his only silent prayer being that everyone makes it out alive. His arrows tear through the air with terrifying speed. He screams Kim See-hee's name, launching another massive barrage of arrows as he takes on 7 skeletons all by himself. Just as See-hee is about to get ambushed by a lurking skeleton, a voice echoes, "Sergeant Kim See-hee." Looking up, she is completely shocked and alarmed. Suddenly, a mysterious surge of power shields her as the silhouette of another woman appears out of nowhere. See-hee instantly recognizes her. She glares, asking who gave her permission to barge into the women's barracks completely naked like that. Without saying a single word, she unleashes a devastating strike to crush the skeleton. Meanwhile, Hyung-guk finally makes his way over to join them. He calls out, asking if everyone is all right, but freezes as he spots something incredibly bizarre. He came here to rescue them, but he is completely bewildered. Who is saving whom here? He grabs onto a broken door and drops down. Oh, he thinks. She is actually way stronger than he ever expected. See-hee stares at him with suspicion, wondering what his deal is. Why is he trying so hard to look cool after crawling out of nowhere? He reminds himself that even though Kim Si-hee is a necromancer with a legendary assassination record after the second wave, she was still handpicked for a highly classified mission to go and assassinate the Orc King in the Shanghai Orc Kingdom, ultimately leaving a massive mark on history during her brutal, life-or-death duel with the Orc King Stonos. And that is exactly why, when he officially set out on his own mission, he did not start his journey alongside her. Wait, isn't that actually him? The crowd finally gathers the courage to crawl out, recognizing him as Sergeant Lee Hun. They stand there whispering, complaining that he was supposed to be handsome. He apologizes, saying he barely saw the photo, while looking around anxiously. He asks who is currently in charge here. Si-hee lazily replies that, for now, it seems to be her. Suddenly, a female soldier yells out, "Sergeant Kim Se-hee, the armory is wide open now." Hearing this, Hyung-guk replies, he promises to hold this area down while they quickly gear up. Si-hee asks with deep concern if he can really handle this alone. Given the current situation, he should be fine. Standing on high, he looks down at the skeletons he just slaughtered, reminding them that mana is not infinite. They cannot hold out for long, urging everyone to move fast. Suddenly, the radio crackles as non-commissioned officer Park Junmo reports in. As previously instructed, most of the soldiers at Camp Number 1 are fully prepared and have been safely evacuated. He grins, praising Park Junmo's great work, while the platoon leader has already been transferred to Camp Number 2. Before he can even catch his breath, another horde of skeletons suddenly appears right in front of him. He is totally caught off guard, but a woman charges in and obliterates them instantly. She slowly walks over to him, thinking to herself that it is Lee Hyung-guk once again. She asks if he cleared the skeletons here, and he replies everything has been fully taken care of. Si-hee quickly salutes to report, assuring her that Sergeant Kim Si-hee will have the forces at Camp Number 2 fully prepared shortly. Hyung-guk looks at her in absolute shock, wondering how on earth she already managed to evacuate Camp 1, support Camp 2, and completely handle this entire chaotic situation so quickly. While he is still deep in thought, the system suddenly blares another warning. The slain skeletons suddenly begin to regenerate, potentially becoming even more powerful than before. Si-hee and her superior are utterly shocked, wondering if a totem is involved. It is actually a highly dangerous magical item, capable of casting a powerful spell over an entire area, a totem, an item linked directly to a few demon crests. Suddenly, he smirks as if finally piecing it all together. He urges the other two that they must move fast to find the artifact before anyone else, warning them that the vampire back then definitely wasn't acting alone. She agrees, admitting she doesn't get why they sent skeleton monsters first, but it's clear this entire assault is part of a much bigger, calculated plot. Immediately, she orders all soldiers to get ready and hold a tight defensive formation until backup finally arrives. After acknowledging the order, she instructs Lee Hyung-guk to accompany her directly to the main control room. Stunned by the command, he questions going with her. Inside the control room, hundreds of monitors track every single move outside. Deep inside this subterranean bunker control room, 2 operators monitor the screens while 2 armed guards stand watch. Screen after screen flashes, disconnected alerts, signaling that their magical defense barrier is on the absolute brink of collapsing. Panic sets in. Anyone capable of tearing through a double-layered magical security door must be a monster easily on par with an orc. If that beast manages to break inside, engaging in close-quarters combat within this tight space is practically suicide. Shaken, one soldier begs his commander to blow up the enemy, along with him the second he gives the signal. Stunned by the suggestion, the commander stares as Dong-seok bulked up, asking if he has completely lost his mind. He insists that if the enemy actually breaks through that heavy door, they will stand zero chance. Defeating the entire army might be impossible, but he vows to stop this one monster, even if it costs his life. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the room. Thick white smoke blinds them, and out steps the terrifying Kang Mok. Kang Mok mocks them for hiding like rats just to survive. Terrified, the soldier stares at the giant, completely frozen in shock. The soldier can't believe this creature's massive size. The monster dwarfs him completely, and he's supposed to be a berserker. Kang Mok glares, ready to tear them apart. He sneers, asking if they actually think they can take him on. Without warning, Kang Mok snatches the soldier like a toy and roars his intent to kill, while his partner struggles to cast magic. Lee Hyung-guk screams at Private Dong-seok to stop mindlessly unleashing his magical power like a loose cannon. He demands control, but Dong-seok just scratches his head, whining about how hard magic is. Annoyed, the sergeant threatens to hit him. The private cowers as his commander explains that his berserk state always wears off instantly because he quickly defaults to pure panic. Feeling completely called out, The soldier pouts and hangs his head. Lee Hyung-guk reminds him that he nearly blasted his own team earlier, letting a massive barrage of harsh, haunting memories flood his mind. The echoes of those scoldings ring in his ears until utterly drained. The private collapses flat onto the dirt. Breaking the brief silence, Private Dong-sa curiously asks his sergeant a burning question. He asks what he should do if he faces an overwhelmingly stronger opponent in a real fight. Turning to walk away, Lee Hyung-guk tells him there is nothing to ponder. Internally, the sergeant is thinking that a giant like him has no business acting so cowardly. Out loud, he tells him to run away instantly to suit his panicked nature. Still kneeling, the private frantically tries to defend his pride. When the private insists he is no coward, his sergeant teasingly shuts him down and playfully punches him on the shoulder. Laughing off the defiance, Lee Hyung-guk suddenly turns serious, commanding him to stand his ground and face his enemy head-on instead of running. He urges him to act like a true soldier by protecting his comrades, knowing they will always have his back in return. Terrified but refusing to retreat, the soldier steels his resolve as he stares directly into the furious eyes of Kang Mok. The monster laughs off the challenge, but with a sudden, roaring war cry, the soldier charges forward, determined to put the beast down. Lieutenant Lee Min-hee arrives on the scene only to find the brave private locked in a brutal, desperate clash with Kang Mok. Knocking the beast off balance, the private seizes the opening and charges up his magic for another devastating blow. Unfazed by the attack, the monster sneers as the soldier channels his magical energy, watching his uniform rip to shreds as his physical body swells to an absolutely colossal size. He calmly replies that this cramped bunker is simply too small for a real battlefield. The monster is intrigued, realizing he is a brawler. Gritting his teeth, Dong-seok desperately prays to control his wild magic just this once. His massive, buff frame expands, totally blocking the view behind him. He actually pulled it off. He has successfully unlocked and stabilized the second tier of his body reinforcement technique. Dwarfing the monster just like his sergeant said he would, the towering soldier proudly steps forward, ready to defend everyone behind him. He easily crushes the monster. Meanwhile, deep inside the underground bunker of the 1st Battalion, the soldiers of the 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade charge into action with weapons drawn. Lee Hyung-guk knows they must destroy the totem first, but wonders why they are heading toward the control room. Just as they draw close, a sudden explosion rips through the command room. The two instinctively step back, shielding their faces. Slowly, Kang Mok steps into view, mercilessly dragging Gunsuk by the neck. He is covered in blood, his body battered with gruesome wounds. Hyun-wook looks on in absolute horror. "What happened?" he screams out. "Lee Gunsuk." Barely breathing, Gunsuk wheezes out, "Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, I told you, I am not the type to run away." Before he can even finish, Kang Mok violently kicks him right in the face. The villain snarls, "What are you blabbering about?" "Shut your mouth!" Yoon-ha screams. "Stop. What do you want?" Hyun-wook turns to her. "Commander, I'm sorry, but you need to head to the control room first. Once you reach the control room, order a search for the totem and quickly organize the team to begin the evacuation process." As for him, his expression turns icy cold. "I am going to slaughter this bastard. Then I'll meet up with you." Yoon-ha stands stunned by his reckless decision. Suddenly, Kang Mok locks eyes with her. Well, the Holy Knight President's daughter. "Man, I really didn't want to slaughter everyone just to find you, but here you are, walking right into my hands." She reluctantly nods. "Fine. I will go to the control room. But do not die, that is an official order." Seeing her turn to flee, he barks out, "Hey, where do you think you are going?" Hyun-wook mutters, "Lee Gunsuk, I never liked you. You're just a brute who relies entirely on raw power." Kang Mok looks confused. "Huh? What nonsense are you talking about now?" "But you see," Hyun-wook continues, "he risked his life to fight today, all because of a single word I said. So if I want to keep any of my self-respect, I have to risk my own life to avenge him." As the system screen flashes with item details, Hyun-wook suddenly charges right at him. Kang Mok sneers mockingly. "Look at this absolute lunatic. Fine then, bring it on." Sliding right past his opponent, Hyun-wook catches him off guard. Standing directly behind the villain, he points a finger, leaving Kang Mok utterly clueless. Suddenly, a massive arsenal of weapons materializes. From the distance, a brilliantly glowing spear hurtles straight toward the villain. He roars, "Unlock!" Swinging the glowing spear forward with absolute determination in his eyes, he invokes his skill, Iron Pillar. Hyun-wook watches as Kang Mok writhes under a barrage of sharp arrows. But a second later, the brute easily breaks free. "Is that pathetic trick all you've got? This is pathetic. Didn't you boast about getting revenge?" With a brutal sneer, Kang Mok slams a heavy punch right into his shoulder. Activating his indestructible diamond body, the monster hurls Hyunwook away. He crashes hard, but instantly forces himself back up. Hyunwook glares at his enemy, teeth clenched, before glancing over at the heavily injured Gunsuk. Enraged, Kang Mok roars. "Where do you think you are looking?" Dragging himself up, Hyunwook looks up. Suddenly, massive stone slabs materialize in the air, aiming directly at him. The sheer scale is overwhelming. Kang Mok closes in, mocking him. "Are you just going to scurry around like a filthy rat?" He launches a barrage of homing projectiles, screaming as he charges. Gotcha. With no other choice, Hyunwook activates his own indestructible diamond body and charges head-on into the terrifying beast. Bracing with both hands against the villain's colossal strength, Hyunwook looks up at a body that has mutated into something truly horrific. The monster scoffs. "You honestly thought you could take me down with just a couple of holy weapons? All that talk of revenge and this is all you've got? Pathetic." Suddenly, a strange echo reverberates. "Huh? What is that sound?" "You are right," Hyunwook wheezes. "A few weapons would never be enough to end you. That is exactly why I brought you here. Witness the indestructible flow, and it is all yours. You are standing in the restricted zone of the 3rd Anti-Magic Brigade, 1st Battalion Armory." Staring in disbelief, the villain notices Hyunwook's chest glowing brilliantly, even as fresh blood trickles down the corner of his mouth. Hyunwook glares right back. "Let's see which one of us hits the grave first, you bastard." A colossal vortex rips open, and countless skeletons begin pouring out of the void. They turn their hollow eyes upward. "Where is that sound coming from? I have blocked some of them, but this is my absolute limit. We are running out of time, hurry." Minhee struggles desperately to hold back the surging skeleton army. With a strained, tense expression, he shouts to his squad. "Comm center, re-establish our communication channels right now. Prepare to fire, ready your weapons." The soldiers take their positions, aiming their rifles from behind cover as the swirling vortex turns pitch black. Minhee's eyes widen in sheer terror as a fresh wave of skeletons emerges. He falls backward, scrambling away as the monsters lunge directly at him. Paralyzed with fear, he can only watch them close in. Suddenly, a voice booms. "Fire!" Eunha finally arrives, her face etched with deep worry. "Lieutenant Lee Minhee, are you all right? Lieutenant Lee Minhee, are you all right?" He forces a weak smile. "Lieutenant Seiyuna, we actually managed to clear every single skeleton from the command room." Yuna stands silent, while he remains completely dazed. He sighs in relief. "Thank you. If they had overrun the command room, none of us would have made it out alive." Suddenly, a soldier shouts, "Commander, we've successfully restored the communication link. We are connected to the main battalion. Hurry, ask for backup." But then, the soldier's face pales as he realizes something terrible. They're saying a monster gate just opened over there too. Over at the other base, horrific monsters are already swarming the 3rd Battalion headquarters. They look far more terrifying than the skeletons, leaving everyone paralyzed with panic. What? They immediately try to connect to the Blue Flower Guild, but their headquarters is already facing an equally devastating nightmare. The massive beasts are ready to breathe fire and incinerate everything. Meanwhile, he reports that multiple gates are bursting open right beside them. "Get me lines to the 5th and 6th Battalions," he demands, jumping to his feet in panic. Every nearby unit and guild is confirming that gates are appearing everywhere. Every single station is begging for backup. The entire area has turned into absolute hell, leaving Yunha and Minhee completely paralyzed with shock. The panicked soldier delivers more bad news, shouting that this is already their 12th urgent distress call for immediate backup. Patching through to the major, they salute and shout their pledge of loyalty. He replies that he is heading back to base, but they must hold out since it will take some time. As his aircraft speeds through the skies, the major cuts straight to the chase, demanding an immediate status report. Yuna reports that active gates are rupturing across the region, triggering absolute chaos and putting their awakened fighters in a desperate struggle. Even worse, almost every high-ranking officer, including the commander-in-chief, has vanished, and they are highly suspected of being assassinated. That is the full extent of the nightmare they are dealing with. Hearing this, one of the 2 battalion commanders present completely loses his composure. He demands to know if there is any viable plan to survive this crisis, leaving the other 2 staring in silence at a fading, static-filled screen. Breaking the heavy silence, Yunha speaks up to address the major, who simply tells her to go ahead. Acknowledging how absurd it sounds right now, she proposes handing temporary command over to Sergeant Hyungguk Lee, prompting a shocked, frowning Minhee to ask if she is crazy. Maintaining his composure, the major calmly asks for her reasoning. He reminds her of their agreement to keep a close, suspicious eye on the sergeant. She admits his rogue actions are concerning, but points out that everything he has done so far has actually worked in their favor. The system interface displays a rare item, a Tier 3 mana potion designed to restore concentrated energy directly to the user. It grants 100% mana, but warns that overusing this potent drink can cause severe damage to the host's body. Pushing through a wave of excruciating pain, Hyunggook struggles to his feet and mutters that he has prepared a special surprise for Kangmok. A massive array of overpowered weapons begins to materialize, straight from the forbidden first armory of the 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade. The beast demands to know how he learned his name, but Hyunggook only stares coldly, challenging the monster to see who breaks first. He commands all the floating weapons to attack at once, gathering them into a massive ring. Dozens of razor-sharp blades point straight at the beast. The monster panics as thousands of blades rain down, piercing his thick hide and sending him screaming in agony. With 87% mana remaining, the arrogant enemy mocks his efforts, asking if this pathetic attempt is really all he has got. The monster promises him a swift, painless death as a reward for his futile struggles. With a deafening boom, the floating weapons drop to the ground, leaving the beast completely unharmed. He stomps his foot with crushing force, sending waves of panic through Hyunggook. Gathering every ounce of his remaining strength, he lunges forward. An even greater storm of swords flies forth, impaling the monster from every direction. Completely unfazed, the beast merely laughs and goads him, urging him to bring out every cheap trick he has because it is highly entertaining. He sneers that overconfident fools always suffer the most miserable deaths, just as the system warns that his mana is down to 38%. This battle is entirely one-sided, like throwing an egg against a brick wall. The monster laughs, mocking him for thinking he is any stronger than his pathetic, dead teammates. With a thunderous boom, the beast smashes his massive fist directly into the ground. Throwing a sharp spear, he teleports right above the monster, asking if he is surprised. The beast curses in shock as the spear plunges deep into his neck. Despite previously monitoring his suspicious actions and rapid growth closely, he now goes all out in a reckless attempt to bring the beast down. System alert: remaining mana is down to only 2%. She recalls once fearing he was a foreign spy or a member of some cult trying to destroy Korea. Meanwhile, the dying monster laughs, whispering that he will perish too, just like all those arrogant fools who get ahead of themselves. Yet, Yoonha confidently asserts that she is absolutely certain about him now. He is no enemy agent. He is simply the only one brave enough to jump into the fire and risk his life to stop this chaos. Looking down at the burning corpse of Kangmok, she adds that from the Itaewon Goblin Gate to the tragedies in Gunsan and Siheung, he was always perfectly positioned at the center of it all, always holding the key to save the day. Meanwhile, he walks over to his fallen comrades, his heart heavy with grief. On top of that, his plans do not just neutralize threats instantly, but are always designed to keep the people around him alive. Overwhelmed by agonizing regret, he silently begs for forgiveness, devastated that he failed to protect them. Even if this entire area collapses, he vows to return and bring their bodies back, swearing that in this current life, he will never allow himself to be the sole survivor. Yoonha states clearly that after weighing his track record, she is fully convinced that Sergeant Hyunggook Lee is the only soldier fit to lead them through this. The Major agrees instantly, admitting that her logic is sound and giving his full approval. Right on cue, the man of the hour steps into the room, looking visibly drained. The officers immediately call out to greet him, acknowledging Sergeant Hyunggook Lee. Without wasting any time, the Major officially places him in temporary command of the entire 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade. Looking toward the 1st Battalion, he asks if this command grants him full armory clearance. Receiving a nod, they ask if he can finally turn the tide of this crisis. Clenching his fists, his gaze slowly iced over with cold determination. "Yes, sir. I will do my absolute best. It is time to strike back." The Major then grants him temporary command of the 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade's control group, Battalion 1. Does this authority also include full access to the armory? "Yes, but can you turn this around?" the Major asks. Clenching his fist, he confidently replies, "Yes, sir. It is finally time to hit those monsters back." A sudden shout echoes. "Fire!" Over at Defensive Camp Number 1, the troops are still desperately battling endless hordes of Skotan monsters. The commander barks out, "Activate the magic circles." Shimmering seals appear on the ground, drawing the beasts in. "Release the fire," he roars. Countless glowing sigils erupt above the horde, instantly burning more than half of the Skotans to ash. The commander watches with a massive headache. Damn it, if this keeps up, this nightmare will never end. The surviving Skotans, charging at Camp Number 2, face the same fiery fate. But even so, they manage to breach the buildings. They have breached the 2nd floor. Fall back. Despite the chaos, the female soldiers keep fighting relentlessly. He yells, "Head upstairs, we cannot save anyone on the second floor anymore. There are just too many of them, and holding out is impossible." Down at the guard post, Young-run is soloing the entire wave, casually taking down beasts with one hand. Two worried soldiers call out, "Sergeant Cho Young-run, are you all right?" He smirks back. "Do I look like I am doing okay?" As soon as one dies, another leaps forward. It is the totem buff, making them so hard to kill. But instead of fearing the incoming horde, he smirks. Things are finally getting interesting. Back at base, Hyung-gook explains to the team that the zombies and Skotans invading the barracks are actually pretty weak, but their sheer numbers are overwhelming, totaling at least 10,000 to 20,000 of them. Inside the command bunker, they realize that facing this massive wave head-on will completely ruin their main strategy. Min-hee adds that they have no choice but to bunker down right here and direct the remaining forces from inside. Hyung-gook snaps, "We cannot do that. If we just hide from them, these monsters will become a strategic death squad, completely controlled by the ones who set up those totems. If that monster army invades Mount Namsan, hundreds of innocent people will die." A worried Min-hee asks, "So what do we do?" He replies, "We eliminate their leader. Everyone else, find that totem immediately." Along with the guards at the outposts, Yoonha wonders, "But what about all the zombies? We opened the gates and herd the Skotans and zombies into one single spot." Hearing this, Min-hee panics. "Are you totally insane? If we gather all those monsters together, we are dead meat." But he just chuckles. "Not a chance, Vice Commander. If you and I team up, they are the ones getting wiped out." He looks confused. "Me?" Meanwhile, Young-run overhears this on the radio and breaks into a cold sweat. "Wait, why me? Count me out. Hunting down all those totems across Mount Namsan is impossible." Hyung-gook calmly answers, "Do not worry about that part. Our team has already mapped out their exact locations for you." Suddenly, the two soldiers alert him. "Sergeant Cho Young-run, they are breaching again." Over the radio, Hyung-gook commands, "I am currently in charge, so you must follow my orders." Pretending to panic, he shouts, "What? I cannot hear a thing. Bad reception, bad reception." Hyung-gook suddenly remembers. Oh right, he completely forgot about his stubborn attitude. What an idiot. He speaks into the radio. A 21-year-old bottle of Ballantines. Getting exactly what he wanted, he grins and says, "Make it 30. Hyung-gook sighs. Typical of him to never take anything seriously. Young-run negotiates again. "So, do you want me to go or not?" He reluctantly agrees. "Fine, deal." Instantly cheering up, he says, "Got it, I am on my way." Yoonha then turns to them, "Then I will head to the forge too." Hyung-gook tells the strike team leader, "See you later. In the meantime, look after my squad members." She replies, "Do not worry. I have no intention of losing another soldier." Suddenly, a loud siren blares from the battleship. The command center announces, "All forces, halt your attacks and move inside. Fall back to the bunker immediately." The worried commander orders, "Mages, cast the protective barrier now. Brace yourselves for the incoming attacks. Where are the reinforcements?" The zombie horde is already breaking through the outer defense posts. 200 meters from barracks number 2, then 100, then 50. The Skotans and zombies arrive simultaneously. Both factions collide, violently tearing and biting each other in a truly horrific scene. "Get everyone inside now. Mages, cast the protective barriers and prepare for the incoming onslaught." Watching the chaos, he mutters, "Trying to stop them with just a barrier? Are they completely out of their minds?" A voice crackles over the comms, "Lieutenant Kim Si-hee, control the wind inside the camp. Keep the wind speed below 3 meters per second." She wonders what on earth they are planning. Meanwhile, inside the armory of the 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade, Hyung-gook anxiously thinks, "My maximum space domain is only 90 meters. He has never thought about connecting spatial zones to a fixed target just to increase his overall precision. He stares at the swirling vortex that Min-hee is currently holding, which has already stretched over 800 meters. Min-hee stops in her tracks and looks up at him. "You and I know that this spatial reconstruction ability is rare, pushing their communication range to its absolute limit of 1 kilometer. Then, he orders the drone to hold this exact position. Min-hee quickly reports that the spatial zone has reached its absolute maximum limit. He raises his massive sword into the portal and fires his first devastating strike below. Down there, Karen watches from afar as a building burns to the ground. Panic grips her as the giant sword plunges down, skewering the Skotan monster instantly. The massive blade slams into the ground, obliterating over half of the horde. Nearby, 2 soldiers watch in awe as that first strike lands perfectly. Sergeant Lee Hyun-gook can't afford any mistakes now, but a sharp pain suddenly grips his chest. The system displays a level 3 mana potion. It fully restores the caster's condensed mana to 100%. But there's a catch: overuse will cause severe, irreversible damage to the body. He whispers to himself, "Let's begin." Suddenly, countless swords manifest in the sky, a deadly rain of blades spiraling down to tear the monsters apart. The soldiers watch the spectacle, completely stunned by the scale. They stare wide-eyed at the battlefield. He reminds himself that he is the commander now. Karen looks down at the aftermath, unable to believe her eyes. He vows to protect everyone and prevent any casualties. She is totally shocked by this impossible power. Minhee notices his fierce resolve. He refuses to let anyone else die because of him. Chaos erupts across the battlefield below as an urgent announcement blares from the command center. She can only gasp in disbelief, calling him absolutely insane. Meanwhile, the emergency speakers blare instructions to evacuate the wounded and wipe out the remaining monsters. Repeating, immediately evacuate the wounded soldiers and clear out any surviving monster forces. The wounded soldiers are stunned, wondering how Hyun-guk got this strong. High above, Choi Young-jun is equally shocked. He wonders if they had a hidden A rank in their unit all along. Seo Eun-ha replies that he probably can't explain this either. Choi Yoon gasps in confusion. Meanwhile, the focus shifts back to Hyun-guk. The brown-haired squad leader silently realizes that Hyun-guk used his high-altitude acceleration, amplifying it into an area of effect strike that easily surpasses A-rank power. This guy is definitely no joke. Suddenly, Hyun-guk collapses, screaming in agony. The brown-haired leader can't help but panic with worry. He asks if Hyun-guk is actually alright, but the young soldier urges him to stay focused on maintaining the teleportation gateway. The leader shouts back that he has reached his limit too, and can't hold it much longer. In agony, he begs him to hold on for just a little bit longer. Meanwhile, Karen paces through a deserted forest, biting her nails in a fit of absolute rage. Her subordinate rushes over with news that Oh Kangmok is completely unresponsive. Since the monsters are wiped out, he asks if they should wait for the portal to open. Furious, Karen snaps at him to shut up because she needs to think. She fumes, realizing this isn't the power of a reserve Mountain King sword saint or a holy swordsman. They have zero intel on this guy, yet he unleashed a massive wide-range attack. Could he be a high-ranking army commander? Suddenly, her subordinate calls out to interrupt her. He detects a scout nearby, catching Karen completely off guard. Behind a tree, the hidden spy freezes in absolute panic. Karen glares at the tree, ordering her men to capture the spy alive so she can interrogate him. The young scout immediately bolts, but her dangerous subordinate is already hot on his heels. Running for his life, the young scout raises his radio to his mouth, desperately shouting that the enemy has been spotted at location B39, repeating the message over and over. Back with the main group, Hyun-guk is stunned to hear the urgent transmission. "Stick with me," because Choi Young-jun and the others suddenly freeze. On the radio, the scout warns that the enemy is closing in, but he might lose them. But before he can escape, the enemy tackles him, sending both of them crashing to the ground. Sensing extreme danger, Hyun-guk screams into his radio, ordering Kim Gwang-jin to send a command drone to those coordinates immediately. A surveillance drone deploys through the active teleportation gate. Meanwhile, Seo Eun-ha and her squad advance cautiously, urging Choi Young-jun to pick up the pace. With a grim look, he calls for immediate backup. Suddenly, a massive shadow plunges from the sky directly into the grass behind them. Looking down, Karen scoffs, annoyed to find there is more than just one. Sensing the imminent danger, the entire squad instantly draws their weapons, shifting into a tight defensive formation. Suddenly, a colossal monster emerges right behind Seo Eun-ha. Feeling its terrifying presence, she screams a warning to the others. The beast swings its massive sword down at the squad. They quickly activate their magic, desperately shouting to raise defensive shields. But against the Titan's brute force, their magic barriers are like paper. The shield instantly cracks under the devastating impact. Someone screams in terror as another beast lunges at Seo Eun-ha, but she uses her incredible reflexes to deflect the deadly strike. But even if she managed to block the strike, she was still completely outmatched in raw strength. Fending it off drained a massive amount of her energy, leaving her struggling. Just then, the strange device on her arm began to glow. Suddenly, Eun-ha Seo felt a massive surge of power. With one swift motion, she easily deflected the monster's giant sword. Eun-ha Seo turned to warn her team to stay back, shouting that the monster's armor would instantly rot any flesh that touched it. Nearby, the soldier who blocked the blow collapsed in agony. His teammate rushed over, frantically asking if Corporal Minan was all right. He gasped, saying his shoulder was dislocated, while another soldier noticed a grim detail and immediately spoke up. More of them were closing in, completely surrounding the squad. The massive beasts roared, letting out blood-curdling cries as they stepped forward. Desperate, the soldiers asked their commander what to do, and Unha Seo yelled back, telling them to get behind her. She raised her heavy shield into a defensive stance, and instantly, a pair of brilliant golden wings erupted from the metal. The massive golden wings illuminated the pitch-black depths of the forest. The bright light formed a protective barrier, separating the squad from the roaring beasts rushing at them. Without hesitation, Unha Seo activated her signature sanctuary skill. She announced they had 7 minutes. The sanctuary blessing would protect them, so they must escape and find the progenitors. Hearing this, a worried soldier chimed in. He asked if she could survive alone when even one monster required a platoon. Her response was simple: she was more than ready. With that, Unha Seo launched herself forward and leapt onto a beast's shoulders. Activating her holy light, her blade was instantly enveloped in a brilliant golden glow. Without a moment of hesitation, she drove her glowing blade deep into the monster's neck. She didn't stop there, twisting her blade to sever its head with a clean spin. Seeing its ally fall, another beast raised its massive weapon, preparing to strike her down. The monster unleashed a devastating downward strike, but landing a hit on her wouldn't be that easy. Dodging the blow, she leaped over its head and brought her sword down with a fierce, decisive strike. Her blade radiated absolute determination along with that brilliant golden light. Watching from below, the rest of the squad was completely awestruck by her battle style. They wondered if holy knights always fought so savagely, admitting they knew little about the others. But now they fully understood why everyone called Sergeant Unha Seo an absolute maniac once she drew her sword, as she sliced through yet another beast. Suddenly, the glowing light on her sword vanished. Unha Seo stared in disbelief as her holy weapon lost its sacred power. Shaking off the shock, Unha Seo quickly regained her footing and dashed toward a beast that was raising its sword to attack. Using the giant blade as a stepping stone, she vaulted over the creature. Meanwhile, the 7 minutes were almost up, and the sanctuary began to fade. Exhaustion finally caught up with Unha Seo just as a red system warning flashed, stating the curse of Gregorio Azazel was spreading. All holy power in the area had been completely neutralized. The Gregorio is a faction of fallen angels led by Azazel, and the ancient dark relic he wields is specifically designed to suppress all holy energy. Up above, Karen looked down as she unleashed an ominous shroud of dark, purplish energy. Unha Seo spun around in shock as Karen sneered, saying she was thrilled to finally break the arrogant composure of a holy knight. Meanwhile, Yun Choi was dashing through the dense forest. Scanning his surroundings, he finally spotted the captive Kyungjin Kim, a smirk crossing his face as he muttered that he had found him. Sprinting forward, Yun Choi delivered a devastating slash that instantly severed the captor's arm in a single, clean stroke. Sensing the imminent danger, the enemy dropped Kyungjin Kim and fled, leaving Yun Choi to stare after him in deep thought. Realizing his sword could not pierce the black smoke, he turned and called out to his comrade. He told Kyungjin Kim to wake up, joking that if he died, Hyung-guk would never give him his favorite whiskey again. Suddenly, the enemy's severed hand lunged at him, but he easily pulled Kyungjin Kim out of harm's way. Mocking the creature's speed as too slow, Yun Choi leaped backward, but the enemy surprisingly kept up and launched another relentless attack. Shock registered on his face as he realized the enemy was actually matching his high speed. A sudden slash grazed his back, but he managed to roll away before sustaining any truly fatal damage, facing the killer's bloodthirsty expression. The foe realized his target was indeed the sword candidate based on those insane reflexes and speed. The enemy sneered that he now understood how the infiltration squad got wiped out, but claimed swords were useless against him. He added that killing him would be a waste. Urging him to join them, the monster promised that the power of a vampire would let him rule over the entire world. Upon hearing those words, Yun Choi's gaze shifted slightly. The creature kept whispering, claiming he could become the chosen one, just like him. Furious, Choi Young-run yelled, "Cut the nonsense! How are you going to pay for my A-rank uniform?" The other guy looked at him in disbelief, wondering if he was completely out of his mind. He sneered, realizing that mere words were clearly not going to make him understand. He unleashed his skill, the Swamp of River Aran, instantly turning the solid ground into a flowing purple marsh. This deadly swamp dragged victims down with contaminated mud from the River Aran, which served as the legendary gateway where souls of the dead crossed over into the afterlife. Choi Young-run gasped in shock as the ground turned to mush, immediately looking down at his teammate lying helpless at his feet. He urged his ally to open his eyes because they were sinking, while the enemy gloated, saying their legs were locked and struggling would only pull them down faster. He grew anxious, wondering how to protect his teammate, knowing it was nearly impossible to fight while carrying dead weight. Before his ally could recover, the enemy charged directly at Choi Young-run with a brutal strike. mockingly asking if those were his final words. Meanwhile, his feet kept sinking deeper into the mire. The enemy quickly slashed at Choi Young-run's arm, but Young-run reacted instantly, drawing his knife to clean-cut the attacker's arm off. The enemy simply laughed and mocked him, reiterating that physical attacks were useless, before lunging forward to aim a deadly slash directly at his throat. Refusing to back down, Choi Young-run counterattacked, sparking an incredibly fierce exchange of blows between them. Inflicting another wound, the enemy mocked him again, calling his performance shameful for someone nominated as a Holy Sword candidate. He pointed out that the young warrior's back was completely unguarded, but Young-run suddenly realized something. Realizing the pattern, Choi Young-run spread his arms wide, declaring that a scar on the back was a swordsman's ultimate shame, and demanded his foe face him directly. Hearing that bizarre statement, the villain questioned his own sanity, convinced that his opponent was a complete fool. The enemy spat, expressing pure regret and shame over ever inviting such a ridiculous person to join their ranks. Choi Young-run calmly agreed, flashing a devious smirk as he revealed that this swamp would no longer trap them, thanking the fool for falling so easily for his diversion. Livid and dripping with intense bloodlust, the villain snarled that his silly tricks were officially over. But Choi Young-run remained completely unfazed, quietly stating that his opponent's luck had just run out. Asking if the villain had ever been sliced at the speed of light, he smirked as his opponent lost all remaining patience. Declaring that he had no use for a lunatic companion, the enemy raised his weapon and lunged forward to execute him. Choi Young-run met the oncoming assault with absolute calm as a brilliant golden aura suddenly enveloped his entire body. With his fist clenched, he charged ahead, utterly ignoring the toxic swamp beneath his feet as if it were solid ground. After freezing the swamp, he broke free effortlessly, blitzing forward to stab and instantly sever the villain's arm. He unleashed a rapid-fire flurry of slashes, leaving his opponent paralyzed as he prepared to deliver a finishing blow. With a sharp, determined gaze, leaves rustled softly under the quiet moonlight. The devastating strike sliced the enemy into 8 clean pieces, sending a powerful wave of energy rippling outwards as he stood victoriously over the remains. He noted that wielding a wholly infused sword naturally inflicted far more severe damage on creatures of darkness. But since that still was not enough to finish him, he realized he would have to expose his true form. The defeated villain screamed in absolute fury, calling him a crazy lunatic and protesting that this was nothing but a blatant cheat that he refused to accept. Leaning in close, Choi Young-run scoffed at his whining, pointing out that without his tricks, the villain was nothing special at all. He told him his only option left was to die, adding that anyone slashed at the speed of light would naturally lose their ability to hear. Hearing those chilling words, the villain was paralyzed with sheer terror. Harnessing his sacred holy energy to silence the screaming wretch once and for all, Choi Young-run unleashed a massive blast that sent him straight to his grave. The enemy disintegrated into scattering crimson petals, completely vanishing into the void. Collapsing onto the ground, Choi Young-run grumbled about his extreme hunger, knowing that pushing his metabolism this far again would literally kill him. Meanwhile, Seiha found herself cornered by 2 vicious monsters, her eyes widening in utter disbelief upon spotting Karen nearby. A beast lunged to slash her down, but before its claws could connect, a sudden streak of blue light intercepted it head-on. Hyunggook leaped down from above, sliding gracefully down a steep slope to join the fray. Karan grimaced at his sudden arrival, while Seiha and the remaining soldiers gasped in surprise as Hyunggook demanded to know where the missing squad went. Karen scowled, inwardly wondering who this annoying pest was. Fuming with raw rage as he pictured his fallen allies, Hyunggook glared at him with pure hatred, while Karen mockingly replied that his surrounded teammates had already met their obvious, gruesome end. Karen sneered with absolute contempt, pointing out that the warrior still failed to realize the danger of his own situation. He warned that instead of weeping for the dead, he should worry about his remaining comrades dying right before his eyes. The barrier had completely shattered, and he suddenly realized what was happening. The monster horde was targeting the soldiers below, but he moved fast, using his skill to drive needles straight into the beast. Sensing the perfect moment, he screamed out. Platoon leader Seo Eunha quickly replied, "I got it," before charging straight ahead to deliver a powerful slash to the beast. As the other monsters rushed the soldiers, their blades about to strike down everyone, he raised his shield just in time to block. Right then, an armored monster charged in, slamming straight into the beast and sending it crashing to the ground. He kept unleashing a non-stop barrage of attacks against the monsters. The system suddenly flashed a new notification. A control power stronger than death magic has been activated to govern the magic armor. With this new power established, he gasped. Control power? The system continued with another alert. Once the new control power is activated, the current control power will be replaced. The Master Authority will affect the standard life armor, making it significantly stronger. Do you want to keep this authority to boost the life armor's power? He immediately yelled, I accept. The beast, still pierced by his sharp needles, screamed out in absolute agony. Once the system received his quick agreement, it updated with a new prompt. You have applied the Master Authority to the life armor. Warning: depending on your control power level, the life armor's range or containment functions may be limited. The monster under his control let out a massive roar. It charged forward, smashing another beast's face in, utterly shocking the soldiers and Seo Unha. Karen seemed to realize something and spoke up. So it's you, the one who ruined my fun. Hearing this, he angrily yelled back. Fun? What fun? If you do not want me to smash your face in, give back my comrades. Meanwhile, Seo Unha was still fighting hard against the monster. Quickly, she took down another beast. Karen looked completely bored, mocking them. What's wrong? Is that all you've got? Such a grand entrance, yet you bore me. He glanced back, muttering. It is not over yet. Before unleashing a spell that shot through the forest, the monsters kept multiplying, marching forward while screeching endlessly. Karen watched them with pure contempt. That area of effect attack was actually quite impressive, so I am very interested to see what you do next. But is stealing these armors to control them your only trick? You cannot even use holy power, so what do you expect to achieve with just 2 magic armors? Thinking to himself that the time had finally come, he said aloud, You say that, but are you sure I can't do anything? She smiled triumphantly. But right at that moment, his magic struck, piercing Karen directly and catching her completely off guard. He roared, And that is how I turned the tables. The system popped up another notification. Item information, the precious bow of Lord Chiston. Effects include tracking enemies, always hitting the target, and ignoring all enemy magic resistance. Instantly, his attack blasted her far away, sending her crashing deep into the forest. The system announced. The curse effect of Gregorio Azazel is fading. The energy covering this area and suppressing holy power is weakening. Seo Unha's sword instantly regained its holy light. My holy power has finally returned, she exclaimed. While casting his skill, he called out to Seo Unha, platoon leader, handle the remaining ghoul. As for everyone else, hunt down and destroy the progenitor as quickly as possible. Everyone's eyes turned resolute upon hearing his words. Suddenly, Seo Unha yelled out, Hyunguk, go together with Choi Yuni. Kim Kyungjin's life depends entirely on this mission. We do not have a single second to waste. Instantly, he dashed off like the wind. His arrow continued to pierce through the forest, relentlessly pursuing Karen. She fled in a panic, thinking to herself, wasn't that shot just an ordinary arrow? No, it cannot be. That is a precious bow. Hyunguk moved quickly to locate his comrade. Once he activated his search skill, a blue light flashed right before him. Found it! Gripping his trusty weapon tightly, he rushed after the signal. Meanwhile, Karen was absolutely terrified as his arrow flew closer and pierced directly into her royal crest. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a devastating strike that severely injured her. He roared, Give me back my comrade. A powerful crimson aura erupted from Karen's body, slowly creeping forward to seize control of his weapon. Karen spoke up. Now, I am not just bored, but... Her horns began to break away as a brand new pair appeared, looking completely different. This left him absolutely stunned. She coldly continued, I am incredibly disappointed. Dark magic surged continuously from Karen, taking over the entire area. Fuming with rage, she spat. How utterly annoying. To think I would have to reveal my true form to a pathetic nobody like you. Completely ignoring her words, he tried to cast his diamond indestructible body skill, but before he could execute the attack, she blasted him far away. Karen snarled with rage. I did not have to pretend to fall for such an obvious trap for someone who does not even know how to use a precious bow. Already injured, he coughed up blood as she continued. Are you truly the same clever commander who unleashed all those massive area of effect attacks just a moment ago? Writhing in intense pain, he gasped. That does not matter. If you tell me where my comrades are, I will spare you. She sneered with absolute contempt, instantly unleashing that crucial game-changing skill. I cannot leave without seeing the absolute despair of the one who ruined my plans, she sneered. Instantly, blood-red spiderwebs blanketed the entire area. This immediately raised his suspicions. Why on earth were bloody spiderwebs suddenly sprouting from the ground? The webs kept spreading, wrapping tightly around him. A wave of dread hit Hyun-wook as he realized this web extended far beyond the battlefield, potentially swallowing the entire sector. Wait, did she just say plan? This meant everything was carefully prepared from the very start. What were they actually plotting? Back at the command headquarters, the blood-red web was already closing in. Anyone inside who touched the strands fell into absolute agony. Their minds completely faded away, rapidly transforming them into bloodthirsty, ravenous vampires. Staring down at him writhing in pain, Carol mocked, "You will soon join the one you are looking for." Meanwhile, the bloody web reached the underground shelter. Someone in the bunker had already made contact with it. Realizing the horrifying truth, Hyun-wook shouted out in sheer panic. "Could it be?" Flashing a sadistic smile, she sneered, "But my minions already slaughtered them, so you might not like the reunion." Furious, he roared, "Damn it, stop this right now." She remained entirely unfazed. "What? Since you care so much about your comrades, why not put them down yourself once again?" Over in the operations center, the web had taken over, driving infected victims into a violent, bloodthirsty frenzy as they attacked each other. Chaos erupted everywhere. Near the bunker entrance, someone screamed, "Undead! Watch out for those corpses around you. If we do not burn them properly, they are going to rise and attack." A terrified soldier gasped. "What on earth is that? Wait, could that be Lee Woo-sok?" Suddenly, a massive projectile plummeted from the hill, crashing violently into the earth. Then, a chilling voice echoed, "Unlock." Hyun-wook was completely pinned down by her overwhelming magical force. Carol sneered down at him, asking, "Is this truly all you have got?" She unleashed a rapid barrage of lethal strikes. Hyun-wook did not hesitate for a second, putting up his guard to block every single blow. Suddenly, a sharp strand of the web pierced right through, slicing his back. Carol taunted him, saying, "Why so angry all of a sudden? The guests you have been waiting for are finally here. Do not dare die before you greet them. I cannot wait to see your face twist in despair when you meet your comrades as walking corpses," she mocked. Severely wounded, he grimaced, realizing things were much worse than he anticipated. He had managed to break the curse of Gregorio Azazel's protection, meaning he could wield his holy power once more. Right then, his system flashed with a crimson warning. An alert declared that he had entered a high-density demonic zone. Dark attributes were boosted by 50%, while the undead healing power surged by another 50%. Hyun-wook quickly calculated his next move. Her active totem was continually boosting her strength, meaning launching a holy power attack now would only drain his precious mana for nothing. He had only one desperate option left. Across from him, Carol sensed a sudden shift and her eyes widened in shock. A system notification popped up. Item info, name, level 3 mana potion. Consuming this item immediately restores the user with 100% pure, concentrated mana. Warning, excessive consumption of this item can cause severe damage to the user's physical body. Let us get one thing straight. You are the one who crossed the line first, he growled, instantly crushing a mysterious red object. His system displayed the item details, name, crown of light, and darkness. Its main attribute rapidly boosts the wielder's resistance to the undead. Special effect, grants a unique aura attribute to a holy or dark magic-aligned weapon. Warning, applying this aura carries a severe penalty. Hyun-wook did not hesitate for a second. It was a life for a life, blood for blood. Instantly surging with power, he declared, "In that case, I will gladly push past my limits, even if it kills me." The system flashed another alert. Skill info, dark aura activated. Effect, channels 30% of the dark magic crown into the equipped gear. Ready to activate the buff, he took a low battle stance and roared, "Fighting poison with poison." Fed by the surrounding demonic energy, his dark aura surged rapidly. Witnessing this, Carol gasped in absolute disbelief. What on earth is this? Where did this massive surge of dark energy come from? With eyes burning with pure determination, he unleashed a furious war cry straight at her. "Prepare yourself. I will swallow your pathetic darkness with my own overwhelming power," he roared, as a violent shockwave erupted from his body. At that exact moment, a projectile grazed Carol's cheek, though she narrowly dodged it. Seeing her quick reflex, he realized her defense was like solid diamond. Summoning his raw power, he tore through the sticky webbing around him and unleashed an incredibly powerful slash directly at her. Carol watched in horror. It made no sense. He actually created a dark attribute just to exploit the totem? Is he absolutely insane? He knew his strategy was working. If he could just keep up the relentless pressure on her, victory was within reach. Suddenly, his vision began to blur. A flashing system alert warned him that the heavy dark energy had officially reached the caster's limit. The caster was entering a state of absolute frenzy. He gasped in shock. Frenzy? Pitch-black darkness began creeping into his vision. He desperately cursed his luck, realizing the totem was far stronger than anticipated, and he had to break free immediately. He had to escape. Meanwhile, Choi Young-jun could only stare up at the terrifying mass of spiderwebs overhead in absolute disbelief. Whoa, what is this? Is this? Suddenly realizing what is happening, he gasps in utter shock. The platoon leader, along with the other commanders from the Central District, have actually been turned into vampires after falling victim to the blood spiderweb. He mutters, asking if they were all taken down. Choi Young-hoon pauses in deep thought for 3 seconds before gently setting Kim Ki-in down on the ground. He tells him to rest there, cursing about how he hates this, since he only agreed to help the commander in exchange for some good liquor. Realizing he has no choice but to step in and protect his ally, he immediately charges straight toward the group of enemies standing right in front of him. Apologizing and telling them to rest in peace, he charges forward, just as a sharp dagger flies right past his face. He follows up with a devastating strike right at her. Karen blocks the hit, crying out in pain, but she quickly recovers her composure and violently deflects his attack. Having completely lost all reason, he roars that he will kill her. Furious, Karen mocks him, asking how he expects to win when he cannot even control his own body after being completely consumed by the dark energy. Completely unfazed by her words, his resolve never wavers, forcing an annoyed Karen to scream out at him, calling him a total lunatic. Before she can say another word, he slashes her across the stomach, sending Karen flying backward. Suddenly, another vampire swoops down from the sky, aiming a deadly slash right at him, but he easily reacts and blocks the incoming strike with ease. Slowly pushing the enemy's weapon aside, he waits for the perfect opening before launching a powerful counterattack straight into the beast. Despite her injuries, Karen spits out in disgust, telling him he makes her sick, promising to slaughter both him and all of his comrades. With that, she unleashes a massive blood web toward him, but he casually and effortlessly steps aside to avoid the attack. He lunges straight at the vampire, grabbing him tightly by the throat. Though all reason and hesitation have vanished from his actions, deep down in his soul, he still struggles to comprehend what he is doing here. He tells himself to snap out of it and find a way out, when suddenly, desperate cries for help echo out, begging Hyung-guk and the captain to save them. It feels like he is drowning alongside the corpses of the fallen, but back in reality, his hands are still wrapped tightly around the vampire's neck. Finally, snapping back to his senses, he slowly releases his grip on the creature's throat. The system flashes a warning, stating that the user's despair and anger have reached their peak under the influence of the dark energy. With glowing eyes, he lets out a roar as the system congratulates him, announcing he has met the requirements to unlock the item's hidden attribute. An intense blue light suddenly erupts from his body, generating a powerful shockwave that blasts the nearby vampire far away. Brimming with newfound power, another system notification pops up before him. The hidden attribute of the hellish devil's metal, the Hellfire state, has been unlocked due to the user's dark energy peaking. This hellfire will burn relentlessly until all dark energy is depleted. As columns of powerful blue light continue to radiate from his body, Karon can only watch in absolute shock. She wonders if this is truly hellfire, realizing that despite being a vampire, she has never witnessed such overwhelming power before. Sensing danger, she decides she must escape, but before she can even take a step, he slashes, severing her leg completely. Losing her balance and falling, she screams in agony as he raises his weapon and unleashes a devastating blast of hellfire directly at her. His face twisted with intense rage and hatred, he desperately commands himself to snap out of it. He feels as though he is drowning in deep water alongside his comrades, knowing that if he lets go, the darkness will swallow him whole. Refusing to let that happen, his physical body on the outside continues to radiate an incredibly intense and destructive torrent of hellfire. Quickly regaining her composure, Karen summons even more blood webs, screaming in a rage that she will tear him to absolute pieces. Instantly, hundreds of razor-sharp blood webs launch straight at him, yet he remains completely unfazed, calmly stepping forward even as the massive blood webs blanket the entire forest, stabbing deep into the earth and fracturing the ground. But thanks to the protective shield of hellfire surrounding him, these deadly threads cannot do any harm to Hyung-guk. Using his hellfire to intensely incinerate the webs, he leaves Karen in utter disbelief as she realizes he is burning her traps. He points directly at her, sending fiery arrows flying forward to strike Karen repeatedly, forcing her to lose her footing and crash down. With a single strike, he completely shatters her entire blood web barrier, his body overflowing with massive power while his face remains dark with rage. Grievously wounded by his attacks, a furious Karen quickly realizes that she cannot possibly defeat this monster through raw strength alone. Nearby, the soldiers spot a massive explosion rising from behind the thick bushes, prompting one of them to yell out to search for the progenitor. Another shouts for Sergeant Choi. With the platoon leader and Sergeant Hyung-guk fighting on the brink of death, They must do everything in their power to help. Suddenly, a loud voice calls out that Corporal Park Junmo has located the progenitor, prompting the team to prepare their weapons and set up the C4. He turns to ask An Minte if he can hold the line, as they desperately need his shield to survive. Hearing that, he replied with absolute determination, declaring that since everyone was risking their lives, he would hold out until his very last breath. With determination burning in his eyes, Choi activated the holy shield and shouted, "Listen up! We must work together to shatter the progenitor, and I will charge the holy sword with holy lightning. The blast from the C4 strapped to the shield will give the sword the extra power it needs to shatter the totem. But if they couldn't survive the massive shockwave, the blast would blow every single one of them to pieces." They gritted their teeth to hold their ground, but a massive shockwave slammed into them instantly, sending 3 of them flying backward through the air. With that, the totem flared with an eerie light, and a colossal monster emerged, the terrifying giant armored demon boss. It roared the moment it appeared, proudly announcing its arrival to the entire world. The monster was so massive that Hyungkook and Karen could easily see it from where they fought. Karen was now heavily injured, barely clinging to life. Seeing this, she thought to herself, "This crazy bastard leaves me no choice. We have to abandon the buff and break the progenitor. That way, he won't receive his buff and will escape his state of madness. As for the rest, the giant armored demon will easily handle everything in a single flash." With those thoughts, she dashed forward, leaping high into the air above the beast while screaming at the top of her lungs, "Giant armored demon, destroy the progenitor now." Upon hearing her command, the armored demon quickly spun around toward the progenitor and raised its massive weapon to strike. The 3 allies below watched in pure panic, while Hyungkook charged straight up from the ground to launch an attack. Karen quickly unleashed her skill in response, instantly sending massive waves of intense red light surging in all directions. She shrieked, "Get away from me, you disgusting bastard," and immediately unleashed a devastatingly powerful strike that shot straight toward him, but he dodged it effortlessly, deflecting the heavy blow. Just when it seemed it would hit the ground, her attack swerved right back around. At that moment, he launched another heavy blow toward Karen, who was now desperately fleeing from her very own attack. Meanwhile, the giant armored demon was close to destroying the progenitor. Karen watched in absolute fury as she realized her own attack was looping back to hit her. Did he just deflect it back at me? Before she could even react, the blow impaled her stomach, driving her straight into the giant armored demon. The resulting massive explosion sent thick dust flying everywhere, but fortunately, the other 3 remained safe and sound behind their shield. Severely injured, Karen collapsed helplessly onto the cold ground. But he had already tracked down the exact spot where she was hiding. He raised his arrow to inspect it. Seeing this, Karen sneered mockingly, "You fool! You should have let us destroy the progenitor. You just threw away your absolute only chance to end your state of violent madness." He stepped forward, grabbed the emblem on her chest, and ripped it off anyway. Karen sneered, "You will become a monster, constantly begging for death. Your precious comrades will turn on you and slaughter you. I wonder how you will feel when that day finally comes." Without a single moment of hesitation, he raised the arrow and plunged it directly into her chest. Instantly, raging hellfire erupted, completely consuming Karen's entire body. Wearing a twisted demonic smile, Karen hissed, "I will watch you from hell to witness your completely hopeless demise." He showed absolutely no emotion in response to her final words, simply uttering a cold command, "Burn." Deep in the forest, a fading purple light glowed as magical fragments drifted toward the sky. The 3 allies finally managed to pull Sergeant Hyungkook out of his terrifying illusion. The agonizing pain was written all over his face. Outside, glowing green lights resembling floating petals swirled around Karen's remains as the progenitor began to dissolve. Right then, the system flashed another urgent, bright red warning notification. The progenitor has been destroyed. The deadly miasma in this area is now completely cleared. Having fully regained his senses, he confidently declared, "You think my comrades would abandon me? Never. They risked their lives to save me, just as I would gladly risk mine for them." With Karen completely gone, he looked down at the emblem in his hand and raised it to his lips. Choi shouted over the radio, "Support team, reporting alive. Corporal Park Junmo is still breathing, but In Minte is severely injured. Sergeant Hyungkook, are you all right?" He flashed a reassuring smile as the system displayed another notification. "Congratulations. You have successfully used the relic of the fallen angel Grigori Azazel. Its exact effects after absorption remain currently unknown." He commanded, "Primary target has been eliminated. Quickly regroup with the platoon leader, because the boss monster will awaken soon." The moment those words left his mouth, he coughed up blood and collapsed. His terrified comrades shouted in panic. Sergeant Younggook, covering his mouth, he silently cursed, wondering if he had pushed himself too far. Meanwhile, the colossal monster had already appeared right behind him. He quickly hurled his weapon at the beast, delivering a clean slash to its massive leg, before screaming out, "Support team, evacuate this area immediately!" As the monster stepped closer, shattering the earth and sending debris flying with every stride, Choi tightly gripped his gun and charged straight ahead. He attempted to activate the adamantine indestructible body skill, but right then, a red system alert suddenly flashed. The host's body cannot withstand the adamantine indestructible body. Activation rejected. He gasped in utter shock. Rejected? Just as the monster swung its weapon down towards him. Realizing he couldn't stop the strike, Choi screamed, "Sergeant Lee!" while he braced himself with all his remaining strength against the massive blow. The monster's massive weapon slams directly into the ground, shattering the earth and triggering a violent explosion. Slowly opening his eyes, he stares at the giant axe before him, when a massive white tiger suddenly leaps out and bites the beast's head. It rips the beast's head clean off, completely shocking Hyun-guk, Choi, and An Min-tae, just as a helicopter appears in the sky. While the tiger roars fiercely below, a figure leaps from the helicopter, crashing heavily into the ground and shattering the earth on impact. The man slowly stands up, calling out to ask if everyone is safe. It's Lieutenant Colonel Kim Kang-sok. Everyone is instantly relieved to see their battalion commander. Meanwhile, he quietly sheathes his weapon behind the giant axe as the system alerts him. "Congratulations, you have defeated the giant armored zombie boss monster from the Abyssal Gate disaster event. That giant tiger is actually Kim Kang-seok's divine beast, Sangoon." Looking around, the commander sighs, glad he didn't arrive too late. While he is busy collecting the badge, Kim Kang-sok speaks up to address him directly. "Sergeant Hyun-guk, I heard you were granted access to the battalion armory, but I never expected you to carry the entire stockpile with you. It seems the terrorist threat against our battalion has been resolved, so report in." Meanwhile, the moment he retrieves the badge, he pops it into his mouth. A system alert flashes. "Congratulations, you have consumed the Demon Legion medal. It grants unknown effects once the absorption is fully complete." After swallowing it, he stands at strict attention, reporting that the terrorist strike against the 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade's 1st Battalion was a planned attack by 5 players. 4 of those players have been eliminated, while the survivor is in custody. Unfortunately, most of our military officials went missing during the chaos. Elsewhere, Choi Young-jun feels a bitter ache in his heart after completely wiping out the remaining vampires. Could this location be accused of disobeying military orders? Still, he continues reporting that regular soldier casualties must be assessed, and the remaining monsters will be cleared soon. Therefore, as of 6:37 in the morning, we officially report that the battalion's defense operation has succeeded. Dawn has finally broken, casting morning sunlight over the ruined city. Kim Kang-sok looks at him with a faint smile, saying that Hyun-guk's reports always contain exactly what he wants to hear. Choi collapses to the ground, wondering if it's over, then looks up to ask why the sky is still so pitch black when dawn should have arrived. He speaks up to warn his commander that, unfortunately, this time he will have to hear a report he absolutely does not want to hear. Kim Kang-sok looks puzzled. He explains that, based on the high concentration of gates around Seoul when he took command, the terrorist attack and the Abyssal Gate outbreak were merely a prelude. Their real objective is to trigger the terrifying 4th wave that humanity has dreaded, and the ground zero for that catastrophe is right here. Seoul, the absolute worst disaster zone in this entire game. Monsters will flood in like a massive tidal wave, taking over human cities and transforming this land entirely. It will slowly erode until it belongs entirely to an otherworldly realm. Unlike the previous crisis, this area is completely isolated, making entry or escape totally impossible. Everyone stands absolutely stunned by his words. Kim Kang-sok grows furious, realizing they had a different goal from the very start, and immediately barks out a command. Everyone fall back to the battalion and prepare to regroup. "Hyun-guk, you are officially in charge of organizing our next assembly." By now, his body has reached its absolute limit, causing him to tremble violently. Seeing this, Kim Kang-sok calls out in deep worry. Just then, a critical warning flashes from the system, stating that he is currently digesting the Demon Legion metal. A signal core is forming in his central nervous system at 1%, warning that severe abdominal pain will accompany the assimilation. Since his exhausted body cannot possibly withstand such agonizing pain, he loses consciousness and collapses heavily onto the hard ground. Terrified, Kim Kang-sok rushes over to check if he is all right, while Choi is equally unable to hide his mounting panic. They desperately beg their comrade to wake up. Later, during an emergency military meeting, Choi Youngjun asks how Captain Hyung-guk is so certain the fifth wave will strike Seoul. The survivors are currently gathered together inside a ruined, dusty warehouse. Hearing the question, he calmly explains that the pattern is surprisingly simple. First, California. Second, Shanghai. Third, Berlin. And fourth, Seoul. The single common factor is that the frequency of high-level gate appearances in those areas spiked dramatically exactly 3 months before each wave, always following the same pattern. Every single one of them has been gathering massive energy to explode simultaneously. A red-haired young man speaks up, demanding to know what they can actually do, even if they successfully predict the wave's origin. What about the villains blocking their path? Their unit is already running dangerously low on combat gear and vital supplies. He calmly responds, agreeing that those enemies are incredibly strong and armed with even more advanced, high-tier gear. During the fourth wave, they barely stopped the enemy from unleashing the mythical weapon Mistletoe, a victory bought with the tragic sacrifices of heroes like Leon, Han Tae-san, Choi Dong-chon, Kim Kang-seo, and Steve Marine. Those villains are extremely formidable because they possess the terrifying power to trigger these apocalyptic disasters, commonly known as waves. They can unleash waves of destruction upon humanity just to farm experience points, all to gather loot and grow stronger. But now, the game has completely changed. We finally know their next target. Instead of letting them pull the strings, we can prepare and strike back. That alone gives us enough reason to act and defend humanity from evil. Meanwhile, back at the last human resistance base with Hyunwook, approaching footsteps echo through the halls. Spotting the intruder, the guards yell, "Hands up, do not move, and take off that hood." The mysterious stranger suddenly flashes a bright smile. His friend Yoonha walks in and calls out, "Hey, Hyunwook." He turns around and calmly asks, "What is going on?" She frowns and asks, "Why would you bring an outsider to such a critical place?" "I told you, this is strictly off limits." He replies, "Don't worry, I vouch for him. We need him. If he had not risked his life to help us, we would not have survived. He is a comrade just like us." Suddenly, the door swings open, catching Hyunwook's attention as his face brightens with a warm smile. "Welcome and thank you for coming, Gordon Price." Nearby, 2 other people are quietly sipping their wine. The red-haired girl smiles and happily tells Gordon, "That orichalcum you brought us is incredibly rare. Thanks to your delivery, we have forged a true masterpiece." He chuckles warmly and says, "That is wonderful. But tell me, what exactly did you create this time?" Hearing this, her expression turns dead serious as she asks, "Why do you want to know?" "This is Snow White, the first elder blacksmith chosen by the 7 dwarven artisans." She continues, "Gordon, everyone says you are actually a traitor." He quickly protests, No, I am just curious." Upon hearing his defense, her eyes flash with a sharp glint. "Yes, of course, I know. I was only joking. Who would ever brand our favorite merchant as a traitor? I would love to tell you, but my hands are tied." Knowing Snow White's firm stance, Gordon awkwardly replies, "Yes, I understand." He glances over to find everyone gathering food. Nearby, Hyunwook stands alone by the window, staring into the distance as if lost in deep thought. Suddenly, Young Jun's voice cuts through the quiet room. "How boring. We are having a great time, and someone has to go and kill the vibe." Startled, Hyunwook stammers, "Sorry, I was just..." But Young Jun keeps right on teasing him. "Hey, are you actually crying? Are you hurt?" Looking incredibly sad, Hyunwook admits, "Seeing everyone so happy reminds me of the comrades we lost. If only I had been stronger, I could have saved them." Hearing this, Youngjun punches his shoulder and says, "Fine, let this blow serve as a tribute to our fallen brothers. Now take that, you useless idiot. You fool, we cannot change the past." "What, do you seriously think you can turn back time like some comic book hero to fix everything? Just look at what you have actually achieved right now. Think of the people you saved. Without you, the Flash Squad mages would have perished on the front lines, and the Artifact Team blacksmiths would now be slaves to the villains. The Search Squad's casualty rate would be way higher than 9%. Honestly, we all might have been completely wiped out by now." Cutting him off mid-sentence, Hyunwook whispers, "Honestly, if I could go back in time, I would save absolutely everyone. Every single time we go on a mission, I cannot stop thinking about them." Youngjun sighs and tries to talk some sense into him. "They fought knowing the risks, just like we do. And every single time, you are the one who pulls us out alive. Stop worrying about things you cannot change and focus on being our captain. Right now, we should just enjoy a few drinks." Yoonha steps in, pinching his arm as she snaps. "Are you trying to pick a fight with our captain on purpose? My defense squad will not let this slide." Rubbing his arm, Youngjun quickly explains, "Hey, I was only trying to cheer him up." She shoots back, "Can't you see you are the one ruining the mood?" She gestures to the group behind them. "Now go inside and drink your favorite rum. Just ignore him. Youngjun is always acting like this." Turning to Hyunwook, she asks softly, "Are you holding up okay?" He waves it off, saying she does not need to do this. But she stares back with determination. "What are you talking about? We are your guardians, so looking out for you is literally our job." Seeing this, the onlookers cannot help but tease them. "You are babying him way too much. If he ends up fragile and easily broken, that is on you." Her comment sends a wave of laughter through the room. As the room erupts into laughter, Gordon turns and asks, "You guys are really close, aren't you?" The orange-haired girl nods. "Yes, we are." He walks toward the exit, pulling his hood over his head as he mutters, "It is a sweet sight, but frankly, a bit annoying." Outside, 2 guards stand on duty. One of them sighs. "Our shift change is running late. I have been looking forward to my first drink in years." His partner chuckles and replies, "Well, I heard this shipment actually has instant noodles. We should grab a cup once our shift finally ends." The dark-haired guard notices Gordon approaching. As the old man passes by, he calls out, "Hey, where do you think you are going?" Stopping, Gordon simply replies, "My role in this play is finished, so you boys can rest now." The young guard is left utterly confused. Before they could even react, 2 monsters slaughtered them on the spot, while he let out a truly sinister smile. Declaring today to be their death anniversary, a swarm of monsters suddenly rushed toward the gathering crowd. The monsters rushed inside, slaughtering anyone who dared block their path. Hiding behind a wall, a brown-haired youth frantically raised his radio and screamed, "Intruders!" But before he could say another word, a monster materialized right behind him, pressing a cold weapon against his neck. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, leaving everyone on this side completely stunned by the shocking blast. Sensing immediate danger, Hwang-guk yelled for everyone to get into position, but before they could move, a violent shockwave blasted them back as an incredibly fierce-looking monster emerged. As he ran, Hwang-guk urged them to take Gordon and escape first, but the red-haired ally revealed he was missing, leaving him completely stunned. What? Right then, the emergency intercom blared, ordering a lockdown on sectors A and C while declaring sectors B and D completely compromised. A scout frantically reported that the enemy was moving as if they knew the building layout by heart. Warnings blared that they could not hold out much longer. Worry washed over his face as he yelled, "Everyone, evacuate now! I will stay behind to hold them off." Standing right in front of them was a heavily armed military force. Seha scoffed in annoyance, muttering that sending a few guys would have been more than enough instead of bringing an entire army to destroy them. Meanwhile, bystanders shuddered at his presence, whispering about how absolutely hideous he looked. Suddenly, he was startled by the ring of a magical bell. Peering through his binoculars, a scout yelled that target number 1, the summoner, was spotted. The chime of the summoner's magic bell had officially confirmed the high-ranking villain's presence. Realizing the entire villain army was attacking, panic set in. Cursing under his breath, he barked into his radio, commanding the search and teleportation squads to move directly to target number 1. "What are you guys still doing? Get back here right now." Beyond the gate stood an elite legion flanked by towering monsters. Pulling an orange-haired girl along, Choi Young-jun identified the threat as target number 1, the summoner. Even members of the Traitor Guild were among them. Missing this opportunity meant waiting for an entirely new wave of attacks. They pressed him, asking if he realized the opportunity. But Hwang-guk could only yell back over the radio, shouting that his magic was still unready. Vaulting effortlessly over the wall, he yelled to the crowd below, warning them that if anything failed, they would all die because of him. The red-haired ally chickened out, admitting they weren't mentally prepared yet. But Choi Yoon stood firm, reminding them that joining the teleportation research meant knowing the deadly risks. "Snap out of it. Do what must be done, and stop wasting time worrying about your comrades' safety." Meanwhile, over at Baekseol's position, she was also filing a report. "Commander, the underground bunker is reinforced to survive even a meteor strike. Stop worrying, and end this chaos with the custom weapon I built." As the enemy forces relentlessly searched, Choi Young-jun turned to Hwang-guk, asking if he truly wanted to live with any more regrets. Staring down at the advancing army from on high, he gritted his teeth and barked, "Creation Squad, prepare the sword rain. Search Squad, cover the teleportation unit. And once the teleportation portal opens, evacuate everyone as fast as humanly possible." Choi Yoon and Baekseol flashed satisfied smiles. Hwang-guk then vowed that today, on this very ground, they would completely annihilate target number 1, the summoner. A chorus of determined shouts echoed Roger, as massive magic circles opened. deploying a swarm of specialized drones into the sky. The Demon King remained leisurely perched on his throne, while his massive legion took their battle stances. He assumed control, directing the units. Number 1, get in position. 2, in position. 3 and 4, set. The Demon King stared skyward in sheer confusion. Meanwhile, an engineer whispered to Bak Seol, asking if she deliberately hid the fact that repairs were incomplete. She offered a completely calm reply. Yes, because if I told him, that kid Hwang-guk would hesitate and lose this once-in-a-lifetime shot. Suddenly, a critical system warning flashed, signaling that the mana pool had exceeded safety limits. The skill combo had overextended, and casting a spell of this magnitude could prove fatal to the caster. Deep down, he knew that a single miscalculation would mean accidentally slaughtering his own comrades with his own hands. A massive magic circle manifested in the sky, radiating a truly terrifying concentration of raw, unstable magical energy. The summoner finally rose to his feet. Suddenly, a colossal, godlike sword began materializing directly out of the glowing circle. With resolve burning in his eyes, he swore to protect everyone with this single strike. Before roaring, "Charge forward!" The Demon King stared upward in absolute shock as the colossal sword plunged downward, hurtling directly toward the earth. He unleashed his ultimate spell, Meteor Starfall. A colossal, devastating shockwave erupted instantly, blowing the entire enemy legion backward and even heavily rattling Choi Young-jun's own position. An absolutely monumental sword materialized before their eyes, casting a blinding, fiery orange-red glow across the entire battlefield. Even Hwang-guk was forced to shield his face from above against the overwhelming waves of heat radiating from the blade. Down on the ground, the enemy monsters lay crushed under the rubble, while the human defenders nursed various battle wounds. He barked into his receiver, demanding status reports from all units. Locked in combat, Seha immediately replied to the call. The surviving elite guard members are currently battling the monsters. Up on a building rooftop, Choi Yoon hears the news and quickly transmits a report. The scout unit confirms that the reserves have lost contact with 60% of their squad, and they are assessing the situation. He continues shouting into his radio, demanding to know if the production team copies, confirming that the Soul Manipulator is alive. As the Soul Manipulator is engulfed in blazing flames, he screams out in sheer agony. Watching through binoculars, the observation squad reports that the enemy has taken massive, critical damage. Hearing this, Choi Young-jun quickly sends a report to Hyun-guk, stating the goblins were effective and now is their chance. Hearing that, he realizes this is their absolute best, once-in-a-lifetime chance to completely finish off this vile soul manipulator. With that in mind, he unleashes his skill and orders the elite guard to join the battle and wipe out all remaining monsters and villains. Seha is filled with worry, asking Hyun-guk where he thinks he is going alone without any guards to back him up. With a determined look, he declares that their current forces cannot handle all the monsters invading their hideout, commanding the entire guard squad to assist. Accepting his words, she quickly turns around to issue her orders. All members of the elite guard quickly charge into the combat zone, though one wonders where their captain is heading. Seha shouts back, promising to go after Commander Hyun-guk herself. Soaring through the air, he casts his spells, knowing deep down that if he can just take out the soul manipulator, this whole nightmare ends. The chance to finally liberate humanity is right within his grasp, as his massive magic completely envelops the shattered buildings below. With a thunderous roar, he forces those colossal buildings to levitate directly over the soul manipulator. The enemy looks up in absolute terror as two massive skyscrapers collapse right onto him, while the commander directs hundreds of flying blades forward. The soul manipulator is buried under the heavy debris, but suddenly, the rubble crushing him begins to glow with an eerie blue light. Immediately leaping straight into the dust, he growls, noting that they are finally facing the soul manipulator in a true showdown. The villain lies impaled by multiple swords as the commander summons his own weapon, impatiently asking what that pathetic look on his face is for. Is it pain, or do you think this is unfair? You stole the lives of tens of billions of people, so drop that pathetic self-pity. The villain stutters in agonizing pain, unable to speak, prompting the furious commander to sever his head without a single shred of hesitation. Telling him to stop making excuses, he finishes the soul manipulator once and for all, announcing that their primary target is officially dead. Hearing this news, Si-yoon and Choi-yoon are absolutely stunned, just as a nearby skull's eyes flash with a sinister purple glow before fading away. The demonic legion is finally destroyed, bringing immense joy to everyone as the immortal monsters suddenly freeze in their tracks. But out of nowhere, massive tentacles rain down from the heavens, blasting nearby soldiers backward. Choi Young-jun turns to his forces below, ordering everyone to focus their fire on the remaining villains, declaring that today is the day humanity is finally set free, inspiring the hyped-up crowd to launch a massive magic array at the beast above. The intense heat thoroughly irritates Hana, who grumbles about how annoying this situation has become. She wonders what on earth that arrogant jerk thinks he is doing. Up in the sky, a swarm of savage dragons comes rushing forward, roaring at the top of their lungs to announce their arrival. A flashing red system warning appears, declaring that soul transfer, a rare skill exclusive to the soul manipulator, has been officially triggered. The caster's soul is currently being moved to a backup vessel, just as the commander notices the flock of incoming dragons. The system progress bar shows 30%, making him worry it might jump straight to 70, just as a colossal dragon erupts from the ground, shattering the earth around them. The system screen rapidly climbs to 99%, signaling that the soul transfer is nearly complete. With a terrifying echo, the soul manipulator whispers that they are one and the same, snapping his eyes open as a system alert pops up. The system congratulates him on a 100% successful transfer, confirming the soul has settled into its brand new host. The soul manipulator walks atop the beast's head as the commander watches from below, trembling, while the blank-faced villain commands darkness to swallow the world. Below them, the eyes of the countless skulls glow once more, and the entire fallen monster horde rises back to life. A flashing red system warning declares the night of death, as the soul manipulator commands his immortal army to hunt down every single survivor. Panic spreads as the monster horde suddenly resurrects, driving a furious Hyunguk to realize that the villain had lured him into this trap from the very beginning. The soul manipulator cracks a sinister, deadly smile while his monstrous legions relentlessly assault the defenseless survivors down below. The crowd screams in pure terror, shouting that the monsters have revived, even the ones previously obliterated by the meteor strike. One poor fighter gets pinned down by a beast, its face looking absolutely ferocious and wild, as its body erupts in flames and explodes, shattering the surrounding structures and sending debris flying skyward. Watching this tragedy unfold, the commander completely freezes in pure rage and grief. He screams for everyone to evacuate the area immediately, stop fighting, and just run for their lives. The system flashes a notification. Predator skill activated, utilizing the King of Fists power from an absorbed player. Suddenly, the soul manipulator dives from above, lunging straight at him. He blocks with both arms, desperately trying to petrify his body. The instant the enemy strikes, his arms turn to solid stone, yet he is still effortlessly blasted out of the sky. Then, fire-breathing dragons scorch the earth, turning everything to ash. He plummets down, both of his arms broken, screaming in agony. The system flashes another alert. Predator skill triggered, deploying Inferno, a devastating power taken from yet another absorbed player. The soul manipulator conjures a massive, gargantuan fireball and hurls it straight at him. Unable to dodge, he takes the full, devastating impact. Seo Yunha suddenly appears, shield in hand, yelling, "Hyun-wook, stay calm. He has to survive, no matter what." Seeing her, Lee Min-hee screams, "Seo Yunha, what are you doing? Run away right now." She looks back at him, offering a gentle, loving smile. "No, I will be your shield. After all, I am your very first life." The soul manipulator keeps unleashing a relentless torrent of flames. Once again, the system alerts. Predator skill active, drawing upon the power of Hercules from another absorbed player. Enveloped in divine might, the enemy prepares to strike. Seyunha charges forward without hesitation, and in sheer panic, Hyun-wook grabs her hand. But the moment the shockwave hits, both of them are instantly knocked down and sent flying backward. Right then, a monster wielding a massive axe leaps high into the air, using a baseball-style swing to smash them down to earth. Both crash heavily into the ruins below. Terrified, Choi Young-jun screams Hyun-wook's name, but before he can finish, a sharp object impales him, spitting out blood. Then, the brutal beast hoists his body high in the air as blood pours from his wounds. Laughing like a maniac, a tentacled monster drives its sharp appendages deep into the orange-haired boy, making him choke on blood. Up above, an endless, terrifying swarm of monstrous insects blackens the sky. Down below, a swarm of giant centipedes and vile bugs charge straight toward Yunha. Their presence snaps her back to reality, but it is already too late as the horrific bugs overwhelm her. Sitting high above, Hana licks her lips, watching Yunha get completely devoured. She needs to stop squirming like that. It is absolutely disgusting. Battered and broken, Hyun-wook can only watch his allies die right before his eyes. Tears stream down his face as he desperately begs them to run. Gordon's heavy footsteps echo. Amidst the roaring flames, Hyun-wook keeps praying, begging for everyone to survive. Then, Gordon steps right in front of him, staring up at him in utter shock. A A wave of pure anger washes over Hyun-wook. You betrayed us, didn't you? Suddenly, a massive explosion shakes the area. Looking toward the blast, Gordon calmly remarks, "Oh dear, it seems the safe zone is about to be wiped out." Overwhelmed with blinding rage, agony, and grief for his dead comrades, Hyun-wook screams, "Why? Why would you do this? You were supposed to be our guardian. This is my fault. I trusted you too much and let you guide us." Gordon simply smiles. "It is not your fault. It is your pathetic attempt to live righteously under the system's rules. My blindness to the world around me made me fail to realize that even a guardian could become a monster." He lets out a bitter laugh. Who could have guessed that humanity's ruin would come from players, and not the monsters? Gordon mockingly chuckles. "Oh, look at you, the great savior of humanity, the Steel Emperor. Or should I say the pathetic, F-rank loser, Hyun-wook." Slowly removing his mask, he spreads his arms wide, declaring, "We are the chosen gods of this world, the deities destined to decide the fate of all humanity." Filled with absolute hatred, Hyun-wook spits back. "Look at yourself, a monster speaking like a god. If only I realized my true talent sooner, not a year, just a single day scum like you would have never stood a chance." Interrupting him, Gordon scoffs. "Aren't you embarrassed to say that? Even if you had unlocked your talent sooner." Hyun-wook is consumed by agony, tears of absolute rage streaming down his face. Gordon sneers, "The fate of a useless F-rank trash like you can never be changed. Dying like this is already an honor." With a smug grin, Gordon mutters, "A fitting end for a loser like you." As he walks away, a massive monster carrying a giant hammer steps forward to crush him. As the crushing hammer swings down, he screams with every ounce of rage and grief left in his soul. Gordon Price. Closing his eyes, a single teardrop falls to the ground, sparking a small, mysterious blue flame. Back in the real world, he jolts awake, tears still streaming down his face. As Hyun-wook sits up, a curly-haired soldier notices and shouts, "Sergeant Hyun-wook." A crowd of comrades immediately gathers around him, asking, "Sergeant Hyun-wook, are you okay? Wait, are you crying?" For a ruthless leader known to be completely cold-hearted, seeing him shed tears means something is seriously, dreadfully wrong. Hearing their worried voices, he swallows his emotions, overwhelmed by nothing but sheer, crushing helplessness. The soldiers continue to whisper in concern, "Are you hurt somewhere, sir? Sergeant, say something. Your silence is terrifying." A sudden plea that leaves everyone utterly stunned. Turning away, he whispered that he had only dreamed of a tragic future. Curly Hair looked at him, completely confused. A tragic future? What kind of future was that? Staring out the window in deep thought, his expression suddenly hardened with absolute determination. A future that must never happen again, a future he had to change at all costs. The next morning, a desperate, begging voice broke the silence. "My daughter is still inside." Despite the mother's heartbreaking pleas, the guard coldly turned her away without a second thought. "You cannot enter," he barked. But she fell to her knees, weeping, begging him to just let her through, even if it was only for one quick minute. "Ma'am, absolutely no one is allowed inside." Meanwhile, over at the National Crisis Management Committee's Unified Command Center, high-ranking officials gathered to discuss the situation, their voices rising in heated debate. To be completely honest, we have to admit there is absolutely nothing we can do. Hearing this, the attendees sitting in the meeting hall immediately began to whisper among themselves, "Exactly, but public outrage is getting way out of hand." One of them finally spoke up, asking why they were still wasting time talking. They had to quickly prepare the world for the aftermath of the wave. Suddenly, a pale hand shot up, accompanied by a sweet voice. "Pardon the interruption," she said. Standing up was Kang So-yoon, the fourth-ranked representative player of South Korea. She continued, demanding to know if they were actually planning to abandon millions of innocent people left stranded inside the wave zone. The officials on the screens quickly tried to explain, "Representative Kang, that is not what we mean. We cannot even enter that place. So what else are we supposed to do? We must prioritize and focus our resources on the safety of the entire country, not just the citizens living in Seoul." Hearing their cowardly excuses, Kang So-yoon clenched her teeth in absolute fury. That is just a fancy way of saying you care more about protecting your own political seats than saving the lives of the citizens. Offended, the politicians yelled back through the screens, "Representative Kang, how dare you say that? We all want to save Seoul, but we actually need a viable way to do it. Right now, we simply have absolutely no options available." Leaning over the table, Kang So-yoon confronted them, stating there were still several player guilds inside that they could reach out to. By working together, they could easily minimize the casualties among the innocent citizens. Hearing her proposal, one official asked skeptically if those rogue players would even listen to their orders in a chaotic situation like this. Kang Zoyun confidently threw down another trump card, promising that her guild, Jumanare, would provide hero-tier items to any player who eliminated corrupted elements inside the wave zone, plus a legendary tier item for the single most active participant. Hearing those words, everyone in the room froze in absolute disbelief. Kang Seyun's voice rang out, declaring she couldn't just order her guild members to hide away and survive for their own selfish interests while doing absolutely nothing to help others. Her voice grew sharper as she vowed they would do everything in their power to save even one more life. Slamming her hand onto the table, Kang Seoyun demanded to know if they were finally satisfied with that. The entire room fell into dead silence as no one dared speak. Gritting her teeth, Kang Seoyun angrily sat back down. She thought to herself, frustrated that she actually had to buy a solution for a national crisis with money. What a complete joke. Meanwhile, over in the underground bunker of the 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade's 1st Battalion, the surrounding area was ruined, with lifeless bodies scattered all over the ground. Suddenly, a loud voice called out, "Attention! Sergeant Lee Hyun-guk. I have urgent business with the battalion commander. Are you holding up all right?" Lee Hyun-guk saluted, replying that he was fine before suggesting a plan. The commander looked over, asking what kind of plan he had. Lee Hyun-guk mentioned hearing that the captured terror suspect had escaped. The commander leaned forward, frowning heavily as he admitted it was a major headache. Lee Hyun-guk reasoned that since the prison used mana stones and barriers to contain players, no one could possibly break out alone unless they were an S-rank player, which meant there was likely a traitor hiding right inside their own military ranks. "Commander, Seoul is currently crawling with dangerous monsters. On top of that, countless dangerous criminals and terrorists are currently running wild through the streets. While innocent people crowd into shelters to survive the monsters, things will only get far more dangerous because of these escapees. The truth is, even our forces, who took the least damage, will still need a lot of time to fully reorganize and deploy." The commander's expression shifted. Staring directly at him, he smirked and asked what kind of clever plan he had in mind. Lee Hyun-guk stared back with a deadpan look, secretly laughing, knowing the commander had probably been waiting for him to say exactly that. He then proposed establishing a special unit to secure the citizens' safety and stop the spread of this corruption wave. Slightly taken aback, the commander repeated, "A special unit? In a chaotic situation like this, we'd need capable players to lead, but would they even listen to us?" Lee Hyun-guk just smirked. "No need to worry about that. Let's treat the wounded first. There are still monsters out there, so everyone stay alert." The moment he stepped outside, a red-haired soldier yelled at Lee Hyun-guk, asking if he was insane for pulling that stunt in the military. In a military with a strict chain of command, how does a mere soldier dare to order officers around like this? Lee Hyun-wook quietly lowers his head and admits it sounds ridiculous, adding he only planned to assign regular soldiers. But the battalion commander insisted that a proper unit absolutely needs officers to lead it. So the commander yelled at him, demanding he at least take along the 2nd platoon leader, who happens to be his most trusted officer. Hearing this, the red-haired soldier stands stunned. Did the commander really say that? Lee Hyun-wook looks away on purpose, muttering he only wanted advice since there was no one else left. Completely unaware that he is walking straight into a trap, the soldier confusedly asks, "No one else?" Seizing the moment, Lee Hyun-wook delivers the deciding blow, asking how he could launch a wide-scale attack without him. "If your wide-scale attack can actually save people during this massive crisis, I figured the top guilds would be fighting over you, but it seems you have no interest in that." As Lee Hyun-wook pretends to walk away, the guy grabs his arm, saying, "Wait, you asked me to be an advisor. That is different." Lee Hyun-wook flashes the smug smile of a winner, completely out of the other man's sight. The scene shifts to mages desperately spraying water to contain the raging fires spreading toward the defensive hills ahead. Standing there with a totally careless attitude, Kim Si-hee complains about being stuck here near the end of her service when she should have retired. Lee Hyun-wook calls out to her from behind, shouting Sergeant Kim Si-hee. Hearing her name, she turns and mutters, "Oh, it is that talkative kid." He approaches, yelling to be heard above the howling wind as he explains she has been assigned to the special unit, but she catches nothing. Kim Si-hee shouts back, "What? I cannot hear you." Neither of them can make out a single word the other is saying. Lee Hyun-wook just smiles, gives her a big thumbs up, and says, "Message successfully delivered." He turns and walks away, leaving Kim Si-hee utterly baffled since she heard absolutely nothing, wondering what just happened. Why does it feel like the final days of my military service are about to be completely ruined? An annoyed voice groans loudly. "I do not want to. I did not agree to anything." Wrapped tightly in a blanket under the bed, he keeps yelling at Lee Hyun-wook, "I do not care. I do not care. No matter what you say, I am not doing it." Do you know what I had to go through to get that bottle of Ballantine's 30? Even though my military service is almost over, I refuse to do this, no matter what. Lee Hyun-wook has heard enough and cuts him off in a quiet, calm voice. You drank alcohol while on duty, did you not? You also dragged out the deployment schedule for a week, sometimes even 2 weeks when 2 days would do. And if the commander finds out, you can kiss your military discharge goodbye. Your military life will literally never end. With all his secrets exposed, he panics, sweating profusely inside his tightly wrapped blanket. He crawls out from under the bed, raising his hands in surrender, asking what he has to do. The scene cuts to an escaped convict covered in bloody wounds, staring at his own mangled reflection in the water, muttering in disbelief. How is this possible? How did I end up like this? Suddenly, a distant noise catches his attention. Peeking from behind a tree, he spots soldiers hunting for him, thoroughly searching every inch of the surrounding area. If you find any surviving monsters, kill them immediately. Overhearing this, he immediately bolts and runs for his life. Lee Hyun-wook searches with the soldiers, calling out loudly for Lee Woo-suk. He recalls the battle and frowns, confident he stayed conscious until the very end and successfully saved Woo-suk back then. But where did he run off to? Lee Hyun-wook sighs, knowing the guy's nature, but wishing he would just trust him a bit more this time. Right then, a loud, clear voice echoes across the training grounds. Assemble at the special unit training ground immediately. Hearing the order, everyone packs their gear, grabs their weapons, and rushes to the muster point. The reminder continues over the speaker, warning that once they depart, there will be no resupply. Double check and make sure you have everything with you. Suddenly, Lee Hyun-wook runs into Seo Yunha. Saluting, he asks what is up, and she looks at him, confessing she had completely misunderstood him all this time. Hearing her unexpected apology, he just smiles and says no worries. Instantly, Seo Yunha puts her hands on her hips, adding that it does not mean she fully trusts him yet. Confused by her sudden attitude, he asks what that is about. Hiding her embarrassment, she loudly declares she joined the special unit just to keep an eye on him. Lee Hyun-wook blinks in absolute shock. A moment later, he smiles and says he is looking forward to it, while she shyly turns away and whispers, "Same here." Lee Hyun-wook is highly satisfied. Now that Seo Yunha is on board, they finally have all the reliable people they need. When he first went back in time, Hyun-wook did everything he could to avoid dragging his old comrades or his current teammates into the mess. At the gathering point, a booming voice suddenly rang out, shouting, "Attention! Report! 11 members total, plus 3 drivers for the special unit." The squad leader frowned, saying, "Hold on, I really don't like that name. That name sounds way too temporary." Then, someone suggested Company Steel. Hearing this, all the soldiers cringed, complaining about how absolutely awful the name sounded. But the squad leader immediately made the call, saying, "Fine, Steel Company it is." He genuinely believed that was the only way to protect everyone. But as the future and his memories began to shift piece by piece, you and I can see he realized some challenges require them to stand together. To stop the Soul Wave and save their hopeless future, he needed everyone working as one. With the squad name finally chosen, the leader barked, "All right, report again." Taking a deep breath, Hyun-wook yelled at the top of his lungs, "Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, reporting for duty. Our mission is to rescue civilians and execute mobile strikes during the wave. Steel Company, ready." Inside the dark cave, Hyun-wook was panting heavily, drenched in blood, with sweat dripping onto the cold ground. Looking around, he saw monster carcasses piled everywhere, with glowing mana stones from their shattered bodies scattered across the floor. He used telekinesis to lift a stone, inspecting it closely, when a sudden system notification popped up, unlocking the energy plunder skill. The system announced his total energy rose by 0.7%, but warned that as consumption increased, future gains would slowly decrease. Let a man eat in peace, but as Hyun-wook was happily chewing, a sudden, violent tremor shook the earth, and something burst from below, right where he was standing. Luckily, his swift reflexes kept him completely safe. Flipping gracefully through the air, he landed perfectly on his feet. Looming before Hyun-wook was a massive, utterly terrifying beast, the Hell Lord known as Scorpion Man. Facing this raging abomination, Hyun-wook just smirked and yelled, "What? Did you think I was exhausted and tried to take my head off? That was way too obvious. You naive idiot." Furious at the insult, the beast slammed its muscular claw directly onto his spot, completely shattering the stone floor into flying debris. Hyun-wook quickly dashed right up its massive arm to counterattack. Charging up his weapon with raw energy, he thrust his spear forward and roared, "Die!" But as he swung at its face, the monster opened its gaping, abyss-like maw and swallowed him whole in a single gulp. The beast gnashed its razor-sharp teeth as disgusting drool dripped down, presenting an absolutely horrifying sight. Sliding down into the monster's slimy stomach, Hyun-wook remained fully conscious, mockingly thinking to himself, "What an idiot. You think way too simply. I knew you'd eat me. Now I can end this fast, using my transmutation barrier to block your stomach acid. Let's wrap this up with a massive blast." Suddenly, his eyes flashed with brilliant blue light. Gritting his teeth, he roared, "Shatter! Explode!" Right then, a system warning flashed, advising him that he could suffer severe backlash if the skill wasn't executed flawlessly. A massive surge of energy erupted from him, causing the monster's belly to swell up like a balloon. Boom! A deafening explosion and blinding light ripped through the cavern. The monster popped like an overinflated balloon, sending its shredded remains flying everywhere. The system chimed once more. "You have successfully cleared all enemies. You have received a gold card. Using this gold card triggers a special awakening. Item ownership is locked and bound directly to your soul upon acquisition." Holding the shining card, Hyun-wook grinned, saying, "Awesome, a gold card. Totally worth putting up with that giant beast's rotten breath." The system then prompted him to activate it, and without a single moment of hesitation, Hyun-wook accepted. Naturally, the card burst into flames as the system announced, "Congratulations. Through special awakening, you have learned the new skill, metal manipulation." Instantly testing his new power, Hyun-wook watched his arm morph into a deadly, razor-sharp blade, followed by a system warning. Warning: while utilizing metal manipulation, physical reinforcement skill cannot be activated simultaneously. Examining his lethal metallic limbs, he grinned, realizing he was finally prepared for the upcoming soul outbreak. An eerie, knowing smile crept across his face as he thought, and began collecting all the mana stones left behind by his vanquished foes. Clutching a handful of glowing mana crystals, he smirked and whispered, "It has been a while. Time to enjoy this feast." A week later, you and I are thrown right into the action as the chaotic soul raid begins with a chilling warning. "Attention citizens, a massive gate is opening over the city. This is not a drill. All citizens must immediately evacuate to the nearest underground shelter." Repeating, this is the emergency response team. A giant gate has opened, completely enveloping all of Seoul. I repeat, this is absolutely not a drill. Head to your nearest designated shelter immediately. Meanwhile, out on a ruined street scarred by the aftermath of absolute slaughter, a lost child stood weeping loudly, his cries attracting a massive horde of flesh-eating zombies. When the first monster lunged right in front of him, the poor kid froze in sheer terror, tears streaming down his face. Just as a vicious zombie is about to grab the young boy, a military vehicle roars in and slams right into the monster. The soldiers have arrived just in time, quickly jumping out to deploy and fight the entire undead horde. Every soldier focuses their fire to hold back the monsters. Seeing the kid who just narrowly escaped death sitting on the ground, a soldier walks over to comfort him, asking, "Hey kid, are you okay? You do not have to worry anymore." The boy looks up and calls him sir, but as the soldier recognizes his face, his eyes widen. Frowning, he yells, "Damn it, Park Junmo! I told you not to venture this deep into the zone." As the kid runs off, the soldier calls out to Kim Si-hee. She appears in a flash, responding with a sharp, "Yes, sir." Holding two swirling tornado spheres in her hands, she hurls them straight into the raging zombie horde. The monsters get swept up into the violent wind, trapped and floating helplessly in midair. Not far away, a mysterious man secretly watches the battle before gesturing to his comrades hiding right behind him. What in the world is going on with those soldiers? Kim Si-hee leaps into the air with dual swords in hand, shouting, "Now is our chance, Lieutenant." The soldiers behind immediately provide cover fire, pushing forward. A glowing magic circle suddenly appears and targets the exact spot where the zombies are clustering. At the same time, Kim Se-hee slashes through the zombies one by one. As she fights, she grumbles, "That talkative old guy completely played me." She remembers her earlier conversation with Lee Hyun-guk, asking him, "Are you seriously planning to go in there all by yourself? You promised to let me join the level-up raid if I signed up to come here." But Lee Hyun-guk simply replied, "I will head in first just to scout things out. Actually, I have an event quest, so you cannot assist me anyway, right?" Kim Si-hee worries, saying, "Everyone knows that, but what if you go in alone and end up in serious danger?" Lee Hyun-guk just smiles and says, "Commander, there is absolutely no need to worry about that. I will be back before you know it. Trust me, I have got this." Back in the present, Kim Si-hee realizes she was played, muttering, "Liar. You promised a quick return, but look how long it has been." Mid-March, a massive green monster suddenly crashes down from the sky, blocking the path of the commander and her soldiers. The beast scans the area, takes a deep, heavy breath, and unleashes a deafening roar straight at them. The shockwave hits them like a violent storm, leaving the soldiers completely paralyzed and unable to move. Veins bulge across their faces as they scream in agony, and the young boy from earlier quickly loses consciousness from the sheer pressure. The zombies grow stronger, snarling as they prepare to pounce. But just as they lunge to tear the squad apart, Lee Hyun-guk arrives at the perfect moment. Raising his hand, he activates his metal manipulation skill, cleanly slicing the hideous beast's head off and sending it rolling onto the ground. Lee Hyun-guk shouts to snap everyone out of it. Snap out of it, everyone, open fire. Hearing his command, the soldiers shake off the paralysis, raise their weapons, and unleash a hail of bullets on the horde. Kim Si-hee joins the fray, carving through dozens of the undead all on her own with her blade. She smiles and calls out, "You are late, old man. If you had taken any longer." But before she can finish, her cheeks turn bright red, her mind goes blank, and she suddenly freezes up. Another soldier calls out in relief, "Sergeant Lee Hyun-guk." But as he gets a good look at Lee Hyun-guk, his jaw drops. "Wait, what happened to you?" Our main character is standing there completely shirtless, showing off his muscular physique. He raises his hand, controlling a cluster of steel spheres that float ominously in the air. "Steel Squad, hold the line and attack. I will provide fire support." Even though he hears the command, the soldier cannot help but stare directly at his shirtless leader. He quietly wonders what on earth he is staring at, but an impatient shout quickly snaps everyone back to their senses. "Stop staring. Do you want me to finish you off before those monsters actually get the chance to do it?" Working together, the entire squad launches a coordinated assault. In just a matter of moments, the zombie horde is completely wiped out, and Lee Hyun-guk finally manages to find some spare clothes. A mysterious voice speaks directly to Kim Se-hee, asking, "What exactly are you saying? Keep it to yourself if you just wanted to see him shirtless." Once Lee Hyun-guk is dressed, he spots her muttering to herself and asks, "Wait, what?" Kim Se-hee scoffs, "You claimed you would finish the mission alone, yet you end up looking like this?" Not that there was anything worth looking at anyway. Caught off guard, Lee Hyun-guk asks her, "Wait, really? Nothing worth looking at?" "Yeah, it is just way too cold out here anyway." Just then, a soldier walks over with the boy, calling out, "Sergeant Lee Hyun-guk, are you okay? What in the world happened to your uniform?" Lee Hyun-guk remains silent, his gaze dropping to the young boy who is now tightly clutching the soldier's leg. The soldier quickly explains, I had to abandon my post to save this kid." Suddenly, Lee Hyun-guk senses something nearby. As the soldier continues to speak, our protagonist raises a hand, signaling for him to remain completely silent. Glaring toward a nearby alleyway, he calls out sharply, "If you are hiding over there, step out now." Realizing they have been spotted, a group of terrified refugees slowly emerges with their hands up. As they walk forward, they plead, "Please do not shoot. We are just peaceful evacuees trying to survive. We were barred from entering the safe zone, so we had to find somewhere else." Frowning, Lee Hyun-guk repeats, "You were turned away?" Cutting him off, the boy they just rescued suddenly bolts toward the crowd, screaming out for his father. Spotting his son alive, the emotional dad rushes forward to hug him. "Thank you. Thank you so much for saving my son. I was completely hopeless. It is a relief to meet soldiers like you." Hyun-guk's face darkens, asking, "Are you sure about that?" Staring at the approaching steel balls, the man stammers, "What do you mean? What are you doing?" Hyun-guk's eyes suddenly turn sharp. The steel ball flies out, immediately finishing him off. The watching soldiers are utterly shocked, demanding answers from him. "Are you insane? Sergeant Lee Hyun-guk, what are you doing?" Ignoring them, Hyun-guk lunges forward. Spotting a knife behind him, he reaches out and grabs the kid. His face turns grim, glaring with a cold, deadly stare as he speaks. "Just so you know, I absolutely despise being backstabbed, so you had better stop this right now before I actually kill you." Under Hyun-guk's immense pressure, the child struggles to escape. Hyun-guk hoists him into the air as a blade prepares to strike. A soldier raises his gun, screaming, "Hey bastard, put the kid down right now." All forces aim directly at Lee Hyun-guk. The others raise their weapons one by one, aiming at him. "Are you out of your mind? A soldier killing a civilian? Put the kid down immediately, Lee Hyun-guk. Do you hear me?" Hyun-guk stays silent, walking right over to the dead man and kicking him over. A bloody knife rolls out. Seeing the weapon, the soldiers finally realize these victims were not ordinary civilians. They are players concealing weapons from another world, closing in on them. Right then, the innocent bystanders all fall to their knees, raising their hands over their heads, crying, "Wait, he is right. They kidnapped us, and these monsters have also murdered others before." Just then, Hyunguk's icy voice echoes right behind the boy. Hey, you can stop playing pretend now. Long time no see, assassin Kim Han-gu. Exposed, his face twists instantly as he snaps. I have no idea who you are. Who are you? His eyes glow blood red, his body mutating, transforming into a full-grown adult right in front of everyone. With a weapon in hand, he spins around to strike Hyunguk. But the moment his claws hit the soldier, they fail to pierce him. Hyunguk grits his teeth, declaring, I know you better than anyone, because I beat you to a pulp in my previous life. With that, he slams him onto the ground. Now, with a steel ball forcefully stuffed into his mouth, the assassin is utterly terrified. Hyunguk chains him tightly to a pillar. He screams, You crazy bastard, stop stuffing those things down my throat. What kind of soldier tortures people by forcing them to swallow steel balls? Hyunguk demonstrates it right in front of him. What? You call this torture? I eat these all the time. If you keep eating them, you will get addicted to that metallic taste. The assassin is literally scared to tears. Why on earth would you eat that? Hyunguk forces his jaw open, shoving another ball inside. Talking yet? He screams out in sheer misery. Wait, all right, I will talk. Gongtae. He slaughtered every single guard at the Dongdaemun shelter and took over. Then he destroyed the shelter, making it impossible for anyone to enter. Hearing this, Hyunguk thinks, he destroyed the shelter? He had heard stories of a villain who destroyed a shelter, slaughtering every single survivor hiding inside. All to perform a magic experiment to make himself incredibly powerful, a twisted villain with a lost soul. In his previous life, he was so incredibly cautious that despite his infamy, his face was never revealed. Is it him? Kim Han-gu continues. Those civilians fled because they could not stand his sheer cruelty. We were only ordered to bring the escapees back. I disguised myself as a child so they would not get hurt. That is the truth. Believe me, Hyunguk just sneers. Nonsense. You had another motive. The reason you tried so hard to kidnap them was to complete a villain quest, right? Kim Han-gu, the villain and assassin. Terrified, he stammers, Who on earth are you? Hyunguk's eyes gleam, and instantly, Kim Han-gu's stomach swells up before a blood-curdling scream echoes out. Back at the gathering point, a soldier talking to Hyunguk suddenly gasps. What? He killed himself? Just what kind of monster is Gongtae that he had to take his own life? If that is the case, should we not wait for Lieutenant Sung-ha and Sergeant Choi Yoon to arrive? Hyunguk replies, No, they are busy. Given the time they need to rescue the Major and repair the hunter's battle armor, they will not make it. The soldier is stunned, but he destroyed the shelter. So how do we open the door ourselves? Hyunguk smiles. Do not worry. I have my ways. Watching him, the soldier sighs. He is making that face again. At the Dongdaemun shelter, the loudspeaker blares once more. This is the regular army of the Republic of Korea. Open the shelter gates immediately. Pounding on the door, Hyunguk shouts, We have received reports of an illegal occupation of the shelter. Illegal occupation of a shelter is a serious crime, punishable on the spot. If you do not open up immediately, we will use a master key to force entry. The others can only groan as they watch him pull this stunt. So his strategy is to bluff about having a master key? The fact they locked themselves inside proves they are completely clueless about the outside situation. Hyunguk continues to yell, We have given you more than enough time. After reporting to their superiors, they would treat this as a case of illegal occupation and trespassing. Instantly, the heavy door swung open, leaving everyone standing there completely speechless. It actually worked. It is open. Staring outside in utter panic, the person trapped inside screamed at the top of their lungs. What is this? Hyunguk poked his head in with a smirk. Ah, did you lock this door so tight that you could not hear a single thing? They had received reports of an illegal takeover of this shelter. The man inside barked back, Illegal occupation? Does that make any sense to you? We are strictly following all safety protocols here. By all means, please step inside and inspect the place. With that, Hyunguk and his squad successfully walked inside, completely authorized and unchallenged. The people inside whispered among themselves as the squad passed. With survivors quietly following every rule, this shelter looked like a textbook model of order and neat management. Following behind their guide, Hyunguk muttered under his breath that nobody here seemed to care about armed strangers walking right in. It felt as if they were playing dumb to hide a secret. Hearing him mutter, Mr. An turned back, but Hyunguk shrugged it off with a smile, calling it a joke. Glancing at the tiny group of soldiers behind him, the man scoffed. Is this really all the backup they sent you? No one else is showing up? Hyunguk countered with his own question. Why are you asking so many questions? Do you honestly think you can beat us with just this tiny squad? The man scowled in anger and spat. What did you just say? Hyun-guk waved his hands. Relax, just a joke. But hey, what if you guys are actually criminal players? That is a real possibility, right? The man roared, Hey, what the hell do you think you are doing? Testing me? Is this a joke to you? Hyun-guk scoffed. Actually, you look like the joke here. Just look at how you packed this entire entrance hall with heavily armed players. It is painfully obvious. The villain froze, unable to comprehend how his cover was blown. Hyun-guk instantly turned and gave the order to open fire, plunging the entire bunker into chaos. Gunfire erupted alongside the deafening screech of clashing weapons. Hyun-guk shouted through the noise, Gong Ik-tae, if you want to pull off a scam, at least find a protective suit that actually fits you first. Hyun-guk unleashed a vicious sword slash right at Gong Ik-tae, making the giant roar in fury. You arrogant brat, I'm going to crush that loud mouth of yours. Controlling a massive stone fist, he grabbed the hero tight, mocking him. Quiet now, are we? Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as a bullet struck Ik-tae in the head, forcing him to let go. So, you are made of stone too? Hyun-guk smirked. Actually, I am steel. Around them, soldiers from both factions clashed in a chaotic, unending shootout. Ik-tae clutched his bleeding head wound and spat. You bastard. A soldier attacking innocent civilians? Hyun-guk could only laugh. Innocent civilians? Are you serious? In an emergency, the army's absolute duty is to protect real civilians from garbage like you. You slaughtered all the real guards. What was your goal with this fake setup, Ik-tae? Where are the actual survivors? Ignoring the question, the villain lunged forward, screaming at the top of his lungs. But Hyun-guk lightly leaped into the air, easily dodging the massive, heavy attack aimed at him. With a fierce battle cry, Hyun-guk hurled his spear, impaling the villain's arm. Standing over him, he demanded, Did you destroy this sanctuary just to experiment on innocent people? Ik-tae spat back in confusion. What the hell are you blabbering about? What experiments? What am I supposed to be hiding here? This shelter was already at maximum capacity. But those idiotic guards kept cramming more refugees inside. Forget the monsters outside. Because of those freeloaders, we were going to starve to death. You are a player too, you should understand that. If this country loses elite players like us, it would be a massive disaster. Hyun-guk gritted his teeth, growling. Someone else once told me that exact same thing. Ik-tae nodded. Exactly. We risk our lives fighting monsters every single day, so we deserve better treatment during times of absolute crisis like this. Everything I did was just following the natural order of survival of the fittest. Hyun-guk muttered. Ah, I see. Hyun-guk's voice turned ice cold. So that is your logic. Lunging forward to attack, he roared. Who cares if you are a traitor? I am just going to beat you first. As Hyun-guk's fist collided with the stone armor, the rock shattered instantly, exposing the vulnerable flesh and bone underneath. Ik-tae switched to his other arm, grabbing Hyun-guk by the collar and hoisting him up. You underestimating me, brat? Know your place and die. With that, he spun him through the air and slammed him hard onto the concrete. Looking up with a smirk, Hyun-guk asked, Is that all you got? He instantly activated metallurgy to counterattack. A system warning popped up, reminding him that hardening was disabled while using metallurgy. Hyun-guk landed a brutal punch square on Ik-tae's face, completely shattering the stone helmet protecting his head. Without pausing, he rained down a heavy barrage of devastating, iron-shattering punches. The giant's pathetic, desperate begging echoed through the hall. Stop. Please. Just stop. By the time he finally stopped, the villain's face was beaten so black and blue that even his own mother would not recognize him. As Hyun-guk stood up, he froze in horror at the sight of dozens of citizens hobbling toward him, their faces gaunt as they begged for salvation in unison. Please, save us. We cannot see anything at all. We followed your instructions perfectly. Please believe us. Staring at the captive survivors, Hyun-guk felt a burning rage surge inside. This absolute piece of trash had been starving these people for weeks. But suddenly, a realization hit him. Wait, so this guy was not actually a traitor working for the enemy? Was it truly just a food shortage problem? But then, why did he keep kidnapping people? Before he could think, Ik-tae suddenly broke free, grabbing an elderly man to use as a hostage. What do you want from me? I just want to live. Come on, try me. Hyun-wook gritted his teeth. He was certain this guy was no apostate. As the terrified captives shrank back, Gong Ik-tae began throwing threats at Hyun-wook. I did what you said. You gave me no choice. Apostate. But the next second, Gong Ik-tae was brutally slaughtered right before everyone's eyes. Unable to accept this, Hyun-wook gritted his teeth. The real apostate was still hiding here. After rescuing the survivors, Hyun-wook received a status update. Corporal Park Junmo stepped up to report. Out of 32 players who illegally occupied the shelter, 21 are dead, and 11 of the instigators have been detained. Hyun-wook asked, Park Junmo, what's with that face? The corporal stammered, admitting that executing these criminals was still pretty hard to stomach. Looking down at the bodies scattered across the floor, Hyun-wook said, Listen to me, this is never going to be easy. But if we hesitate during disasters like this, we will fail to protect the innocent people who cannot protect themselves. That is our duty as soldiers, so steel yourselves. Suddenly, a harsh, demanding voice cut in, echoing through the room. Where is the person in charge? I need to speak to whoever is running things. Hyun-wook looked toward the door, asking, Who is that? Park Junmo replied, The civilian representative. A civilian representative? A man walked in, politely introducing himself as Assemblyman Park Gil-sang, claiming he had an official order concerning the defense of this shelter. The man beside him chimed in, I am Lee Hong-jin, representative of the Merchant Association. First, I want to discuss food distribution. But right in the middle of this, the two men suddenly started bickering. I am a member of Congress. He should listen to me. Oh, please, you stayed completely silent when this shelter was being illegally overrun. So why throw your title around now? Meanwhile, Park Junmo walked over to an old man helping clear the bodies, telling him to leave it to the soldiers. Sitting on the ground, the elder waved his hand. No, no. You saved an old man like me. I cannot just sit back. Even for soldiers, clearing corpses is not easy. Let me handle it. More importantly, there is something very dangerous lurking in this place. Park Junmo asked, Something dangerous? The old man explained, I could not speak up before because of gong ik-tae, but I keep hearing a heavy, beastly breathing sound drawing closer. Please investigate quickly. I fear something terrible is about to happen. Shocked, Park Junmo wondered if there was actually a gate hidden right inside the shelter. Nearby, the two civilian leaders continued their petty bickering. Then we must elect a shelter representative first. What nonsense are you talking about? As a congressman, the leadership belongs to me. The real apostate used gong ik-tae to spread terror, letting him pull the strings from the shadows. But now, his puppet, gong ik-tae, was dead. With the military holding the line, the easiest way to hijack this shelter would be to become their official leader, or perhaps pull the strings of the crowd. The deeper Hyun-wook analyzed, the more his head throbbed. Where is that bastard of an apostate hiding? Down in a dark, grimy basement, massive test tubes held human corpses, while grotesque half-man, half-beast monster carcasses hung grimly from the walls. One figure dragged a corpse across the floor, while another sat in the corner, tearing into flesh. Suddenly, the squeaking sound of rolling wheels echoed, leaving a thick, smeared trail of blood across the floor. The old man who volunteered to move the body stepped inside. Nearby, a fanged girl busily drinking blood suddenly froze, snapping her head toward the noise. But by the time the old man dragged the corpse over, she had already vanished. The old man looked startled, unaware that the girl had materialized right behind him. But just as she lunged to attack, the old man reacted with blinding speed, striking her down. His expression twisted into something utterly terrifying. Staring down at her, he growled, I told you not to touch my things. Collapsing on the floor, she whimpered, Blood. Please, no more dirty blood. Give me clean blood. Meanwhile, he stood by his lab table, examining a vial of solution. Chuckling, he muttered, You fool. Drinking raw blood is like drinking salt water to quench your thirst. It only makes you crave more. She spat back. You crazy, sick old bastard. Why did you drag the military into this turf war anyway? He let out a manic laugh. Once this invasion truly takes root, what can those pathetic soldiers actually do? Instead of doing the dirty work myself, I can just manipulate them into taking all the risks. She hissed. You are the idiot here. Do you even know why we failed? Those defense soldiers have a completely different level of power. Slamming his fist on the table, he snapped. Stop making excuses. You lost simply because you are worthless. Look at this. Everyone's life in this shelter is in my hands. Meanwhile, in another room, the starved refugees were finally receiving free meals, shoveling food into their mouths with desperate hunger. Walking past with his hands in his pockets, Park Gil-sang sneered. What is this? Why are we handing out rations so hastily? Is it just because they are hungry? A man eating nearby angrily pointed toward the little children. Look at these kids. How can you say that when they have literally been starving for days? Before any formal rationing rules could be finalized, the head of the Merchant Association took it upon himself to feed the desperate crowd. The civilian pressed on. You are not planning to control us using food as a weapon like Gong Ik-tae did, are you? Baek-jan snaps in anger. What do you think a congressman is? Stop making these completely baseless accusations. Spoken like a true politician, The congressman makes a reasonable point while holding his ground. It is hard to label either of them as traitors just yet. Hyun-guk watches from a distance when a soldier approaches him. Sergeant Lee Hyun-guk, are we really not allowed to take any of the food rations? Hyun-guk gives it to him straight. No one is backing Gong Ik-tae, and he is hiding for a reason. What if he poisoned the food? Our entire security will collapse if we get poisoned. Do you see my point now? Hearing this, the soldier stares at the food bag in his hands, fighting his hunger. Just then, the old man held hostage walks over, carrying a hot meal. He says, "Oh my, why are you not eating this freshly cooked rice? The meat is delicious. Come and grab some quickly." Hyun-guk flatly refuses. Supplies are the most critical thing during a disaster. We cannot waste the reserves meant for the refugees. We already have military rations, so do not worry. Right then, a voice calls out, "Lee Hyun-guk." He turns away and says, "Hold on a moment." Raising his radio, he responds, "Sergeant Lee Hyun-guk here. I will head down myself." The old man glares at Hyun-guk's back, thinking, no way, was he born a soldier? How is his judgment so sharp, this bastard? Then he turns to the soldier next to him and asks, "More importantly, what about the matter we discussed yesterday?" The soldier replies, "Yes, we are looking into it, do not worry, good thing." Hyun-guk arrives at the room he was called to. Inside the room lie things that are absolutely horrific. The soldier beside him says, "This is not earth vegetation, and the temperature here is totally off. It looks like this place is one of the core reasons for the monster wave invasion." Hyun-guk nods. "Agreed. If we cannot stop this, it will be just like the first wave in California, the second wave in Shanghai, and the third in Berlin. Seoul will also be overrun by monsters. Now you must head up with the platoon, while Sergeant Kim Se-hee and I stay here." Spooky, skin-crawling noises echo through a dark, gloomy tunnel, and a voice groans, "Of all places, we had to end up in this tight tunnel. What bad luck." A polite little girl hands over a cup of water, saying, "Please have some water." The old man pours water into the cup. Receiving it, the little girl smiles brightly and says, "Thank you, sir." The old man lets out a highly satisfied, twisted smile. "You really are cursed with bad luck. Just try using your strict military discipline here. This place is on a whole different level compared to your usual dungeon gates." Back with Hyun-guk, he is standing with Kim Se-hee. Gripping her sword while floating, she anxiously asks, "Sergeant, can just the two of us actually handle this? If this thing is the root cause of the invasion, then is it not on an entirely different scale than other gates?" Hyun-guk replies, "You are right. Because of its extreme difficulty, we would usually need an S-rank team to clear it." Se-hee's eyes widen in shock. "Then are we not on a suicide mission?" Staring at the massive alien flora looming right in front of them, Hyun-guk says, "We can stop this." Inside the dark, gloomy tunnel, that chilling voice echoes once more. "Of all places, we had to end up in this tight tunnel. What bad luck." The two soldiers staying behind under Hyun-guk's orders look terrified, one asking, "What is the verdict? Is the situation that bad?" The other replies confidently, "No, we are actually lucky. The ones with bad luck are the monsters." Suddenly, beasts emerge and charge at them. Hyun-guk yells, "Since they nested inside this narrow passage, there is only one straight path forward. All we have to do is hold this tunnel." "Sergeant Kim!" The monsters keep swarming out of the dimensional rift in massive numbers. Se-hee calls out, "How long do we need to hold them off?" He orders, "Slowly fall back." Fighting for her life, she shouts back, "This is not falling back. We are getting pushed around." These invasive monsters rely heavily on the corruptive elements of the environment around them to survive. Because of this, spreading their toxic corruption far beyond the gate is an absolute necessity for them. Once they leave that corrupted zone, their high defenses immediately plummet to average levels. To maximize our damage, we are going to wipe out this entire horde of monsters in a single blow. Analyzing the situation, Hyun-guk conjures several iron ball bearings, sending them flying straight toward the advancing beasts. He sneers, "Do you beasts know what a blender is? I'm going to grind you all to dust." Unleashing a combined ultimate attack with Se-hee, they completely obliterate the stubborn monsters in one go. Surprisingly, the source of this invasion turns out to be a massive advantage. If we do not finish this right now, we are done for. We have to stop them. A man walks down the stairs, stumbling with a pale face as his stomach growls in pain, wondering what is happening. Suddenly, he lets out a horrific scream and mutates into a hideous monster. Suddenly, a flash of light cuts through, instantly killing him. A hidden quest notification suddenly pops up. Leave the light and step into the darkness. 1. Live experimentation. Complete 30 beast transformation experiments. Completed. 2. Use any method necessary. Slaughter 1,000 civilians. Currently in progress. 3. Provide nutrients to the otherworld armies, taking root underground to raise 30,000 soldiers. Currently in progress. Congratulations! By successfully completing the live beast transformation experiment, you have officially unlocked a special item, demonic education. By channeling mana into the very entities that drained him, he can summon a hidden form under the glowing moonlight. Turns out, this creepy old man was the killer all along. With a sinister grin, he claims his experiment is a massive success, and it is time to take over all of Seoul. Turning toward the dimensional portal, the horde of vicious monsters slowly begins stepping through it. Dark clouds roll over the city as torrential rain pours down. Horrifying beasts emerge to wreck everything, each one far more brutal than the last. Suddenly, a colossal monster bursts onto the street, instantly tearing an entire building to shreds, leaving terrified citizens huddled together and clutching their heads in absolute panic as relentless lightning strikes down from the skies. These towering beasts march forward, effortlessly crushing every single house and road in their path. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mountain, brave soldiers gear up and prepare their weapons for war. Even though he only saw it briefly, the invasion boss from his past life was absolutely terrifying. When that colossal beast surged from the ground, it triggered an actual earthquake warning. Unfortunately, even with Hyun-guk and Si-hee Kim trying their best to hold it back in the basement, their efforts simply weren't enough. Gritting his teeth, Hyun-guk warns her that the boss is coming, urging her to compress the wind. A system warning flashes. The main invasion boss, the Dudun Goblin, has finally arrived, ready to rain down disaster and ruthlessly crush anyone trespassing on its territory. Right on cue, a massive snout begins forcing its way out of the dimensional gate. It opens its mouth wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth to unleash a deafening roar. Up close, the sheer pressure is on a completely different level than seeing it from afar. Just that single roar is enough to make their bodies freeze. While Hyun-guk braces himself, Si-hee's fear starts taking over, causing her to cry out. What is that? Are the two of us really supposed to take down a monster like this? Did you say this needs an S-class team, Hyun-guk? We can do this. The intel says it's already using everything it's got. Meanwhile, up on the surface, massive water vortexes surge around the skyscrapers, violently sweeping away houses and cars in their wake. At least they will be out of its range in a split second. This first invasion is a heaven-sent stroke of luck for them. Controlling his glowing spheres, Hyun-guk calls out, I'm counting on you again. Unleash every single drop of your mana. Si-hee quickly coordinates. Summon the strongest winds you can. If we can just crush its head, this whole nightmare will be over. As the smaller minions are instantly pulverized, Hyun-guk locks his sights on the giant boss, poking its head out and yells out. He discharges a barrage of lightning, hitting the monster's head with full force. Back in the laboratory, feeling the ground tremble, the old man tells the vampire girl that the main invasion boss is finally here. Why don't we watch and see how our beloved soldiers meet their demise? She looks at him, completely stunned. You said it was over once the boss arrived, so why watch? Glaring at her, he mocks, Tell me, do you actually know why your kind was wiped out? Because you ignored the details, smugly believing that absolutely nothing below S-class could ever dream of bringing you down. That naive arrogance is exactly what doomed you all. Personally, I don't share such a overly optimistic point of view. Shut your mouth and follow me, he snaps as a yellow portal swirls open. Junmo Park stands guard with his gun raised, muttering under his breath. You absolute bastard, Hyun-guk. He remembers asking them if they were actually going to attack the source. Hyun-guk confirmed yes. Junmo gestured, look here. This is an actual invasion. Normal rifts are nothing compared to this. But Hyun-guk points out that they're lucky since they're in a narrow, dry concrete tunnel where a boss controlling water and the skies is forced into a tight space, creating a legendary, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Before it manages to break onto the surface, it won't even be able to unleash a tenth of its power. So please trust us and handle another task, Chief. Stunned, Junmo Park stammers. Who, me? What exactly do you want me to do? Hyun-guk explains that he needs him to track down the hideout of whoever was controlling Tae-soo-gong. If that mastermind is planning something big, he must have a secret lair set up somewhere. It could be a hidden lab, possibly locked away or even masked by an illusion circle to keep it invisible. Shaking with worry, Junmo Park asks, what exactly am I supposed to find in there? I need to know what I'm looking for. Hyun-guk simply responds with, the antidote. Based on Tae-soo-gong's death, the villain is likely using a mana-based toxin. Panicking, the chief asks, what poison? Are we all poisoned too? Noticing Junmo Park's sudden panic, Hyun-guk quickly whispers, please keep your voice down, Chief. If this leaks, Both the military and the civilians are in grave danger. Corporal Kim and I will neutralize this invasion even at the cost of our lives. But if you fail to locate that antidote, absolutely everyone dies. You are the key to solving this. You must find it. Junmo Park gritted his teeth and muttered, "Sure, I'm the key, but how am I supposed to find a tiny vial in this massive hideout?" Unleashing their combined attack, she thought she could easily take down the monster, but Kim Se-hee was completely shocked to find her attack was way too shallow. Recovering quickly, the beast opened its eyes in pure rage and let out a deafening roar. It bared a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth, shooting out deadly tentacles to rip them apart. Gripping his holy sword tightly, Hyunguk skillfully dodged right through the monster's relentless attacks. They had to destroy it at all costs before North Sion became a completely unlivable, monster-infested wasteland. Kim Se-hee cried out, "What do we do now?" Hyunguk grit his teeth and charged forward, shouting, "I'm going inside its mouth." Hearing this, she panicked completely. "Are you out of your mind? I don't know what you are trying to do, but if you make one mistake, you will never return even if we defeat the boss." Hyunguk replied, "I know. Before it escapes back to the other world, I'll finish it with one strike. Please, use the spirits to pin down the beast's hardened head." Mid-battle, he thought to himself, "I've never had to put my life on the line like this before." Screaming, he dove straight into the beast's gaping maw, which swallowed him whole. At that moment, the spirits summoned by Kim Se-hee rushed forward, binding the monster's head to save Hyunguk. But no matter how hard she tried, she simply couldn't pry the monster's jaws open. Despair washed over her. "It's no use, I've hit my limit." Watching the beast fade away, she screamed in panic, "Lee Hyunguk, wasn't this part of his plan?" But just at that moment, an eerie voice echoed from right behind her. "Look at that, there's still a survivor left." Startled, Kim Se-hee turned around and demanded, "Who are you?" The old man smirked, turning to the vampire behind him. "What are you waiting for? No action, no food." Hearing his words, the female vampire's face twisted with absolute annoyance. "Don't look down on me after handing me that rotten blood. I have never seen that girl before, and luckily, those soldiers are not around." With that, she immediately lunged forward to attack Kim Se-hee. Watching from behind, the old man quietly analyzed the situation. "She seems tougher than I thought." "Well, makes sense, since that goblin has to fight with only its head sticking out of the portal, which must be quite difficult." Suddenly, the monster squeezed its eyes shut as sharp spikes sprouted all over its head, looking exactly like a giant hedgehog. Out of nowhere, its eyes snapped open, and its skull split clean in half as black blood splattered everywhere. The three onlookers were left completely speechless. Right then, a system notification flashed with a celebratory chime, congratulating them on defeating the Dudun Goblin. Right out of the beast's severed mouth, a hand reached out, followed closely by a head of messy blue hair. It was Hyunguk. He crawled out of the mouth with great effort and collapsed on the ground. Kim Se-hee couldn't believe her eyes. "No way! Don't tell me he's naked again." The vampire girl stared at Hyunguk and shrieked, "This is ridiculous. It's him. It is him again." Hyunguk stood up. Seeing him, the old man grit his teeth, muttering, "Impossible. How is this happening?" Right now, Hyunguk was completely covered in monster blood. He looked up at the old man nearby and grinned. "Finally, I get to see your face, you traitorous bastard." Let's rewind a few minutes to see how the beast was actually destroyed. In that moment, Hyunguk's mind had been screaming one thing. "Tsar Bomba." A system warning popped up, stating that continued use of this forbidden technique would shorten the user's lifespan. Hyunguk gripped his blue cloud sword and cursed, "Shut up, I'm about to die anyway." But this damn blue cloud sword was just too greedy for blood. Item info: Blue cloud sword. By absorbing the blood of boss monsters, an unidentified energy is currently charging the blue cloud sword, which will unleash its absolute maximum potential once fully charged. At that moment, holding his breath deep inside the stomach, he swore, "Why is this goblin's belly so damn hard? Just blow up, Tsar Bomba." Right after, the beast's head completely blew apart, and a bright orb of light materialized from deep within its corpse. Seeing the notification that the Dudun Goblin had been defeated, the soldiers waiting outside were absolutely thrilled. They gasped, "I didn't think they could actually pull it off. Did those two seriously take down a raid boss all by themselves? Yeah, I'd believe it if Sergeant Lee Hyunguk claimed he was S rank. More importantly, if what the sergeant said is true, this place is going to turn into a living hell very soon." The citizens gathered together, staring intently at the announcement screen. Watching them from a safe distance, the soldiers quietly warned each other, "Everyone, stay on high alert." Leaping high into the air right after escaping the monster's mouth, Hyunguk declared, This is no time to worry about such trivial matters. Hearing him, Kim Si-hee snapped back. You are literally stark naked. How is that a trivial matter? Raising his iron-like fist, he countered. Compared to stopping these bastards, my lack of clothes means absolutely nothing. Terrified by the unfolding scene, the old man backed away in fear and barked orders at the vampire girl. Hey, what are you just standing there for? Having faced Hyun-guk before, she already knew exactly how terrifyingly strong he was. She muttered, I want absolutely nothing to do with them anymore. Her eyes widened in horror as Hyun-guk lunged, but surprisingly, he zipped right past her to strike the old man directly. He called back mid-dash, Sergeant Kim Si-hee, deal with that rogue vampire who escaped from the military. Taking advantage of Hyun-guk's split-second distraction, the old man began to transform, his hand ripping through his sleeve to reveal a hideous monster claw. Unaware of the danger, Lee Hyun-wook continued talking, saying that if the reports were true, her compatibility was… Interrupting him, she screamed a desperate warning to look ahead. Hyun-wook turned, but before he could react, a massive, hairy hand grabbed him by the throat. The beast slammed him hard against the tiled floor, but with his body as tough as solid steel, he wasn't going down that easily. Mocking his attacker, he scoffed. Is that all you got? The old monster cackled in response. Ah, so you can turn your body into steel, huh? Slamming him down even harder, the beast growled. Then let's see just how long that steel skin of yours can hold out. Kim Si-hee tried to rush down to help, but a vampire girl blocked her path. Still, she desperately yelled out, trying to get Hyun-wook to finish what he was saying. What did you mean by compatibility? If you're just going to leave me hanging like this, you shouldn't have brought it up at all. You are seriously driving me crazy. Glaring at the vampire girl, she snapped. Look, I am incredibly pissed off right now, so just bring it on. Baring her sharp claws, the vampire sneered. I don't plan on dragging this out either. Let's finish this quickly, kid. Deep inside the hidden laboratory, Park Jun-mo slipped in and scanned the room, whispering, Finally, I found it. Who would have guessed they'd convert a massive water reservoir into a secret lab? Seeing the glowing toxins mixing into the main water lines, he cursed, Those bastards, how long have they been poisoning the city's supply? Countless innocent lives are already in danger, meaning he has to find the antidote immediately. He frantically tore the room at me. Where is it? Where would that old bastard hide the cure? He must have kept some for himself. Suddenly, a chilling realization hit Park Jun-mo. If he thought about it, the only things left undisturbed were the corpses floating inside those glass test tubes. Could the main reservoir really be infected too? While we worry about that, Hyun-wook is locked in a brutal, life-or-death struggle. Seizing a split-second opening, he hurled his weapon to strike, but the agile old devil managed to dodge it. Spinning around with a wicked smirk, the old man mocked, Oh, so you can do close quarters and ranged attacks? What else you got, kid? Bring it on. The old man's arrogant attitude was seriously getting on Hyun-wook's nerves. Sensing this, the monster sneered. What is it? Planning something? Hyun-wook fired back. Why are you so damn stubborn, old man? Can't you see I'm running out of breath here? The old man's expression hardened. What's wrong? I actually thought you had some brains, but it turns out you are just a useless piece of trash. In his past life, this cult leader was notoriously cautious and cunning, always pulling the strings from the shadows without ever fighting himself. So why is he fighting so desperately right now? Is he trying to buy time? Standing before Hyun-wook, the old man raised his hand, summoning an eerie blue flame. Suddenly, a system alert flashed. You have activated the demonic covenant, using mana to summon the shadow hidden within the moonlight. Warning: the duration of this summoned shadow depends heavily on the physical condition of its user. The old man cackled. No matter how smart you think you are, once every single refugee falls under my complete control, all your clever little plans will be utterly useless. Hyun-wook gripped his weapon tighter, aiming it straight at the monster as he yelled, Release them! Down in the main hall, the poisoned citizens were already beginning to show horrific symptoms, gasping, Hey, are you okay? One by one, they mutated into feral beasts and began tearing into each other. The soldiers stationed nearby immediately scrambled into action. Open fire, keep those monsters away from the civilians at all costs. But the beasts grew more feral by the second, their hides so thick that bullets barely even scratched them. Just as a monster raised its claws to strike a helpless mother and her child, it froze. Suddenly, water from the overhead sprinklers poured down in torrents, instantly reversing the mutation and turning them back into normal humans. Seeing the cure work, Park Jun-mo sighed in relief. Lee Hyun-wook actually pulled it off. Park Jun-mo recalled what Hyun-wook had told him before they split up, that the villain likely prepared a mass antidote. At the time, Jun-mo had scoffed, saying, Are you serious? What kind of idiot goes through all the trouble of poisoning people only to make a massive cure? But Hyun-wook knew better, explaining that if the poison turned people into wild beasts, the leader would need a failsafe in case he lost control of them. You have to trust me on this. Now, sitting on the dusty floor with a lighter in hand, Junmo was utterly stunned. The old bastard actually stored the antidote in the water tank. Lee Hyun-wook, you terrifying genius, just how far ahead did you plan all this? With the shelter saved, let's head back to Hyun-wook. Just then, another system prompt popped up. The moonlight shadow has dissolved back into the darkness. Warning, your absolute control over the mutated creatures is rapidly slipping away. Warning, you have lost all command authorization. Reading the system alert, the old cultist gasped in pure shock. What? Glancing back, the villain's face completely darkened, snarling, how dare you ruin my plans? Meanwhile, Hyun-wook just stared at the screen with a smug grin. Losing his mind with rage, his body swelled as thick fur erupted across his skin, charging blindly as he roared, you ruined everything. You are dead meat. I will tear you limb from limb and experiment on your flesh until you beg me for the sweet release of death. I'll mount your severed head on my display shelf. But as a low rumble echoed from the tunnel's end, Hyun-wook simply smiled and raised his hand. The cloud sword is fully charged. Congratulations, its true potential is unlocked, upgrading it to the dark hand of the Cloud Master. A lightning-infused sword flies through the air, piercing straight through the old man before landing firmly in Hyun-wook's hand. Mocking the old man, Hyun-wook calls him a damn gorilla, sending the villain into an absolute, threatening rage. The doctor screams that he will slice up not just Hyun-wook, but his entire crew. But Hyun-wook just scoffs, telling the mad scientist that his genius plans are actually pathetic. He promises to shut the doctor up for good, turning him into nothing but a brainless, barking fool. Meanwhile, Kim Se-hee is locked in a brutal clash with a vampire girl, but she is clearly struggling to keep up with the beast. The enemy knocks Se-hee straight to the ground, tearing a nasty wound into her shoulder with those razor-sharp claws. Smirking, the vampire sneers at Se-hee for being too slow to even compete, but their duel is suddenly interrupted as the Azure Cloud Sword flies in, forcing both of them to jump back. Landing on her feet, the vampire mutters that this makes absolutely no sense, declaring that she has to go check things out. Watching her opponent retreat, a frustrated Se-hee screams at her to get back and finish the fight. Sword in hand, Hyun-wook faces down the doctor, mocking him for hyping up his own master plan so much. It turns out the scientist is all talk, and Hyun-wook promises to crush him into dust before he can utter another word. The doctor snaps, laughing like an absolute maniac while admitting that those sharp words almost got under his skin, but boasting about his superior intellect, he claims he can see right through such pathetic, cheap tricks. Frowning at the old man's delusion, Hyun-wook moves like lightning. He flashes right past him and reappears behind his back, swinging his blade while calling him nothing but a fragile coward. Summoning the dark hand of the Cloud Lord, his sword plunges directly through the beastly head of the monster. As the creature collapses to the ground, Hyun-wook leaps high into the air, preparing a final, crushing blow while letting out a battle cry. Declaring it's over for the traitor, Hyun-wook unleashes a relentless barrage of slashes that leaves the doctor completely defenseless. But a system warning flashes before him, declaring that he cannot withstand the overwhelming power of the Cloud Lord's dark hand. Frustrated, Hyun-wook snaps at the weapon, demanding to know why it can't just cooperate after everything he has fed it. He genuinely wonders how Sergeant Choyun ever managed to control a beast like this. Hearing his frustration, the mad doctor laughs maniacally, mocking him for showing off a weapon he cannot even control. He activates Song of the Moonlight, a sinister frequency emitted from the wolf and the crimson moon. Anyone caught in its range is instantly dragged straight into the caster's horrific illusion domain. The system warns that only one target can be trapped, but the doctor just gloats, calling him a helpless, dead man. Instantly, Hyun-wook is pulled into an unfamiliar realm dominated by a crimson blood moon. Gritting his teeth, he realizes he is trapped in an illusion. Something is wrong. It is definitely a trick, but the stench of copper and the heavy air feel too real. Realizing this is no ordinary illusion, he looks around, while the mad scientist watches with absolute satisfaction. Mocking his confusion, the doctor brags that this master-level illusion directly hijacks the victim's brain. Unable to tell fantasy from reality, the victim's brain is essentially trapped in a jar. The doctor tells Hyun-wook to rot in absolute despair inside this bloody nightmare. He boasts that there is absolutely no way to break free from his flawless mental trap. He calls it an honorable death for a fool who dared to ruin his brilliant masterpiece. Hearing the voice echoing in his head, Hyun-wook growls that the doctor's skills are just as pathetic as he is, leaving him shocked. Mocking the idea that he can't escape, He displays his item info for the legendary bow of Night Chisten, revealing its effects. Attacks will never miss, and all of the target's magic resistance is completely shattered. Breaking free effortlessly, Hyunwook leaves the doctor in absolute shock as the backfiring spell forces him to spit up blood. Completely baffled by how his absolute control was broken, the panicked scientist can only stammer, asking how this is possible. His perfect strategy and illusion domain have completely crumbled into dust. The doctor screams in absolute denial, refusing to believe his genius plans and master techniques were shut down so easily. Hyunwook looks at him with pure disgust. He mocks the doctor's genius, calling him a coward who only hides behind elaborate schemes. Enraged, the old man screams that he is going to rip out that arrogant tongue. They clash once more as the system alerts flash, listing both the Dark Hand of the Cloud Lord and the Spear of Achilles. It warns that their attributes are completely incompatible, and forcing them together will put the user's life in extreme danger. Reading the warning, he just smirks, telling his system window that it needs to smarten up. If he valued his safety, he wouldn't have regressed in the first place. The mad doctor loses all composure and screams in fury. He mocks him, asking if he is seriously planning to throw away his life just to score a kill. Can he just stop over-analyzing his choices for once? Enveloped in surging energy, Hyunwook smiles, noting that he spent his entire past life planning. To survive at all costs, he has always had to think. He pointed out that they still died because of a cowardly plan, and fearing death was a major weakness. He quickly opened his status window. Screaming, he grabbed his weapon and charged, shouting for them to die together. The old man panicked upon seeing his terrifying power. The old man screamed, calling him a lunatic, but Hyunwook swiftly cut him down, pulling back his overwhelming power. Hyunwook looked down at his opponent, muttering that the coward had indeed turned into a complete lunatic. He asked if the old man was the one who made him like this. Suddenly, the vampire girl fled back to the streets, muttering that dealing with these soldiers was a massive pain. After escaping from Sihi, she had quietly observed Hyunwook and witnessed his terrifying battle firsthand. Fear gripped her as she recalled that terrifying moment. When he unleashed that suicidal attack, he had turned toward her and smiled. She wondered if these special forces were all absolute lunatics. Leaning against the wall and gasping, she realized the rotten blood she drank was draining her energy. She desperately needed fresh, warm blood. Suddenly, she spotted a human silhouette nearby and smirked, wondering if it was just another weak, pitiful piece of trash waiting to be hunted. She pounced, but the stranger instantly dodged and pressed a sharp blade right against her throat, leaving her completely frozen in terror. It made no sense. Aren't humans supposed to be defenseless? She had not even seen him move. The mysterious fighter scoffed, asking if attacking from behind was her idea of warrior honor. Shaking, she stammered, asking if he was some powerhouse. Meanwhile, Hyunwook stood directly before a massive mana stone. He placed his hand on the glowing crystal, easily shattering it into tiny, glowing fragments. The system instantly displayed a notification. Congratulations on neutralizing the enemy force. The degradation within the corrupted zone has been stopped. All players who contributed to eliminating the source of corruption are now rewarded with a massive amount of experience. All corrupted territories will now gradually return to their normal state. The soldier behind him nervously asked if it was truly over. Smirking, Hyunwook told him it was time to collect their rewards. Immediately, shouts of pure shock and disbelief echoed from the soldiers. They could not believe the insane amount of experience. One soldier went from level 30 to 33 in a flash, yelling that everyone could easily level up with this reward. Suddenly, a pair of golden wings materialized above their heads, leaving them looking up in utter confusion. They wondered what was happening as power surged through them. The system announced that special conditions had been successfully met. Every player who participated in the mission would now receive a divine blessing. Under this divine blessing, their holy light power was increased 5 times, while their overall recovery speed was doubled compared to their normal rates. Hyunwook turned to face his men, telling them that with their new levels, they had officially reached the level of Monster Defense Squad commanders. He promised them that as they continued to destroy the corruption sources during each wave, everyone would grow far stronger and faster than any normal hunter out there. By the time the waves ended tomorrow, he was going to make every single one of them strong enough to become the ace of a squad. No, a whole company. He commanded them to make sure they survived to see it. His words sparked loud cheers, but Junmo stood quietly in a corner, looking miserable. Noticing his gloom, Hyunwook called out to him. Junmo snapped to attention, saluting, but Hyunwook gently reminded him that they were in the same boat, both unable to level up. He told him not to worry or feel down, promising to make him stronger than everyone else in due time. When asked if he doubted his leader, Junmo loudly declared that he trusted him completely. Suddenly, rocks fell from the ceiling. Junmo screamed out in panic, asking if Hyun-wook was alright as a massive steel pillar crashed down between them. He realized it looked more like a giant blade, though calling it a sword felt absurd. Hyun-wook placed his hand on the metal, confirming it was a sword, but certainly not one a normal soldier could swing. His screen identified it as a hero-grade fragment of Morglay, the signature weapon of his previous life as the Steel Emperor. In his past, he had risked his life to collect 13 of these fragments for the blacksmith, Seo-hee. She was the one who had reforged them into a legendary blade, far stronger than any other weapon. Though its legendary weight was currently sealed, Hyun-wook collected the Morglay fragment, urging his team to quickly finish up and move to their next destination. Since time was short, he ordered them to grab whatever valuable loot they could carry. Looking down, the soldiers gasped in shock. Red mana ore littered the ground in massive quantities, making the area look like a literal gold mine. Clutching the glowing stones, they excitedly whispered about their immense value. Realizing this haul could easily fund an entire middle-tier guild, they immediately called for dimensional storage bags to pack everything up. Walking down the corridor, Hyun-wook spotted Sehee and called out, asking if she was doing all right. She rubs her shoulder, avoiding his gaze as she replies that she is fine, and wounds like this will heal in no time. She asks if his warning about her matchup with that vampire meant she should just retreat, but Hyun-wook shakes his head. No, it is actually the exact opposite. He has a crystal-clear strategy for her to win this. Stunned, she looks up at him. Wait, what? Glancing at the nasty cuts on her shoulder, he chuckles. It seems fighting another player is quite a shock after only dealing with mindless monsters. A clash between real players is not just about raw ranks and stats. Besides, she has got some serious combat skills. If she jumps back in, she will understand his words instantly. So, no time to waste. They need to get moving right now. Sehee Kim hesitates, stammering that she let the enemy escape. If that vampire hides, finding her in this chaotic disaster will be absolutely impossible. He tells her not to sweat it. Before that vampire could even think about running, he already tagged her with a tracking chip. Sure, he does not have her exact coordinates, but he can easily pinpoint the general direction she is heading. If they move fast, they can catch her before the wave ends, assuming she is still alive, of course. And right now, that very vampire has a deadly blade pressed straight against her throat. The vampire panics, completely clueless as to why she was not executed on the spot. But this is her golden chance. Raising her deadly claws to strike, she vows to decapitate her foe in one shot. But then, the mysterious girl speaks in Japanese. Charging forward with a wild swing, the vampire demands to know if she is strong, because weaklings do not survive here. Confused by the Japanese words, she lunges forward but completely misses her target. With a casual flick of her blade, the Japanese speaker slices nearby concrete buildings to ribbons. The display of absolute power leaves the vampire utterly terrified. She cannot believe her eyes. Did this girl seriously just level entire buildings with a single swing? This is impossible. She did not even see the blade move. Raising her sword again, the warrior calmly explains in Japanese that she merely set up sword energy across every possible escape route. But she wonders if the vampire is too weak to even read the trajectory. She tells the beast to thank her own pathetic weakness, because a true warrior never wastes time slaughtering the defenseless. With that, she steps right past the vampire and walks away. Left trembling in pure terror, the creature collapses before letting out a frustrated shriek. Who even was that monster? Where did these freaks come from? Meanwhile, urgent reports flood in about undead golems roaming around Dongjak district. What? Does that mean a dark magician is lurking nearby? Suddenly, the system announces that number 13 has connected with an unidentified high-rank player. Mage 44 in Darum is trying to reach a B-rank player, while Juhee Lee's connection to Mage 51 has completely gone dead. They are actively being ambushed. Watching the screens, Seo Yun Kang bites her nails, filled with absolute dread. Everything is way too chaotic. Players are fighting solo, focusing only on survival. If this keeps up, they are all dead meat. They need a miracle. A central powerhouse who can unite all the players and lead them through this insane zombie wave. Right then, an assistant dashes in holding an iPad, reporting that the source of the corruption in Dongdaemun has just been wiped out by a single player. Her eyes go wide. Who could possibly pull that off? Is some top-tier guild behind this? Who is their squad leader? What is their official hunter rank? The scout checks his screen, reporting that it is the Namsan division. But shockingly, the small squad that did it is commanded by a low F-rank sergeant. Slamming her hands on the desk, Seol Yun Kim roars, "Is this some joke? A military defense squad led by a literal bottom-tier rookie?" She demands to know why he is feeding her garbage info when lives are actively on the line. Just then, the heavy doors swing wide open. A man steps inside, casually asking what she is getting so worked up about. In a mess like this, it is only natural for weak, useless trash to be scattered all over the city. Recognizing the visitor, Seol-yoon Kim gasps. She thought he had abandoned the country, so why is he suddenly showing his face here? He scoffs at the idea, claiming he simply chooses not to get involved unless there is a clear, profitable advantage in it. This arrogant man is Ki-bin, the master of the Daeseon Guild, ranked 3rd in South Korea. He reveals that one of his elite strike forces just cleared the dungeon gate in Hukseok and is currently restocking their gear. Once fully prepped, they have agreed to investigate the outbreak source. Led by a highly skilled A-rank captain, this squad is incredibly well-trained and lethal. With them leading, they can rally the other players and save the citizens of Seoul. It is their absolute best bet, so she just needs to trust Captain Juyeon. Meanwhile, we cut to Kyo Young-ju as his soldiers run up to report. They frantically report that terrified civilians are crowding around them, begging to tag along for safety. While the soldiers form a barricade to keep the mob back, desperate citizens scream, begging the military to escort them to the nearest safe zone. They promise to follow any order. But then, Kyo Young-ju speaks up with a harsh tone. He barks at his men to ignore the useless fools. They need to focus on wrapping up their current mission immediately. His eyes gleamed with a terrifying light as he barked the order to wipe them all out so no one could backstab them. Meanwhile, under the pouring rain, 4 girls were running for their lives. Suddenly, they came to a halt. One of them nervously asked if the others had heard that strange noise. With a trembling voice, another girl tried to reassure them, saying it was probably just a dog howling. Passing an oxygen inhaler to the struggling girl behind her, she softly urged her to take slow breaths, promising they could finally rest once they cleared this area. Overwhelmed by guilt, tears welled up in one girl's eyes as she looked at her 3 friends and apologized, blaming herself for everything. She begged them to leave her behind because she was only slowing them down. Unable to bear seeing her friend give up, Jaya gently placed her hand on her cheek. Jaya begged Huimang to stop talking like that, insisting they would never abandon her, so she should stop saying such things. Deeply touched, Huimang softly thanked her friend. But right in the middle of their conversation, a sudden attack rained down on them from the sky. Stepping up to shield the group, the bravest girl warned everyone to stay absolutely still and hold their breath. Tragically, 2 of the girls were instantly taken down. Seeing the monsters descending right on top of them, the remaining 2 quickly scrambled into a dark corner to hide and survive. As the monsters landed, they slung the 2 captured girls over their shoulders and departed. This left 2 other beasts behind, actively sniffing out the remaining girls hiding just a few feet away. Terror gripped Huimang and Jaya. Knowing their time was short, Jaya tried to comfort her friend, whispering that she absolutely had to stay put no matter what. Jaya urged her to survive and find the rescue team, but a weeping Huimang begged her to stop, terrified by what she was hinting at. Jaya suddenly leaped out of hiding, screaming at the top of her lungs for them to follow her. Calling them brainless monsters, she ran as fast as her legs could carry her, but her endurance was no match, and she was quickly snatched up. As Jaya's screams echoed in the distance, Huimang huddled silently in the dark corner, tears streaming down her face as she prayed for someone to save her. She pleaded for anyone to help, but her prayers seemed useless as a massive zombie spotted her, flashing a sickening, gruesome grin. Her mind desperately begged for her and her friends to be saved, and miraculously, those silent prayers were answered in the nick of time. Just as the monster reached out to grab her, a blazing, glowing arrow tore through the night and pierced straight through its chest. Blood splattered everywhere as the beast collapsed before her. Through her tear-blurred vision, a cloaked figure with a glowing halo appeared and spoke to her. He asked if she was okay, leaving Huimang to wonder if she was looking at a real angel. She begged him to save her friends, unaware that her savior was actually Hyunguk. He looked down at her, asking again if she was all right. Before he could even finish his sentence, the poor girl collapsed unconscious. Suddenly, a familiar voice started ringing in his ears. "Corporal Lee Hyunguk, are you making that creepy face again?" "No, I'm not." "What? You're seriously going to deny it? I told you to stop pulling those faces." "That's not fair. I literally did nothing." With the aggressive zombies relentlessly hunting humans, an intense argument broke out nearby, with someone shouting that they had to escape immediately. They needed to run east, but a man objected, saying they couldn't possibly carry an asthmatic patient. Inside the room, a girl loudly protested. She refused to leave Huimang behind, prompting the angry man to point out they wouldn't be able to protect anyone if the monsters caught them. Right then, a zombie smashed through the window, snarling viciously. Dragging Huimang along as they bolted, she anxiously checked on her. She urged her to keep running, telling her she could make it if she just held on a little longer without giving up. Once they cleared the danger zone, Jaya turned back with a smile, praising her friend for pushing through and surviving. But Jaya's expression quickly turned serious again as she gave a final warning, reminding Huimang that she had to survive and find help. With those final words, Jaya sprinted in the opposite direction to draw the zombies away. Watching her friend walk away, Huimang screamed in agony, begging her not to die for her sake. Huimang woke up with a start, gasping Shin Jaya's name in pure panic. Just then, an unfamiliar conversation echoed from outside her door. They claimed they only did it to save the students. The confused girl stared curiously at the door. On the other side, Hyunguk was aggressively questioning someone. He demanded to know if they had deliberately sent defenseless female students out to run alone, while the other man quickly made excuses. The man argued that the monsters had them cornered, making the shelter impossible to defend. Insisting there was absolutely no other choice, Commander Chu Kyo-young of the Dai Sun Guild raised his voice to justify the decision. He claimed that moving the kids to another facility was their best option. Unimpressed by his words, Hyunguk pointed out that even in a chaotic, unprovoked attack, sending a group of young girls out into danger without a single high-level player to protect them made absolutely zero sense. Glaring back with sheer annoyance, Chu Kyo-young demanded to know if Hyunguk was trying to interrogate him. He barked that they were the elite Dai Sun Guild, not some charity rescue operation. He asked if Hyunguk even understood their worth, but Hyunguk just stood there, completely ignoring his arrogant claims. The commander explains that although they are not hunting, as volunteers for the guard duty and with his sense of responsibility, he simply cannot compromise the guild's overall combat power. It seemed as though he had just appeared out of nowhere to judge their every decision. He questions whether that is actually right, asking if the man is even a guild manager. These useless excuses only make Hyunguk smirk, fully aware that none of these guys would ever act like true protectors. Still, he cannot pressure them without concrete evidence, so he decides it is time to throw out some bait first. Hyunguk plays along and asks Ju Kyo-young if he has ever heard of the notorious Dark Magic Association. Stunned by the question, Ju Kyo-young hesitantly repeats the name, prompting Hyunguk to nod and continue. He explains that they are a dangerous, fanatical cult that worships mana and performs human sacrifices. This vile association routinely sacrifices innocent women, and the robed monsters Hyunguk defeated on his way here belong to that very same dark cult. They are currently kidnapping students to use as human sacrifices. He clarifies that they are not just wasting forces to protect a single shelter. Instead, tracking and eliminating them is the best defense, especially since these dark rituals require time and cannot be performed instantly. There is still a window of opportunity to rescue those students before they regain consciousness. Suddenly, Himang burst through the door, weeping with relief upon hearing her friends are still alive and begging for help. She offers to do anything to save them, even volunteering to take their place as a sacrifice if it means saving her friends. Moved by her bravery, Hyunguk stands up, looking at the young girl with deep sympathy and understanding. But he insists that a student shouldn't have to step forward, as protecting civilians is a soldier's duty. Himang stares at him, instantly remembering the savior who rescued her from the zombies, whom she had labeled a guardian angel. Tears stream down her face in overwhelming gratitude as she realizes her savior has actually returned to rescue them. Hyunguk gently tells her to rest, but before he can finish, the exhausted girl faints onto the floor once more. He calls out to her in shock as the nearby soldiers immediately begin questioning him. They demand to know what Corporal Lee Hyunguk did to her this time, while he frantically raises his hands, swearing his total innocence. At that moment, Ju Kyo-young speaks up from behind, asking what Hyunguk actually plans to do. Even if dark mages are behind this, they have no idea where to find them to rescue the students. Hyunguk calmly replies that he will simply allow himself to be kidnapped in her place, leaving Ju Kyo-young completely dumbfounded. The soldiers awkwardly clear their throats as they look at him, completely thrown off by his ridiculous cross-dressing attempt. Finding the sight painful to look at, Kim Si-hee speaks up. She scoffs that not even monsters would kidnap him, while a disguised Hyunguk grins widely in his schoolgirl outfit. He admits it looks pretty bad, but points out that monsters do not filter their victims by looks. A nearby soldier quietly asks Corporal Lee Hyunguk if what they discussed earlier was actually true. He confirms his suspicion that those men are indeed supplying female students to the Dark Magic Association. The soldier wonders if they should deal with those traitors first rather than risking their own lives. Frowning, Hyunguk reiterates that picking a fight with major guilds without solid proof is simply far too dangerous. With a sly grin, he mentions having a different plan as the group finally boards their vehicle. Inside the moving vehicle, Kim Se-hee watches Young Ran skeptically while Hyun-guk cryptically hints at his secret alternative strategy. They have a secret trump card that the enemy will never anticipate, having done everything possible to save those kids. He silently prays for their safety until he can arrive. Watching their departure, Hee-mong clasps her hands together and silently prays for the rescue mission's success. Meanwhile, the captured female students remain physically unharmed but are terribly terrified inside their cells by roaming zombies, prompting Hyun-guk to immediately launch his assault the moment he arrives. Prepared to give it his all, Hyun-guk signals the team to initiate the civilian rescue operation. Thinking of the young girl left behind praying for their success, he resolves to rescue these helpless kids from their captors and hopes they can stay safe. Despite his highly questionable schoolgirl appearance, his burning determination remains solid as he loudly orders the team to begin the rescue mission. A massive explosion suddenly goes off right next to him, catching him off guard. He shields his face in shock just as a robed zombie suddenly appears from above. Watching anxiously from their hiding spot, one of the subordinates questions the leader if it is wise to let them go. Leaving those guys to wander around is too risky, as they might discover the connection to the Dark Magic Association. And if that happens, they supposedly solved the initial cause of this collapse. So why not just take them out right now? By now, he lay perfectly still on the ground, pretending to be unconscious as two curious zombies approached to poke his shoulder. Kyung snapped back, calling him an idiot and asking if he really thought they could do that against their main unit. Any reckless move now could drag everyone down, and even Captain Chu Yeon would end up in serious trouble. After all, the easiest way for a player to die is during a campaign. Suddenly, a zombie tosses him onto the ground like garbage. Peeking open his eyes to assess his surroundings, he realizes his hands are bound, leaving his face to take the impact first. He realized that during his brief lapse of consciousness, they had slapped a mana suppression cuff on him and stolen his entire inventory. Struggling to move, he quickly realizes this must be the notorious Siwoon prison, where criminal players are locked away. And indeed, that massive, towering fortress serves as the high-security holding facility for dangerous criminal players. Outside, the soldiers arrive at the base of the structure, and one of them nervously asks the lieutenant if this is Siwoon prison. If Sergeant Lee Hyung-guk has also been neutralized by a mana suppression cuff, then their entire situation is completely hopeless. The lieutenant confirms it, explaining that on the eastern side of Siwoon prison, there is a barrier rated above grade A, meaning they cannot breach it unless someone breaks it open from the inside. Moving cautiously with weapons drawn, the squad reports that the sniper team has successfully secured their vantage point. Still, the soldier remains anxious, wondering if they should really proceed since this is Lee Hyung-guk's operation. But his comrade reassures him that the guy is always several steps ahead and must have anticipated this with a backup plan. As orders echo for everyone to hold their positions inside, Hyung-guk realizes he might have miscalculated this time. Staring down at his glowing red handcuffs, he figures he is practically doomed as voices drift in from outside his cell. One of the guards grumbles about cleanup duty for those guys, but suddenly another one shouts for him to wait. One thug complains that the prisoner has been acting weird all day, but his partner warns him to leave the guy alone. Since the Dark Magic Association already claimed him, they should not cause trouble, though some still doubt if those dark mages can be trusted. The association promised to fake their deaths and provide them with new identities, but a noisy group of thugs keeps wandering in and out of the cells to gossip. It cannot be that easy, can it? Surely those dark mages won't stab them in the back once the job is finished. Suddenly, the rowdy gang bursts into a cell holding young female students, mocking the idea of letting anyone get away with anything. The terrified girls cower in the corner, covering their ears in fear, while the gang leader sneers with pure malice in his eyes, telling them to stay quiet so they can get this over with. The smug criminals sling the girls over their shoulders and march out. The girls scream out in absolute terror, crying for Jiho or anyone to save them, only to be met with harsh shouts. Told to shut up, one thug carries a girl away but cannot help wondering what kind of scheme requires using these kids. His partner turns around to yell at him, reiterating that he should keep his mouth shut and avoid causing unnecessary trouble. As they move out, the thug grinds his teeth in frustration, muttering about how predictable his self-proclaimed boss is. He spots a crippled prisoner mumbling to himself, confidently believing he can easily handle him if it becomes an issue. Aggressively confronting the white-haired man to slap him, he is met with a cold response, with the man stating he will do whatever it takes to escape and kill a certain target. His face turns terrifying as he threatens to rip apart anyone who stands in his way. This psycho is Lee Won-chun, a grade C player and Hyung-guk's former high school bully, who quickly dismisses the threat and walks off. As they all file out, Won-chun suddenly stops in his tracks, and peers closely back into one of the cells. Inside, Hyung-guk remains completely motionless, silently urging himself to make a move as quickly as possible. Once the coast is clear, he sits up, desperately trying to channel even a fraction of his power through the suppressing cuff, pleading for it to work before a sudden shock freezes him in place. No luck. Out of nowhere, Wonchun looms right in front of him, revealing that he never actually left the area. The bully sneers, mocking whatever the dumb zombies dragged in, but as Hyung-guk flings off his wig, the thug stands there completely stunned, stammering in shock. With a perfectly innocent smile, he raises a hand in greeting, casually asking his old bully how he has been doing lately. Infuriated, the thug snaps, demanding to know if Lee Hyung-guk has a death wish for showing his face in a dump like this. He lunges forward to tackle him to the ground, just as a massive explosion rips through the building, sending the soldiers outside into an immediate state of panic. Over the radio, a soldier alerts the lieutenant with the sniper squad's report. Their scopes are locked onto the breach caused by the blast, but they cannot confirm the situation inside due to the thick, rising smoke. Even with the barrier still active, a hostile crowd armed with knives suddenly charges toward the two soldiers, with savage looks on their faces. The major immediately orders Onmente to grab his shield and step forward. The barrier remains completely intact, and no matter how they look at it, this is definitely not a signal from Sergeant Lee Hyung-guk. They cannot afford to miss it if it is a real signal. Otherwise, their entire plan becomes completely meaningless. But what about that barrier? Can they simply teleport past it? This is a critical emergency, so they absolutely must do whatever it takes. They couldn't just sit there and do nothing. He yelled out, warning everyone to stay alert, because once they teleported past that barrier, they had no idea what kind of danger they would face. At that moment, Ki-young let out a devious smirk. Damn it! Even in the middle of an offensive campaign, he was still screaming and making a complete mess of things. Truly pathetic. There was no way these lowlifes could ever destroy the root cause of the decay. Inside the cell, Woo-chun was already splayed out on the floor, taken down easily by Hyung-guk using only his foot. He pushed himself up, laughing with pure arrogance. He vowed to strike from behind the moment they moved, claiming he had prayed every single night for the chance to tear him apart. With a savage threat to tear him to shreds, he shocked the officer, who countered that Lee Woo-chun always behaved like a disobedient child. He pointed out that was exactly why his leg ended up ruined. Driven completely mad with rage, the man blamed him entirely, but he only smiled in response. The trap was set. As the man lunged forward to kick him, he strategically moved his hands, aiming to let the blow strike his handcuffs directly. But the attacker froze and laughed, asking if he was really stupid enough to be provoked into breaking the mana suppression cuffs for him. Charging forward again, he casually mocked him, admitting the guy wasn't a total idiot after all. Dashing quickly toward the iron bars, the enemy frantically shouted orders to the opposite cage, screaming for them to grab that pervert immediately. The other inmate noticed, his eye turning a menacing blood red. Witnessing this terrifying sight, he froze in sheer shock, staring in absolute horror. Woo-chun charged forward while the others closed in to trap him, gloating that the mage was dead meat with absolutely nowhere to run. He gloated triumphantly, mocking any chance of escape and warning him to prepare for the end since there was nowhere left to run. He savagely vowed to slowly torture and rip Lee Gun-seok to pieces. Exactly 10 minutes before Lee Hyung-guk and Lee Gun-seok's fateful encounter, a brutally blood-soaked body was dragged across the cold ground, joining a horrifying pile of deceased students wearing yellow uniforms being hauled away. A red-cloaked cultist barked out commands, demanding they bring the next sacrificial victim forward without any further delay. Asking if they wished to return to the embrace of Mana, they dragged another young girl onto the altar as the red-cloaked cultists surrounded her. One of them chanted, urging everyone to pray fervently for eternal life and the sacred key that would lead them to Mana. They all clasped their hands in prayer, creating an incredibly eerie and horrifying spectacle as they begged to receive the key. Pleading for eternal life, one of the cultists approached the helpless student, stretching out his arms as a surge of dark power erupted. The girl floated helplessly in the air, her mouth forced open as her wide eyes suddenly began to glow brilliantly. Her blood was slowly drawn out, mixing directly into that terrifying surge of energy. The energy sucked away every ounce of her life force, feeding a mystical tree that began to grow and sprout leaves at a rapid pace, before she finally collapsed to the floor, dead. After a long silence, one of them broke into a laugh while another threw his arms wide and screamed. They had finally found the ultimate sacrifice, knowing that once this last ritual concluded, they would finally be able to meet their lord. Unleashing his ominous power once again, he lifted not just one, but 3 innocent children into the air at the exact same time. He offered up the 3 children of pure mana to make the crimson flower bloom, while the brainwashed crowd below cheered in wild agreement. Their faces darkened ominously, yet their mouths twisted into creepy grins, all while a young girl watched silently from a distance. After watching for a while, she scoffed at the foolish waste of blood, muttering that this was exactly why she despised these cults. The massive explosion from the building filled the 2 nearby soldiers with deep dread, while the young girl also felt the shockwave and stared toward the entrance, wondering what was happening. Sensing a sudden impact, she watched as the red-cloaked cultists inside continued their bizarre ritual. As the leader raised his hand, the followers stared in stunned silence with wide, confused eyes, completely freezing the entire room in absolute stillness. Suddenly, one of them licked her lips with a devious, mysterious smile. With a wicked gleam in her eyes, she ordered the believers of mana to complete one crucial task before the flower bloomed, while the adjacent building suffered a massive explosion that blasted a gaping hole in its side. Inside the building, Hyungkook remained completely surrounded by Woo-chun and that massive, intimidating brute. Screaming with a wide, twisted grin, he declared that the tin can mage was completely dead meat, with nowhere left to run. He mocked any hope of escape, confidently promising to take his sweet time, ensuring his enemy suffered every single second. But before he could even finish his sentence, a massive fist slammed into his face, sending blood flying as he was violently blown away. That giant's brutal punch sends the guy flying right back against the iron bars behind him. Watching this, Hyungkook stares in absolute shock, his eyes wide. He simply cannot believe what he is seeing, completely frozen as the stranger's face is finally revealed. Finding Lee Woo-suk alive leaves him completely stunned. He asks, "Sergeant Lee Hyun-guk, how did you even get here?" As the handcuffs clatter loudly onto the floor, he mutters that he never expected a reunion like this, questioning the bizarre outfit, while the sergeant replies he is just glad to see him alive. Rubbing his wrists, Lee Woo-suk looks highly suspicious, asking if the sergeant has also become one of those child kidnapping accomplices. He quickly waves his hands in denial, explaining he only got trapped because of the massive barrier surrounding this player detention camp. Begging him to believe he did nothing wrong, he is cut off as Hyungkook demands to know about his strange appearance and how he even got inside. He confesses that he cannot even remember himself, admitting the whole ordeal felt like a bizarre dream. Once his eyes opened, he already looked exactly like the enemy. With teammates and players alike guaranteed to hunt him down, running away was his only option. Eventually, absolute exhaustion caught up and he collapsed. He felt utter despair at the horrifying reality of living as a vampire, just as 2 cloaked figures noticed his dying body and closed in on him. They mocked him as useless trash, and then the Dark Magic Guild leaders showed up before he finally blacked out completely. Waking up, he found himself trapped here. Hyungkook is skeptical, knowing there should only be one leader ruling this Dark Magic Guild. He wonders who the second leader could be, while his emotional ally begs for trust, though the sergeant's gaze remains heavily filled with doubt. Grabbing the man's shoulders, Hyungkook suddenly demands to know the truth about what they did to the innocent children locked inside. He quickly reveals that they are likely kept on the rooftop. They claim that once the blood of 3 pure magic children spills onto the sacrificial altar, a mysterious red flower will finally bloom. Knowing they were intended as sacrifices but clueless about this flower, he shares that this is everything he managed to overhear. With teary eyes, he desperately tries to prove his innocence, begging his sergeant to believe he had absolutely no part in this horrific scheme. Hyungkook stares quietly at his comrade, his harsh expression softening slightly as he studies the man's face for a long moment. As Woo-suk weeps in absolute despair, the sergeant sighs and gives him a light nudge on the shoulder, causing him to flinch. Hyungkook smiles, promising that he trusts him completely, leaving his emotional comrade deeply moved. Suddenly, a violent kick shakes the door as angry voices from outside demand to know why the entrance has been locked. Realizing they are out of time as enemies prepare to bust down the door, the sergeant turns to issue his final orders. They must split up now, with the sergeant heading upstairs to the roof, while Woo-suk goes down to deactivate the barrier. The AMT backup forces are waiting outside, so he needs to know if Woo-suk can handle this task. With resolute eyes, he salutes and vows to succeed, prompting Hyungkook to offer a final warning before sprinting toward the roof. Left behind to buy time, Woo-suk prepares to face the incoming mob, which is far larger than the previous group. Taking a firm stance inside the room, Woo-suk bares his sharp, terrifying fangs, ready for battle. The enemy leader is highly amused, mocking him for trying to stand in their way without even introducing himself first. As he blocks their path, he clenches his fists and roars, his body expanding into a massive, muscular frame that terrifies the enemies. He recalls Hyunkook's parting words, reminding him that he has not been officially reported as a military deserter yet. Knowing he is still under command, he smiles fiercely and bellows to the crowd, asking if they wanted to know his name. He laughs, proudly announcing his rank as Private Lee Woo-suk of the 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade's assault platoon. Meanwhile, Hyun-guk storms up the stairs, gritting his teeth in sheer frustration as he pushes himself to run faster. Knowing he must proceed with extreme caution, he reaches the top floor and cautiously peers inside to see what is happening. He wonders what this nauseating, overwhelming stench of blood could mean. Pinching his nose to breathe, he realizes this horrific massacre goes far beyond just a few victims, as a gruesome scene and a thick stench of blood overwhelm the entire room. Not a single student or cloaked cultist has been left alive in this gruesome bloodbath. He stares at the absolute devastation in pure horror, realizing the entire dark magic guild has been slaughtered. Amidst the bodies, 2 figures continue the ritual when the girl suddenly senses a presence, glaring around to find who dares approach their sacred altar. Realizing he has been spotted, he quickly retreats just as another deafening explosion shakes the entire building. Yet another massive hole is blasted through the crumbling building, forcing him to hide in terror as a young girl floats in midair. While the little girl weakly begs for help, the cultist coldly calls him out for scurrying around like a rat. She licks her lips and purrs. "Come on out. Show yourself now, and I'll grant you a quick, painless death." "Wait, no, keep hiding. This game is much more fun anyway." That's Parian, the detention center warden. Over by the 2 soldiers, Minji screams, "On, Minji, raise your shield and move forward." The barrier is still holding strong. Listen up, everyone. The exact moment we flash past this barrier, we push. Meanwhile, Kyo Young's group watches from the shadows, warning themselves to stay on high alert because anything could happen. Even though they're right in the middle of an attack, he does nothing but scream and ruin everything. How pathetic. Kyo Young flashes a sly grin, mocking them. How could a bunch of losers like this ever take down the first cause of the collapse? The moment they make a move, we hit them from behind. We're running a decoy operation. Now standing before the massive vortex, one of them aims a gun inside. They lock eyes, their resolve absolutely unshakable. Over with Lee Hyun-guk, he's talking to someone on the comms. A decoy, you say? He glances back at the troops, certain that the Dai Sun Guild is working hand in hand with the Dark Magic Association. But even with that proof, neither side can afford to rush in. They're a massive, powerful guild, while we are a standard military unit. So when the fight breaks out, they'll target our rear. We'll play weak, baiting them to strike first. That's the only way we get a valid excuse to wipe out the Dai Sun Guild. He hesitates, anxious about manufacturing an excuse to attack a massive guild. But look, there's a fatal flaw in this plan of yours. You're heading into this rescue mission completely solo, and we won't be able to adjust our heavy firepower to coordinate with you. Lee Hyun-guk just smiles warmly. Don't worry about that. Just buy me some time, that's all. Lieutenant, you're the linchpin of this entire operation. So it's all riding on me again, huh? Quickly, everyone scrambles into their designated positions. All right, let's start the diversion. Right on cue, they begin scouting and taking aim at the surrounding area. But out in the brush, another enemy squad is already targeting them. Suddenly, a figure drops from above, dual-wielding swords. The girl sweeps her gaze across the battlefield before leaping straight down into the fray. Her landing is so devastating it blows the enemy soldiers backward. With a few swift, basic slashes, she leaves them completely stunned, cutting them down before they can even process what's happening. Blood splatters everywhere as she pins one of them flat to the ground, pressing her blade against his throat. Don't move if you want to keep your head. What are you waiting for? Send the signal that the assassination was a success right now. Across the field, a soldier's wristband flashes a signal, and he immediately reports it. Captain, we've received the confirmation signal from our sniper team. Keon immediately orders. Good. Assault squad, charge. With that, the entire team storms forward, moving with incredible speed. Minji clutches her radio, sweat dripping from her face. Suddenly, a voice crackles through. We've successfully rescued the sniper squad. But standing before that massive vortex, they find themselves completely surrounded by the hostile army, caught in a desperate trap. Suddenly, a loud command echoes out. Minji snaps back. Yes, sir, the shields are up. She then shouts for everyone to open fire. Chaos erupts as a barrage of gunfire echoes through the air. Kyo Young loses his mind, roaring in pure frustration. Damn it, when did they figure it out? What are you all doing? Mage unit, get in here now. Instantly, a massive army charges forward. Armed to the teeth with spears, this group looks way deadlier than the last. The enemy forces crash straight into Minji's defensive line. Her squad struggles to hold up their shields against the impact, feeling the sheer weight of the enemy's overwhelming power. Kyo-young lets out a smug, sadistic laugh, boasting that every single member of the AMT will burn to death fighting the Dark Magic Association. It's the perfect cover-up. Now, slaughter them all. His troops surge forward again, but several are instantly picked off by incoming bullets. Refusing to back down, Minji's squad keeps fighting. An order is barked out for the snipers to lock on and provide cover fire. Kyo-young freezes in absolute shock. A sniper? What the hell happened to our assassination squad? He screams at his vanguard, "Damn it, what are you doing? Block them!" But Minji's squad is already slipping into the vortex, driving him completely insane. A warp gate? When the hell did they manage to set that up? He screams in panic, "Get into position, hurry, attack." The two rival forces finally clash head-on in a brutal melee. Minji's squad unleashes a non-stop barrage of bullets, but Kyo-young's troops hold their heavy shields, keeping the battle locked in a stalemate. Kyo-young screeches in absolute fury. "You bastards, you set us up from the very start. How dare mere soldiers try to trick the Daesan Guild?" With a roar, he swings his massive mace. "I'm the assault captain, and I'll butcher every single one of you." Instantly, rocks and debris swirl into a violent, howling tornado, ready to flatten them. Sensing the extreme danger, Minji panics. It looks like Kion has gathered every loose boulder in the area for this strike. He's completely lost it now, letting out a wild, beastly roar. Brace yourselves for this storm. A violent tornado packed with sharp rock sweeps forward, looking ready to shred everything and everyone in its path. Minji's heart sinks. She desperately wonders about Lee Hyun-guk. When is he going to play that secret trump card he promised? Over at Jamsoon's place, the chief warden had been absolutely beaten to a pulp. Blood splattered everywhere in a gruesome, gory mess. Woo-suk stood nearby, drenched in blood, but it was clear he was the victor. Without wasting a second, he slammed the warning button. An alarm blared through the halls, warning that the facility's perimeter barrier was shutting down. He remembered the words Hyung-suk once told him: "Never run away. Stand and fight to protect your comrades like a true soldier, because only then will they have your back." The alarm continued to blare relentlessly, warning that the perimeter barrier was about to fully shut down. He swore to himself that he would never run again, dedicated to Sergeant Lee Hyung-suk. Meanwhile, the raging vortex threatened to swallow everything as Ki-young roared in arrogance. "You idiots, I will tear you to pieces." He roared as rocks of all sizes swirled and gathered around him. His massive aura grew even more terrifying, but suddenly, a voice cut through the chaos. "Hey, get out of my way, scram!" Young-jun materialized right behind Ki-young, diving straight into the violent vortex without taking a single scratch. He skewered the monster right through the center of his chest like a piece of meat, leaving Min's forces and Min-hee utterly shocked. They cheered in relief, shouting Sergeant Choi Young-jun's name, just as another massive boulder slammed into the crumbling building, blasting open a giant hole. The female warden sneered under her breath, mocking him for scurrying away and hiding like a cowardly little mouse. Tears streamed down the young schoolgirl's face as she weakly begged for her life. But the warden didn't care about the child's safety at all. She just stood there, licking her lips with a wicked grin before leaping forward, baiting them to finally show their face. She promised she would show mercy and end their life instantly, sparing them from any gruesome torture. Then, she burst into manic laughter, telling them to keep hiding because playing a game of cat and mouse was way more entertaining anyway. Si-hee and her two soldiers kept their eyes locked on the heavily damaged building when a sudden alarm broke the silence. The barrier surrounding the building was being deactivated. As Si-hee deeply analyzed her system notification, the wicked warden instructed the red-cloaked figures to go finish their ritual while she dealt with the intruder. But suddenly, a strange, creeping anomaly began shifting under one of their dark cloaks. The cultist stood frozen in confusion as the hem of his cloak seemed to move on its own. The warden smirked, admitting she was getting bored with this dreadful mission and was thrilled to finally have some entertainment. Eavesdropping from just outside the room, Hyung-suk was stunned. Wasn't there supposed to be only one leader of this dark magic cult? Why were there two of them? Taking on both of these powerful villains at once was incredibly risky. Inside, a blinding pillar of light erupted, absorbing the blood of the freshly slaughtered victims to form a massive, glowing red diamond. Hyung-suk realized it was the core of corruption as giant, sinister roots began erupting from the gem, spreading through every single crack of the room. Within seconds, the terrifying, colossal roots completely overrun the chamber in a horrific display. The red-cloaked leader stood proudly atop one of the massive roots as the warden watched him with anticipation. Young-jun stood there completely bewildered, trying to make sense of the situation, when Minji suddenly screamed, pointing toward the distance, while Min-hee demanded to know what it was. A colossal tree sprouted right from the roof of the building. its massive roots tearing through the concrete as its thick branches spread outward. Woo-suk had once warned Hyung-suk about this. If the blood of children with pure mana was spilled on that altar, the legendary red flowers would bloom. He knew the kids were being used as sacrifices, but the true meaning behind those red flowers remained a mystery. He realized that the pure mana blood of those children, the red flowers, and this bizarre tree appearing out of thin air were all connected. Whatever ritual they were planning, he had to stop it and rescue the kids before those flowers bloomed. With that, he dashed straight into the chamber. The warden was waiting for exactly this, shrieking that she found him. Frustrated that his cover was blown, he barely managed to dodge her massive swinging mace. She relentlessly pursued him, leaving him desperately wondering if he should have retrieved his gear bag before engaging. Looking at him with a condescending smirk, she mocked his bizarre outfit and called him a perverted freak, before slamming her heavy mace right against his back. She cackled that he was under arrest for public indecency, leaving him with no choice but to activate his enhancement magic to defend himself. Just as her deadly strike was about to crush him, a blinding beam of light intervened. Recognizing the signature technique, he wondered if it was Sergeant Kim Si-hee. Sure enough, after assessing the situation from outside, she gracefully breached the building through the hole. "Are you okay? I'm not too late, am I?" "No, you got here just in time." With Si-hee successfully saving his skin, he quickly told her that there was another enemy he needed to deal with. Leaving the warden in her hands, the villainess licked her lips, excited that a much more interesting opponent had replaced the creep. Si-hee glared back cautiously as the warden eyed her like a delicious prey, amazed to see a soul constructed entirely of pure mana. Declaring her a feast, the warden summoned her beast, Mana Valen, ordering it to devour every single drop. Caught completely off guard, Se-hee froze in place. Just as the massive mace swung down, Hyun-wook lunged forward, grabbing her and pulling her out of harm's way. Another massive blast erupted. With debris flying everywhere, he lost his footing. Watching helplessly as Se-hee fell, he shouted, "Sergeant Si-hee Kim, you have to be extremely careful when fighting her. Once she grabs you, she will drain your mana and unleash every bit of her stored energy." Se-hee gasped in surprise, wondering what it meant to release stored mana. "Watch yourself at both close and long range. I am going to save those kids now. You still remember what I told you, right? There is no such thing as a guaranteed win or a set advantage once you are in a real battle. All you can do is keep fighting and looking for a way to win until the very end." Staring at him with deep determination, she replied, "I got it. I will be fine, so go help them." With that, she turned and confidently marched toward her enemy. The villain remained completely unfazed. "How much mana can one soul even hold? I was busy enjoying my meal. Does this look appetizing to you?" Se-hee snapped, utterly furious. "Are you actually enjoying this?" Stepping inside, she felt a strange, chilling sensation creep over her. She cackled, "So many delicious souls coming to welcome me. This is perfect. My entire body is literally shaking with excitement." Se-hee lunged forward, shouting, "Then do not beg me for mercy later." Instantly, they clashed in a brutal battle. "I'm going to drain every single drop of mana from those weak souls." Meanwhile, at the top of the building, a massive tree kept growing larger, its sheer weight causing the entire structure to tilt to one side. The villain in the red cloak was busy casting his spell, but suddenly sensed that something was terribly wrong. Just as he was about to eliminate the schoolgirl, an invisible force locked his hand tightly in place. Confused, he watched the system screen display that the weight of the Mogley fragment was now released. A massive shadow lunged forward, forcing him to take a step back. The giant entity completely shattered everything in its path. Hyun-wook stepped out of the dust, shouting, "Do not move. You must be the leader of this dark magic guild. I do not care what your evil plans are, but get away from those children right now." The mysterious figure then pulled back his hood, and his body began to slowly transform. As his true form was finally revealed, Hyun-wook stood there completely shocked. Wait, he was not human at all, it was a dark elf. Gritting his teeth, Hyun-wook muttered, "You absolute monsters. Just how corrupt can you bastards get?" Dark elves were legendary creatures that fell into deep corruption after daring to rebel against the gods themselves. He had heard stories of foolish humans offering treasures to these wicked spirits just to gain power. But as a blinding light suddenly flashed around him, he yelled, "You monsters! Now you are even trying to sell off children?" The elf began chanting in an ancient, unintelligible tongue. A system alert popped up, and Hyun-wook glared at him in pure rage. "Shut up! What the hell are you even saying? I do not care about your words. I am still going to end you." Meanwhile, Se-hee recalled a past conversation. "Sergeant Si-hee Kim, you are way too honest and straightforward. What? Is there a problem with me being honest? It is not just you, Sergeant Kim. Most soldiers are. In the military, players are trained strictly based on their specific abilities. Hyunwook explained that because of this, they tend to treat the textbook rules as the ultimate solution to everything. But if the textbook says to avoid unfavorable fights, what will you do when you cannot escape those exact situations? When I cannot avoid an unfavorable fight? Sehee wondered. Shaking off the thought, she summoned her spirits, as her enemy laughed mockingly. So many spirits are gathering to greet me. This is perfect. I am literally trembling with excitement. Sehee charged forward, shouting, "Do not go crying later. I will drain every single drop of mana from those spirits. Bring it on." Sehee let out a powerful battle cry, causing the entire building to shake. However, the enemy used her dark power to suppress Sehee, binding her spirits one by one. "How pathetic," she sneered. "I wanted to play a bit longer." Taking advantage of the distraction, Sehee leaped from above, aiming to deliver a fatal strike, but the enemy successfully blocked the blow, leaving Sehee in shock. With a heavy swing of her mace, she knocked Sehee backward. The bound spirits fell helplessly to the ground. Looking around, the villain mocked. "Is that it? How boring. Fighting someone on my level would actually be fun." Sehee grew incredibly anxious. The villain burst out laughing again, shouting, "All right then, let us play a brand new game. My dear little spirits, do you enjoy playing hide and seek?" With those words, a blinding light erupted from her once more. The ground shook violently as rocks rained down on Sehee. Furious, she thought. Damn that crazy woman. What kind of sick game is she playing now? Suddenly, panic set in. What? I cannot see a thing. The villain smirked confidently as a massive barrier enclosed them, solidifying her victory. She laughed. "Just you wait. You cannot escape from me. Are you done running away yet?" Trapped inside, Sehee could not escape, as sharp spikes constantly thrust out from the barrier, threatening to impale her at any second. Fresh blood dripped onto the ground she was hit. Terrified of the brutal injuries, she struggled to focus as the villain taunted. "Where are you?" "Found you." "Ah, missed. You were acting so tough earlier, but now where are you hiding? Did you rot away in the dark?" Sehee felt a wave of dread. Her enemy was tracking down every single soul in this blinding darkness. She had to be using some kind of tracking skill, ruthlessly tearing those spirits apart while laughing like a maniac. This is actually pretty fun. If you keep hiding, I'm just going to devour every last drop of mana from these souls. Terrified and backed into a corner, she had to listen to her enemy jeer. "Going crazy over how useless you are? How about this? Get on your knees and beg for your life. Crawl before me and show me your absolute, beautiful despair." Gritting her teeth in fury, Sehee summoned the spirits back to her. "I'm sorry, but I can't let her destroy you." Her enemy just mocked her. "How foolish. Gathering them all just makes it easy for me to pinpoint all your mana." Seizing the perfect opening, the enemy lunged to finish her. But in that split second, Sehee remembered his words. If you have absolutely no hope of winning, use anything and everything at your disposal. At the time, she wondered, anything and everything? For instance, if you are fighting and realize you cannot overpower the enemy standing right in front of you, then strike from behind and end it in one blow. Cowardly? She had questioned him back then, but is there really any room for fairness in a life-or-death battle? Worrying about playing fair during a life-or-death struggle is the real height of stupidity. Why should anyone play fair against a vile criminal whose crimes have already condemned them to hell? He had made it clear. War isn't a sport. In a real fight, once you die, it's game over. Forget whatever the textbooks say about fairness. That is the only way you survive. The enemy lunged, swinging her heavy mace at Sehee, only to suddenly gasp in horror. Her weapon had only struck a decoy spirit. What? Was that not her real body? Sehee had actually dropped down from above. With a cold, calculated gaze, she lunged forward and stabbed the villain twice. As the bound spirit drifted down, the wounded villain shrieked in absolute fury. "You cheap coward! How dare you pull a dirty trick like that? And you call yourself a warrior?" Sehee scoffed at her words. "Cowardly? Don't make me laugh. I cannot believe a monster like you has the nerve to say that. After shrouding everything in darkness, hunting my spirits, and sucking my mana dry like some filthy mosquito, a true warrior? What kind of warrior would ever bother fighting fair? Against a sick child kidnapper who sacrifices them for power?" Enraged, the villain screamed, "I will rip you apart." But Sehee cut her off with a devastating slash. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere as the bound spirit was finally set free. Sehee stood in silence. "From now on, if I have to face monsters like you again, I won't hesitate to fight like a cold-blooded assassin." Meanwhile, Hyunguk was absolutely fuming nearby. Just how depraved and rotten could these sick bastards actually be? He roared in absolute fury. You sick bastards. Are you seriously trying to sell these innocent children off too? His silent opponent just stared back, muttering something in a completely foreign tongue. Realizing his opponent used mental manipulation, Hyungkook charged forward. Shut up! What the hell are you babbling about? No matter what you say, I'm going to end you. The enemy braced himself for the clash, his eyes glowing with a sinister, crimson light. Glancing quickly from his terrifying foe to the young schoolgirl lying defenseless on the ground, Hyungkook braced himself. Both men charged, colliding head-on in a fierce, brutal clash. Suddenly, Youngyun burst into the room, shouting, Lee Hyungkook! Relieved, he yelled back. Sergeant Choi Songjin! He had been waiting for this moment, but what was he actually doing? Suddenly, the sergeant cheered. Found you. Confused, Hyungkook stammered. Wait, hold on. Sergeant Choi, Youngyun, please calm down and listen. But Youngyun roared in fury. Shut up. Have you lost your mind? How could you pull a stunt like this? Catching on to the real threat, Choi Youngyun snapped his gaze toward the beast. Suddenly, the monster lunged forward, aiming to crush them both. But they weren't easy targets. Using their lightning-fast reflexes, both Choi Youngyun and Lee Hyungkook sidestepped the devastating blow effortlessly. The sheer force of the monster's miss brought down a massive overhead tree, blasting a giant crater into the asphalt. Hyungkook stared in utter disbelief. Annihilating a massive tree like that without even using an ounce of mana? This monster was off the charts dangerous. Just then, Choi Youngyun shrieked, I'm going to kill you, Lee Hyungkook. Hearing this, Hyungkook sweated. Wait, is his ally actually the real threat here? Lunging forward with a face twisted in absolute hatred, Youngyun screamed, These kids are precious. There is nothing in this entire world that could ever replace them. They were born from my own blood, sweat, and tears, after I was dragged out to this godforsaken middle of nowhere. Swiftly blocking the reckless attack, Hyungkook yelled back, Cut it out. This is definitely not the time to be arguing about that. Snap out of it, man. Meanwhile, Kang Baekseol, the brilliant granddaughter and apprentice of the legendary Kang Donggu, stared at the sight before her in absolute awe. She gasped in disbelief. Grandpa, I've never seen this many ancient oracle bone scripts gathered in one place before. Standing right beside her was the legendary master craftsman, Kang Donggu. He was a master among masters, crafting countless legendary items before his tragic passing 4 years down the line. The old man nodded slowly in agreement. Indeed, normally, only B-rank boss monsters or higher carry these, making a massive collection like this incredibly rare and highly impressive. Once finished, she eagerly turns to Sunga, asking if they can actually customize and repair the gear however they want. Sungha gently confirms it, explaining they risked their lives to rescue them. Honestly, you and I can see the greed written on Snow White's face. She confesses she thought he was just a wealthy man, never expecting him to actually be a high-ranking warrior as well. She secretly thinks about how much cash she could make by smuggling a few guns, leaving Sunga completely speechless and stammering. But that is not it. Snow White suddenly rushes toward a set of armor, screaming in pure excitement over the crazy orichalcum alloy. She points out the magical connection linking the helmet and sword. Seeing his granddaughter so thrilled, Kang Dong-soo speaks up to warn her. He tells her to stop running before she trips and hurts herself. Then, Sungha turns and demands to know where Choi Youngjun went. He quickly excuses himself, claiming he was just grooming himself after the mission and still has a mountain of work left to finish. Losing her patience, she demands a straight answer, making Choi Youngjun look absolutely miserable. He complains about being thrown into a dangerous combat and rescue mission right after returning from vacation. It is simply too much. He understands that resting is hard during an active enemy wave, but argues he still deserves a little personal time, or at least a chance to go out for drinks. He laments that he has not even had a spare moment to open the whiskey bottle Hyungkook gifted him. Suddenly, the radio crackles to life with a call for the platoon leader, and Sunga immediately picks it up to respond. Lee Hyungkook reports that he finally established a clear signal, quickly asking if she brought the blacksmith he requested. Hearing this, she glances over at Snow White and notes they are currently admiring some shiny armor. Meanwhile, Choi Youngjun frantically gestures for her to tell him he is dead. Lee Hyungkook continues, instructing her to have them disable the magic links on a few of those suits first. He asks her to bring the armor sets and armory weapons to provide backup, specifically demanding that she bring Sergeant Choi Youngjun along too. Hearing this, he completely breaks down, shouting a flat refusal with a look of pure disgust on his face. He complains about having to fight continuously for a whole month after finishing his missions. But there is absolutely no way out. Elsewhere, let's look at this mischievous grin. A soldier carries out a container packed with alcohol, and his buddy asks if that is Sergeant Choi Young-jun's private storage box. He stammers in terror, admitting that they are completely finished if the sergeant ever finds out about this. A cunning, highly mischievous smile slowly spreads across his face. He notes they accidentally packed the exact box of alcohol the sergeant has been carefully saving for 2 whole years. He mockingly suggests that if they do not survive this mission, those precious bottles will never return to their owner, leaving them with no other choice. Speaking into the radio, he tells the sergeant he should probably come over and lend a hand. Upon hearing this, Choi Young-jun's entire world instantly collapses in sheer panic. He loses it over the radio, demanding his precious babies back immediately, and yelling that they are driving him absolutely insane with this stunt. The soldier just chuckles, claiming the signal went dead, while Choi Young-jun's expression turns completely terrifying, radiating pure murderous intent. Enraged that they dared to steal his precious stash, he charges straight onto the battlefield, demanding to know if his comrade has already drunk any of them. Lee Hyung-guk insists he would never do that, especially mid-mission. Choi Young-jun refuses to believe him, telling him to stop lying because he definitely saw him drinking earlier. The monster is completely ignored as they squabble, causing it to screech out in some bizarre, incomprehensible language of its own. The mouth on its palm keeps muttering before it thrusts its arm forward, sending a swarm of massive tentacles shooting straight toward them, while Choi Young-jun endlessly nags him, forcing Lee Hyung-guk to fully harden his muscles. He suddenly senses a massive threat approaching. He shouts a warning to look out just as 4 massive, writhing tentacles suddenly burst forward and charge straight at them. Choi Young-jun grabs him by the collar, asking if he can fly since they are supposed to be brothers. Before he can explain that he lacks full control, Choi Young-jun casually hurls him straight up into the air. With no clear plan, Choi Young-jun leaps upward as the tentacles pursue him, completely shattering his weapon in the process. Calling it an absolute pain, Choi Young-jun smoothly dodges the strikes, while Lee Hyung-guk drifts helplessly somewhere in the sky. His smooth dodge forces the tentacles to crash into the structure behind him, sending wooden debris exploding in all directions. He effortlessly evades every strike. Now watch closely, because Lee Hyung-guk decides this is the perfect moment and summons his glowing blue chains. A system notification pops up, confirming that the raw energy from the Mjolnir fragment is now sealed. Instantly, an absolutely colossal sword manifests right in front of them, just as the deadly tentacles are about to pierce straight through Choi Young-jun. The system flashes once more, announcing that the power of the Mjolnir fragment has finally been released. The massive blade successfully blocks the fatal strike, slamming deep into the ground while the monster's bizarre arm continues to mutter incoherently. Rejoining his ally, Lee Hyung-guk complains that he nearly died from that insane fall. Choi Yoon dismissed it with a cold shrug, muttering, "Why don't you just die? What bad luck." He calmly added, "Don't worry, I'll kill you anyway." Hyung-guk realized in that moment that trying to have a normal, sane conversation with Choi Yoon was absolutely impossible. Just then, a sinister black energy lifted the 2 children high into the air. Choi Yoon caught sight of this and casually asked, "Hey, did those damn bug-eyed monsters do that to the kids?" Hyung-guk flinched in surprise. Before he could process it, Choi Yoon continued, "I'm taking them out up close. What about you?" Flashing a confident smile, Hyung-guk replied, "Should I wipe them out too?" "No, scratch that. I'll back you up." The countdown started. 3, leaving the monster totally baffled. 2, 1, and the sword slammed directly down into the ground. Choi Yoon firmly grabbed Hyung-guk by the shoulder to help direct the blade. With a loud shout of attack, Choi Yoon instantly charged straight ahead. The monster's arm suddenly shot out 4 deadly tentacles, aiming right at the incoming Choi Yoon. Fiery sparks flew everywhere as the sword clashed violently with the heavy tentacles. Hyung-guk roared, "Finish him!" leaving both the monster and its strange arm completely bewildered. Enveloping his entire body in radiant holy power, Choi Yoon lunged forward, relentlessly hacking away at the monster's tentacles. With one final slash, its head went flying straight to the afterlife. He easily put the beast down without breaking a single sweat. Hyung-guk celebrated their quick victory, but suddenly, the grotesque mouth on the monster's arm snapped wide open. Choi Yoon spun around in shock. Unbelievably, the severed head was already stitching itself right back onto the body. Hyung-guk watched in absolute horror. He never expected this grotesque abomination to seamlessly reattach its head to its neck. Eerie, raspy voices echoed from the arm as a terrifying purple aura erupted around the creature, looking utterly demonic. Wrapped in swirling dark energy and a blinding purple glow, the monster unleashed a violent shockwave, forcing Choi Yoon to quickly raise his arms in defense. Hyung-guk struggled under the pressure too, silently realizing a massive amount of mana was gathering. If this fierce battle dragged on, they would be in serious trouble. Suddenly, the creature's arms stretched out, sending that grotesque mouth lunging straight forward. To his utter surprise, the creature split in two. Was that the real body? The mouth just kept laughing creepily. The terrifying beast stared directly at Choi-yoon and growled something. Hyung-guk cursed inwardly, desperately trying to figure out which one was the real threat. Their two-on-one strategy was useless now, as the enraged monster let out a furious roar. Choi-yoon had absolutely no idea what it was saying. Indifferently picking his ear, he asked, "Why are you guys screaming in our faces?" He casually remarked, "You know, in the anime I watch, villains usually say things like, 'How dare a mere mortal like you stand against an immortal being? Your foolishness will only end in death.' That is the classic line, right? Is that what you are trying to say? Anyway, I'm still slicing your throat open. Let's see exactly how many strikes it takes to put you down for good." With supreme confidence, Choi-yoon coated himself in radiant holy energy as the monster lunged forward, slamming its fist into the dirt. At the same time, the creature's other arm whipped out 4 massive tentacles directly at Hyung-guk, who barely managed to leap back. Shocked by its speed, Hyung-guk barely reacted in time, activating his reinforcement ability to block a tentacle just before it pierced him. Meanwhile, Choi-yoon had already chopped his target into multiple bloody pieces, casually landing back on the ground with a grin. "Well, that was incredibly easy. My blood sugar is dropping, so I seriously need to get some alcohol in my system." He casually pulled a bottle from his coat, completely ignoring the fact that the scattered monster pieces were already stitching back together. Choi-yoon happily chugged his liquor, only stopping to blink in confusion when the regenerated beast suddenly loomed right in front of him. The monster lunged with its tentacles, but Choi-yoon managed to block it by channeling holy energy through his bottle. Unfortunately, a sudden blast of dark magic sent him flying. Over on Hyung-guk's side, he was struggling immensely just to deflect the monster's brutal strikes. The impact slammed him hard against the ground. Staring at his damaged armor, Hyung-guk realized in pain that the beast's raw destructive power was simply too overwhelming. Suddenly, a system notification flashed before him. The magic fragment storage has been successfully sealed. His glowing sword began to flicker out. Out of nowhere, a massive tentacle whipped right toward his face, but pure survival reflex saved Hyung-guk as the beast relentlessly pushed its assault even further. The monster kept on babbling in its weird tongue, but it was all useless gibberish to Hyung-guk. Suddenly, a sinister voice echoed through the ruins, mockingly declaring that, while they were slightly impressive for mere mortals, they were still just weak, fragile humans in the end. The voice sneered, warning them that they had reached the end of the line against an immortal. Wait, Choi-yoon was actually perfectly fine, mockingly saying, "Huh? What is wrong? I am literally dubbing your lines. Why are you so quiet?" He was still jokingly playing with the beast. His ridiculous commentary left the monstrous creature completely stunned and utterly speechless. Choi-yoon chuckled. "Honestly, I'm wasted. The alcohol is already in my blood. But thanks to a certain someone, I don't feel an ounce of fear anymore." The monster stared back with blank eyes. Recharging his broken sword with blinding holy power, Choi-yoon warned, "I do not care if you call yourself immortal or what, but if you dare mess with my alcohol, even if you're immortal, I'll make sure you suffer agonizing, endless torture." The monster didn't stop laughing as it whipped its deadly tentacles straight at Lee Hyun-wook. Lee Hyun-wook didn't stand still anymore and immediately launched a counterattack. "Let's see just how long that annoying smile lasts on your face." His sword flew forward in a surprise strike that caught the beast completely off guard. Suddenly, a system notification flashed, showing mana fragments had been unleashed. His blade sliced the creature in half, instantly wiping that smug smirk right off its face. You'd think that would be the end of it, but the monster instantly regenerated its creepy smile, sending a barrage of tentacles whipping down. As the dark vines closed in, Lee Hyun-wook stood his ground, analyzing the situation. That grin is seriously getting on his nerves. He knew the monster had to be hiding a trump card somewhere. Right before his eyes, the severed body parts began stitching themselves back together. Just as he suspected, this damn thing possessed insane regeneration. To make matters worse, it kept grinning as if mocking his every effort. Over on Choi Young-jun's side, he was clearly starting to grow extremely exhausted, yet he still charged like a maniac, landing a barrage of desperate slashes that severed one of the monster's arms. Dodging the attacks, Lee Hyun-wook tried to think. This insane mana pool and self-healing make them seem immortal. He needed to find a way out of this, fast. Lee Hyun-wook searched his memories, trying to recall the countless life-or-death battles he had survived in his past life. Monsters always try to hide their core. They might be using this fake immortality to cover up a fatal weakness. What if neither of these two is actually the main body? The smiling freak kept regenerating, no matter how many times he sliced it. And the other monster was doing the exact same thing. He saw it. Damage to the exact same spots on both bodies couldn't regenerate simultaneously. Meanwhile, the smiling creep kept shooting deadly tentacles in his direction. The other beast was still locked in a brutal clash with Choi Young-jun. Suddenly, Lee Hyun-wook's body began to glow with a brilliant light. Why did that one-eyed blob split in the first place? It's because they both share the exact same life force. But Sergeant Choi Young-jun was running on fumes, and his movements were becoming sloppy and desperate. Would he even listen to advice in this state? They had to end this with one ultimate, synchronized strike. Making up his mind, he yelled out, "Sergeant Choi Young-jun, they aren't immortal. If we strike both of them in the exact same spot at the same time, their regeneration will fail. Listen to me. We don't have another shot at this. We have to aim for their necks and decapitate them simultaneously." Choi Young-jun was barely holding on, his vision blurring. Huh? At the same time? Who says? I'm not letting this bastard off that easily. Lee Hyun-wook gritted his teeth in frustration. Snap out of it. Don't you want to save the kids? Hearing that, Choi Young-jun finally relented. Fine, but it's not for you. Lee Hyun-wook sighed. Then stop complaining and stick to the plan. Finally losing its grin, the smiling monster lashed its tentacles straight at him. Lee Hyun-wook roared, "We only have one shot at this, so keep your focus." The other beast charged as well. As the deadly limbs closed in, he activated his steel body defense, slicing through the incoming tentacles with ease. Sensing the perfect moment, he shouted, "Now!" Hearing the signal, Choi Young-jun raised his sword high, channeling every bit of his remaining strength. In perfect unison, both of them slashed right through the monster's necks. The heavy, decisive blows sent the beasts' heads flying through the air. The smiling monster couldn't escape its doom either. Suddenly, a strange tree on the rooftop began emitting a bright light through its withered branches. A system alert popped up. "Congratulations! You have successfully eliminated the source of corruption, the boss monster Shadow Priest. Each player will receive a random offering that was confiscated from one of the cultists." Completely exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground. The system continued to sound its alerts. The rate of decay has significantly slowed down. To completely halt the corruption's spread, you must locate and destroy the core. It will end only when the core is shattered. Lee Hyun-wook read the text and smiled. They had managed to stop the second source of corruption before the main boss even arrived. If they could keep tearing down these corruption sources, Seoul would make history as the very first city on Earth to survive this apocalyptic disaster. He grinned, fueled by hope, but his thoughts were cut short when Choi Young-jun slowly started walking over to him. The soldier called out coldly, "Lee Hyun-wook, are we finally done here?" He replied calmly, "Yeah, we're done. Things got a bit messy, but we made it through alive. Thanks to you." Before Lee Hyun-wook could bring up their next move, Choi Young-jun cut him off. "Are you done with your insubordination yet?" He blinked, confused. "Huh?" The sergeant raised his sword, his face filled with pure, murderous intent. Shocked, Lee Hyun-wook called out, "Sergeant Choi Young-jun!" Before he could react, the sergeant lunged forward with a wild slash. "You dare talk back to me? Shut up. Where are my babies?" Lee Hyun-wook quickly activated his steel defense to block the strike, pleading, "Sergeant, calm down. They're perfectly safe back in the supply warehouse. Do we really have to fight like this right after winning a battle together?" Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed, "Shut your mouths. Who said you won? Who said it's over?" Without warning, the two girls were brutally punched in the gut, coughing up blood. The enraged vampire screamed at them. "This is far from over." A system alert popped up. "An offering has been dedicated to the altar." Lee Hyun-wook watched in absolute horror as another notification flashed. "The red bud will soon bloom on the altar." That wicked vampire flashed a brutal grin, declaring that their nightmare was only just beginning. A voice suddenly echoed out, calling for Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook. A soldier stepped forward holding some items, happily announcing that he had brought a change of pants and a bag of supplies for Sergeant Choi Yun. Surprised by their presence, he asked what they were doing there. Seeing this, he shouted for help, calling for Lee Woo-suk to stop him immediately, as Choi Yun kept a tight, suffocating grip around his neck. He quickly explained that he could not draw his sword to strike him down. He swore to Choi Yun that he had never touched his stash of alcohol, claiming he had only taken a single sniff of it. Suddenly, Choi leaned backward, catching him off guard as the sergeant collapsed heavily to the ground, leaving him utterly stunned by the sudden turn of events. An exhausted Choi Young-jun complained about moving non-stop, while Lee Hyun-wook turned his attention to a mother and her two young daughters lying safely on the cold ground. Choi Young-jun noted they had saved the kids, but warned that he would not let him off once he got some rest. Listening to this, Lee Hyun-wook quietly realized that while Choi was the hardest person to control, he was also the most reliable ally. Recognizing familiar traits from his past life, he praised the soldier, telling him that he did a great job and should rest up. The system flashed a notification, congratulating him for successfully defeating the formidable Dark Priest. The notification explained he would receive a special offering gathered from the cult's followers. He stared at the reward, an ancient coin from the underground kingdom, wondering what this mysterious realm could be. It was a dwarven coin, representing a race highly legendary for creating incredible magical technology. Their legendary artifacts were usually only discovered in hidden ruins, meaning these ancient dwarven inventions had never once appeared during his entire past life. Because of this, while their gear was not outrageously expensive, it remained incredibly practical and effective in battle. Realizing this coin could summon an ancient dwarven relic, he knew he had to absorb it carefully rather than consuming it without a proper plan. A new system alert flashed, congratulating him on successfully absorbing a rare demonic legion metal. Looking pleased, he calculated that the demon legion would require about 7 months to fully digest the power. The system alert continued, detailing his newly acquired passive skill named Signal Core. This D-rank skill provided a massive boost to his transcendent senses, while enhancing his overall metal control. It increased his metal control by 30%, while the Centurion skill expanded his maximum follower limit by 10%. This skill would continue to upgrade once he fulfilled certain hidden requirements. He was amazed by the legendary Centurion power, which granted him the unique ability to control others and recruit loyal followers. His original abilities had nothing to do with raising followers, but acquiring this skill changed everything. He finally understood how that villain controlled such a massive army, using the dark art of necromancy. The system notified him that his metal control weight had reached 85,658 grams, while his active senses received a 30% boost, making him smile quietly. Determined to absorb all of the villain's powers, he took the clean pants from Lee Woo-suk, who asked if Sergeant Choi was all right. He calmly replied that Choi always slept like a log when exhausted, so there was no need to worry. Hugging his precious reward of rare dwarven moonshine, the dazed sergeant kept muttering that he would never let it go, while Lee Woo-suk carefully hoisted Choi Young-jun onto his shoulder. He was asked if he planned to go down and help, since the battle below was still raging on. Putting on his pants, he simply refused, while down below, the soldiers were locked in a desperate struggle against the beast. A loud voice ordered everyone to prepare for teleportation, as enemy mages continuously cast powerful defensive barriers around the monsters. With their exposed position and enemy mages blocking reinforcements, a soldier urgently asked Choi Tae-woong what he was still doing there. He urged them to move immediately, but another soldier angrily protested, unwilling to abandon their remaining comrades to the monsters. He hesitated, questioning if they could truly go through with such a plan. Pointing out that their captain was dead and the mission was lost, he warned that Ju Kyo-young would show no mercy, as the defeated soldiers looked on in terror. Giant monsters charged forward without a moment of hesitation, mercilessly attacking the helpless crowd. Fortunately, before the monster could strike, a massive truck plowed directly into it, leading a large convoy of reinforcement vehicles arriving just in time. As the soldiers disembarked, the crowd cheered in immense relief upon seeing the legendary Black Knights, led by Seo Yoon-ha, confidently stepping forward with her massive shield. She sternly declared that committing violence against the military during a disaster warranted immediate execution on the spot, ordering her troops to attack. Before the focus shifted back to Lee Hyun-wook, Lee Woo-suk asked in disbelief, shocked that even their platoon commander had arrived. When asked where he was heading, he silently calculated that the treacherous woman had to be hiding somewhere close by. Sensing something was wrong, he wondered why she had not headed for the next collapse zone, unaware that a hidden threat was already tracking them. The creature lunged forward to ambush Lee Woo-suk, but Lee Hyun-wook reacted instantly, spotting the threat. The attacker lunged to strike him, but she was shoved backward, furiously demanding to know why he had dared to block her path. "Wait, isn't that the vampire who threatened us before? You need to explain this." "Hey, calm down, she is one of us." Hearing that, she freezes in place. Their eyes lock for a second before she awkwardly looks away, pretending nothing happened. Lee Hyun-wook speaks up to break the awkward silence. It seems she has her own reasons for this. He turns to Lee Hyun-ji, thanking her and promising a full explanation later, before praising Sergeant Kim Se-hee for a job well done. Thanks to her efforts, all the evil priests are dead. Now, the only thing left for them to do is destroy the remaining erosion cores. The second erosion factor is finally cleared, and she stares intensely at him. But suddenly, a chilling voice echoes through the area, asking who said this was over. Suddenly, both girls take a brutal, agonizing blow to the stomach and cough up blood. The furious vampire reappears, screaming that it is far from over. This sudden turn of events leaves all three of them completely shocked. Two massive, colossal beasts generate a terrifying sphere of pure, destructive energy, launching it directly toward their targets. It incinerates and obliterates everything in its path. He struggles to hold his ground, cursing that of all the possible outcomes, this is the absolute worst. He yells out at the top of his lungs, telling Sergeant Kim Se-hee to take the kids and run. His shout startles the vampire, who is busy draining the souls of a helpless mother and her kids. He charges right at her, shouting that they must stop the final sacrifice at all costs. Seeing him charge like a madman, the vampire yanks her hand away from the mother's soul. Her face contorts with absolute rage as she demands who gave them permission to do that. Right then, the system displays the legendary weapon, Night Chisten's absolute shot bow. Its effect ensures a guaranteed hit on the selected target, while completely neutralizing any magic resistance the enemy might have. His arrow flies forward like a lightning bolt, but the vampire swiftly and easily dodges the attack. But her luck runs out, as the arrow curves right back toward her chest, making her scream in anger, wondering what kind of crazy weapon this is. Before she can even react, the arrow impales her chest, sending the vampire flying backward to crash hard onto the ground. While escorting the little girl, Kim Se-hee reports that the survivor is safe. Meanwhile, the furious vampire tightly grips the arrow in her chest. She mocks them, calling them foolish soldiers and saying resistance is useless. Cerberus has been summoned, Soul is doomed, and they cannot stop the inevitable. The system displays info for a new item, the Crown of the King of Light and Darkness, which drastically boosts undead resistance. This special crown grants a dual aura of holy and dark magic to designated gear. But beware, each aura carries a severe penalty, and these two opposing powers cannot be active at the same time. Only one power can be selected. Hearing her threats, his face hardens with determination. He vows to take her down and protect the City of Seoul. No matter what she is planning, he is going to stop it. The system displays a new alert, activating the Holy Cross aura. This raises the crown's divine power on his gear by 10%, which then gets amplified 5 times over due to the Holy Blessing event. This grants a 50% boost to divine power, with a penalty of 10% mana loss. The arrow glows intensely, and blue flames suddenly engulf her entire body. Watching her burn, he silently admits to himself that this strategy was a massive gamble. He suddenly remembers the warning from his dream, reminding him that he cannot complete every mission without losing someone along the way. He knows the truth of those words. Even though he understands sacrifices are unavoidable, experiencing this loss over and over is something he simply cannot stand. Snapping back to reality, determination fills his face as he resolves to succeed anyway. Suddenly, a colossal, raging beast steps out from the darkness, letting out an earth-shattering roar. The system screen warns that the gatekeeper of hell has shattered the barrier to enter the human world, leaving Kim Se-hee completely dumbfounded. She asks if he can just crush its head like he did with the goblins. Covering his ears against the deafening roar, he shouts back his response. No, they managed to stop the sacrifice ritual earlier, so the beast probably is not fully summoned yet. He insists they must quickly locate its weak point to exploit it. But Kim Se-hee is rapidly losing her patience. She wonders what kind of weakness a monster like that could possibly have, and if they could even exploit it. While locked in battle, Seo Yunha's squad also spots the monstrous creature. Meanwhile, the system alerts everyone that Cerberus, the gatekeeper of hell, has breached the human realm. Seo Yunha and her fellow soldiers watch the beast arrive in absolute shock. The massive beast leaps down, letting out a roar to announce its arrival, which only makes him feel incredibly angry. He has spent a long time preparing for this very moment. No matter what happens, he must succeed, silently swearing to make whatever sacrifice is necessary. Cerberus slams onto the ground, shattering the earth and sending debris flying everywhere. This is the source of erosion, the boss monster Cerberus, unleashing waves of intense energy in all directions. Kim Se-hee shouts back, telling him that she will trust his judgment and believe they can win. She yells to start the fight. His face is filled with absolute resolve. He commands the Steel Division to initiate Plan B, deploying their lightning rod strategy against the boss. He directs Juno and Park Junmo to head straight to Point A, while ordering the rest of the squad to begin setting up the weapon crates. He warned the soldier that he was the absolute key to this entire operation, and a single mistake could cost him his life. Even so, would he still trust the command? Hearing that, the young soldier quickly replied that of course he trusted him. The system announced that the Mogul fragments had been released. Instantly, a massive sword materialized above the beast, crashing straight down, but Cerberus easily dodged the blow. Its massive legs slammed down, sending surrounding cars flying through the air. A glowing red weapon materialized on the ground. He immediately ordered Lee Won-seok to grab it and coordinate with the strike team commander. The soldier was stunned, questioning if they were really leaving him and the other survivors behind. By now, the entire sky was completely swallowed by the eerie purple glow of the Hellgate. He shouted back, explaining that the altar was currently their safest spot, and that Sergeant Choi Youngjun would wake up soon. They had to take the beast down before it adapted to this environment. As Seo Yunha watched the monster from behind a wall, he suddenly contacted the strike team commander. He ordered her to draw the monster's attention away alongside Lee Won-seok, leaving the commander completely stunned by the request. She couldn't believe Lee Won-seok was still alive, but he ignored her shock, stating they couldn't let the enemy track his movements. She asked if she could trust Lee Hyun-wook one more time. He firmly agreed, and she grabbed her sword, preparing for the fight. She admitted that although she had no idea what his plan was, she trusted him not to let her down. Seo Yunha charged straight at the beast with her weapon. Meanwhile, he called out to Lee Won-seok, who immediately acknowledged the command. With his soldier ready, he stated that he trusted the young man for support. The soldier paused in shock before bursting with determination, shouting for the sergeant to leave it to him as he rushed forward. She quickly told him to go ahead. As he leaped down into the action, he silently realized that he finally had a real squad that truly knew how to fight for themselves. Just then, a hand suddenly reached down, grabbed his arm, and yanked him back up. Down below, the soldiers stared in utter disbelief as that massive, colossal sword suddenly materialized. Eerie purple energy continued to surge from the beast. From above, Lee Won-seok charged the redhead with his weapon, while below, Seo Yunha braced herself to clash with the skeletal head. Letting out a fierce battle cry, the two warriors charged directly at the beast. They struck both of its heads simultaneously, but despite the sheer force of their blows, the attacks didn't leave a single scratch. This left Seo Yunha completely stunned, as her blade was instantly engulfed by the overwhelming energy radiating from the beast. Meanwhile, Lee Won-seok was violently thrown backward by the shockwave, completely losing his footing. Seo Yunha fell to the ground, staring up as the skeletal head lunged to bite her. Just then, a system alert warned that the gatekeeper Cerberus was casting a massive spell called Hell's Inquiry. He was shocked that the beast would unleash such wide-scale magic before its power even stabilized. Suddenly, a dark vortex began absorbing the beast's overflowing energy, expanding into a massive circle before finally locking into place. A split second later, a devastating beam of pure energy came crashing straight down. The blinding blast forced Seo Yunha and Lee Won-seok to shield their eyes. Up on the rooftop, the soldiers recoiled, while our main character suddenly realized something that made his heart stop. Park Junmo was using his blade like a lightning rod, forcing the lethal energy to veer off course directly toward himself. Still mid-air, the main character watched in dread, praying that his ally could survive such a brutal impact. The surging energy slammed directly into Park Junmo with intense force, triggering an agonizing scream from the young man. Terrified, he screamed Park Junmo's name as the intense electricity coursed through the boy. In that moment, a school memory flashed back, where Junmo had stared at the heavenly cloud sword in awe. Junmo had asked why it was being handed to him, but Lee Hyun-wook clarified that he was only temporarily entrusting it to him. He had questioned if Junmo was truly ready, but the boy had firmly replied that a weakling like him had to take risks to gain power. With a stern face, he had warned that if the boy failed, he would have to face the consequences alone. Gripping his blade, Junmo had confessed that he was tired of living his entire life in absolute obscurity and being forgotten. To him, living as a useless failure felt no different than a completely pointless existence. He knew that while normal players grew stronger through regular battles, both he and Junmo were vastly different, operating as highly advanced, over-limit evolved players. They had to discover their own unique methods to achieve a breakthrough without relying on anyone else. He had exhausted every effort to help Junmo awaken his hidden lightning attribute, but every single attempt had failed. Junmo had sworn never to live like that again, leaving him with only one final, desperate option to consider. Suddenly, standing at attention, the boy had confidently declared that Corporal Park Junmo was fully prepared and ready for the challenge. He had promised not to disappoint Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook. Looking back, he couldn't quite remember how Junmo had actually survived this in his past life. Since the boy died early back then, he feared this desperate gamble might fail, or worse, that he was entirely wrong. Was he really going to be held responsible for another tragic death? Back in reality, the monster's overwhelming energy surged directly toward him, causing his body to violently shudder. With every passing second, that raw, chaotic power only seemed to grow stronger. He shouted out in absolute panic, Park Junmo, just hang on. Dropping to his knees in agony, he still refused to let go of his sword. Then, his helmet fell off, making things even worse as the raw energy slammed directly into his bare head. Watching anxiously, he desperately prayed for the kid to hold on. Suddenly, a system notification flashed right in front of him. Congratulations, you have successfully unlocked the path of energy evolution. You now have 9 seconds remaining to fully absorb the lightning flow. Once completed, your lightning control will increase 5 times over. Even though he managed to absorb it, the excruciating pain was far from over. Another system alert popped up. Congratulations. You have unlocked the self-levitation skill. You can now hover in midair up to a maximum height of 5 meters above the ground. Junmo floated straight up into the sky and roared, leaving him absolutely thrilled by this incredible sight. There it is. His system screen flashed with a new notification. The area of effect spell, Hell Cloud, cast by the gatekeeper Cerberus, has been completely absorbed by a mysterious player. Countless bolts of lightning crackled wildly from where he stood, and Park Junmo stared at his hands in pure disbelief. Sergeant Lee Hyun-guk, I did it. I can feel this insane power surging inside my body right now. Tears suddenly started streaming down his face, realizing that this was what evolution actually felt like. Feeling a massive wave of relief, he smiled and thought, we hit the jackpot, he really awakened. This marks the official beginning of our counterattack against Cerberus. By this time, he had landed safely back on the ground, just as someone rushed out of the portal. What is going on, Lee Hyun? But he had no time to explain, ordering him and Sergeant Kim Si-hee to activate the portal in midair. The soldier looked completely baffled and asked, where are you going? Aren't you going to support the attacking squad? Leaping onto the back of a truck, he yelled back. Junmo already blocked their spell. I trust the squad leader and the others to buy us enough time. For now, I am going to tame this ugly bastard. The system notified, merging with the dark magic sealed within the hunted soul armor. Once the link is fully completed, you will successfully master the dark, corrupting power of this heavy armor. Warning, the summoner will have their soul gradually consumed by dark magic during the entire fusion process with the armor. Grimacing in pain, he realized it was not going to be easily tamed. Just then, his system chimed, holy skill information activated, but a smirk crossed his face, knowing he could manipulate metal. Reaching out, he touched the armor once again. Cerberus charged wildly toward the billboard where Junmo was standing. It unleashed a massive fireball, but Lee Hyun-guk suddenly leaped in to intercept and destroy it. Faced with such a sudden, terrifying fireball, Junmo's face went completely pale with fear. Lee Hyun-guk roared, get lost, you piece of trash. Darting downward, he smashed the beast's mouth, forcing its deadly attack completely off course to save Junmo. Sensing something dangerous, he glanced back just as the beast's blazing fire projectile shot forward with absolute destructive speed, reducing nearby skyscrapers to ashes in seconds. With the city engulfed in flames, Junmo collapsed helplessly to the ground. Lee Hyun-guk burst out laughing. See that? I am going to be the next big player. Suddenly, the beast swung its massive paw, sending him flying backward. The impact was so brutal it shattered a nearby building to pieces. That devastating blow made him cough up a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light from holy wings erupted from the rooftop. Seo Yunha screamed, Divine Wing Grace! Instantly, those giant golden wings crashed straight down, striking the beast's jaw, but it easily crushed them. Witnessing this shocking sight, Seo Yunha felt panic set in. How could a mere zombie easily shatter my Divine Wing Grace, especially when I poured all my holy power into it? The giant monster suddenly snapped its massive jaws open. Sensing immediate, deadly danger, she desperately scrambled away as the entire building crumbled down under its brutal bite. Seo Yunha fell along with the debris, causing Junmo to panic. Is squad leader Seo Yunha really in grave danger right now? Staring down at the sword in his hand, he wondered what a newly awakened rookie like him could possibly do. Yunha hit the hard ground with a painful thud, and seeing her like that, Junmo's fighting spirit suddenly flared up. Even a highly trained elite like her is struggling, while I have been a total coward my entire life. No, will I really stay a coward forever? If I keep thinking like this, I will never save anyone. Gripping his sword tight, he leaped straight down into the fray. A system warning flashed across the screen. Warning. The gatekeeper, Cerberus, has fully adapted to planet Earth. The monster continued to conjure devastating flames, surrounding its entire body in a massive, raging inferno. With a ferocious glare and giant, snapping jaws, Seo Yunha realized in terror that her holy power was completely depleted. In an instant, the beast conjured up a massive sphere of crackling lightning. Watching it form, she desperately wondered, Lee Hyun-guk, Who on earth is this trump card you told me about? As the energy sphere rushed in, she could only raise her shield in desperate defense, but just in time, Junmo Park's sword clashed against the threat. He blocked the incoming blow right in front of her. Junmo Park quickly looked back, asking if his commander was doing all right. She stood there completely stunned, barely able to speak. Meanwhile, Junmo Park noticed the beast channeling even more destructive energy into its attack. He screamed, telling her to stay back. Honestly, he had no idea how many high-voltage shocks his body could take at once. The skeletal head conjured up another massive fireball, aiming straight for them. Junmo Park panicked, cursing under his breath at the threat. In an instant, a massive wave of fire and lightning surged directly toward him. He quickly turned, shouting for Commander Sunga to run and find cover immediately. The system flashed a warning, showing that mangle fragments had officially been released. Suddenly, a heavy blade intercepted that massive wall of fire. An armored warrior swooped down to their rescue, making both Junmo Park and Sunga cry out with relief. Sergeant Hyunguk Lee, pointing at the beast, he asked what on earth they were facing, before looking back to praise Lieutenant Sunga for a job well done. He told them to fall back and leave this to him. Right then, a booming voice called out for Corporal Junmo Park. The sergeant asked how he felt facing down that monstrous beast, and if he could handle it. Hearing this, he gripped his sword tightly. He nodded, confident that his heavenly cloud sword could at least stall the beast. Hearing that, the sergeant let out a small smirk. He was told to keep the beast distracted. Determination filling his face, he roared, unleashing his absolute peak internal energy for the clash. The system flashed once more, confirming the release of mangle fragments. Without wasting a second, he charged straight at the colossal beast. Junmo Park unleashed a powerful lightning strike, successfully drawing the monster's full attention. Seeing the opening, the sergeant raised his own heavy sword high. Another system alert popped up as more mangle energy surged. With lightning speed, he brought his blade down hard on the monster's head. "Prepare to die, Cerberus," he roared, driving his sword downward. But the beast retaliated, firing a dense sphere of lightning straight at him. He growled in frustration. "Damn it, did I miss that?" A system notification popped up, confirming his self-flight skill was now active, allowing him to hover up to 5 meters. Hearing this, Junmo Park screamed out for Sergeant Hyunguk Lee. He flew up to intercept the attack, using his sword to absorb the raging lightning. A congratulatory system screen popped up, stating that his electrical control was growing exponentially. The amount of lightning he could manipulate had suddenly increased by 8 times. It explained that once his energy absorption passed a certain threshold, a hidden skill would finally unlock. He yelled out to ask if the sergeant was okay, offering to finish the beast with his internal energy. The sergeant smirked, shouting back, "Brilliant!" Letting Junmo Park take over, the sergeant decided to handle the horned, fire-breathing beast nearby. The young hunter quickly saluted and agreed. He plunged down toward the fire-breathing beast. The intense heat was so overwhelming that he had to raise his arm just to shield his face. The system flashed with a passive skill activation. His fire-tempered steel passive was now online, granting him temporary fire resistance. However, a warning immediately popped up to watch out for dark decay magic. He realized that without his divine armor, this hellhound would have turned him to ash. Stealing his resolve, he telepathically sent his blade flying straight at the horned beast. The system pinged again, alerting him that a new wave of mangle fragments had been released. Although his sword sliced right past its head, the monster did not take a single scratch. Instead, its eyes flared with a fury more terrifying than before. He realized normal physical attacks were totally useless here. To win this, he absolutely had to find its hidden weak point. Junmo Park shouted through the chaos, saying he was holding down its attacks, but asking if the sergeant could deliver the final blow to put it down. They needed one massive strike to end it. The sergeant grimaced, knowing all too well that he was already trying his best. He wondered why Minhee Lim's teleportation portal had not opened yet. Turning back, he ordered Junmo Park to execute a strategic retreat, but the beast had no intention of letting them go, charging forward with terrifying speed. A system warning flashed, stating that Cerberus had fully adapted, rapidly accelerating the decay process. It rained down fireballs and destructive lightning, ripping the city apart block by block. Up on the ridges, onlookers felt the heat, shouting about the massive blaze. The target was finally entering their designated strike zone. The city lay in complete ruins as debris rained down everywhere under the weight of the beast's relentless onslaught. Down below, the soldiers scrambled in absolute chaos, but just in time, a glowing warp gate flickered open, prompting joyous cheers that coordinates had been successfully set. Sehee Kim was ordered to get the weapons ready, confirming she was good to go. Looking toward Hyunguk Lee, everyone prayed this final, desperate shot would work. The massive teleportation portal stabilized right in the middle of the chaos. Down below, both Junmo Park and Hyunguk Lee desperately fought the beast. Seeing the boy reaching his absolute physical limit, the sergeant plunged from above, screaming for him to get back. He quickly scrambled away. The sergeant roared as he pushed forward, while the system flashed to confirm yet another release of mangle fragments. He drove his blade straight into the ground, but the shockwave failed to penetrate the monster's incredibly thick armor. He gritted his teeth, realizing its absurd speed and raw defense were far beyond anything he had ever imagined. The beast was rapidly adapting to the environment and growing stronger, forcing him to find its weakness immediately. Wait, what? Suddenly, he noticed the beast was going out of its way to protect its underdeveloped third head. Cerberus was supposed to be a three-headed beast, with each head controlling fire, lightning, or toxic gas. Right now, it could only wield fire and lightning, missing its toxic breath entirely. That meant that vulnerable, unfinished head was definitely its ultimate weakness. Charging straight toward the beast, he bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Junmo Park, I found its weak spot. I am going to destroy that final head, so keep distracting the beast for me." Just then, his system flashed an alert. Power consumption had surged past the threshold, initiating the unlock sequence for a hidden skill. Startled by the notification, he looked up and yelled back to his ally, "Got it, be careful out there." Snarls escaping its hideous jaws, the beast unleashed a massive torrent of fire at him. High above, the target was still 5 kilometers from the bombardment zone. Back at the dimensional gate, their commander gritted his teeth and muttered, "We have a massive problem. The drones can't reach the target's altitude with these thick clouds in the way. The target is still 3 kilometers out. Damn it. Manual override and fly them as high as they can go." The target was now just 1 kilometer away, rapidly approaching the designated empty zone for the bombardment. Suddenly, a summoned spirit lifted him into the air, carrying Sergeant Hyunguk Lee toward the teleportation zone. Si-hee Kim screamed out, "Boss!" He spat back, "Damn it, we have no other choice. We have to put all our trust in Hyunguk Lee. Just keep sending the weapons through the portal." Hearing the order, Si-hee Kim immediately directed the arsenal, sending thousands of gleaming swords soaring directly into the teleportation gate. He was agonizingly close to entering the gate. Emerging right above the strike zone, he dove straight down like a meteor, activating his skill, Hidden Arrow Strike. Noticing a brilliant blue light piercing through the heavy clouds, the beast looked up just as his sword came hurtling down, inches from piercing its flesh. He easily bypassed the beast's hardened upper head, aiming directly at the vulnerable, underdeveloped neck below. However, the monster anticipated his move, blocking with its armored, bone-like head. His legendary sword struck the heavy bone, doing absolutely zero damage to the beast. Cerberus snarled, locking into an aggressive battle stance. He gritted his teeth, realizing the ambush had failed because the beast defended its weak spot. "Fine, then I'll drown you in pure, destructive force. Rise, Iron Rain." Instantly, a torrential downpour of swords rained down upon the thrashing monster. The beast bared its fangs, trying to swallow him whole. Desperately guiding his blade, he cursed under his breath. Damn it, the angle is off. He couldn't get a clear line of sight from his position, yet this final strike had to land. Fortunately, Junmo's blade began generating a crackling ball of lightning. His system screen flashed. Hidden skill unlocked. Lightning breath is active. Remaining charges, 1. Without a single second of hesitation, he threw the crackling energy sphere directly at the monster, roaring at the top of his lungs, "Sergeant Hyunguk Lee, do it now." Watching the opening unfold, his excitement surged. "Incredible job, Junmo Park. I knew I was right to believe in you." His blade plummeted, burying itself deep into the monster's lower head just as it began breathing fire. Gritting his teeth, he roared, "Ultimate magic release!" The head instantly exploded into pieces, heavily damaging the main body of Cerberus. Meanwhile, at a command center, an alarm blared, "Warning! Detection of highly abnormal magic waves from an unknown source. We highly suspect this is a secondary boss monster appearing in the area. All Tayson Guild members deployed to assist the shelters have gone completely dark." Hearing this devastating update, a young woman clenched her fists in absolute fury. What on earth is Squad 15's leader, Ki Yeon-ju, doing out there? This angry woman was Yoon-ju Kang, the representative of South Korea's rising Rank 4 guild. A cold voice suddenly echoed from behind her. "It has been a while." Representative Kang. Startled, she whipped around to heavy footsteps, her expression turning immediately sour. "Myung-ho Choi of the Elite Black Tiger Unit. Or should I call you by your fancy title, the Presidential Secretary of National Gate Strategy." Standing tall beside his armed officers, the man spoke with absolute calm. "I wear many hats, so call me whatever you find most convenient." I've come here to ask for your cooperation." This imposing figure was Warrant Officer Myung-ho Choi. He served as the Black Tiger Unit's tactical instructor and the Secretary of National Gate Strategy. This unit was an elite Special Forces division operating directly under AMT. Aside from their name, every detail of their operations was highly classified. Yunju Kang scoffed. "I assumed the government only cared about protecting its own politicians, completely ignoring the calamity waves. You were nowhere to be found when we needed help, yet here you are." His expression turned grave. She understood all too well that a nation's active player count was the ultimate deciding factor of its power on the global stage. To this day, humanity has never fully conquered a single calamity wave. Even massive global superpowers like the United States and China suffered crushing defeats during their first two encounters with these waves, paying a horrific price for the past 10 years. If we make a reckless move like that, we'll never recover. Other nations will immediately seize the opportunity to invade us. That serves as the absolute proof that a nation's total player count is directly tied to its survival and defense capabilities. She frowned, asking, "So this so-called cooperation of yours is just a fancy way of telling us to sit back and do absolutely nothing?" He shook his head, responding instantly, "No. Our special task force has deployed to become the first hunters in human history to successfully conquer a calamity wave." Seo Yunha gasped in shock. Wait, did he just say the special task force? Was the rumor about that F-class soldier actually true? Cheon Myung-ho calmly nodded. Yes, a sliver of light had finally appeared at the end of this pitch-black tunnel. Seo Yunha wondered if they could truly pull this off. But before she could finish that thought, he spoke up, declaring the tides had turned. He asked her once more if she would join forces to crush the first wave in human history. Back at the main battle, the system suddenly announced that his aura was being converted into active effects. This added 10% of the crown's divine power to his activated target item. The divine blessing multiplied that effect fivefold, boosting divine power by 50%, though it cost him 10% of his mana as a penalty. The beast howled in absolute agony as he inwardly prayed for the monster to finally drop dead. Spitting fury, the creature charged up another fireball for a final stand. Seeing this, he knew he had no choice but to push through with everything he had. If his power had grown as expected, he could definitely pull it off, but he still wondered if he could carry such weight. Suddenly, the beast collapsed, sending its unreleased fireball harmlessly blasting high into the sky. The system congratulated him for defeating the underworld guardian, Cerberus, noting that the local corruption was rapidly slowing down. Once the core was shattered, the decay would stop completely. Letting out a sigh of relief, he knew they had successfully cleared the second source. Witnessing this incredible victory, absolutely everyone burst into cheers and began jumping around in pure joy. Just then, a system warning flashed, indicating that the dark magic corrosion on his chaser armor was rapidly rising. Looking down, he noticed pieces of his armor crumbling to the ground. He warned them that it was too early to celebrate. Ordering Park Junmo to follow him to crush the core, he told the others to locate survivors and prepare for immediate teleportation. The squad saluted in agreement. As eerie purple light leaked from a massive tree stump, the two of them quickly shattered it. An instant system alert congratulated him for destroying the core, confirming the decay process had officially ended. All players who helped purge the decay gained experience points, while the blighted land transformed into valuable otherworld magic stones. For his reward, he received a mysterious item called the Mistletoe Seed. Its effects were unknown, but once it took root and matured, it would become a mythical tree holding immense divine power. As he claimed his prize, Park Junmo, completely clueless about the seed's true nature, grumbled about only getting a lousy wooden stick after such a hard fight. He smiled inwardly at this. This was no ordinary stick, but a god-slaying weapon once used to end Balder, the god of light and son of Odin. Because it was so powerful, it could never drop in its completed state, requiring him to plant, sprout, and nurture the seed into a full divine tree first. Growing it would be a major hassle, but it was still far better than leaving empty-handed. Confused by his solemn expression, Park Junmo frowned, then patted his shoulder with a grin, asking why he looked so incredibly serious. They had cleared the decay, after all. And now that Park Junmo knew how to level up, they only had to crush the final source. Looking serious, he warned him it would not be easy with another boss monster waiting. The remaining monsters that had been holding back would soon pour down like a flood, meaning they could no longer just focus on gates. Monsters would soon overrun Seoul. Turning to his companion, he called out firmly to Corporal Park Junmo. He strictly ordered him to keep his leveling ability a total secret, instructing him to claim he simply unlocked a new skill from the quest. The young soldier looked puzzled, wondering why, But his senior's expression grew dead serious as he told him he was still far too weak. If guilds or national agencies discovered his unique growth potential, they would hunt him down immediately, so he had to lay low until he was strong. If those factions could not possess him, they would simply destroy him, causing Park Junmo's face to pale with absolute terror. The swirling purple energy slowly faded away. After fixing his gear, he warned the gathered soldiers to prepare, since monsters would now start spawning in areas completely devoid of portals. He requested the strike team leader to clear their path, while assigning the platoon leader, Park Junmo, and Kim Kyungjin to another task. They were ordered to secure the temporary shelters and guard survivors, prompting the confused squad to ask if they were really not going to help purge the final source of decay. He assured them they would all go eventually, reminding them that mindlessly fighting was not a soldier's only duty. Since those shelters lacked active players, he asked if they were truly willing to leave helpless civilians behind to die. The two stammered a quiet refusal, prompting him to command the squad to move out. Suddenly, a voice called out, agreeing to go once he boarded. Static crackled through the radio as Cheon Myung-ho checked if he could hear him. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook immediately responded that he was listening loud and clear. Having waited anxiously for the transmission, he directly asked if his pending request had finally been approved. Hearing his reply, Myung-ho speaks up, asking if he has any idea how hard it was to secure his demand. The regiment commander literally put his entire career on the line for this. He smiles, silently appreciating how incredibly professional the commander remains even during critical moments like this. Myung-ho raises his voice with absolute seriousness, announcing that they finally got approval from the president. He can now access every single military armory except for the president's personal stash. Does he realize how insane that is? Never before in the history of AMT has any single player been granted access to an entire division's worth of weapons. With a dead serious look, he gives his thanks and requests 4 mages capable of summoning teleportation portals at each armory. Myung-ho chuckles, adding that he also secured permission to access the Zumama Guild's private armory. It seems his demands are getting bolder by the second. Seyun leans in close to the radio and speaks up, introducing herself as Kang Seyun from Zumama, with several high-level players on standby. They are all A-rank players who can easily assist him if he reaches out to them right away. She mentions having S-ranks too. But before she can even finish, he cuts her off, telling her to hurry up. She freezes in sheer disbelief. He reminds her that they are completely out of time. A loud, panicked warning rings out from those monitoring the situation, reporting an unidentified mana storm that is rapidly expanding. It is already 20 times larger than a normal gate. Seyun gasps in sheer terror, wondering how this is even possible as a massive mana storm begins swirling in the open sky. From deep within the storm, a colossal hand reaches out. The moment its hand touches down, a skyscraper crumbles into dust. Instantly, more mana storms erupt as the monster's gigantic legs start to materialize through the rift. Everyone watches in absolute horror as a colossal monster steps out of the portal, its entire towering body covered in grotesque muscle fibers that look like tightly braided ropes. The system screen flashes. Beelzebub is trying to shatter the barrier to enter this world. The hellish Demon King is furious after losing his gatekeeper. Myung-ho asks him directly, clarifying that he does not doubt his skills, but wondering if he can truly pull this off. The system screen warns that the Demon King's arrival is delayed due to an incomplete descent process. As his body parts slowly materialize across the gates, a countdown timer appears on the screen. 6 hours, 12 minutes, and 21 seconds remaining. With a grim look, he promises they can do this, vowing to end the wave at the 72nd Division. Flashback to Choi Yoon's past, where he is sketching when children suddenly burst in calling for Teacher Yoon. They excitedly ask if he is really joining the army, wondering if he gets to fight monsters for real. They innocently think leveling up must be fun like a video game. He pinches a kid's cheek, smiling and asking if they think the military is a joke. He explains he is enlisting to protect little kids like them. Confused, a young boy asks if he is really going to protect them. Then why didn't you save us? The once innocent children now stand before him, completely covered in blood. Monsters tear everything apart around them. Choi Yoon stares at the kids, frozen in silence, until he suddenly snaps awake to a concerned voice. A soldier asks Sergeant Yoon if he is all right. He sits up, rubbing his head, confused about where he is. He asks about the kids from before, and the soldier sadly replies that they all died, leaving only one survivor. Rage immediately takes over his face. He demands to know what that idiot Lee Hyung-guk was doing, but the soldier explains it was a total surprise ambush. There was not much the captain could do given the current nightmare. Peering outside, they see a massive swarm of monsters running wild in the streets. Junmo unleashes his lightning skills, vaporizing the beasts one by one. He warns that the horde will catch up soon. Sergeant Lee Hyung-guk quickly orders them to wipe out the remaining monsters, stressing that they must reach the rendezvous point on schedule. Suddenly, a beast leaps at him. But Guk moves with lightning speed, driving his weapon straight through its chest. Did you really think you could run wild here? He points out Yeon-suk, their squad's future ace, who has already taken down 3 more monsters alongside Yuna. Yuna keeps fighting relentlessly as the system flashes a warning that Beelzebub, the king of hell, is trying to breach this dimension. His descent is delayed due to an incomplete rift, but the demonic sovereign is actively trying to squeeze his way through the portal. The system screen displays the remaining time before his descent, 5 minutes and 32 seconds, while Choi Yoon's liquor stash sits in the corner. He clutches his head in absolute frustration as he sobers up, while the soldier explains that A-rank players are gathering at the 3rd weakening point. Choi Yoon nods, telling them to bring his alcohol, as his face darkens with a chilling, bloodthirsty look that terrifies the soldier. He demands his drink, and the soldier quickly points it out. Choi Yoon marches over, grabs a bottle, and chugs it down immediately. Stunned, the young soldier asks if he should really be drinking right before heading straight into a deadly battle. Instead of answering, he kicks the crate over, sending his weapons spilling out. The nervous soldier begs him to consider the rest of the squad. He reminds him they are supposed to fight side by side, but he just glares at the approaching horde and declares he is going alone. Do you know why I always go solo since reaching A rank? Wondering about it? Yang Jun turned back and smirked. You are all too slow and just get in my way. That is why I always go solo. None of you would understand how terrifying it is to protect someone. With that, he charged straight into the oncoming horde of monsters. Sensing their prey, the monsters instantly speed up, but suddenly freeze in fear. He lunges forward, unleashing a barrage of rapid slashes that obliterates them before they can even react. Watching him leap down, Lee Hyun-guk shouted, "Where do you think you are going? Sergeant Choi, you cannot break formation." He scoffed. "Those bastards dared to touch my precious kids. Shut up. I am going to do what needs to be done, so get out of my way." Totally helpless, he could only curse under his breath. Damn it, Sergeant Choi Yoon. Ever since losing all of his students in a previous mission, Choi Yoon has avoided teamwork, choosing to go completely solo. How could anyone manage a man suffering from such deep trauma? Meanwhile, he dashes forward and takes down 2 more beasts. Nearby, a young couple about to be attacked by a monster suddenly notices something. It is a young child on the verge of being eaten by the beast. Its massive jaws snap shut as the terrified boy frantically stumbles backward. But in a flash, Young Jun steps in and decapitates the monster, successfully saving the child. He checks on him, asking, "Are you all right, kid?" The boy is too shocked to reply, freezing as tears stream down. Seeing this, Yang Jun gently reassures him, "Do not cry." Looking around, he asks, "Where is everyone else? Where are your parents?" Sensing his warmth, the little boy suddenly runs over and hugs Yang Jun tightly. He scratches his head, asking, "Hey kid, you okay?" He reaches out to pat the boy's head, but memories of his dying students flash before his eyes, freezing him in place. His hands tremble as he curses silently. Damn it. Not that nightmare again. Just then, debris flies past them as Lee Hyun-guk lands. He barks out, "Sergeant Choi, you are not allowed to break formation during a mission." Noticing the kid hugging him, he asks in confusion, "Who is that child anyway? You normally stay far away from kids, claiming they terrify you." He replies calmly, "Lee Hyun-guk, we are taking this kid with us. He has no one to protect him, and I cannot bring myself to send him to a shelter alone." Hearing this, his expression turns grave. "We cannot do that. We are about to face the demon king Beelzebub. There is no way we can fight him while protecting a kid." Yang Jun snaps back, "No, I am not taking no for an answer. You have seen it yourself, those shelters are no longer safe. Sending this kid there all alone is basically handing him a death sentence. Do you not see that? If we do not eliminate the source of ruin, Seoul will eventually fall, and so will everyone else. You said all the players are gathering at the rendezvous point, so it should be safe there. Am I wrong?" He feels completely helpless. That stubborn streak again, nothing can move this man when it comes to kids. But wait. Right then, Choi Yoon picks up the boy and whispers playfully, "That guy is a total monster, kid. Do not look at him or he will drag you to the army too." "Fine," he says. "We will bring the boy along, but only on one condition. We only take him to the rendezvous point, and you will be fully responsible for watching over him. And one last thing, you must obey every single command of mine until we clear this wave." Hearing that, he could only pout in annoyance. "Fine, whatever, but I will decide whether to listen." His captain stares back sternly. "Every single order, no exceptions." "All right, fine, I will listen. You are so annoying." He yells back as his captain simply turns away. Then let us move. We must be quick. Yangjun looks down at the boy clinging to him and says, "Kid, you have to let go of me now." Meanwhile, a dark smirk crosses his captain's face. Great. This should keep Choi Yun in line for a while. A horrific crocodile-like beast has brutally slaughtered an A-rank female hunter. Suddenly, her radio crackles to life. Attention, all A-rank players and above, head to the rendezvous point immediately. Nearby, a man flashes an incredibly irritating smirk, muttering, "An emergency muster? How utterly hilarious. Is anyone even left?" This smug bastard is Ju Ji-young, raid leader of Daesan, a third-rate Korean guild. His main ability? Controlling monsters. He stands there laughing mockingly, with 3 terrifying beasts lurking right behind him. He gloats to himself, "Who could possibly make it there? Idiots. Nothing is going according to plan. This is the unofficial gathering of the monster wave." The crowd whispers excitedly at the sight unfolding before them. Look, the solid steel army has finally arrived. Lee Hyun-guk is easily over 2 meters tall, but they were supposed to have destroyed the source of ruin. Is that really true? Suddenly, one of them looks back and stammers, "Wait, no way. There are definitely more of them coming." Lee Hyun-guk's squad arrives in perfect formation, shouting, "The solid steel army reporting for duty." The team immediately rushes over, playfully smothering their captain. "Good job, Lee Hyun-guk. We always believed in you, our little giant." Blushing despite loving the attention, Hyun-guk grumbles, "Could you guys back off just a bit?" He quickly gets serious and reports, Sergeant Lee Hyun-guk reporting, "Sir, this is far from over." A sudden rustling in the trees makes Hyun-wook and Kang-sok whip around in surprise. They immediately raise their guard as you and I spot the threat, a crazy, high-tech goblin riding a motorcycle, speeding like an absolute maniac straight toward the chatting crowd. Yoonha quickly gets into stance, shouting orders to prepare for battle. The soldiers lock and load, forming up to blast the monster to pieces. But just as they shout to engage, Kang-sok yells out to stop the eager soldiers from rushing in. "Hold your fire, everyone. That is our ally, stop messing around." A mysterious voice suddenly calls out, "Messing around?" Shoving his hands in his pockets, he chuckles and says, "Just checking to see how ready your soldiers actually are." This dramatic giant of a man shows up, immediately throwing the troops into a frenzy. It is Chu Gyo-young. Chu Gyo-young of Daesan? He smugly provokes them. "Is the army just a training ground for your weaklings? It is annoying when your soldiers mess with our business." His pride wounded, Kang-sok aggressively steps right up to him. "Hey Chu Gyo-young, are you insulting my army?" Not only are the leaders clashing, but their high-level players step up, ready to fight. "Do you want me to show you what a real insult looks like?" Meanwhile, Hyun-wook grabs Yoonha's hand to hold her back, whispering, "Do not look, that guy is just toxic." Kang-seok glares, telling Chu Gyo-young to consider this a favor since the army cannot harm civilians. But the guy just eggs him on further. "Why not just admit you are scared?" "What? Worried you will lose all of your precious followers?" In the end, Hyun-wook has to step in and stop these 2 giant hotheads. "What do you think you are doing? Are you not here representing your guild? Should we assume your childish actions reflect the official stance of the Daesan Guild?" Annoyed by the interruption, Chu Gyo-young demands to know who he is. "You think a low-ranking soldier can meddle in this?" Kang-sok chuckles mockingly. "A low-ranking soldier? This guy is actually the key to wiping out the corruption source in Seoul. In fact, he will be commanding the final operation to eliminate it." Hearing this, Chu Gyo-young flinches in disbelief. "A rookie commanding? Are you insane?" Cut to the strategy room, where Hyun-wook is laying out the plan for everyone. 3 gates in Gangbuk, Gangnam, and Gangseo have opened up, responding to the call of the Hell King. After a set amount of time, those 3 gates will merge into one. We believe that is when Beelzebub will emerge. To deal with this threat, the AMT Player Alliance will equip holy weapons and launch direct magic attacks on every gate. Hearing the briefing, Chu Gyo-young snaps irritably, "Hey, show off. Get lost with that completely half-baked and ridiculous bombardment idea of yours. You can never destroy the gates that way anyway. And at best, it will only briefly stall the Hell King's advance. What I want to know is if you actually have a plan to kill that monster." Hyun-wook does not hold back. He answers honestly, "With the resources we currently have right now, it is simply impossible." Chu Gyo-young explodes, pointing and screaming, "You crazy bastard! How dare you summon us high-level players when you do not even have a solid plan?" Kang-sok grabs Chu Gyo-young's shoulder in warning. "Do you really want to die? Calm down and just listen to him first." Annoyed, Chu Gyo-young snaps, "Get your hands off me." Kang-sok defends Hyun-wook. "Trust me, he is not talking nonsense here. Hyun-wook patiently explains the situation to him. To be absolutely clear, we cannot kill the Hell King's true form on the other side, but we can still damage the physical body parts that manage to cross over into soul. Chu Gyo-young ponders. Is that so? So we cannot kill him, but we can cripple him. Still doubting Hyun-wook's abilities, he sneers. Fine, but then what? What comes next? What do we even gain from that? Is that even possible? Hyun-wook calmly replies. Yes, absolutely. Since his form is incomplete, we have seen his bones exposed in some areas. We can severely restrict his movements by constantly bombarding those weak spots with magic. And if our top players focus their attacks on those exact areas, we can completely sever his limbs, stop him from fully emerging, and wipe out the spreading corruption. If we go even further and destroy the core, we will become the very first people in history to successfully conquer a calamity wave. Kang-sok seriously considers the details of his plan. That actually sounds feasible. The key to stopping a wave is not killing the boss, but destroying the core causing the corruption. But here is the problem you and I saw coming. None of the rank A players needed to destroy the core have shown up. Is this still even possible? Hyun-wook has already prepared for this. If we gather all rank C players and above who can launch direct attacks, and have them rotate their assaults, it is highly feasible. Chu Gyo-young snorts in disbelief. Easy for you to say. Has the gate system ever allowed us to attack a monster so easily? Whether it is an arm or a head, the system makes defeating them far harder the moment we take action. Hyun-wook asks him back. Then what do you suggest we do? Do we have anything that lets us target all three areas at the exact same time? Hearing the counter-question, Chu Gyo-young bursts out laughing, mocking him smugly. Look at that. See? The guy has absolutely no real experience with this at all. But Kang-sok calmly points out that experience does not even matter for this kid. After all, he is the one who cleared both the Red Gate and Seoul Station, and he did it as a mere F-rank hunter. Chu Gyo-young thinks he is just bluffing, warning him that an F-rank should not be lying. Things are getting pretty obvious now. Hyun-wook agrees that since Gyo-young is an A-rank, almost an S-rank, his words actually make some sense. However, launching an attack on all three targets at the exact same time is incredibly difficult right now. That is because besides him, not a single other A-rank player showed up here. Hyun-wook asks if he knows why, leaving Chu Gyo-young sweating bullets, wondering what is wrong with this guy. He does not actually know, does he? Gyo-young quickly panics and tries to cover it up, barking that he has absolutely no clue. Maybe those cowards all ran away to hide. Or perhaps they are already dead somewhere. Either way, there is no choice but to strike all three targets at once, so Gyo-young decides to handle one himself and tells the others to deal with the rest. In his mind, if he steps up to take charge of a whole zone himself, there is absolutely nothing they can say to complain. His plan is to pick them off one by one once the forces divide. Then, he starts mocking them again, asking if they are actually scared. Are they too terrified to attack with their tiny, pathetic units? He offers to take command representing the powerful Taeson Guild, as Hyun-wook flashes a mysterious smile. With the Taeson Guild leading, things suddenly feel much safer. But you and I know Gyo-young just walked right into Hyun-wook's trap. Hook, line, and sinker. Hyun-wook coolly says he is looking forward to seeing Captain Chu Gyo-young lead the charge. Sensing something is off, Gyo-young looks at Hyun-wook's satisfied grin with growing dread. But the trap is set, and the simultaneous raid is officially on. He reminds him of his promise as the face of Taeson. Hearing this, Gyo-young completely freezes up, suddenly getting a terrible feeling about this. Hyun-wook quickly seizes full control, suggesting they now decide who goes where. Cut to Gangbook, where Team 1 is fully prepared to strike. Over in Gangnam, both Team 2 and Team 3 are locked, loaded, and ready to attack. In Gangseo, the Aegis team is targeting Beelzebub's head, consisting of Taeson's Chu Gyo-young, Squad Leader Lim Min-hee, Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, and Sergeant Kim Se-hee. Meanwhile, Gangbook's Team B is aiming for Beelzebub's right arm, led by Squad Leader Seo Eun-ha and Sergeant Choi Seon-ah. Corporal Park Junmo is visibly shaking, nervously questioning if they can really survive this completely on their own. Hyun-wook kneels in front of a young boy, gently telling him to listen to the soldiers and stay close to the adults. And finally, Team C in Gangnam will target the left arm of Beelzebub, spearheaded by the S-rank Fist King, Han Tae-san. Gyo-young instantly freaks out, shocked that the legendary Fist King is in Seoul. Kang-sok is just as stunned, wondering why nobody has seen him yet. Hyun-wook confidently explains they have a reliable source confirming the Fist King will finish his training and return in exactly 1 hour. Even better, the gate he is returning through will open right inside Gangnam. But who is this top-secret reliable source? It is actually Hyun-wook's own memories from his past life. having read the old Soul Wave reports and the Fist King's files over and over. He is the warrior who fought all alone against the fearsome Hell King. Thanks to that, Hyun-wook holds immense knowledge about the Hell King. He then asks Kang-suk to step up and take full command of the heavy artillery bombardment. Kang-suk readily agrees to the task, but he still worries if they can truly trust Gyo-young's suspicious plan. As Gyo-young anxiously paces back and forth, Kang-suk warns Hyun-wook about just how dangerous this guy really is. He is a ruthless, cunning snake who will gladly throw his own men straight to their deaths to get what he wants. His logic seems sound, but his hidden motives cannot be trusted. Luckily, Hyun-wook is no fool, reassuring him that he already factored all of Gyo-young's potential betrayal into his master plan. That is precisely why Hyun-wook placed the snake on his own team to keep a close eye on him. Kang-suk places a reassuring hand on his shoulder, thanking Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook while expressing deep regret for placing such a massive burden on a single soldier. Hyun-wook just chuckles, saying it is perfectly fine because this crazy situation actually gave him the perfect opportunity to grow stronger. Determined to crush this wave, Hyun-wook vows to give it his all. Meanwhile, Kang-suk grabs his radio and roars a command to open fire on the targets. The soldiers immediately lock onto their target and fire, unloading a massive barrage of bullets right into Beelzebub's ridiculously giant face. They unleash a relentless rain of bullets flying from every single direction. Hyun-wook instructs the squad leader to escort Sergeant Sehee and Private Kyungjin over to Point B. The squad leader nods, ordering Team B to move out safely. As Team B quickly gets into position, Hyun-wook announces that he and Captain Chu will be the ones approaching the gate directly. Since the area is swarming with monsters, they must move in complete silence. Chu Gyo-young gives a dark, knowing smirk to his underling. Oh, absolutely. There certainly are plenty of monsters around. Sensing the obvious trap in his tone, Hyun-wook raises an eyebrow at the captain. But before he can react, Gyo-young suddenly strikes, violently slamming Hyun-wook face first into the street while laughing like a maniac. A pathetic, show-off F-rank soldier dying from a single punch during a mission. Truly a tragedy. But Ju Ki-young's dirty scheme completely falls through. Hyun-gook gets up completely unscathed and exposes his lies, coldly stating how much he absolutely despises being backstabbed. Ki-young's jaw drops in utter terror as Hyun-gook turns around to give him a bone-chilling, icy glare. Hyun-gook tells him he fell right into the trap. Did you really think you'd get away with this, Ju Ki-young? 1 month ago, at the gates of Bundang Park, a terrified soldier was shaking in his boots. Standing right in front of him was a massive, monstrous grizzly bear, baring its sharp fangs. Suddenly, a massive axe flies out of nowhere and slices the beast's head clean off. Ki-young's monstrous minions charge in next, completely wiping out the rest of the bear pack. Ki-young watches from the sidelines, smugly admiring his devious plan. He knows that using live human bait is always the absolute best way to gather monsters, while the clueless soldier happily cheers for his arrival. Captain Ju, Ki-young, you're here. But before the soldier can even finish his sentence, Ki-young slaps him hard across the face. Yeah, whatever. Showing pure disgust, he grumbles about how annoying it is, though using bait is always highly effective. Still, having so many eyes watching him like this is incredibly annoying, even as his giant green summons keep tearing those monstrous bears to pieces. Suddenly, the boss monster arrives. The lava bear, king of the red bears, is on the move to claim this entire territory. Ki-young smirks with bloodlust, muttering that he doesn't care about some dumb bear's territory. His real target is something else entirely. The green giants team up to pin the alpha beast down, holding it tight as it roars in sheer fury directly at Ki-young. A system notification pops up. The broken monster taming skill has activated, allowing him to take full control of beasts by stealing their hearts. As the beast's consciousness fades away, Ki-young channels his dark energy to completely bind the alpha bear. The absolute taming skill is a complete success. Ki-young stands there triumphantly, holding the beast's glowing, beating heart. Slowly, the raw power radiating from the heart is absorbed into the pouch hanging on his waist. With the monster taming skill complete, the beast has no choice but to submit to its new lord and master. Just like that, the wild, raging alpha bear bows down in absolute obedience before Ki-young. In his past life, Ju Ki-young commanded an army of monsters strong enough to rival mid-sized guilds, easily earning him an A rank standing close to S rank. Yet, after the Soul Cataclysm ended, he vanished without leaving a single trace. But according to records, shortly after his disappearance, a mysterious necromancer emerged with the power to control an entire monster army. Could these two mysterious figures actually be the same person? Will Ju Ki-young actually awaken as this legendary necromancer? That wraps up today's quick recap of this incredible story. Drop your thoughts on his next move in the comments below. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe, and turn on notifications for more epic anime and manga recaps.